Testing, testing. Mic check 1, 2. I cannot see chat. There it is. Greetings, everyone. Greetings. Wait, that's not how I say greetings. Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Just getting, well, I thought I had everything set up, but this thing I have here is not showing what I want it to show. There we go. All right. Close that. And then this one right here is not showing my camera. Oh, okay. It was my camera was just muted on that part of the stream. Okay. And chat has updated. Looks like chat has updated. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure, because one time chat didn't update. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I don't like that chat is way over there. Like I have to constantly look over there to see chat, which should be like right here. But hello, everyone. We are going live. Happy New Year! It's the New Year's, and I thought it would be fun to go throughout the year and look at the past videos I've made this year. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? It's we got what is it? Tomorrow's New Year's Eve, and then after that is New Year's. So let me try this because I've never done this before. Okay, yeah. Usually I'm looking at this chat, but this chat isn't going to be on screen. In fact, let me move this over here so I don't get confused. But I wanted to try this because I've never done this before. Polling. I've never done polling before. Now would be a good time to... Okay, thanks for telling me that. Oh, super chat. I will read that in a second after I finish this poll. Thank you very much, though. Because I want to try out polling, because that's going to be a very important part of the stream, and I don't know anything about it. So let's try this. There we go. All right. Onion Duck, thank you very much. Love your content. Hope to see more in the new year. Yes, that's partially what this stream is about. I want to gauge your guys' opinions on a lot of these videos that I've made throughout the years. So, okay, so I can just click on it and I can see what, and then, I can decide when to end the poll. Okay, that's fantastic. That is great. All right, so got my water right here. Got to stay hydrated. I'm really bad at staying hydrated. Why are shades are winning? That is a shocker. That is a big shocker. A lot of people don't realize that the shady part of Shady Doorags is the fact that I'm wearing shades. Okay, but now it's blocking here, and I can't see the chat. Go away. How do I make you go away? Okay, I'm gonna move this over here for a second so I can see it. How do I make this? You're blocking chat. Move. Okay. Oh, I didn't get to vote. Which do I prefer? I feel like shades are cooler, but I wear Doorags way more than I wear shades. Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, that's a tough. Why? Who made this poll? This is dumb. I hate it. Doorags. What do you mean to sign in? Oh, I answered on the wrong Oh, okay. I'm not allowed to answer. Okay, never mind. I don't want. No, it left. I I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I did not mean to do that because now I can't see chat at all. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna pop out chat here. I'm gonna do it like that. The poll is still in the way. Like I can't see. There we go. There we go. Show us your eyes. I've showed people my eyes before. My eyes are not a sight to behold. It's not a secret, but my eyes are not a sight to behold because growing up, I had lots of allergies, and I also had this obsession with not getting enough sleep. So I actually have like serious bags under my eyes. My allergies would affect my eyes mostly, so I would get really puffy eyes. And now I just have like these massive bags under my eyes. It's not a secret. I've shown them before. Like a lot of times I'll be playing games and I'll just take off my shades. But I think I look much more presentable with shades on. Okay, so it looks like everything's good. The only thing is, I wish I could move chat to this screen because I can see a lot more of chat on this screen. But this screen is where we're going to be watching the videos. So you guys, you guys are going to decide. No, not that. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness. Jack Manson, thank you for the donation. I was staring right at the screen when that happened. And it just popped up and scared the crap out of me. What do Doorags do? Doorags are a head protection piece. They are usually used to style people's hair. If you keep up your hair and you wear a do-rag during a certain occasion, it causes it to have less damage. A lot of times, women wear it while they go to sleep. It also helps with men. Well, if you have short hair, it helps with men because it allows like waves to form. If you, again, this is if you keep up with your hair. Do-rags are also a fashion statement. They used to be associated with gang mentality a lot. I don't see that a lot, but maybe it's because I don't keep up with that enough. Part of the joke of this channel was that I look like a stereotypical gangster, but I'm actually a huge nerd. So being Shady Doorags was it was supposed to be kind of ha ha ha. So what I was trying to do before I got jump scared was I was trying to show y'all where is it? This, there we go. This, and my camera is blocking part of it. You guys are going to decide which is the best Shady Doorags video of the year. Maybe. Let me see this. Maybe I should just put this over everything. Because it's already blocking chat, so I don't want my camera to get in the way. So go up here. There we go. Yeah, you guys are going to decide which is the best video of the year. So we are going to go, and we are going to watch some videos, and I keep forgetting to switch the window. Turn that back off. We are going to go. We are going to watch some videos. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to go because I have had other streaming sessions where I try to stream and do something online and then my computer's like, no, I can't take it. So if I can't watch these on YouTube, I do have all these videos saved on my computer. So I'll just watch them on my computer. We are going to watch all of them and we are going to talk about them because I'm going to talk about like the creative process behind all of them. And I'm also going to be answering questions. If you guys just want to watch the videos, the playlist is in the description. I'm going to be constantly pausing and talking over the videos and blah, blah, blah. So you're not meant to come here and watch these videos by themselves. You're meant to come here and vote and listen to me and ask questions and blah, blah, blah. So we are going to do that. And then while we do that, let's go ahead and end this other poll so I can start a different poll. We are going to end the poll. Oh, Shades defeated Doorags. Oh, I am shocked at that. Again, not a lot of people realize that the shady part of Shady Doorags is referring to my sunglasses. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to end that poll. And we're going to start a new poll. Okay. So, which video was better? Which video was better? Tear along the dotted line. And then this one. And I'm hoping this doesn't end before we get to the second video. I have no idea how this stream is going to go. Trying something completely new. It's New Year's coming up. We could do that kind of stuff. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and ask the community. And you guys can start voting. And let's start with this first video. All of your vids are good in their own right. Well, yes, they are, but I believe in superiority and competition and stuff. So, geez, Atlas just shot up. I think a lot of y'all have heard of Atlas, so let's go ahead and do this. I will keep my eye
Introducing
on the
Discover Online Privacy
I forgot about
Protection.
ads.
This person has grown up, built their life, become somebody completely different from that two-headed mouse who's now just a faded memory of once upon a time. And while she was going through all these changes, it's like I didn't have the time to do anything at all.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady.
How's the volume, you guys? Is it too loud? Is it too soft? I just turned it off right now. Where's the stream? Oh, the stream is over here. Crap. All right, it might be time to start thinking about getting a third monitor. Where'd chat go? There it is. Volume seems fine. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay. Yeah. So tear along the dotted line. This video. Well, wait. Hold on. Let me talk while the video is going.
Doorags here. So I've been getting
I should be louder than the video.
Intellectuals to talk about the show.
So I'm actually going to turn the volume down.
Or as it's known,
Because you guys should be able to hear me
Tear Along
speaking
the
over
Dotted
the
Line.
video.
This Italian show premiered
Is that what's going on?
Netflix and is apparently living rent-free in the heads of my subscribers.
Can you guys hear me
every
better
other
than the
show that
video?
Random people on the internet are passionate about. That
Or am I
makes it
distracting
my
you?
job to watch and talk about. Let me guess. This show is an adult.
Are you paying attention,
animation that
Neo?
introduces itself as a comedy.
Are you
to
looking at the
movements
sexy
letting
black
your
guy on
guard
the
down.
screen?
And then when you least expect it, it punches you in the gut with real-world feels that we grown-ups don't like to think about.
Everything's
but
good?
nonetheless
Okay.
we appreciate because it reminds us that we're not the
All
only
right.
ones in the world.
All right,
thinking
everything-
about these
everybody
types
saying
of
it's fine.
problems.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm trusting you
grateful that
guys.
We've moved on from the days of everything must be a
I'm very
Family
much
Guy
trusting you
but
guys.
This particular formula has
'Cause a
been
lot of times-
so many times. This Tear Along the Dotted
My
Line really
stream
it can do
keeps
the same
scaring
thing
me.
as
I
BoJack Horseman
pulled up
and
my
for family
stream
and a
and I
Gretzko
see
can still
two
shock me
of my
in any sort of
avatars looking at
meaningful
each other.
way. Shocking, isn't it?
So with Tear Along the Dotted Line, what was interesting about this one was I had gotten like a couple requests
Tear Along the Dotted
to
Line is
review
about an
this.
Italian named Zero
and,
narrating to the audience various stories of his life.
I was thinking
As the
about
show
looking
goes
into
on,
it.
becomes clear
Then
how
somebody
each story
on
connects
Twitter
with others via
hit me
characters,
up.
events,
They were
and
like, "Shady,
messages,
review this," and I was in a
eventually
really,
leading
really,
up to
really
the
good
conclusion
mood.
of current events in
Like I
Zero's
think
life.
they
The
asked
theme of the show is written
me
right there
and
in
Johnny
its
Two
name.
Cellos to
We all
review
have
this,
image
and I was
in
in a
our
really
heads
good
of what we
mood.
want our future
And I was
selves to
like,
be like, similar to an image on a
all right,
paper
I'll
that
do
needs
it.
to be cut
I
out.
pulled
However,
up
rather than
Netflix
cutting
right
along
then
the
and
path
there and
precisely,
just started
it's more
watching
like We're
it.
tearing along the dotted line, and when you tear, it's easy to make mistake after mistake until instead of having that perfect image you
This-
wanted, you have, well, you. So I think the place I want.
So like I said at the beginning, I was expecting. I don't like that I have to pause it, but he is distracting me now. But like I said at the beginning, I was expecting this to be like similar to BoJack Horseman, where it's like it lures you in with the comedy and then it surprises you. And it did genuinely shock me. It really caught me off guard how good it was and how much I related to it. The art style mainly like is what pulled me in so much.
I want to start with this show is the atmosphere and the aesthetic.
If you guys have any questions, I've got chat up. Just ask,
simply put,
and I'll
like real
respond.
Life, but a cartoon. Animation specializes in hyperbole, and this show seems to hit the nail on the head on exactly how much to exaggerate. The first thing that caught my eye was the art style and color scheme.
The editing here is, I do like my editing here.
Certain features are designed.
There was an issue with this, with the footage though, and I've been getting this issue in a lot of stuff. I don't know what causes it. Where certain scenes, it just won't let me put it in the video. If I try, it just completely freezes my editing software.
These designs can only exist in a cartoon. Terrell on the dotted line fits perfectly in between, where the designs definitely belong in a cartoon because they're exaggerated, but the exaggeration is done enough that you don't have to think about what it's representing in the real world. Well, maybe I'm being a bit generous because the designs remind me of my childhood. I get serious Pepperan and Kids Next Door vibes from these characters. One exaggeration that
what software do you use to edit? I use DaVinci.
All the animal replacements. Like I get why one of Zero's students is a mouse, but I don't get why his mom is a chicken or why this random person passing by is a cat. As I do more and more of these reviews, I'm noticing that I'm also caring more and more about the animation with
DaVinci Resolve, that's what it's called.
I don't mind too much that the animation is bad because it's just some random guy has forever taught me that good stories and characters take precedent and can even make
you ever get tired of your own voice?
But what I am starting to do is
when watching videos, not really. I get tired of like bad audio quality of my older videos.
There are no lazy shots.
If it's scripted, no. If it's not scripted, I do kind of get a little bit annoyed at myself because I go on tangents
as much as your ears. And considering how much they talk in this show, your eyes
which is why all my videos are scripted unless they're live streams.
I don't mean like a parent dangling keys in front of a baby just to keep them content. The movement is all done with a purpose. There's a difference between just putting.
I can tell you that I don't like outside my videos. I don't like talking just to hear myself talk.
Everything that moves and even doesn't move,
which is why I don't like making like casual conversation. I like there to be a purpose. So I don't do a whole ton of talking outside of YouTube.
Any decision you have to make becomes more serious.
Probably the other place where I talk the most outside of YouTube is obviously with my family. Yes, I'm very comfortable around my family. I talk a lot around them. But the other place would probably be like in my D&D groups.
Thoughts about everything. He seems like a really cynical jerk, but be honest, you're more
when you got a voice like Shady, how could you get tired? Yeah, I've been told that I have a very soothing voice, and I believe it. I feel like it's more nasally than it needs to be, but like I think I do pretty well with it.
Other main characters, a plethora of side characters,
and I've also been told like that my voice acting is pretty good. I'm really good at portraying the emotion I want to portray
because the show is its protagonist. Terrell on the dotted line did something that I don't know if I would have had the courage to do. It completely relied on its protagonist as much as it possibly
This legitimately blew my mind that it was one guy, one voice that was pulling me into this show. Like, not that they just used one guy, but that how well they did it.
Actually happens, but to show how Zero remembers it happening. There's this one memory where Zero, as a child, has a conversation with his friend.
Yo, D&D, I've been trying to set up a campaign for a while.
I'm sorry.
That's a hard one to do.
Initially, I rolled
because it took me a while to get it
set
set up as well.
Don't talk like that. But then it hit me. Yes, that's the
What was your favorite show you reviewed?
Adult Zero is.
One-off or otherwise. Well, my favorite shows of all time is the tie between DuckTales and Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I've reviewed both of those.
And most
so
intriguing, his voice.
That would be the answer. Immediately when you asked that question, though, Arcane came to mind. But I don't like Arcane more than I like DuckTales or Avatar. That's just a fact. I love Arcane, but not more than those two shows.
Story, every character uses some form of Zero's voice, with one exception who we'll get to later. This could have easily backfired, but thankfully the writing team and casting director knew what they were doing. Zero is the most relatable character you will ever come across in the show.
So I want to pause and show y'all something. Rewind a little bit.
Character you will ever come across in the show. They were doing. Zero is the most relatable character you will ever.
Do you hear how I stress the word "the" in that part? Let me show you again.
backfired, but thankfully the writing team and casting director knew what they were doing. Zero is the most relatable character you will ever come across in the show.
You'd be shocked how a simple line like that causes so much grief behind the scenes. Knowing when to stress the, if the is the correct word to stress, how to stress the, because I could have said the. I could have just said Zero is the and then casually said it. Stuff like that, like behind the scenes, causes a lot of equations to go on in my brain. How That's a Fact came about. That was actually my uncle came up with that. So it was a while ago. My uncle was talking about being on the internet, and my uncle was talking about being on the internet a lot because he's a Twitch streamer. But he also did YouTubing back in the day. He still has a YouTube channel, but it's not mainly what he does. But yeah, he was talking in church, and he was telling us, like, you know, people online, they discuss things, they discuss their opinions, and they constantly say, and that's a fact. And it had us rolling how he was saying it. He said it differently than how I say it. He would say something, he'd say, and that's a fact. And it just had us rolling. And I remembered that this was before I started Shady Doorags. But once I came into Shady Doorags, I was like, I'm totally stealing that that catchphrase because I think it's just so perfect. Because he's right. Like, so many people take their opinion as fact, and when you hyperbolically embrace that, I think it really works. So yeah, I'm really glad that catchphrase caught on with a lot of people. Because I was worried it would kind of feel like over the top if I didn't do it correctly.
Not the language of plumbers.
Do you prefer classic or reboot DuckTales? I don't have that many memories of classic DuckTales. I watched it a lot, but I don't have the memories of it. So I definitely prefer reboot DuckTales.
With the mouth syncing originally made for Italian. And it's not just the voice acting, but the entire presentation. Everything Zero says is done in a way that makes you completely understand his perspective. Even if he's saying something that's wrong, his use of
Hey there, I just came across your channel recently, but I'm enjoying all your stuff so far. Thanks for putting it all out there. You're very much welcome. Thank you for checking it out.
But I really thought that tweet
All y'all watching and sharing and stuff.
800 million likes. I might have been
Ironic that this scene plays when I'm talking about this. It really helps.
Much about this one character, but I'm just insanely impressed. The director, writers, and animators
just got here, but everything you made is perfect. There's no possible plausible
using the voice and perspective.
And there's no possible plausible possibility that I may or may not be wrong. I might steal that. That is a great tongue twister. There is no possible plausible possibility that I may or may not be wrong. And that's a fact.
The other day I was at a restaurant with Secco and I couldn't decide if I wanted my usual margarita.
I have issues with some of my videos, but obviously creators they constantly notice errors in their things that
in the metaphor about tearing along
that the audience would notice. Like, there is an error with like a good chunk of my videos that was there for a long time. Nobody ever said anything. I noticed it every video, and then eventually I fixed it. There's still errors like that where I'm like, I need to fix that one day, but nobody in the audience like notices it or even cares.
Still made you better than you were. It's a long way of saying the classic line, you miss every shot you don't take. Zero was so scared of missing his shots, he didn't take any. But not taking any shots still winds you up with a score
You
of
are
0.
your worst critic. The harshest critic is oneself.
Yeah,
if you take your art seriously, or whatever you're doing seriously, because you see all the possible flaws. People don't come in looking at your work looking for flaws unless they themselves are critics. And even then, they're not going to necessarily catch everything. You know, you're aware, I shouldn't say you know, but you're aware of what you want to make. Freaking ads. Okay, hold on. Let me turn on.
GeorgiaAccess.gov will connect you with resources.
I normally don't do this for other people's stuff. Like, I support their work, but this is my stuff.
Realizes that in fear of making a mistake, he ceased tearing altogether and just held the piece of paper in his hand. A realization that made him feel awful because just holding
I should blacklist my own self. Are you closer to becoming a VTuber? Mentally, yes. Mentally, I'm very closer to becoming a VTuber. Jaden Animation became a VTuber, and her avatar looks amazing. and it made me really, really jealous. So I want to try to stream more. One of the things I got for Christmas was an Elgato 4K 60s Plus, and that's like really inspiring me to like get more work done. So part of my New Year's resolution is like to do a bunch of different stuff with that. I would love to become a VTuber though. Like I don't hate the way I look. I think I look pretty awesome, but I know narcissistic, but it's true.
When Alice is first
but
introduced as a character,
I just like
says he met her
animated
when he
avatars.
was 17, but he hasn't heard her voice in months. Which
I always see interviews where musicians, and I mean like big time ones, and they say they hate looking at their old work because they feel they want to go back and fix and improve on it. I understand that mentality. I don't know if I'd say I hate it, but it does make me cringe. Because, like, in my old BoJack videos, I speak so slowly. And other people probably don't care. But I'm like, I specifically make myself speak faster because I don't like
I said,
how slowly I was doing it back then.
Punches you right in the gut. Despite seeing something like this coming, it was still very effective.
That's a fair point. Jade's avatar doesn't look really good, or does look really good, but it's not like we don't enjoy seeing your real face as more of a personal connection than a character. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were a little upset at Jaden because a lot of them like seeing her real face.
I'm the kind of person where if I wind up dead,
it has nothing to do with like I think the audience will like it better. I mean, I've set up this whole thing so it's very presentable. Like I've got lights, I've got a camera, I've got this whole setup. It's just that I'm attracted to the thought of being a VTuber, of having an animated avatar that reacts to my emotions.
This has always been a subject I've been uncomfortable with discussing on.
And I know if I ever made my avatar, it would probably be easier than other people's avatars because my avatar doesn't have a mouth, and his eyes are very simple.
If I did try to help, I would most.
Would you consider making content based on some of your D&D campaigns?
And figure out a way to solve your problem.
Not anytime soon, but yes. I love D&D content. I watch XP to level 3. I would watch Puffin Forest if you would upload more. I love Puffin Forest's videos.
Situation makes this
but I wouldn't do it now.
I envy him because it's in second.
Because there are some things like I can't get away with, and they're like, you know, I would love to evolve into a channel that can talk about whatever he wants and get away with it. But people come to your channel for a certain reason. People are looking for cartoon reviews, story reviews, etc. There are things I can start to branch out to and get away with. Like if I started doing video games, I could get away with that. D&D, I have less of a chance of getting away with. I can still get away with it. You know, I could probably, a lot of my audience might like it, but I have less of a chance of getting away with it.
Gotta appreciate when someone successfully gets out of the 9 to 5. Out of all the characters, Seko seems the happiest with his life, or at the very least, the most content. He's also constantly
asking people if they want to get ice cream. Once said, I guess you could call it a failure, but I prefer the term learning experience.
Which I think is supposed to be his way of trying to cheer people up.
I mean, I don't really consider my past videos failures, like even the ones that didn't do well. So failures are learning experiences. Oh, Sarah, we're supposed to be talking about the video. I really wanted to like this character. Like when she first came onto the scene, I was like, oh, she's adorable and she's getting Zero to shut up. Like I love that. But throughout the whole show, she was constantly right. And it really was the bathroom scene that lost me.
Sarah rightly says, why should he be the one to
I'm a much smaller channel, but I make content similar to yours. I struggle with anxiety while recording, so I appreciate the tips about pronunciation. Recording is the most anxiety-inducing thing. Okay, for me, writing the script is the hardest. Writing the script is the hardest. Editing takes the most time. But recording, which is easy and takes very little time, is the thing I hate doing the most. I hate recording so much because, like, part of it is that I'm an introvert and recording is an extrovert activity. But I mean, streaming is kind of an extrovert activity. But the main thing is that once you record, you are dedicating to that script. Like there are some lines here and there you can change, but it's very difficult to like go back and change a whole script if you change your mind. And once it's recorded, to me, that's like the set in
Zero,
stone
however,
time.
doesn't
Obviously, I
bring
could
this
go
up
back and
because he feels
re-record it, but
defeated that he
I don't
can't
want
complain about
to.
something. And so Sarah wins the argument.
So,
As
like, my
always,
brain, like,
I really try to give this
procrastinates
character leeway because
recording.
there could be
It's like,
artistic
oh, you can do that
reasons for
tomorrow. You can do that tomorrow. Like,
conversational victories.
you need to be in a
This is
good
perspective
mood.
shot, though, so
One of
it
the
is
models I
possible that
have
she isn't
for
actually
work
always
is
right. It's
there's
just that
never a
Sarah
good time to
remembers her
record
always being
because
right.
a
Another
lot of times I like to
possibility is
wait
that
until I'm in a
Sarah is
certain
supposed to be
mindset before I
reason
start
throughout
doing
the show.
stuff
So
like writing
naturally,
scripts
she's
or
going to say
editing
things
because
that
that
the show
reflects in my
agrees with,
work.
and with only
I
6
am
episodes,
never
she
in a
won't
good
get much
mindset
time
to
to fully
record
flesh herself
ever.
out
I
as a
just have to
character.
do it.
But even with these possibilities, it more so feels like the real Zero just really likes Sarah.
You ever
and
heard
went
of
a
Zero
little too
Punctuation?
merry
His
with
speech
her.
style was
The
an
only fault she
accident
seems to have is
habit
that
he
she's the only
had
character who
during
doesn't
recording.
have her
Yes,
dream
I
job
have
at
heard
the
of
end
him.
the
I've seen
show,
a lot of
but
his
that's not
videos.
enough to balance out the glowing
It's like
spotlight
public
that's
speaking, but alone.
constantly shining on
I'm
her.
actually
I mean,
better
even
at
the finals, the
public
three friends
speaking
walking away
than
together,
I am
it's Sarah who
with
puts her arms around Zero
with a
and
mic
Seko.
because
So, did you
I
forget
like
that Zero is the
entertaining
main
people.
character
That's the
and
thing.
that
I
he
am
was the one
introverted,
connecting
so
these
I don't
two
really
within the
like
story? I'm pretty sure Sarah
socializing
didn't
with
say a single
people,
word
but
to
I
Seko
like
throughout all
entertaining
6
them and making
episodes.
them
So this
laugh.
really comes across as just trying to make her look
The thing is, when you're recording, there is no audience, which you think might make it better, but it makes me feel
the last character
like
worth
really
talking about
silly.
is the armadillo.
Like I'm just screaming. Like you've heard me scream in these videos. I'm here doing this to the mic, like and it was worse when I actually lived with people because they would hear me screaming and talking into the mic, and it's just awkward. Like even if you're not doing anything ridiculous, it's awkward that you're talking into a microphone and not to people.
Look, working on a construction site would be much
I saw your channel a while ago
That
with
is
the
some
King of the Hill
maximum
videos.
levels
I
of
was
irony
locked
right
in
there.
as
I
a
love it. I think
subscriber
it's brilliant.
after seeing your
But you know
Kim
what's
Possible and
funny?
Little Mermaid
Even the
videos.
armadillo
Your internet
isn't
shelf
right
videos are
all the time
hilarious.
like
Oh,
Sarah is, despite
we will
being
get to the
Zero's
internet shelf
conscious.
videos, but
He was the
man,
one who told Zero to go
I can tell you right
south
now,
for
I
2 weeks,
love
which
the
we later
internet
found
shows.
out had
I do.
massive consequences. I think that's the
If you've
point,
seen the
though.
old ones,
In the
I
end,
started
the
those years
armadillo
ago, and I
is just
never
Zero,
got them
so
out of my
he's
head.
still going to make
It's
wrong
just such a
choices.
fun thing to do to just find a movie and then just summarize it like that.
We'll think about tomorrow.
I think it helps.
Scenario, we'll do it all again.
All in all, Terrell on the
I'm
Dotted
talking
Line
a
is
lot.
going down
My
the
voice
list
is
of
very
amazing
dry.
adult animations I've gotten to experience. It's smart.
My
clever,
voice is
funny,
dry.
talks
No,
about
my throat is
issues I
dry.
appreciate,
Good grammar
and
there,
left a
Shady.
great impression
I think it
on
helps
me
to
as
have
soon
in
as I
mind
laid my
speaking
eyes
to
on it.
someone you
Thanks
know.
for recommending
When I
me this,
record, I
guys.
try to think I'm talking to my
Definitely
siblings,
right
my
up my
kids, or
alley.
my friends. That's an
This has
interesting
been Shady
tip.
Doorags. So long. Farewell.
For me, it's a simple
Happy
matter
to
of goodbye. For me, it's just a simple matter of believing what I'm saying, and I know that doesn't work for everybody. Okay, so that was the first video. Who is currently winning? Hold on, shut up, Qatar. Who is currently winning? Terrell on the Dotted Line is winning. Okay, that was the first video that was released in January. When was this video released? This was also released in January. So a little thing about what happened with videos during January. Actually, this happened between November and June. This happened. I fell into a script writing funk, and it was really difficult to write long form scripts. I would have came out with a lot more videos back then if that hadn't happened. So I think I found out why, which is why between like July and November, I felt that things picked up a little bit, but, I'm hoping to really avoid that because my goal for 2022 was 200,000 subscribers. And I made it halfway there. I could have hit that 200K if I just kept releasing videos, but I fell into that funk. So this was the first Avatar video of the year. I'm going to be doing a lot more of these. I was trying not to like flood the channel with these the same way I tried not to flood it with the Miraculous videos. Because I want to put like substance between like the videos that I like doing but aren't really that popular. This video only got 16K views. So I try to spread stuff like that out. I will probably not be doing that as much this year because that new Avatar thing is coming out, and I'll probably want to talk about it. And B, I want to get through this show. I want to get through. There's some episodes I really want to talk about, and it's taking me forever to get to those episodes. All right, so this is the first video, and let's see if it is better than the Terrell on the Dotted Line one.
I'm unsure about all this.
Yeah,
That might be because I don't know anything at all about the spirit world.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Winter solstice.
Out of curiosity, what's your favorite word? Mine has to be enigma. For the longest time, it was circumspect.
Supposed to be the great bridge between man
but
and spirit. So naturally, the villagers
I don't
turn
think
to
that's
Aang
true
for help.
anymore.
To make matters worse, the winter solstice is only a few days away, meaning that if
My
Aang doesn't
favorite
wrap this up
word.
quickly,
I will have
something
to get
even
back
more
to you on
devastating could
that.
happen.
Circumspect wasn't for the
Unfortunately, Aang has
longest
absolutely
time,
no
though.
idea what he's doing and winds up being yanked into the spirit world. Meanwhile, Iroh gets captured by earthbending soldiers, and his only hope is for Zuko to come rescue him. This episode is a major game changer. I mean, those aren't rare when it comes to Atla episodes, but this one's like Pearl Harbor. There's just non-stop bomb dropping. Let's
Nobody
start with
called
the
me out
nature
on that
of the
joke.
show.
I don't
mean,
think.
the actual literal nature of the show.
I think the
This episode is the
Nagasaki
first we get to
bomb
Atla's
drop
pro
joke,
nature stance. What
like,
causes the
was
Aang
way
to land in
worse.
the village in the first place is that they see a
What
large
does
part of
art
the
stand
forest
for in
has
these
been
reviews?
burned
The
down by Fire
Avatar.
Nation. In case you haven't been paying attention, Aang, our good guy protagonist, is very
Wait,
close
hold on.
with
I
animals
used to
and
know this.
nature. Sokka and Katara also
The
good
awesome
guys, but
Avatar
not close to
retrospective
nature like
thingy.
Aang is, don't disrespect
There's
them
a-
either. They understand
there's
that
a,
nature is a part of the world they live
an
in.
intro
You can see
video in the
Iroh, a character
playlist.
who's
It's
presented
the first
as
video in the
wise,
playlist.
being kind to an animal he finds. All of these aspects are pointing to a common message: respect nature. The Fire Nation is the most technologically advanced of the four nations, while simultaneously being the most reckless when it comes to nature. The audience is already well aware that most humans in the show dislike the Fire Nation's actions.
I really
but
can't
this
wait
act
until I
makes
get to
them
the
a
first
threat on
episode
more
that I
levels.
actually hate.
Looking at
That-
this, you can
that's
see
gonna be
that
so much fun.
objectively, the Fire Nation's actions are wrong. What they do harms humans, nature, and even spirits. Now, that's not to say that Atla is anti-technology or anti-progress. In fact, later episodes will demonstrate that progress through technological means is definitely a good thing. It's just that the Fire Nation, in their pursuit to make their own lives better, are negligent of everything else around them.
Your rag
which
looking
is
a little loose.
spot-on
What you got
metaphor
cooking
for
under
how
there?
humans in general
Nothing.
can
I literally
recycle
just got a
advancing
haircut.
tech.
Land doesn't slide uphill. Those rocks didn't move naturally. My uncle's been captured by earthbenders.
Up until this point, nothing and no one has been more
So a trick I sometimes use is I use the media I'm talking about to transition to the next subject. Like if you go back here,
in general can lose sight when advancing in tech.
I wasn't talking about Zuko at all, and then I plant him here. I don't do that a lot in other videos, but I find I have to do it more in Avatar videos because the Avatar videos are much quicker reviews. Have you taken inspiration for some of these art videos from overanalyzing Avatar? No, I've heard of that series, but I've never watched it because I didn't hear about it until after I started doing the series, and I didn't want to be influenced by it. If I know I'm going to review something, I try to avoid like other reviews of it because I don't want to be influenced by it. And then after I'm done, I go and check out those reviews. Will you ever talk about moral oral? That's a question I get a lot, and I say I don't know. I can tell you I'm not going to do moral oral anytime soon because moral oral hits a personal spot for me. When it comes to topics, it's about, you know, how religious households affect people and stuff like that, and that's stuff I was personally involved in, and I would have to deal with some stuff personally before I could like talk about it publicly.
Just makes you want to be on his team. The biggest bomb drop of the episode, however, is the reveal that the universe of Atla has a spirit world. I mean, we've had hints up until now that there's a mystical element to the show, but an entire world filled with different.
Oh, suddenly art is
makes
winning.
a lot more interesting. To save on time,
This
I'm
is
just gonna go
neck
down
and
the
neck.
list of all the things we learned about the spirit world in this one episode. 1, it exists. 2,
What
some
makes
spirits
this
get into
video
the
better
physical
than
world
Tear
as well
Along
as
the
travel
Dotted Line?
back
I'm
to the spirit
curious.
world. 3, it's the Avatar's job to bridge the gap between man and spirit. 4, the solstice is a day where the spirit world and the physical world are right on top of each other. 5, people can enter the spirit world either physically like Sokka did or spiritually like Aang did. 6, one
Will
cannot
art
bend
continue?
in the
You
spirit
haven't done one of these in a
world
long
because
time, and they don't get
requires
as many
chi
views as
and
your other
spirits have no
content.
body.
Yes,
7,
it will.
Roku's dragon is there. Most are going to assume that he's dead, which leads to the conclusion that
You'll
some,
probably
if
get an
not
art
all, dead
video
creatures
very
wind
soon.
up
I've
in
had the
spirit
next
world.
episode
Despite
script
being dead,
written
Avatar
down for the
Roku
longest
is
time.
not in
I've
the
just been
spirit
waiting for a
world,
good time
or
to
at
record
least
it.
Not in a place reachable.
Yo,
to
Shady, will you
dragon
ever
and
talk about
Aang.
Buckley's
9,
Angel episode
spirits
or
have a
Purse
unique
episode
way
King of
of
the Hill? I
communicating
mean,
thought,
if
which
it's
is how
King of the
Aang
Hill
is
and
able
it's
to by
a known
one.
episode,
10,
there's a good chance
most
I will
humans
talk
can't
about
see
it
into the spirit
eventually.
world, but some humans like Iroh can. 11.
What are you talking about Codename Kids Next Door? I've had an idea for Codename Kids Next Door for a while.
Was only acting out because the force in the physical world, aka his home, got burned away. This means what happens in the physical world has an effect on the spiritual.
I can tell you I want to,
is most likely true
but
as well. And if all
I just
that
don't
wasn't
have
enough,
find the
while
right
in the
timing.
spirit world, Aang learns that Roku has
Hey Shady, your King of the Hill videos are my favorite.
but he
They're
can only
great.
Get that message if he speaks to Roku directly by going to
yeah.
a temple in the fire
a lot
region
of
before the
people
sun
feel
sets
that way.
on the day of the solstice, which is in one day. My goodness
I'm hoping the
gracious,
Flash
it
Museum
doesn't seem
episode.
like a whole lot
Man,
when you're
I was.
watching it, but when you sit down, analyze and
HBO
review
Max
it,
is
it
taking
really
away
shows
Justice
how
League and
much
Justice
info
League
was
Unlimited.
crammed
And I'm
into
like,
this episode.
why?
And yet the
Like, I
episode
just
still flows
found
so
out
naturally.
that they
None of
had
these
that
feels rushed.
stuff.
It's all introduced to you
Bleb,
organically.
thank you very
A couple of minor
much.
things I wanna call
Hope you have a
attention
good New
to. I
Year's,
like how
man.
Aang
Much
mentions
love.
there's
Thank you.
more to
Thank you
being
very
the
much.
Avatar than just
Appreciate
learning
it.
to bend the elements, and that there's no
And
one
you
to
too
do
as
it.
well.
I like how this old guy instantly has faith in Aang just because he's the Avatar. Even as Aang clearly has no idea what to do, Aang constantly
I've seen
messes
every
up.
King of the Hill
It
episode well over 100
intentionally
times.
shows that
Now
Aang's
here's a
legacy
shocker.
is what some
I've
people
seen
believe
every
is, not his
Futurama
actual
episode.
skill.
I have
Which
not
would
seen
be a
every
very
King of the
stupid
Hill
moment
episode.
If the point of this wasn't to show that Aang
Like, I
has no
started
idea what
watching
he's
King of
doing.
the Hill, but
I
some of the
love
early
seeing
episodes
where Aang
frustrated
learns that
me.
he's in the spirit world. The color scheme on Aang is similar to everything around him, but as he tries to
And
talk
King
to
of the
Katara,
Hill,
the
like
sun rises and the
Futurama,
color on
like
everything
never really
but
got to
him
that point. Like
changes.
there
It's
have
a
been
great
episodes
way
that
to shock
frustrated
the
me in
audience
Futurama,
visually
but
and allow them
not
to
in a
realize what
cringe way.
happened just as Aang figures it out. And finally, I absolutely love this line.
It's 5 against 2. You're clearly outnumbered.
That's true. But you are clearly outmatched.
All in all, this is one of the most
That might be
important
my
episodes in this
second
book.
favorite
It's
line
handled
in the
very
entire
well,
series.
especially since it was hidden in a mini adventure that the
Shady,
Boomerang
do you
Squad
watch
didn't
anime?
necessarily
And if
have
so,
to come
what's your
across.
favorite? This is
You
a
learn
common
lot
question
about
I
the
get.
characters and lore
I
of the
used
world,
to
all while
watch
the plot
anime.
is
I used to be a
progressing forward.
heavy anime
Really,
fan.
What more can you ask for in an episode? This has
But
been
I
Shady
fell
Doorags.
out of it because I
So
watched
long.
like 3 shonen in a row where the
I've
filler
been
was
listening.
just awful, and it
Goodbye.
watching those 3 in a row really got me out of watching anime. My favorite anime has been Detective Conan, and I think Digimon is a close second. But those are the 2 videos. The first 2 videos. Bring this up. So we've got to declare a winner here. I hope you guys voted because I'm about to close this thing. And the winner with 4% is Art the Spirit World. Oh, man. Terrell on the dotted line was winning for so long, and then Art just, with that come from behind win, probably because, Art got played second. All right, so I've been thinking about like watching more anime, but I'm trying to get into it. Like if Crunchyroll would just put Detective Conan back on or would just put Detective Conan on Crunchyroll, like if they would just put it up, that could probably get me back into anime. For some reason, my sinuses are acting up. I think it's because I'm talking a lot. All right, so we got to start another poll here. I will play the next video while I get this. Wait, what are the next 2 videos? Okay, yeah, I remember. I don't want to start the next video yet. I want to do the poll first. Okay, start a poll. Which video is better? Let's see. All right, and go. All right, back to you. Speaking of copyright, let me check the stream to make sure because I'm playing my own videos. I might get flagged for copyright.
Nor do I want
Even though they're my videos and I'm
Hello,
allowed
how
to
you
do
Shady
this.
Doorags here. Encanto. Holy dodongos, was I wrong about this movie. When I first saw the trailer, I thought this was gonna be a run-of-the-mill and very forgettable story. At best, I figured it would anger people like Riot did. And quite frankly, I'm still surprised at how good it turned out. I mean, how many stories about being special have we been told?
Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no one is.
But sadly, my dear viewer, while I may be the 920th most entertaining person you'll ever see, even I sometimes get things wrong. I know, it seems impossible, but alas, it's true.
I'm gonna review Static Shock probably someday. I'm slowly getting into more superhero stuff, which I'm very happy with.
The story relies way too much on because magic.
So I would love to like kind of repay that a visit, but
telling Peppa the secret,
we'll see. We'll see. It's very likely
when she gets upset. But even with its
because I love superhero shows, and the fact that people are gave that Teen Titans video such a positive reception is great.
It does feel groundbreaking with the steps Disney took with it.
Shady, could you please make a review about how Sonic X did Knuckles dirty? Well, Sonic X was my introduction to Sonic, so probably I'm probably not the best person for that.
Yep, I'm definitely doing this out of duty and not because Isaac Carlson makes bank on every Encanto video.
I know everyone says this, but One Piece. If you can watch the Arlong Park, you'll be hooked. I was hooked on One Piece. You know what got me unhooked on One Piece? Dressrosa.
Nope.
The Dressrosa art got me unhooked to One Piece because the story was fine. I'm pretty sure like in the manga it's fine, but in the anime the pacing is awful in Dressrosa. It is just awful, and it was building up bad pacing for a while.
Talk about the moral or something.
Off-screen Shady.
Yeah, talk about the moral.
Some people ask me to bring this character back.
That's not the most cliche YouTube video in the world. All right, smart guy, what's your idea?
I always love the joke where somebody off-screen is talking to me. I always feel proud of that.
And how it applies to our own lives. We'll get into all that momentarily, but first, a quick recap. After losing her home and
thoughts
her
on
husband,
Cadmus
Abuela
arc
Magical,
from
whom
Justice League Unlimited.
a magic candle that allowed her family.
I mean, I love pretty
Through
much
the
all of
candle
Justice
magic,
League
her family
Unlimited.
obtained
So
a sentient house, and each of her
I think it's
descendants, when
fantastic,
they
and I think it
age, receive
ends
a magical power known as
like
a gift. Decades
pretty
later,
much
Mirabelle
perfectly.
Magical comes of age, but isn't given a gift by the candle for reasons. As a result,
Trigun was Man of Steel done right.
To be seen as special as they are.
I love
Eventually, Mirabelle
Trigun.
discovers that the magic her family relies on is fading, as is everything that came with it. So she sets out to fix the magic, save her family,
Green
and
paper.
hopefully improve herself as a magical along the way. Now, given that
Green
summary,
paper is a
you
major
think the lesson of the
inspiration to
movie is
every
going to be
video I
about how
make.
Mirabelle is special just the way she is, and she, along with her family, need to realize that. And yeah, that lesson is definitely there. But to my surprise, it isn't the only moral, and I'd even argue it takes a back.
Every anime turning into a harem is what killed my love of anime, though I still love JoJo.
She has special interactions with a few select members.
I have no
Let's start
problem with
her sister.
harems if they're done like in a funny way. I actually enjoy
In her journey
harems.
to save the family, Mirabelle has two moments where she needs something.
I know it's
from one
early,
of her
but what
sisters.
was one of your
At the
favorite
beginning of the
jokes you
movie,
made
she
this
needs
year?
information from
Mine
Louisa
is the
so she
green
can
paper.
figure
Well,
out the next
green
step
paper
she
wasn't
needs
this
to
year; it
take.
was
And
last
just
year.
Before the climax of the movie, Mirabelle needs to embrace Isabella because she.
This year, my favorite joke was
However, instead of giving her what she asked for, both
the
sisters revealed
fangirl
something about
scream
themselves
of
that
Darkwing
Mirabelle
Duck.
hadn't been aware of. Louisa
That's
she's
definitely
tied
my
her
favorite joke
self-worth
from
to
this
her
year.
strength, and she's terrified of the magic fading because she's not someone who's supposed to fall.
So your Teen Titans video got a lot of views when you do a video on Batman the Animated Series. It is possible. I'm delving into superheroes, as you guys have seen. So far, Teen Titans is the one that seems to have like stuck with people.
Isabella reveals that
The Justice League one didn't do that well. It did all right, but it didn't get anywhere near the Teen Titan views.
In fact, she doesn't even know the life she wants. She never tried branching out or experimenting.
There will
with
more
her
than
wants
likely be
because
like
that's
another
not
Teen
something
Titans
a
video
perfect person would
in
do.
January, because I'm very much aware people have asked for more of that.
Encanto is showing the Madrigals what makes Mirabelle special, but it's also teaching her a lesson.
Batman Brave and the Bold. Now that is less likely.
All about
because like I would lean more towards the DCAU and as well as Teen Titans. I know Teen Titans isn't part of the DCAU.
Achieved a highly regarded image, but they had to give up a lot
but,
to obtain and maintain.
Like, I personally didn't watch Batman the Brave and the Bold that much because it was very different from what I knew to be Batman. Like, I know there are plenty of different iterations of Batman, but that was very different from what I knew. So at the time, I just didn't watch it that much.
No one expects Mirabelle to be exceptional.
The Justice League one didn't land. That sucks. I love that one. Well, it did fine. It's just it didn't do like
know what comes with the
it didn't do like super super people want to see more of it. If I reviewed another episode of Justice League, there's a very good possibility that it could shoot up. Because that's what happened with King of the Hill. The Justice League Christmas episode did the same numbers that the original King of the Hill video did, and then I did another King of the Hill video, and that shot up in views. So it could just be like I chose the wrong episode.
Fix her family, though she starts out blind to the rest of the family.
Is weird considering I chose the Christmas episode during Christmas.
Her priorities shift. Saving the magic becomes.
See what happens when I do holiday episodes at the right time.
Isabella feel better. She comforts
See what happens?
letting her know that at the very least, she thinks her sister is overdoing herself, and encourages Isabella in the new lifestyle she's trying.
You do better than Blockbuster. There's even an episode with Kevin Conroy and Adam West. Oh, that would be. I've never heard of that.
She set out for in the first place. Louisa confides in her the information about the magic, and Isabella gives her a genuine embrace, strengthening the magic of the candle. In understanding their perspective and focusing on empathizing with them,
Teen Titans is the new King of the Hill. It might be. Teen Titans beat King of the Hill in numbers. Like, I can see things getting up to King of the Hill numbers. Teen Titans beat King of the Hill. I was shocked at that. I was very proud of that joke. Hold on, I want to see that again. I was very proud of that joke.
The happiness of the magical family is the whole point of the movie. Of course, the sisters aren't the only ones with misunderstood perspectives. When the story gets to Bruno, the black sheep of the family,
all the jokes that I put in my videos make me crack up.
He was outcast.
I think I'm the funniest guy on the face of the planet.
With his bad prophecies and weird behavior.
Would you react to Japanese anime movie? Nope. I would. It's free on YouTube. I am scared to do anything anime related on YouTube. There's
plenty of media that talks about how powerful wrong misconceptions can be when it comes
that was weird.
Specifically.
The weird purple light on my background matched the one from the live stream for a second. That was weird. But I'm scared to touch anything anime related for
times now, so you know the answer to that question.
For YouTube purposes, because Japan is not friendly with their copyright stuff.
Even Alma has her.
They just completely ignore American fair use laws.
Directly that the final act needed to fix things is that Mirabelle needs to empathize with Alma specifically.
You lost your home.
No, I haven't dropped any frames. Okay.
All alone.
I'm very happy with that because I'm not sure how much my bandwidth can handle because I don't have a ton of bandwidth because it's just me doing internet stuff here. So sometimes when I try to do like really big streaming stuff, my bandwidth's like, no, you need to get better bandwidth if you want to do that.
Just like everyone
so I'm very happy that it seems to be holding out.
She did, as do most antagonists in our own lives.
Eric, no need for the all caps.
You
can start with Sonic X, like every 4Kids production. The difference is day and night.
I appreciate the other lesson more.
If I were to do something Sonic related, it would more than likely be either the Sonic cartoon that just came out, because a lot of people are talking about that, or Sonic Boom, because I really like Sonic Boom.
Deserves to have their perspective heard.
What about reacting to some Beavis and Butthead?
Empathy.
I might have to just because it's Mike Judge, but I have no interest in Beavis and Butthead. I have interest in Daria, and I'm very close to just flat out buying the episodes because a lot of streaming, like no streaming service has Daria for some reason. All right, so far, the second video is winning.
Perfect.
This one. This is my biggest gripe with Encanto. So with this video, the last video with Encanto did not do as well as I thought it was going to do. Because every Encanto video I had seen, like, broke records with how good they did. What's her name? Cell Specs. Cell Specs, her Encanto video had 1 million views in less than a month, and we have a lot of the same followers. So I thought my Encanto video was going to do something like that, and it didn't. After that first Encanto video, I was like, some people were like, hey, we actually want to hear your nitpicks of Encanto. And I was like, bump it. I don't have anything to lose. The first video didn't do that well. This video did so much better. My goodness. This video got King of the Hill numbers. And I was so shocked because it was a specific topic. And this happened with B-Stars too, where I did a general video on B-Stars, which I thought was really well done, and it didn't do that well. And then I did a follow-up video on a very specific topic from B-Stars, just as a like kind of side thing, and it did much better. And I'm like, what? It is kind of naive of me because this video is negative, and negativity tends to do better on YouTube than positivity. The other video was positive, so.
The family
Analysis on the console was really big in general, mainly because of how deep it hits for people with family toxicity. Yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect movie, but I think what it does really, really well.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady
And just
Doorags
look
here.
at it.
In my
It's
previous video
amazing
on
to
Encanto,
just
I made a
look
simple
at
joke
and
about
listen
how
to.
Nobody wants to see me nitpick a movie that everyone loves. Then all of you posted in the comments about how you wanted to see me nitpick a movie that everyone loves. I suppose I should be happy that
this part right here is always interesting. When I want to get something on screen, I have to think of how to do it, because I could just post it and nothing. I could have it do what I did here, where they pop up one by one and I put a sound effect, and then I have to think about how do I get it off the screen? Do I just have it fade out or just pop out? And in this instance, I chose to just move them out. A lot of other YouTubers will criticize when things just pop up on the screen. Like the way I do my videos in here, where I just pop from a scene from the show to my avatar. A lot of YouTubers would criticize you on that because it's not a seamless transition. I think it's fine. I've seen a lot of other YouTubers who I watch do stuff like that, and they'll slowly change to the newer style, but I'm like, I was perfectly fine with the old style.
comments about how you wanted to see me nitpick a movie that everyone loves. I suppose I should.
What kind of creators do you watch?
Intellectuals are willing to listen to any of my
mostly
opinions,
reviews
even
and
popular
comedic
ones,
stuff.
But I'm too blinded by the fact that you showed the world that I.
The YouTube I watch the most is
as punishment,
Killian Experience.
To my 920th birthday party.
And I watch a lot of Many a True Nerd as well, but I watch Many a True Nerd's like old
a lot of good
stuff.
things to say about it. This isn't like Raya where I really want to tear into it. I'm genuinely happy about how much people are enjoying and praising Encanto. I just don't think it comes even close to being perfect. I compare Encanto
Well, the popping
to
is fine
movies
there,
like
but,
Sonic
like-
the Hedgehog and Godzilla vs. Kong. They're
Like what I'm
close to
talking about,
being
like, is
perfect. I compare
right
Encanto-
here. You see how it goes from the show to the
Even
just
close to
me
being
standing in the middle of the
perfect. I
screen. A lot of YouTubers will criticize that. Like if you watch like Just Stop's videos, his avatars are constantly moving around the screen, and that's something that Just a Robot does now too. Where his avatar is constantly moving. I think Just a Robot kind of does a little too much. Actually, I would say a lot too much. There's too much movement in Jar's recent videos. But me, I'm like, I thought about it. I'm like, I don't really want to do that. I just prefer to have my avatar
Comparing
just
Encanto to movies like Sonic the Hedgehog.
stay. I
and
don't mind
Godzilla
things
vs.
moving
Kong.
around though,
There
around
are
him.
very obvious flaws, but it pleases.
Sometimes
his
he
target
will
audience so
slide in
much, it kind of
just to
feels
give some,
pointless
like,
to make a big deal out of them.
dynamic
There's
to the
also fact that
videos,
Encanto
just
doesn't
to,
feel
you
like
know,
just
switch
another
things up
cash
a little
grab.
bit.
The passion behind this project is definitely there. The people who made this film didn't just want to make money; they wanted to make something good. Honestly, I'm a lot more forgiving.
Big shock.
when it comes
People
to those
love hot
types of work.
takes.
With all that being said,
I hope
you
so.
guys
I
asked
do
for
have
some
a hot
nitpicks,
take I'm
so
planning
I'll
for
gladly
January.
talk about one of the things that bothered me the most
It
throughout
might
this
actually.
movie. That
I'm
being
always
relationship
debating about hot
between
takes because, you
Mirabelle
know,
and
you can
Isabella.
lose subscribers
I'm
with
gonna
hot
start this
takes.
conversation by saying I appreciate what Encanto wanted to do with these two.
And I
characters.
used to, when I
This
did
is actually a
BoJack
topic that
Horseman,
speaks to
my
a
hot
personal
takes would
part of my
often
life.
lose me
I've
subscribers.
been in a relationship
but
where I believe the other person lived an easy
I don't.
life,
I
and
can't
somewhat
think of a
resented them
time
for it. I've also
Have
been
I
in a
ever backed
relationship
down
where
from a
someone
hot
told me
take?
they believed I lived
Yeah,
an easy
because
life
some of
and they
them did get
resented
too
me for
political,
it.
and
So
I was like,
very
I don't
grateful
want to
that
get that
Disney
political.
wholeheartedly tried to portray both these perspectives in a fair manner that doesn't demonize either, but instead shows how.
Yeah, I
both
like the
can
Avatar that
improve.
way too. I feel
Keyword there
too much
being
movement
tried.
distracts
I approve
you
of the
from
thought,
what's being
but the
said.
execution
Yeah,
needs
me
a bit
too.
of work.
But the thing is, like,
Obviously, Mirabelle
YouTube
doesn't
is
think too fondly
it's a
of
video,
Isabelle.
so it's a
Why?
visual medium.
Well, if you pay
So people
attention
say
to
all the
everything
time,
Mirabelle says
your
and
eyes
does,
should
it's
constantly
because
be
Isabella was
engaged.
basically
And I
born
kind of agree with
perfect, and
them,
Mirabelle
which
resents
is
her
why I
for
have
it.
my background. My background is constantly moving, so you don't have to worry about that.
Mirabelle thinks Isabella's perfect lifestyle has caused her sister to be unable to see things from a normal person's perspective, thus making her a prima donna.
I think that's actually like it's a well-known, but also a good way to like
Also, Mirabelle
shortcut
is
the
very obviously
keeping
jealous.
people's eyes
I might not
engaged
be
thing.
effortlessly perfect like Señorita Perfecta Isabela, who's never even had a bad hair day, but
Okay, cool. Now let me ask you this. Why would someone watching the movie not like Isabella? Well, since the movie is from Mirabelle's perspective, more than likely.
The
it
weird
should
thing
be
about
for
this
the same
is
reason as
Isabella is my
Mirabelle.
favorite character in this
Kind of,
movie.
but not really. In the eyes of the audience,
And she has my
Isabelle's
favorite song in this
unlikability
movie,
isn't
too.
because of her perfection. It comes from her attitude. If you dislike this character, it's more than likely because she was ridiculously mean.
Like the
to
main thing
Mirabelle.
to take away from this video is that I think Isabella was portrayed unfairly. Like I know what they were trying to do with her, but they didn't portray her side of the argument fairly.
Lifestyle. So that means her attitude is something that could come from that background, right? To find out why Isabella is so mean, we have to shift over to her perspective. From her point of view,
Luisa is
Isabella
mine.
has
Yeah,
every
Luisa's is a
right
lot
to
of
dislike
people's.
Mirabelle,
A lot of
because if
people
Mirabelle just
really
moved her
related to
place,
Luisa.
all
That
Isabella's
surprised
efforts
Disney.
would come to
Disney did
fruition.
not think that was going to
I've been
happen.
stuck being perfect my whole entire life, and literally the only thing you have ever done for me is mess things up.
And
I
here's where
love
my
the
nitpick
concept
comes
of
in.
suffering
What the
Paragon,
story
so that's part of the
wants us to
reason.
believe
And
is
I
that
also
Isabella
love,
has a history with Mirabelle, that she has had constant moments.
also
in her
love,
life where she's
like,
working hard at being perfect,
uppity
and
people
Mirabelle messed it
if
up
they've
for her on a
earned that
consistent
position.
basis. This history
If
would,
people
from
who used to watch
Isabelle's
my old
perspective,
Miraculous videos will
justify
tell
her
you, like,
behavior
Chloe was my
towards
favorite
Mirabelle.
character.
So she's gotten to a point where she's fed up with playing nice, but it would just look like cruelty and stubbornness from Mirabelle's perspective. The problem with this
They
is
cut
that it
out
isn't
Isabella's side
properly
story
set
too.
up. We
See,
don't see the history
Encanto, I think, to
between
be the
these
best
two.
story
We
it
only
could have
see their
been,
current
shouldn't have
reactions
just
to
been
each
about
other.
Mirabelle.
Now, that's not
It
for
should have
lack
been
of
about
trying,
all
mind you.
three
There are
sisters
three moments in the
and
movie
them
where
getting to
Mirabelle
understand
supposedly messes
what
things up
each
for
other has to
Isabella.
go through.
Here,
Nothing.
which was completely Isabella's fault. Here,
Sorry, what is your problem?
which was both of their faults. And here.
you're doing great.
Which wasn't either of their faults, though I will give some credit that from Isabella's perspective, it does look like it was Mirabelle's fault. The point I'm trying to make is that the audience doesn't see the history of Mirabelle messing things up for Isabella, which means the audience has to assume that
I'm
Isabella
supposed to be
is
talking,
behaving
aren't I?
the way she is simply because Mirabelle doesn't have a gift. As someone who has been
I'm
both
legit
Mirabelle
analyzing
and
this video
Isabella,
like,
I don't
how
find
could
that
it
to
be
a
better?
fair
What am I
portrayal of
saying? What is
Isabella's
going
side.
on?
The showing of Isabella's
Surface
attitude
Pressure was
makes
the
this
best song
relationship
for me. Bruno
completely
was good,
skewed
but it
in
was just the
Mirabelle's
two
favor
songs
on
that are
who
truly
was right and
memorable
who
to
was
me.
wrong. From what we are showing,
Bruno was my
Isabella
favorite
is
song for a
in the
long
wrong.
time,
Now,
but
if the
as
movie
time
had
went on,
intended for Isabella to solely
What
be
Else
in the
Can I
wrong,
Do
that would be one thing.
became
But
my
it clearly
favorite.
wanted to create a dynamic
What Else Can I
between
Do
the
is
two
a song
where
I
they
could work out
both
to,
had
and it
wrongdoings
inspires
on
me.
how they
Like
approach
I'll be on the
relationship.
treadmill and I'll be
I know
really
it almost
tired,
sounds
and
like
then
I'm
What Else
saying
Can I
don't
Do
like
comes on,
Isabella
and I'm just like,
being
yes,
That's not
that's the
case.
inspiration I
As someone
need.
who's been in this type of relationship multiple times, it makes
Hey,
sense
Shady
that
just
Isabella
joined.
would
Love you,
not
buddy.
be nice
Welcome,
to
Vampy.
Mirabelle,
Welcome.
but her
We are
motivations for being
trying to
so
figure out
need
which
to
of
match
my
the
videos
dynamic
are better
within
than the other.
relationship. Or we're just gonna side with Mirabelle even after we've learned everything.
So far,
TLDR,
Avatar and
what the
Hot
movie
Takes
wanted to present
are
to us was two
the
siblings
go-tos.
who equally failed to see each other's perspectives, but it didn't give us the proper context.
I've never
for
seen this movie, but
Isabella's
the animation is
perspective,
pretty
making her
impressive. The
appear to be
animation
the
is
worst of the
amazing in
two,
this
even
movie,
if you look
as
at
well as the
things
color
from her
choice.
side.
My video
Now, there was
doesn't
a
do
very
it
easy
justice
fix to
because
this
when I was
problem.
capturing
At
the
the beginning of
footage,
the movie,
a
where
lot of
Mirabelle
it
is
came out
getting in
like
everyone's way and
not
setting
at the
up the
proper frame rate.
celebration.
I
Instead
still
of
don't know what
having
happened
Isabella
there.
slap her sister with her hair and give vague advice.
Like I actually had to
Have
record the
Isabella
footage
give
twice because
Mirabelle
originally I
more
recorded
about
it at the wrong
decorations.
frame rate.
It could be a very
The frame rate I
simple
recorded it
order.
at was
Don't
too
use
high,
these types of
so I
files.
lowered it.
Then have
But for some
Mirabelle
reason,
directly
the
disobey
frame rate and the
Isabella
bit rate,
because
that's what it is,
Mirabelle
not the
wants
frame
to
rate. The
help and she
bit
thinks
rate
she knows better. This would
on
then
some
cause
scenes
minor
just doesn't work
inconvenience to
right.
happen that Isabella blows blows out of
it was both of
proportion
them, the frame
because
rate
she's
and the
worked
bit
hard
rate.
to make everything perfect. Or Abuela could blow it out of proportion, showing disappointment in Isabella.
If Isabella could have
also
had
say
that
something
secret
like,
boyfriend
"Of
arc,
course,
it
this always
would have
happened in
humanized her a
Mirabelle's
lot more.
life."
I mean,
if we
I
had
guess
a
so,
scene
but I don't
like
think
instead
that
of
specific
hair
arc was
slap
what it
scene, It would
needed.
have given us much
I just think
context for Isabella's anger.
what
and
I'm saying
rudeness.
right now,
You'll
it's
be able to
you
see
just
that from
needed
her perspective.
context.
She's
You
been
just
through
needed to
plenty of
see.
trials with
I'm saying
Mirabelle,
everything
and
right now, so
she's
it's hard
had
for me to get
enough.
these words
But
out of
it
my
would show
mouth.
From Mirabelle's perspective, who would think
You
her
needed
sister was just
her
overreacting
context
because
of her
something in
perspective.
perfect life went slightly awry. As is, Encanto does show a nice scenario of two siblings who could learn to get along better. But in
look
my
at these
opinion,
colors.
It could have been made a
My
little
goodness
stronger
gracious, they
with just
did
a
it on
few
point with these
simple
colors.
tweaks. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell.
As it is, she comes off as a
That'd
prima
be the
donna. I
same.
couldn't stand her. It's not just that she's a prima donna. She comes off as unnecessarily cruel to Mirabelle. Like her actions seem, even from her perspective, like they're unneeded. Like one of the parts that angers me the most in the movie is when Isabella says, "Hey sis, I want not a sound out of you." She didn't have to do that. That was unnecessarily mean. Yeah. Okay. So. That's the two Encanto videos, and it looks like we have a very clear winner with that one. My biggest gripe with Encanto knocked it out of the park. Okay. So let's go ahead and move that one along. All right. So, next video is a King of the Hill one. So, new poll. Hey, Shady, would you make a retrospective on Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? If so, would you be positive or negative? I would need to see it. I only saw the opener and the series finale. I didn't see the whole thing, and I loved the series finale, and I really liked the opener. All right, next one. Which video is better? So we got the Buck Strickland video. Or the Arcane Bridge scene analysis. I think I misspelled analysis. Okay. All right.
King of the Hill. Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. After I did my John Redcorn video, I got a ton of requests from you intellectuals to talk about other detestable characters from King of the Hill. And finally, over a year later, I've made it to the end of the list. That's not to say there aren't plenty of other unlikable characters I can
Shady,
talk about
we're
in
huge
this
fans.
show.
We
But
love
with this video,
Futurama and
I'll
King of the
have
Hill
finally
content.
hit
Thanks
all
for
the
making
big
this year
ones.
dope.
These characters
I will
tend
try to
sit
make
somewhere on a
next year even
spectrum.
better.
On the one hand, you have characters like Peggy and Cotton.
And then the year after that, even better. And then not the year after that.
Watch.
But then the year after that.
John Redcorn and Nancy, whose awfulness is not enjoyable.
I really need a screen like under my camera so I can make sure I'm
Buck
looking at my
Strickland sits
screen
exactly
at
in
my
the middle for
camera.
me. I don't hate him because of the awful things he
While
does,
it's,
but they don't make him
while I'm talking to
entertaining
you
for me
guys.
either. He's just an unlikable character who doesn't particularly.
So a bit of a fun fact about this video, which I've said in my other videos. Originally for the Buck Strickland video, I was not going to do this episode. I was going to do the murder mystery episode. But I didn't like that script, and B, it wasn't about Buck Strickland. After I let it sit for a bit, I did eventually like the script. I was like, oh, I was just tripping. Yeah, this is a really good script. But it still wasn't about Buck Strickland. So I swapped to this episode because I knew it was specifically about Buck Strickland.
affect me in any sort of meaningful way. Which means the motivation.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness.
You guys wanted a Buck episode, so I just chose the one I thought would be
my
the most fun to talk
bad.
about.
My
Today
bad.
we're gonna look at the episode,
This
What
is
Happens at the
somebody
National
else's
Pink
fault
and
who's
then
not
I
me.
got too lazy to finish reading the title. This episode takes place in the very last season and does its best to address Hank's overall relationship with Buck and give it a finale of sorts. But before we get into wrapping it up, we should probably actually talk about the relationship between Buck and Hank itself. Hank has worked for Strickland Propane under Buck for over 20 years. Normally, Hank wouldn't be associated with a character like Buck, who was well known for his greedy personality and constant debauchery. Hank, however, grew up with very little support from his father, Cotton. So when Buck started showing Hank appreciation, Hank in return started looking up
That's
to Buck
probably
and
going to be
treating
my
him like a
next
father figure.
review.
Hank has so much dedication to Buck.
That episode
he has
right there.
out loud said that he loves the
father,
man.
the son,
If you
and
know how much
JC.
Hank struggles with emotions, you know what a big deal that is. Because of his hero worship, Hank often excuses any faults that are found on Buck, while also
Even though it
covering
looks
for
like so many
Meanwhile,
cover King of
Buck
the Hill,
recognizes
it's
that
so
Hank
few
is
and
his
far in
golden
between.
goose.
It's
He
one of
does
my
what he
comfort
can to
shows
keep
like
Hank
Frasier.
happy so that he never quits, but only
It
the
really
bare minimum.
interesting
Knowing
just
that,
how
but
many
Buck
people
pushes
flock
Hank's
to this show.
generosity as
Like,
far as it can possibly
I
go,
get my
taking
audience
advantage of
flocking
Buck's
to the
love
show
of propane and
specifically.
working
Hello.
to get out of situations
Texas
that have
SP12,
nothing
thank
to
you
do
very
with
much.
their
I think your
job.
hottest
Shoot,
take
there
from me
one
was
time
thinking
Buck
that
even
the
framed
gut
Hank
episode
for
of
murder.
BoJack wasn't that bad. I figured it would have been the abortion one as a Christian, but it didn't. The gun
Point
one,
is, Hank has
though,
always been there
ticked
for
me
Buck
off.
and sees him as a father figure.
The
But Buck
gun
has
episode.
rarely ever been there
yeah.
for Hank. They have a
The abortion
parasitic
episode
relationship that
is
most fans are
one
not
controversy
too
where
happy
I
about.
steered
All right,
away
that's all the
from.
context you need.
A lot
Let's
of people
jump into
wanted
the
me to
episode.
talk about
So the episode starts
Diane
with the
getting an
employees of
abortion,
Strickland Propane gather
but
outside
that's
of
the
Buck's
one where I
office.
was like, that's
I'm
way too
starting to
political.
worry.
It's going to be
Mr.
way too
Strickland's been
polarizing.
in his office with the door shut for more than an
It's not going to
The
accomplish
episode.
anything to
You
even
can go
touch that
5
topic.
seconds without delivering clunky exposition dialogue. It turns out that nothing's wrong with Buck. He was just on the phone getting some news. He announces that he's going to be inducted into the Hall of Flame at a convention in Memphis, which
I don't think
have no
the
idea
gun
if that's real or
episode.
not.
Did the gun episode tick me
Okay,
off?
so the internet says there is a Hall of Flame, but it's all about firefighting equipment.
I think Diane
And
just
there
at
is
the
a Hall of
time
Fame
was
in
ticking me
Memphis,
off.
but it's all about music. Did this fictional
Hot Take
show
Cotton is
just
the best
lie to
character in
me?
King of the Hill.
Oh my lord,
See, that's
sir,
not the thing. Is when I did that with Cotton, I knew it wasn't a hot take, but I knew there was some people who really didn't like Cotton. That's why I named my video. I'm sorry, but
All
I don't
this is
hate
to remind
Cotton.
us of Buck and Hank's relationship, as well as set up that Hank sees Buck's opportunity as a
Like
great
if you,
honor, one
if
he
you,
thinks he
of the
himself
people
will
who
never get to
actually
have.
watch and like
Buck
King of the
continues to
Hill,
foreshadow what's to come by making a
I would
big
say like
deal out of
90,
Hank being his
80
right
to
hand man. He then
90%
decides to celebrate his
love
accomplishments by
Cottontail.
inviting everyone to drink breakfast whiskey, reminding Hank of what being Buck's right hand man means. So the scene transitions to the Hills house in.
Tell me about the sport coat again, Dad.
Oh, this
A lot of people have told me that that's supposed to be a reference to the I forget that very famous quote about the "Tell me about the rabbits, George" or something like that, and that's why it was there. It wasn't just Bobby wanting exposition.
Dialogue. Did they not get rewrites for this episode? Like, that's an easy fix. Instead of having Bobby say that, have him say, "What about the coat, Dad? What's it like?" Hank describes the coat that Buck will get to wear and continues to hammer into the audience that he himself will never get into the Hall of Flame. Immediately after, Hank laments to Peggy that he's afraid Buck might mess up his big moment.
You have kept him out of trouble for 23 years, but...
Hello, I just noticed something. Go back. That phone, that is the incorrect phone. This is the last season of King of the Hill. At this point, the Hills had gotten a phone with caller ID, and it was a cordless phone.
Himself will never get into the Hall of Flame. Immediately after, Hank laments to Peggy.
Shady,
that
do
he's
you
afraid
understand what
Buck might mess up
Boomhauer
his
is
big
saying?
moment.
You have kept him
Like
out of trouble for 23
70 to 80% of the time, I understand Boomhauer, but I do have to listen.
Fun blocker.
That was almost funny, Peggy, but you're not quite there. These later seasons really did a number on the comedy. Still, I'm appreciative of how supportive Peggy is being here. Normally they throw in a
you see
line
my
about
mouse?
her
Yeah,
real
you can.
reason for going with Hank, or show some of her superiority complex, but no,
Yeah,
this
Peggy
episode
was
wanted to
great in
focus
this
on her
episode.
ability to be a dedicated wife. Is that out of character? It both does and doesn't feel out
Hey,
of
Shady,
character.
who's your favorite
So
King
Hank
of the
and
Hill
boys head to
character?
Memphis for the
Cotton.
convention. Oh yeah, did I neglect to mention that Dale, Bill, and Boomhauer are in this episode? That might be because the episode neglected to
I think
mention it
Hank
to me.
is second.
The boys just randomly show up at the convention, and again, Boomhauer is denied any lines. Like, I don't get it. Did Mike Judge just not want to do his voice because it hurts his throat? Why have
Shady
him in
calling
the
out
episode if
animation
he's not
errors
gonna
off
say
of
anything?
phones.
Hank and Peggy
Well, really,
are
it's more
on
of
high alert for
continuity
Buck's
errors.
shenanigans,
Like,
but it turns out to be
that's a
all
big
for
thing
naught,
with
as
me.
Buck
I
is
don't
not
really
only
care
on his
that
best
much about
behavior, but
animation.
he's
I'm caring more and more
dominating
because
people.
I
Peggy
review
decides that
animation.
Since the A story no longer needs her, she's gonna go create a B story.
Sorry, hit my mic.
Propane? Oh, shoot, I requested a booth
But
next to
continuity
the
and
room.
character, those, like,
there
I
are two
immediately
Strickland
say something if I
Propane.
think something's
Are you
wrong.
the great Buck Strickland? None other? Who are you?
I'm your bastard son.
Take away Bobby and Cotton is a terrible human.
Son.
Bobby is Cotton is a terrible human, even with
They mentioned
Bobby.
him several times in
But he's still
other
entertaining.
episodes.
You know,
What, you
Bender
gotta know
is a
King of the Hill
terrible
lore? I know the lore. I'm
being
the King of the
in
Hill guy. I
Futurama.
know
He does
everything there
a
is
lot
to
of
know
horrible
about King of the
stuff.
Hill.
But
Did you know it got renewed for more seasons? What? Soapbox son Jody,
hold on.
or
That was hold on. I want to talk about this joke right here. So
there are 2 Strickland propanes.
Are you the great Buck Strickland?
None other?
I'm sorry to cut myself off, but I really wanted to talk about
yes,
this.
Buck's son.
A lot of people love to treat me like I know so much about King of the Hill. And I'm like, guys, I review this show so much because you watch my videos of it. So I'm not an expert of King of the Hill. I just talk about it because you guys like to hear me talk about it. This was a joke about that, where I consider myself a King of the Hill expert, and then I immediately proved myself wrong.
Strickland?
None other? Who are you?
I'm your bastard son.
Who? I mean, yes, Buck's son. That I definitely knew about. They mentioned him several times in other episodes. What, you think I don't know King of the Hill lore? I know the lore. I'm the King of the Hill guy. I know everything there is to know about King of the Hill. Did you know it got renewed for more seasons? What? So Buck's son Jody, or as Buck calls him, Ray Roy, introduces himself.
I was very proud of that joke.
When Buck offers Ray Roy a drink, he turns out to be a chip off the old block and counter.
I have no formal opinion on this video. I know that might upset the Shady Doorags fan base.
Pulls the usual Buck card and tells Hank to cover for him.
Cotton is a product of his time and environment, same as Kreese from Cobra Kai. Oh man, Jar's been constantly telling me to talk about Cobra Kai. He's like, it's a good show, review it.
Go get her. Dale mentions what this episode should have been about.
You want to keep Buck Strickland away from his own son. Admit it, Hank, you're jealous.
But it's a theory that's immediately shut down and has very little relevance to the plot.
Why would I want to be Buck's son when I'm his assistant manager?
Translation? Love me, Daddy.
Wow.
Have you ever wanted to go to EFAP?
Whose actual dad is dead.
The creators of EFAP, I highly enjoy individually. Most of the time, I don't like them on EFAP. I don't like the concept of. I mean, if they invited me, I would probably go.
Strickland a no-show?
But
No problem.
I don't like the concept of EFAP because a lot of times on that show they don't let the person finish their point before making their rebuttals, and I'm just like, wait for the point to be finished to try to, because they cut them off, and that's a big pet peeve of mine when you cut somebody off before they can finish their point.
Those were the perfect words to guilt trip Hank.
So, like like I said, the individual creators I like, especially Mahler. I love Mahler's videos. It's just EFAP itself. I don't like that environment. There are some EFAP episodes though that I love watching, like the Mulan episode. I love watching the Mulan episode of
EFAP. To try and get Buck under control, but it's the same old, same old.
Buck and Ray Roy are.
Oh, hold on, I want to go back.
Did I neglect to mention
this joke right here?
Bobby were at this convention. Well, that might be because Hank continues to try and get
that joke didn't work as well as I wanted to because of the rule of threes. I was supposed to have a third time where I said, "Oh, I didn't mention this." Well, that might be because the episode forgot to mention it to me. It was supposed to happen 3 times, but for some reason, the second time didn't make it. Like maybe it didn't happen, and I just remembered it wrong. But I still kept that joke in the script. So yeah, it didn't work as well as I wanted it to.
Get Buck under control, but it's the same old, same old.
Buck and Ray Roy are getting out of control.
Well, you'd better figure out a way to
Personally, I took a lot
handle
of work
those two.
advice Hank gave. Now I'm making over 20 an hour.
Hank
Hank has great work advice in that episode where I talk about Bobby and capitalism. It's just
need some good humor in this.
You can go too far in both directions.
Wait a second, go back to that last scene.
Well, you'd better figure out a way to handle those two.
When I make edits like that, I feel really proud of myself. It's a very simple thing to do if you know how editing software works, but it fills my brain with dopamine where I have an idea for an editing trick where it's not just putting the footage on the timeline, and yeah, that right there, that made me feel really good when I made that work. I also like the pacing of the joke because I go through a whole scene And then it seems like I'm ready to move on, but then I'm like, oh no, wait a second.
Some good humor in this episode. So Hank has one more trick up his. Wait a second. Go back to that last scene.
Well, you better figure out a way to handle those two. While not impossible,
Camera froze.
you
Oh,
cannot count on one of
okay.
them to choke
Well,
on his own vomit.
hold on. I'm gonna leave this playing for a little bit. The thing about this camera is I need to get a different camera for streaming specifically. This camera, even though all the reviews I checked about it said it was good for streaming, it's not. It overheats. And thus I have to wait for it to cool down. I could just change the battery, but the inside of the camera is still hot. So what I have to do is wait for it to cool down. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna take it off the screen, and I'm just gonna leave my avatar for a little bit, and then in like 15-20 minutes I'll try turning it back on. Like this is the camera I got is a really good quality camera. It's a ZV-1, but you're supposed to be using it for filming. And the big problem that I have with it is that the battery compartment, you can leave it open. That way you can like keep your camera plugged up and your battery doesn't overheat as fast. But that doesn't work well with tripods because the thing that opens doesn't open all the way. It's a flap that opens perpendicular, and that's something they really should have considered. Hey Shady, did you grow up with Digimon, Pokemon, both, or some other show? I started with Pokemon. I was obsessed with Pokemon because it sounded like my name. Then my parents noticed my obsession with it and took it away. So I moved on to Digimon since it sounded similar. So really, I grew up with Digimon. I started with Pokemon, but Gen 2 past Gen 1, I didn't really get to know. But Digimon, I watched Season 1 all the way to Data Squad. I started to watch Cross, but I kind of outgrew it at that point.
I got so distracted by the joke, I almost forgot to chastise. Peggy, isn't the whole reason you're here because you're supposed to help Hank get Buck under control? Like, I get you got your B story, but the A story needs you again. So Hank has one more trick up his sleeve.
In 6 hours, you're supposed to be inducted into the propane hall.
Shady's writing and video structure have gotten phenomenal. The rhythm and pacing of his jokes have improved a lot.
No, you're not. Trying would be Ray Roy.
See, I feel that way about a lot of videos that I make, but this is why sometimes it takes a while for a video to come out because I feel like the script structure just isn't good.
All these years, he got into propane because of me.
So did I, sir.
Yeah, no snarky comment from me here. That was a really well written and well executed line. It does a good job.
I have not watched both episodes.
Ignoring Hank.
Should be an answer in the poll.
And lets Buck try on his jacket early, explaining to him that being inducted comes with responsibility.
It wouldn't really do anything like that. That wouldn't gauge the
promises Hank he'll straighten up.
The tournament thing.
God dog, Ray Roy. Now, hope you got two girls in there.
I guess it would just take away votes from the. Well, then you could just not vote.
I'm pretty sure Buck doesn't even know the word willpower exists. And 2, Hank was right down the hall.
Howdy, Shady. Did you watch VeggieTales when you were a kid? Yes, I still listen to VeggieTales songs.
Here, and he finally snaps. He tells Buck what
the Hairbrush song, the song of the Cebu, Love My Lips. Those are all on my Spotify playlist.
Yourself, Mr. Strickland.
Actually, I don't think Love My Lips is on my Spotify. I need to put that on.
The boys find Hank drinking his troubles away at a bar. Dale keeps insisting that all this is happening because Hank is jealous, which again.
How's your morning, afternoon been going? Well, this has been pretty much my day. When I woke up this morning, it was prepare to stream, and now I'm streaming.
Oh, now I see.
But it's been going pretty well.
Hank's about to do something stupid.
After we're done with this, but this is going to take a while. After we're done with this, I got some wings and soda waiting for me. And if we finish before the store closes, I'm going to run and grab some candy as well. Because I'm eating a ton of junk food because once New Year's comes around, yeah, I'm not going to be able to get away with that.
Hank gives Buck the
part of my New Year's resolution is to be healthier.
And I'm not going to lie. It's really disappointing. Like, I don't hate Buck.
I had the green VHS tape with silly song. Yep, I did too. I had a lot of the episodes of VeggieTales. I was a huge, me and my siblings were and still are a huge VeggieTales fan, and my mom loved that we were VeggieTales fans. Have you ever watched 2003 Clone Wars? I'm in the process of watching that series.
And now I'm going to...
I got to an episode I didn't like, and I put it on pause. That's another thing I'll be trying to do more in the new year. It's just
Later, Hank
watching
and Peggy go over
shows
what happened
and
and
movies and
realize
stuff.
what's to come.
Because I don't really have
Hank is
any
miserable
excuses.
while
I have
Peggy is
almost all
living.
the streaming
Oh,
services,
not
and people want me
Hank,
to
but
review
at
this stuff.
I guess
But I'm
this
just
would
like,
probably
no,
put
I
you
want to
in a
watch
tough
YouTube.
spot with the plaque
Because YouTube is what I watch to
Well,
relax.
you died when you threw up in True Wagon's hair, but I am not gonna let your career die.
Wow, talk about a selfless moment for Peggy. Everything she worked for in this episode is gone because of Hank.
Peggy,
and she
in
could not care
character,
less.
had
Her
a right to be
husband is her
angry at
priority.
Hank there.
Again, is that out of character?
They
Peggy
did
goes
her
to vengeance on
real
Buck and
justice in
Ray
this
Roy by giving them
episode.
a strict
They
talking
really
to,
made Peggy
or
look
should
good
I
in this
say,
episode.
A strict Lynn talking to.
I have over
over
100
subscribers.
Because of your shameful behavior, my husband
I
is
love
going to
bad
lose
puns
all he
if
has
their
ever worked for.
delivery is good.
Peggy, let's be real here. Buck didn't make Hank do any of the things that got him into this situation. Yeah, Buck was the motivation, but Hank is the one that did the deeds.
Hank has devoted his entire adult life to you and your company. Without him, there is no Strickland Propane.
Okay, that part is true. Peggy succeeds in guilt-tripping the propane duo, and they decide to help Hank out. However, the two get distracted with drinks in a bar fight and come to a realization about their relationship.
And maybe this is why Mama never wanted us to get together.
Who is your mom, by the way? Is it Miss Liz? Wait, no, you're older than 20, so it can't be Miss Liz. Shut up, I know the lore. Buck and Ray Roy decide to finally buckle down and save Hank's
General
baby.
Grievous is a
Their
slasher
last act
villain, and
together
I
before
love it.
Departing forever.
Uh,
Wait, what?
Then we gonna fix
Good
things the way
choices.
fellas
Personally,
like
Pirates
us
Who Don't Do
fix
Anything,
things.
and Gated Community,
Then
and
we ain't
Pizza
never gonna
Angel
see each
are
other again.
3 of my favorites.
I get what the episode is trying
Pizza
to say,
Angel, I
that Buck and Ray
never
Roy
saw. I
enable
heard
each
the
other's
song
bad
later,
habits,
but I never saw whatever
they've
episode it
known
was a
each other
part
for
of.
like 2 days. That's hardly a fair
My
assessment
all-time
of their
favorite
relationship.
song, for the
Also,
long
that
time,
brings
it
a
was the
problem
song
to
of the
episode, and
Saboon.
a huge problem at that.
I
The
don't
reason
know if
Buck is
that's
acting
true
out is
anymore.
because he wants to make up for lost time with his son. So the two get into all sorts of shenanigans together. Why couldn't they just get together?
The
after
Hairbrush
the
song is
convention?
really close to my
Hank
heart.
didn't need Buck to be on his best behavior forever, just until the convention was over. Afterwards, Buck could have spent all the time he wanted.
might have to think
with
about that.
Ray
like,
Roy.
what is
Buck
my favorite
rich. He can
VeggieTales
afford to stay in
song?
Memphis a few more days, or travel back if he has to, or even book a ticket to wherever Ray Roy lives. The
Water
conflict
Buffalo
of the
song is a
episode did not
classic,
need to
but like it
exist.
doesn't hit me in the right way.
Anyway, as Hank is about to receive his punishment, the propane board gets a call from Buck about an open hospitality suite. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The board members all attend, but it turns out to be a trap as Peggy invited all their wives to a spa day, and if they don't agree to forgive Hank, well...
All propane men make mistakes sometimes, including some of your husbands.
Lost my bikini top.
And so, Hank's actions are not only forgiven, but he's given an
It could be
honor
a trick
he's
to
always
figure out
coveted,
which
yet never thought he'd
scenes
receive.
to put together.
Hall of Flame?
'Cause if you leave a scene running too long, the copyright
Most importantly,
people will catch you.
oh, you were dead.
The copyright algorithm will catch you, so you gotta figure out how
So
to
we
do
get a
that while
happy
still
ending
making
for
your
everyone,
point.
except for the Stricklands, who agreed to never see each other again. And nope, that was a lie. And that was what happens at the
One
National
question somebody
Conspiracy
asked me
on
was
Two
like,
Lazy
I
to
show
Say
a lot of
the title.
clips.
I didn't
How come I
realize this
don't
when I
get
chose the episode,
flagged
but
for
I
copyright a
actually
lot?
have
And it's
lot of
because like
criticism for it.
the
There's
copyright
usual
bots are
complaints
looking
with
for like a
later seasons
certain
where
length,
characters aren't utilized
and I try to make the video
properly, pacing is
still
bad,
make
and the comedy
sense
just isn't what it
with the
used to be.
clips.
But there's a more important critique I have.
but still avoid
This was
those
meant
lengths.
to be Buck's redemption episode. The
So it's
moment
like
he
I'll
realizes
clip
he
together
needs
2
Hank just as
5-second
much
long
as Hank
scenes.
needs him.
They
Shoot,
look like they're
probably
supposed to
more.
go back
But
to
the way it
back,
plays out is
but they
severely
don't.
disappointing because in the end, Buck doesn't really give up anything
So
for
to the
Hank.
audience,
It's
it
not
looks
as bad
like
as it
I just
could've
played
been,
a 10-second
but it also
clip.
could've and
But to the
should've
algorithm,
been
it's
much
it's just been a
better. If I
5-second.
could, I would
It's been 2
definitely rewrite
5-second
the
clips that are
episode.
not
Bear with me
supposed
for
to
a
be
bit
back to
because
back.
this is gonna
So
take a minute. The episode would start similarly, but the only characters that go to the convention would be Hank,
this part
Buck,
right
and Peggy.
here with
Completely
the
leave out
summarizing
Bob,
of a new
Joseph, and the
plot,
boys. They
I
add
keep getting
absolutely
tempted
nothing.
to do
I'll
this
tag along,
with bad
not to
plots,
help keep Buck under
but then
control,
I
but
always
just
I
going to
constantly
support
back out
Hank.
because I'm like,
This way later when Hank is lamenting to Peggy
I
about
just feel
Buck
like
and she
people don't want to
doesn't
hear
help
that,
him,
even though
she doesn't
people
look like a
constantly
traitor
say
because none of her
they
business.
love when I do
After
this.
Hank and Buck meet Ray Roy, Hank starts considering keeping
Like
them
I was
apart,
thinking
but
about
he
doing
doesn't
this with
want to
the
because he never had a good
Wakefield
relationship
episode
with his father.
because I had
And
a
he doesn't
different
wanna ruin that
idea
chance
for a
someone
plot,
else.
but I was like,
Then Peggy
that's
could
gonna take
slightly
way
mention,
too
maybe
long in
even
the
as a
video.
joke,
Like,
that Hank might be jealous of Ray Roy, which is an inner battle Hank could have with himself.
hey Shady,
Hank would
since you grew up with
ultimately decide that
Digimon,
while
what's your
he doesn't
favorite
wanna keep a
season
father
and
son
favorite
apart,
Digimon?
and maybe he is a little jealous,
Favorite
those
season
details are
is a
irrelevant
difficult
as
one.
he needs to do what's best for both
I
Buck
want to say
and
season
Strickland
1,
Propane. He
but I I
eventually presents
objectively
Buck with the
believe that
Rainbow
season
Blazer
3 is
and
the best
asks that
season.
he stay away from Ray Roy for the remainder of the trip. Hank breaking protocol with the Blizzard is
favorite
found out,
Digimon is a
however,
tie between
he's
Andromon and
reprimanded
Magna
for it,
Andromon.
during which Buck is nowhere to be found
Because
he
I'm
broke his
basic.
promise and is off with his son. Because of this, Hank gets drunk, and when he goes to present Buck on
I mean, at
stage
least it's
with
not
no one to talk
Greymon.
him out of it, he unleashes a very clear frustration in Buck that has been building for years. We can still have Hank throw up and still have him being punished at a hearing.
Reminds me of
Once
that
again, Peggy
that
decides to
Jaden
confront Buck
animation
about what
video where
happened.
she
But this
played
time,
Digimon.
do
I was
not
like,
have Ray
no,
Roy there.
Jaden,
Have
don't
it
play
just
the
be
games.
Buck.
Go watch the
Peggy
show.
will angrily yell about how Hank is in trouble
Like
because
almost
of Buck.
all
But
Digimon
Buck,
fans
angry
come
about
from
what
the
Hank said
show.
on
They just
stage,
venture
would tell
into the
Peggy that
games.
Hank made his own bed. Buck never told Hank to do any of the things that got him in trouble. They were all Hank's decisions. Buck would point out that if Hank were there, he'd say a man has to face the consequences of his actions. Peggy would then turn to Buck and say, "You're right." Hank says that about himself all
Seraphimon
the
is
time.
my favorite Digimon.
But you know who he's never said that about? You. Alluding to the fact that Buck has never faced proper consequences.
Oh,
because
my
Hank
brain had
was
to remember
always
who
there to bail him
Seraphimon
out.
was. Yeah,
Peggy
okay.
would lead
I
Buck to
mean,
think about how everything he's built has been because of
he
him.
doesn't look
How Hank
as
was
cool
always
as
there for
Magna
him, even
Andromon
when it
does to
didn't
me.
involve propane.
I mean,
And how
obviously
Buck
he's
wouldn't be
supposed to
wearing
look
the
like,
blazer
you know,
he
a
has
general
now
archangel.
without Hank. At that moment, Buck would get a call from Ray Roy.
Hey, Shady, do you like Ace Vane? I have never heard of that. Have you seen the new Puss in Boots? No, I want to. I'm upset that I didn't know it was in theaters because I would have gone to see it. I went to the theater expecting to see a movie with good animation. That's it. I was gratefully wrong.
Somewhere else he needs to be.
Like I saw the previews to the Puss in Boots movie. I was like, that actually looks good.
I can't do this
like,
on my own.
Like the Humpty Dumpty movie didn't really look that good. But I saw that, I was like, I don't know if that's gonna be good, but it actually does look good.
Yes, I do. And then
I thought it was gonna come out on like
rush out to
Netflix
help
or
Hank.
something.
And the rest of the episode could play out as a
What are your
date,
thoughts
but
on
tricky people
Beelzemon?
manage to forgive
He's
Hank.
probably
I think if
the
episode
most.
is something like this, for once, having
I
Buck
think
make
he
the
probably
sacrifice
has the
and
best
also having him
character
realize
arc
just how
in
much
all
Hank
of
has
Digimon.
sacrificed for him, to the point that Hank might as well be his son. People would be a lot more accepting of his character. As is, Buck gets
I
his
absolutely
redemption
love
moment,
the
but barely
entire
anyone ever remembers him for it.
dichotomy of
With the way
Impmon and
things went,
Beelzemon.
He's always going to be remembered as the boss who took advantage of a good man. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Ice Devimon is pretty cool. I see what you did there.
We start with a shot of Piltover in the distance with its.
So this is the arcane scene breakdown. So what I was trying to gauge on whether or not I could get away with a video like this, because I love analyzing various aspects of scenes and stuff like this. And Arcane had so much of this going on, but people didn't seem to be pointing out just how masterfully they did stuff like this. This is my second favorite scene in all of Arcane, but this is the scene that just absolutely hooked me. I was already gonna like this because I love League of Legends, and Jinx is my favorite character in League of Legends, so I was already gonna like this. But they did so many scenes like this that were so masterfully and cinematically done perfectly. Like, I felt like I had to do something. This video didn't do well, so I don't know if I'll do more scene breakdowns, but I would have loved to have done more videos like this one.
Its bright lights and kingdom-like architecture, the shot gives it a sensation of being some sort of glowing metropolis. But as the camera zooms out and the focus changes, we see there's an unmaintained fence.
All right, I'm going to try to turn this camera back on.
We're not in the metropolis.
Ah, my ears!
Just in view of it, and wherever we are, it is nowhere near as pristine. A few more establishing shots allow us to get a clearer picture of where we are. The bridge that separates the overcity of Piltover and the undercity, which would later be known as Zaun. One of the shots shows a sight of lanterns and pictures, a clear indication of a memorial. Given the rebellion that happened, this must be casualties from Zaun. We're on the Zaun side of the bridge.
Battery, have you run out or did you just Probably just overheat.
The scene changes to a shot of Vi, just as a clap of thunder goes off to catch the viewer's attention. One of Vi's hands is on her forehead and her eyes are closed. She's still frustrated from the last scene and isn't doing a good job of keeping it in.
Why are we here?
Ironically, the question Vi asks is the answer for the audience. Vi isn't here by choice. Someone has brought her here. The shot immediately cuts to Vander, giving us a little time to guess whom she might be talking to. Vander and Vi are facing each other from opposite sides of the walkway, symbolizing the current rift between them. In this shot, we can see the foreground lit and extremely detailed, while the background does nothing to catch the eye. We're meant to pay attention exclusively to these two characters and what is happening here. They begin talking to each other, with Vi saying her piece first.
What I don't understand is how you can work with them.
Vander's face remains still until Vi mentions he's working.
We're good.
There's a slight twitch of surprise.
We'll see how long it takes to overheat again.
He's shocked to find out she knows this information, but his resolve hasn't been shaken. He still stands by his decisions. The camera turns to Vi as she makes her case. Her hood is up, most likely due to the rain.
Did you see Cyberpunk Edge Runners? No.
As she makes her case, she's on the verge of crying from the sheer amount of frustration she's feeling. By the end of this scene, Vi will
I'm saying it's from a song from
her for her opinion.
The Sound of Music. So long, farewell, I can never say that last word. Some German people actually get annoyed at me because I always mispronounce it. But whenever I try to pronounce it how it's supposed to be said, it never comes out right. So I just say what the best way I can. At Wiedensen.
The perspective shifts to a farther shot.
Did you ever play God of War? No, I will probably play stuff like that in the future though. Because with my 4K 60s Plus that I just got, I'm going to be streaming more games on my second channel. My second channel is going to become active during the new year. I want to make it active now, but I'm waiting for a part to come in because I got to fix my PS4.
Up against a railing that separates the walkway from the main road. This could
what do you think of Iron Man Armor and Adventures? I barely watched it, so I don't have much of an opinion on it.
Protecting people from the much greater danger that lies behind him.
So was I. I was angry, just like you.
My mind has another Arcane video plan. I don't know if I'm gonna go through with it, but I really want to. You have a second channel? Yes, I've had a second channel for a while now, but I went dark on it because I was waiting to get a specific game, and I got that game for Christmas. I was supposed to go out and buy it, but things happened.
He's revealing himself to Vi.
Yeah, if you go to my main channel, you scroll to the the recommended channels, you'll see my second channel.
At the mention of her parents, Vi's eyes meet Vander's. That detail has gotten her to start listening and consider what he has to say.
I know you want to hurt the Topsiders for what they've done to us.
Yeah, I would have advertised my second channel more if
Clagger? Powder?
Vi is trying to hold on to her way of thinking.
If I hadn't gone dark with it.
She looks down
hold on, I can't
into
see
the
the screen
left,
on my camera.
the opposite direction she was looking when refusing to listen. She has been defeated and she knows it. As badly as she wants to fight, if doing so means losing the people she cares about, especially Powder, it would be pointless. The perspective switches to an earlier shot, but Vi's body language has completely changed. Her arms are no longer crossed, and she's not aggressive in any way because she's opened herself up. With Vi in a less aggressive state, Vander moves
No, I don't
to
want
the
to
other
wait
side
for
of the wall, symbolizing where
season
she
2 to do this
truly
video.
stands
I
in
have
the
it in mind
situation.
because
Now
it's
that
very
Vi understands his
specific to.
perspective,
Well,
she can see
I don't.
that he isn't
What I have
standing
to say
against
is
her.
like very
Vander is on
specific.
her
The
side,
examples I
as
want to
well
use are
as
in
the
season
side of
1.
the people of Zon.
Hey Shady, have you ever watched Boss or Has Been Hotel? I have watched the first one, not the second one.
Up
Yeah,
until
Shady
now,
2 Rags
Vi
is
has
the
been
second
relying
channel.
on her own strength in this conversation. Now that she sees Vander's point of view, she leans up against him, showing she's relying on his strength.
This is really where this show won me over right here. Because Vi is a strong female protagonist, and she's saying all the typical things that a strong female protagonist would say. Like, oh, we need to fight. I can do this. Why are you being such a coward? And they have a scene where her father figure talks to her and convinces her that she's wrong. And she leans up against him and puts her strength in him. And I'm like, that is such a great thing for her character to do in this situation. Like they've taken what was an archetype that has been done wrong for the past like 5 years, and they made a character. It's so good.
Vander is right, and that means Vi's actions have put herself and her family in a danger that she can't fight her way out of. She's completely in over her head. With no more answers, she turns to Vander, who always saves the day when she messes up too far.
What are we gonna do?
I mean, I like Boss, but I don't like it as much as the rest of the internet. I think it has very obvious problems that some of the internet is ignoring because the animation is so good.
In this moment, Vi's facial expressions show genuine fear.
And also a lot of stuff I feel is like very surface level.
When Vi can't.
Like everything with Luna feels very surface level to me.
Gives her a slight panic because she can't rely on his strength like she has throughout her life. Vi takes her head off of Vander and looks down at the memorial, understanding that war would bring more.
I do love Moxie and Millie. Like I just love that they're just a couple that's in love.
Breath and turns her fear into resolve. She has a plan. It's going to cost.
So I've had a very different tone throughout this whole video. Then suddenly the Shady Doorags you know and love comes out of nowhere.
God, this show is so freaking good.
Just absolute total shift. All right, so the Buck Strickland video is clearly the winner here. No contest. Nobody cared about the scene analysis. I mean, King of the Hill has such an advantage in these polls. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Let's move you. All right, now we got an actual tough one. An Avatar video or a King of the Hill video. So, which video is better? Solstice 2 or I forget what the subtitle of the Winter Solstice is. Or King of the Hill Murder Mystery. Arcane is young and King of the Hill has decades behind it. Well, King of the Hill is this channel's like bread and butter. So everybody on this channel is going to prefer King of the Hill over Arcane. But like you ask the internet in general, Arcane might have a leg up. Yeah, I don't remember what oh, here, I'll play the video and Shady will tell me.
What if I can't master all the elements in time? What if I fail?
I know you can do it, Aang, for you have done it before.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Winter Solstice Part 2.
Avatar Roku, that's what it's called. Okay, let me finish this poll. Avatar Roku. Which video is better? Go!
Avatar Roku. Team Avatar makes their way to a temple in the Fire Nation in order for Aang to talk to Roku, which he was instructed to do in the last episode. Along the way, Zuko picks up on their trail and pursues them into Fire Nation territory, disobeying his father's banishment orders. To make matters worse, the Aang gang catches the eye of Zhao, who is just as adamant about catching the Avatar as Zuko is. Oh, and did I mention the temple has a group of sages who are loyal to the Fire Lord and want Aang dead? And you know what? Just for funsies, let's put everything in an active volcano that erupts in the middle of it all. Holy the dongles, talk about climactic. It is constant tension throughout this episode, and it won't be the last time Atla does this. Well, I guess the best place to start with all this craziness is the elephant in the room. When Roku talks to Aang, he reveals Sozin's Comet, aka the ticking clock of the series. Firebenders get their power from heat sources, so when this massive flaming comet passed the planet 100 years ago, it empowered the firebenders of that time and was used to start the war. Roku reveals that the comet will return at the end of the summer, and when it does, the current Fire Lord Ozai will use it to end the war and damage the world in a way that Aang won't be able to fix.
I mean, I like Shady talking about King of the Hill, just not a fan of the episode. Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Shady Doorags video.
You must do it by summer's end.
As if the pressure wasn't already enough. Not only does Aang have to be the chosen one, not only is an entire nation out to get him, not only is he 100 years late to the party, but he has to master his skills that normally take years to do in a matter of months.
Knowing when to leave a breath in and when to take it out is like the biggest bane for me when it comes to editing. Because I breathe way more than you guys hear in these videos because I'm constantly editing the breath out. Like sometimes I will edit a breath out, but it still needs to pause. So I'll just leave a pause, but edit the breath out.
Will forever be in the background. Each day, Aang doesn't.
Oh, the camera cut off again.
Closer to Armageddon.
It's good to see you, Aang. What took you so long?
Yeah, so I guess 20 minutes wasn't good enough for the
Roku himself. In the hero's
cooling down. I'll probably switch the batteries out next time.
An experienced old man who once was what the protagonist is currently trying to become. Roku fits that role to a T, as he was literally Aang's past life. The interesting thing though with Roku is that despite the point of the mentor in the story being to train and guide the protagonist, Roku can't do that because he's dead.
Yeah, the camera froze.
Aang to communicate with Roku or do anything spiritual really, Aang himself has to set the proper conditions.
Oh, that's right. You guys are
Aang
probably like
that from
15
this
seconds
point
behind.
Forward, he can get Roku's help whenever he needs it. And later in the series, we do see Aang being able to access Roku more freely. Because of that, I always saw the first interaction with Roku as Aang unlocking something within himself.
King of the Hill Y2K episode review when?
Easier with practice.
That's probably gonna be the next episode.
Is that he acts as a
That's probably gonna come out like
specifically for
next
Aang,
week.
Whose job is to be the next
if I can get the
Avatar.
script ready.
When Aang tries to escape, Roku takes over his body and destroys the temple using lava bending, a unique technique. By the way, The Legend of Korra completely butchers the concept of lava bending, as it was originally a fusion between firebending and earthbending, which meant only an avatar could do it single-handedly. But the interesting concept—
Who did I get flack for saying that? A lot of people were telling me, Shady, come on, it makes complete sense that an earthbender could bend lava if a waterbender can bend steam. It's just heated up earth. And I'm like, guys, if I made Avatar, that's probably how I would have done it. But I didn't make Avatar. In the original Avatar, Avatar Extra said that it was a combination of earthbending and firebending. Some people brought up a good point that it was probably what they probably meant was it's earthbending, but using firebending techniques. But if that's the case, I feel like more earthbenders would know how to do it. Because lightning bending isn't redirecting lightning is something that any firebender can do with waterbending techniques. But in that specific show, firebenders don't get along with waterbenders. Like, they just don't do that. In Korra, earthbenders and firebenders are friends. So if the secret to lava bending, which is a known thing that people know about, can do, why aren't there more lava benders? Lightning bending doesn't even make that much sense in Korra either. Like, why are average workers being able to lightning bend? You have to be an extreme... Anyway, I'm going on a tangent.
To the Roku intervening is that we get a glimpse of just how powerful Aang could be.
Like, I just don't like that the show just blatantly changed the continuity. Korra did that so much throughout its run. It's not that its way of earthbending doesn't, or lava bending doesn't make... Oh, the Mary Sue counter! I love the Mary Sue counter so much.
Due to someone else bailing him out.
I'm certain the Fire Lord.
Like, it's some people get a little upset at the Mary Sue counter. I'm like, guys, it's just for fun. I don't think any of these characters are Mary
Plays a
Sue.
very interesting role in this episode. On the one hand, we have our heroes, whom we're definitely meant to root for. Then we have Zuko and Iroh, two likable villains whom we don't want to succeed, but we don't want to fail either. Zhao fills the final slot. He's the guy we just downright want to see fail. The interesting thing about Zhao is that he represents
Lightning benders were always the
Fire Nation.
odd ones to me, mainly because I don't consider lightning as fire.
That because he's a banished prince, his
firebenders are heat benders. All they do is they control the heat that's in the air until it combusts. Fire is just a plasma, same as lightning, but lightning is a lot more hot and a lot dangerous. A lot more dangerous because it flows in a current.
Pure vanity and pride. If it makes him look good, he'll do the
So
deed,
firebenders being able to bend lightning does make sense because they're just heat benders.
Because it was once the sage's duty.
It is still our duty.
Upon rewatching this episode, I found myself paying more attention to Shy Yu, the sage who helps Aang. His role is minor, but it says a ton in hindsight.
I feel like
For
Zhao was
starters,
cool.
when he
You are
first
wrong.
meets
He's
the
a
Doorags
firebender.
squad, he tries
He would
to
be
tell
the
them he's
opposite
their
of cool.
friend, to which Sokka responds,
Funny.
Firebenders aren't our friends.
I didn't catch this until recently, but that's blatant discrimination. For the most part throughout the show, Team Avatar is good about judging people for who they are rather than what side they fight for. But I never realized until now that this was the moment that put them on that track. Everyone is 100% ready to fight Shy Yu until he humbly bows to them. He explains that he never wanted to serve the Fire Lord and that his family has been forced to do so. It makes sense that
Professor
after this
Doorags.
moment, the team would see the people of the Fire
A lot of
Nation
people
as
say, "Oh man, you
individuals.
should teach a
Especially
class on
Aang,
this,"
for
and
whom the Fire Nation
I'm
only
like,
recently
I don't know if you
became
guys
gang. The
like
moment helps
know
the
how it
audience
feels
see
to
this
be in a
as well.
position where
Yeah,
somebody's like, "You
Zuko
should
and
teach a
Iroh are
class
likable
on something."
characters,
It's
but
like,
they're still bad
unless
guys.
you have a
This
big
sage
ego,
is the first
you kind of
good
feel like
firebender we've
they're
seen throughout
wrong.
the show, which is a sign to the audience to keep their eyes open for more. Also, he helps nail in the consequences of Aang not showing up when he was supposed to.
Roku died. The sages eagerly awaited for the next avatar to return.
Bloodbending was creepy, and I was surprised it wasn't used more in the show. Well, the whole point of bloodbending was that a lot of it was taboo. You had to be a master waterbender. It was taboo and rare. That's what it was. You had to be a master waterbender. You had to know it existed, and there had to be a full moon.
And it would have justified Aang's
Only
earlier
2
notion
people
of
on the
not
planet
wanting to
meant
come
that
with him.
qualification.
Also, this moment right here.
It wasn't until Korra that they started doing it more, and they butchered the concept in
most
Korra.
terrifying moment in the entire show. Holy crap. Lastly, there's the little notions of emotion. Katara saying she can't live without Aang, Iroh begging Zuko not to go into the Fire Nation. It's moments like these that truly bring the Atla characters to life. And since the characters are the best aspect of the show, these moments
Korra definitely had way too many continuity issues. Korra started with a continuity issue. I'm the Avatar. You gotta deal with it. Her doing that whole scene, I rant about that scene so much to my D&D friends because that scene is such a blatant spit in the face of anybody who pays attention to Avatar.
We see the daunting task that Aang has ahead of him. This has been Shady Doorags. So long, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
I'm tempted to skip the outro every time. I'm like, if I do, they will riot.
And all that. The best thing you
Whoa,
can do
somebody was watching this episode before.
I need you to protect me from Miss Lynn.
I do go back and rewatch my videos a lot.
You are having an affair with her husband.
No, I was having an affair with my boss. You're my boss now.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. What? Another King of the Hill video so soon?
What's your favorite edition of D&D? Pathfinder, but I've only played 2 editions, and I haven't played much of 5th edition.
Buck is arguably at his worst. Eventually, I decided to go with the Ray Roy episode instead, but not before already finishing half a script for my original idea. With a good chunk of the work already
Is this
done,
one
I
of those
figured,
The Chosen One cartoons?
might as well
Avatar
finish it.
is yes.
So here we go. We're gonna review the episodes.
Wasn't Aang an adult when Korra became the new Avatar? That is a tell me you don't watch Avatar without telling me you don't watch Avatar question.
So we're just gonna jump into it.
Josh, the way Avatar works is when an Avatar dies, a new Avatar is born.
Apparently, Debbie found out where Tamaranians shop for dresses. Hank lets Luann and the audience know that
If only Hank wasn't married. Even if Hank was married, that wouldn't have worked on
when it
him.
comes to both Buck and romantic situations.
Hank is prudish. He's borderline
So Hank gets his
asexual.
award
He's
and
not
goes up to
asexual,
an
but he's very
acceptance
borderline.
This being a comedy show, he makes his speech about what a great man Buck Strickland is, while Buck makes out with someone who clearly isn't this married man's wife. Speaking of his wife, guess who walks in during Hank's
Not to mention
I'll give you a hint.
he's very he's very Christian when it comes to sexual stuff. He's like it's marriage or nothing.
Ooh, She said the B word.
I love that
Needless
joke.
to say, Mrs. Strickland
What
no
this
longer
video
wants to be
specifically,
Mrs.
I
Strickland.
love
The
the
next day
first
comes
half.
around, and
I
due to
think
being
I
in
was
hot
on
water,
it with
Buck
the
starts
jokes
getting
in the
ready to go
first
through a
half of
divorce
this
using Hank and his
episode.
other employees
The
to
second
his
half has some
advantage.
good jokes, but
hereby
not so much.
transfer 100%
I don't like
ownership of
watching the second half of this video that
Barbecue
much.
to Hank Hill.
Miss Liz can't have half of what I don't own, you see. Go tell Joe Jack come get his new Evan Root outboard and take Roger his scimitar, will you?
I got nothing. That legit left me speechless. Hank returns home and lets Peggy know what's happening.
Congratulations.
I didn't know Reese Witherspoon was Debbie. If you're spreading misinformation, it's working.
I own half.
Well, this episode just got 10 times better. I mean, just the idea of Peggy owning any kind of business is a script that writes itself. The next day happens, and there's a surprise waiting for the Strickland employees.
We're a family. Now, Daddy still calls the shots, but Debbie's your new mama.
Oh, my bad. 2 surprises.
Now, oh, shoot.
Aren't you pretty? I see how you can make a weak man stupid.
Thank you.
Hold on. I need to look.
So a lot of people get on my case for not putting the "your butt belongs to me" joke in the review. I don't like to put all the jokes into a review. I think that's tacky. I think people should go watch. I want people to go watch the episode. So I left that joke out, and I left this joke in because personally, I found this joke funnier. I found this joke to be absolutely hilarious. A lot of people were confused of why I put so much emphasis on this joke. Like a lot of people were like, that joke wasn't that funny. If this joke didn't exist, I probably would have put in the "your butt belongs to me" joke.
I see how you can make a weak man stupid.
Thank you.
Hold on. I need to look something up. Yep, there it is. The very definition of funny. Miss Liz and her lawyer announce a takeover, which Buck has absolutely no way of fighting against.
Debbie, you stay here. I need you to be my eyes and ears.
I'm his eyes and ears.
She's his eyes and ears. Due to Buck's departure, Hank thinks Miss Liz is gonna fire him. Surprisingly, however, the new boss ensures Hank that his position is safe. She is a businesswoman after all, and she's gonna need Hank in order to keep the place profitable.
To be frank,
Speaking of
I'm surprised that
profit,
the
episode shifts
trombonist
over to
that
Peggy,
guests
who is
in the
inspecting
show
her
at
new
times was a
restaurant.
real guy.
My name
Oh,
is
Chuck
Cynthia.
Mangione.
I am the new owner of Sugarfoot.
I'm Little John. I cut meat.
Could have fooled me. You look more like an Albert.
Now,
Tell me that's not Fat Albert. He looks just like Fat Albert.
I thought you were better. You cut a hole in the top.
Possibly.
Like I said, it writes itself.
When customers walk into Sugarfoot's, what's their first thought?
I'm hungry.
It's, why isn't this place good enough to be a chain?
Y'all joking, but that is legitimately one of the first things I
That's
think
not
of
an
when I walk into a
exaggeration. I
small-time
do
restaurant.
think that
Now,
when I
my
walk
own
into
experience
restaurants.
tells me that people are willing to sacrifice individuality for comfort and familiarity.
So one part I cut out here is that Peggy says, "Oh, and the guy who invented Wendy's agrees with me." That what she just said there is an actual quote from the guy who owned Wendy's.
It's painful how true that is. Okay, I get it. The workers are happy, the customers are happy, and here comes Peggy trying to fix something that isn't broken. Not to mention,
Have you ever
even if
watched
she succeeds,
Archer?
Hank plans
I
on
watched
selling
like the
place
first
back to
episode and
Buck,
got
so Peggy
annoyed.
probably wouldn't
I
get
will
much out of
probably
changing
try
things
again
up anyway. But
in
if
the
I'm being honest,
new year.
guys,
I'm gonna try to watch a lot more
probably would do the
shows in
same
the
thing.
new
The
year.
opportunity to make a business grow is enticing, and I love Peggy's entrepreneurship spirit. So Hank goes to visit Buck at Debbie's apartment, and it turns out it's right next to Sugarfoot's.
Hey, Buck, can I borrow $400?
It's Debbie's roommate, Laura.
It's Cal.
Gasp! King of the Hill. That joke is highly offensive, would not be accepted in today's society, and I find it hilarious. On a more important note, Buck isn't doing so hot, and I'm pretty sure no one in the audience feels sorry for him.
That's my Italian scattergun.
Hey, you know the rules of Chekhov's gun. You've shown it, so it better go off before this is all over.
So this is a little trick with this is a little tricky when it comes to writing scripts. So in this right here, I wanted to tell the audience that King of the Hill did Chekhov's gun and it did it really well. That was the message I was trying to send. But I don't just like saying that. So I have to find like a joking way to get that point out, and this is how I did
my
it.
Italian scattergun.
Hey, you know the rules of Chekhov's gun. You've shown it, so it better go off before this is all over. In fact, I want this whole scene to be used before the end. From the gun, to Gail's existence, to the fact that he participates in online auctions, even the fact that Debbie lives across the street from Sugarfoot's. You've made your bed scene. Now lie in it.
So it's moments like that that recently I've had like trouble getting across. Because I don't just want to sit there and tell people this is Chekhov's gun and Chekhov's gun means this and it did this and they did a good job. It's like I have to find some way to express that while still being the goofy character that Shady Doorags is.
Hank goes back to work and finds that Miss Liz wants to take him out to eat. Once they're at the restaurant, Hank is on the receiving end of an emotional boss who laments to him about her cheating husband before immediately giving him a promotion.
Hank, Rutherford Hill. I'm making you manager.
Wow. Manager? Well, I hope you won't pass the cost of my raise on to the customer.
You.
I feel like Hank's reaction there is a little underplayed.
All right,
When
Morelloon,
Buck made him
have a
manager
good
that
one.
time, he told the man he loved him right in front of his friends and family. Later that night, Miss Liz tells Hank she has a propane emergency.
Huh, is it the whirlpool or the heater?
You're the professional. I just know it's not hot enough in there yet.
Nice try, lady, but Hank is an honorable man, and also a prude. He would never willingly walk into the house of someone making a pass at him.
Sounds like the heater.
Apparently he would, however, walk into the house of his naked female boss who just broke up with her husband because he doesn't understand how seduction works.
Is that champagne?
And these are 2 glasses.
You're not goofy. You're cool, wise, smart, and insightful. I hope I'm goofy. I try to be goofy. I mean, those aren't mutually exclusive terms. You can be goofy and still be cool, wise, smart, and insightful. This is this right here. Okay, hold on. Let me let it play out.
Hank, let's get in there and make some soup.
You know, growing up, my dad always told me that if a woman tries to force herself onto you, us being saved Christian men and all that, the best thing you can do in that situation is run like Usain Bolt is trying to murder you. Run, Hank, run!
I love that joke so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Like, I'm so proud of myself for that joke. I think the delivery, I think the execution, and just the joke itself was perfect. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wait, make soup? The next day, Miss Liz apologizes to Hank for trying to make soup with him. Her words say she's turning over a new leaf. Her actions, on the other hand...
Here's your new manager's uniform. Put it on and let's go into the showroom.
There is, of course, a solution to Hank's problem that Bill points out.
You could call the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
But, as demonstrated in other episodes, Hank does not deal with any situation regarding sexual relations openly, even one where he's the victim. Also, he doesn't want his wife to find out, and considering this is Peggy we're talking about...
You so much as touch my husband, I will knock you into next week.
Yeah, I can see why. With everything going on in Hank's life, the stress makes him start smoking again. Okay, this is where the episode starts to feel a little forced.
I got a
For those
lot of
you don't
flack
know,
for this
Hank
opinion.
had 2 moments in his life where he was addicted to smoking, and he drove himself crazy trying to quit. The episode is trying to say that he's going through a relapse due to all the stress, which is something I might be able to believe if Hank didn't go through a ton of stress in other episodes that didn't lead him to smoking. Like, nobody even talks him into it. He just, out of nowhere, demands a cigarette from Dale. The more you look at it, the more it feels like this was just done for the plot. As Hank deals with being the new
I stand
Debbie,
by that
Debbie
opinion.
deals with being the old Debbie.
I haven't had time to do anything except be your wife's slave. Buck!
Also, I'm really proud of this line back here. The Debbie line.
Plot. As Hank deals with being the new Debbie, Debbie deals with being the old Debbie.
I haven't had
I'm
time
really
to
proud
do
of that
anything
line.
except be your wife's slave. Buck! You gotta do something.
You're on your own, Debbie. I can't help you no more.
Since Buck turned himself from an asset to a liability, Debbie needs a new sugar daddy to protect her from Miss Liz, and she knows just where to find one.
Debbie? What are you doing here? Why are you in your underwear?
And yet she left her shoes on. Actually, no, that's good attention to detail. She probably didn't want to
That's
cross
a
the
real
street barefoot.
observation I made. I was gonna complain that she had her shoes on, and I was like, wait a second, no, that makes sense.
Your advances.
Wow, Hank, that was rude. Debbie is doing everything in her power to show you that she is clearly not a sir.
This ain't over. Nobody rejects Stevie Grun.
Well, I just did.
Like a boss. After
There are some moments that are so iconic, you know you have to do something, but you're not sure what. And that moment, I feel like I didn't do enough, but I couldn't think of anything really big and grand to do, because this moment is so well known where Hank just says, well, I just did.
Ain't over. Nobody
chicks, Stevie Grund!
Well, I just did.
Like a boss. After Hank schools Debbie in lessons of honor, he finds he has even more people wanting to talk to him about sex.
Now, soup is good food, Hank, but keep your spoon in your own bowl.
Again with the soup metaphor, is this a Texan thing?
I have only had one mistress, and her name?
For some reason, this is, and every time I rewatch this video, this drives me nuts. For some reason, Peggy is blonde back here. Like, I don't know what's going on with that.
Propane.
That's supposed to be a joke, but it becomes really weird when you remember the episode Suge Knight exists. Hey, I don't kink shame. That's a lie, I definitely do.
Mrs. Strickland, you told Buck that we made soup when you know darn well that we most certainly did not make soup.
Yes, Hank, I did. I told him we made a big bowl of cream of us.
All right, y'all are starting to freak me out with this metaphor. Are y'all in a cult? Do y'all need medical attention?
Buck and I have been doing the same dance for 32 years. I needed to dip him for a change.
So you dragged my good name through the dirt just to make Buck jealous.
Miss Liz, I was 100% on your side of this whole debacle until you dragged an innocent / married man into it, sexually harassed him, and then messed with his reputation. I was originally going to make a joke about how much of an alpha Hank is with all these women coming after him, but none of them are actually attracted to him. They all just want to sleep with him because of Buck. Hank seems—
That was legit something I wanted to do. Like, I was legit going to make a joke about Hank being a Chad because he was getting all these women. And then I came to a discovery like, oh, wait, Buck is the reason they're all after him.
Miss Liz's comments about forgiveness as an opportunity. He sets up a situation so that she and Buck will be at Sugarfoot's at the same time.
Hello.
They always ask where's the propane, but not how's the propane. Hank definitely asks how's the propane.
With her husband.
Who is this?
Uh-oh, this joke.
Put that old lady back on. Maybe she can talk some sense into you.
Okay, so a lot of times in my scripts, I write that I'm supposed to laugh, and I'm pretty good at faking my laugh. That was not a fake laugh. That was a real laugh that I just did. And where it comes from is where it comes from is I was recording and I had just said this joke back here.
Christian men and all that. The best thing
I
you
just
can
recorded
do in
this
that
line.
situation is run like Usain Bolt is trying to murder you. Run, Hank, run!
And because of that joke right there that I just said, I immediately burst out laughing into this
That
laughter.
old lady back on. Maybe she can talk some sense into you.
My goodness.
So yeah, that that laugh that you heard, 100% real. That was me cracking myself up, and I was like, well, I need a laugh for this script anyway, so I'm gonna use that.
Goodness gracious, Hank. I love you so freaking much, man.
Sugarfoot's is right across the street. I'll tell your wife myself.
No, you don't want to do that.
Why not?
Why not? Girl, have you met Peggy?
What the?
You stole my song!
So we're gonna do it.
Yes, we are going to do it.
I like it when you talk dirty.
Sad part is, that is Hank's dirty talk. So Hank, trying to both fix and prevent several problems, heads down to Sugarfoot's. Surprisingly enough, his first plan works.
What have they done to Sugarfoot? Sugarfoot?
Why, you ain't called me Sugarfoot in years. Don't you worry about nothing, because you know what? Debbie is.
Real laugh, but a different joke. My immersion shattered.
Hank runs back to Debbie's, hoping to stop her from
The thing
doing
is, I can
something
fake
stupid.
my
Later that
laugh
evening, we see
really
Peggy
easily.
continue
I have
to
a
work
lot
on
of different
improving the
laughs, and I can
restaurant when
fake
she
them
hears a
all
noise
like
from
really
outside.
easy.
Upon
Like-
inspection, she comes across a horrible sight.
Somebody shot Debbie!
Like that's a real laugh that I do,
Pause that.
but I just faked it just now.
Change the name to Peggy's Sugarfoot.
And then sometimes I go high pitched like I did in this video.
Peggy, apostrophe S, Sugarfoot, another apostrophe S.
And this is where I start to not really like this video.
Thus begins the second
Like
episode.
it's not bad. It's just the jokes in the second half of this video to me are not as good. How long is this video? This video is 22 minutes long. Jeez.
Smoking as well.
Oh, dang it. Can I get a light off yours?
That's a new lighter. How many packs are you smoking, Hank?
Peggy should trust Hank way more than Debbie, even if Debbie did tell Peggy that lie. See, there's a lot of reasons why Hank wouldn't want Peggy to know. The main reason the episode goes for is that Hank is just uncomfortable talking to people about this. But I'm like, if Peggy finds out something like that, she will go on a rampage. Like, it's not necessarily that she doesn't trust Hank. It's that if somebody else is coming after her man, she might not take it very lightly.
I think I got my first suspect.
She has threatened and actually hit people.
Cool. Who are you?
For less.
The way the episode presents this character,
A lot of people
feels
get
like
on my
this is
case
supposed
about
to be
this.
someone famous, but I guess I'm too young to know his relevance. Oh my goodness! For once, I'm too.
I
young
don't
to
know
something.
anything
Look, I
about
bet
Chuck
you Hank
Norris
is
or
freaking
that
out
show
about
he
the
was
drugs in
on.
the system. Since he can't
A
trust
lot of people were
himself
like,
in the
"What do you
state, he
mean?
tries to
You were
sleep off
alive in
everything.
the
After his nap, he
'90s?" I was like, "I was a
continues to panic
kid."
until eventually he's spotted.
Dad! The police are looking for you!
I'm sorry, I can't hate her. She's too.
Sounds like a
entertaining.
crazy
Hank
wife.
gets the news about
She's
Debbie,
she's
but
not
because
really
he's currently afraid
crazy,
of the
Peggy.
police, he leaves
She's
in a hurry.
very
The next
strong
workday,
spirited,
Hank
and
and
that's
his
why
coworker
Hank
are
fell
mourning
in love
Debbie's
with
death.
her.
Debbie bought those flowers just before she died.
Yo, that's messed up. And since Hank isn't on screen, I'm guessing they added that line.
Peggy
at the
jumped out of
last
a
minute.
plane and survived. She's built different. Yeah, I mean, also she fell in mud.
Geez, the writers really hated Debbie, didn't they? Buck, being one of the prime suspects, gives a little speech that makes it look like he definitely was the one who pulled the trigger on Debbie. He then proceeds to tear off Hank's name tag. Hank continues to stay paranoid about his smoking adventures and decides the best thing to do is get rid of the evidence. As he's doing so, the sheriff drops by to deliver some news.
I just thought you might want to know you are now a suspect.
Oh, no.
In the murder of Debbie Grund.
Oh.
By the way, one thing I didn't bring up in this is because I didn't notice till after I was done with making this video. Hank burning his shirt is the reason why he can believe that his name tag was out there, because he no longer has the shirt, so he can't check his shirt for the name tag.
Oh, that. Oh, God.
He said that they found your Strickland name patch in the bushes behind Peggy's Sugarfoot.
And with this, the audience can pretty much be sure that Hank didn't do the deed. I mean, we already knew that. This is Hank we're talking about. But the fact that Buck had to plant evidence just to frame Hank points to him more than anyone else.
The sheriff said that you had a motive, and it concerned your relationship with Ms. Liz. He kept using that phrase, relationship with Ms. Liz.
Uh-oh, Peggy's closer than ever to catching on. What's Hank
Not
gonna do
Walker,
this
but
time?
the other sheriff.
Lie straight to her face.
I was a kid
bribe
too,
Miss
never
Liz to
watched
convince her
it,
not to
but I
talk,
got it.
hire
But still
acrobatic
can't blame
gerbils
you
from
for the
Siberia
cultural
to
blind
make sure that
spots.
She wanted
It
me
happens.
to service her accessories.
Or, you know, do what he should have done in the first place and tell his wife the truth. I guess that's just as exciting as my ideas. But hey, at least we finally get to see Peggy's
I'm
reaction.
making jokes here, but to me, they're not landing as good as the other ones.
Is that it?
Why did you not tell me that Ms. Liz made a pass at you?
Okay, that's a little better, but this is really anticlimactic. I mean, this is Peggy Hill we're talking about. When she heard Hank kiss someone else behind her back 20 years ago, this was her reaction. I mean, even if Peggy wasn't known to be violent, Hanky Panky built up that Hank was avoiding telling Peggy this news, which is finally being brought out here. There should be more consequences than just Peggy's one upset line. So Hank, hearing about his name tag, starts to believe himself to be the murderer. He talks to a drug
I mean,
counselor about
the second half, the script is still good. It's just the first half, the script was like,
Sugarfoots to see if he
I
can
would say like
remember
some
what
of my
happened.
best work.
Buck catches him, however, and convinces Hank to drive him somewhere.
You were angry at her?
Yes.
Louder.
Yes, I was angry. Debbie threatened to tell my wife that we had sexual relations.
Okay, well, the episode definitely wants us to think Buck did it. Pro tip, when this much evidence points to one culprit in the show, they're definitely a red herring. Mysteries aren't fun if you know who did them. With that being said, the episode is doing a
lot of people didn't like that I said that. Like, mysteries aren't fun if you know who did them. Because they're like, no, because we get to watch the characters discover who did them. And I'm like, I guess I could have made this clear, but I meant like mysteries for you, the audience. If it's supposed to be a mystery to the audience, it's not fun if you know who did them. If you know who did it, but it's a mystery to the characters in the show, that's different. I could have clarified on that.
Good job keeping a tight lip on who actually did the deed. Hank finds the shotgun shell in his truck before the police do, and this convinces him that he did the crime. The sheriff once again stops by the hills to further question Hank.
If this is about the investigation, I assure you, you can speak freely. My husband and I have no secrets between us.
And I got this here silver lighter. Found it in Debbie's apartment. Got the initials HRH on it.
It was a gift from Mrs. Elizabeth Strickland.
I know all about Ms. Liz. As I said, I know everything about my husband.
I want to complain about Hank smoking right in front of his wife when he
I
knows
still
she
want
doesn't
to complain
him
about that.
But this is sadly in character.
If I may.
I didn't sleep with Debbie, and I already told you about being in the bathtub with a naked Ms. Liz.
Did you see her breasts?
I gotta be picky, but they didn't dust the envelope to know Buck tried to pin Hank. Well, they established earlier that the sheriff's department doesn't do the necessary steps. When the
he and Hank do have solid alibis,
when the Texas Ranger comes out, the first thing he says is, "I can send it up to Dallas and dust it for prints."
Issues with doing that.
Debbie's roommate Gail's got an interesting
Insinuating the sheriff isn't gonna do that.
Says he was with you, sparking up a J.
How dare you? My dad would never.
There's a joke I really wanted to put in here, but wound up taking out because there's only so much of a scene you can use. And that's when he says, he was with you, sparking up a J. And Peggy says, in English, please. And he says, lighting up a J. And she goes, oh, you were doing drugs? I think that was a really good joke.
Never use drugs.
The boy's right. I would never smoke pot.
So, yet again, Hank hides the truth from everyone. Unfortunately for Hank, this lie has severe consequences.
Now, this joke, I think is good. I think this is one of my better jokes. It'll be dated, but I think it's worth it.
Show Peggy sugar for yes!
Peggy, are you sure a critical news broadcast is the best time to advertise your restaurant?
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night.
So Hank goes to talk with.
I wanted the guy dancing in his jeans, but I was scared of copyright.
Him admitting to what he
so
did.
I cut it there.
Unfortunately for Hank, he's in King of the Hill, and as we all know, King of the Hill loves its stereotypes, and the Texan stereotype is that the law is pretty harsh.
The sheriff arrested him. That means he's guilty.
Bill's right.
With the case closed, everyone meets up at Sugarfoot's.
I really like murder mysteries when they're done well. For example, I didn't care much for the new Batman movie because I'm planning on watching that soon. Actually, on the other hand, they can't be too convoluted. That the mystery is more of a twist that comes out of nowhere than something to solve. There has to be something to solve. I don't know what my brain did there. Oh,
Hank Hill?
Yeah, you tell him, Peggy. Make him face.
I've said that all the time about twists. Like, you need to be able to see the twist coming if you were paying attention, but it also has to be a surprise, so it also has to be difficult to see coming.
Hank, it was you.
No, it wasn't.
Then it was Ms. Liz.
No, it wasn't.
What video did I say that in?
Goodness gracious.
With Gail being innocent, the Texas Ranger breaks down what
I don't
really
remember.
happened.
I
on the
did say
night
that
of
in a
Debbie's
video,
murder.
though.
Now, what would she have seen if she looked out her window at 6 p.m.? She saw Mr. Buck and Ms. Liz Strickland entering the restaurant. Seeing Buck and Ms. Liz back together must have thrown that pretty little tankwipe into a jealous rage. She went there to kill Buck Strickland with the 12-gauge shotgun he had stashed in her apartment. According to the store's security videotape and a written deposition from a Mr. Freddie Hakimi, she purchased a big gulp and a 99-cent nacho plate.
I wanted to make a joke about how someone with a shotgun just casually walks into
Again,
a convenience
a
store,
legit
but
joke I
I
wanted to
remembered
make.
Texas. Like, even the guy behind the counter has a gun. This is what the Second Amendment truly looks like, folks.
She put the gun in first. She wouldn't let go of that junk food. Debbie Grunn's killer was Debbie Grunn.
Holy the dongles. That has got to be the dumbest
By the
death
way, was this
I've
episode
ever
before or
heard
after
of.
the Peggy's
But a really
virginity
good end to a
episode?
mystery.
I don't know. If I were to guess, I would think it was before, but
To protect you.
You planted evidence for me?
Yeah.
You two are disgusting people and you deserve each other. Hey Sheriff, I can't help but notice that you're not arresting Buck for obstruction of justice. To end the episode off, we finally get some consequences to Hank's actions.
Maybe I should be able to punish you.
Well, okay, son. What's my punishment?
You cannot mow the lawn for 1 week.
Oh, come on, son. It was an accident.
You want to go for 2?
Admittedly, it's extremely charming, but it in no way lives up to the hype that was built for it. And that was Hanky Panky, as well as High Anxiety. Like I said, I wanted to talk about this for Buck Strickland, as I think this is him at his worst. Unfortunately, the second episode kinda ruins that. Even though Buck's framing Hank for murder, the episode doesn't focus on that.
didn't Hank get ticked off at his boss? No.
I do love these
That was
two
the big
episodes.
thing about the
They're
Buck
both
Strickland
extremely
video,
funny
that
and
Hank
make for
rarely
the murder
ever gets
mystery
ticked
with a
off
fun
at Buck,
reveal.
and Buck
However,
takes
I feel
advantage
the
of
second
him.
episode is severely weaker
This
than
is
the
supposed
first,
to be
mainly
Buck
because
at
the
his
first
worst,
episode built up Hank
in my
deceiving
opinion.
people, but the second episode barely delivered on the consequences. But hey, at least the second episode didn't at all mention soup as an
And
innuendo.
wait for
That was
it.
getting weird. Oh, make soup. There was a hot
I
tub,
also love
so they
this
already
joke.
had hot water. They just needed to add the broth. Ew. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
I was literally thinking about your ew the other day. Yeah, the delivery on that ill is I'm pretty proud of that. I'm pretty proud of that. All right, so let's go ahead and end that poll. Yeah, King of the Hill definitely won. Big shocker there. I mean, I would think Avatar stands somewhat of a chance, but King of the Hill is just the king of the channel right now. Next round will be a bit interesting. Okay, I'm going to change the camera of the battery in the camera instead of just turning it back on. And I'm also going to go to the bathroom really quickly. So the stream is not starting. Can you edit this, please? So I will BRB. So just let me do that right quick, and I will be back, you guys. Okay. All right. Okay, I am back. Let's get this out of the way. And then what are the next two on the list? Oh, the Chris Rock video. All right, where's chat at? Did I miss any super chats while I was gone? No. Okay. So, next poll. Which video is better? Chris Rock versus Will Smith, or Honest Magic Mirror? Okay, and those are the two. Yeah. There we go. Opinions on the Owl House. I have not seen the Owl House. Because everyone keeps telling me to, and I'm hipster.
You ain't allowed to talk that way. Not in America. Am I right, y'all? Yeah, right. Wrong.
As soon as the Chris Rock thing happened, I immediately thought of this quote.
Stage can say any dumb thing he wants.
I'm like, it's too perfect. It's too perfect.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. At the end of last year, my New Year's resolution was to try new things in regards to YouTube. I say this because I know
I've never seen The Boys, but I know Omni-Man would defeat Homelander.
It's not something I normally do. But now I have an excuse to ignore you, and if you complain about it, it's because you hate progress.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Like everyone else in the universe, I want to talk about the latest controversy between Will Smith
and
that
Chris music.
Rock. For those of you who don't know, because this is your
I
address,
really
Chris
can't
Rock
tell
was
when the
one of
music
presenters
is
on the
too
latest
loud or
Oscars,
not.
And when he went on stage, he made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith.
I got a couple of complaints way in the past that the music was too loud, so I turned it down. And then people basically didn't know that I had
Will
music.
Smith approaches Chris on stage and assaults
So,
him because of a
but
joke.
choosing like
Tracking to see
the
who tells Chris
right
not to
music
mention his
was a
wife
bit
again.
stressful
At the
because
time
I
we
couldn't
were
use
recording this,
copyright
Will has
music.
not faced any repercussions for his assault and was even allowed to continue and win his first award for Best Actor. Will
So
has
it would always be a
since apologized
nuisance when
for
I had
his
to put the
actions.
background
When
music
I
into
first saw
videos.
this, I was
So I'm
livid.
right now
Not
I'm
only
really
did I just watch a man
relieved
get
that
assaulted,
I don't
but
have to
the
do that
assaulter
anymore,
was
but I do
Will
kind of
Smith
miss it.
Of all people. You guys obviously don't know this, but Will is one of my all-time favorite celebrities. I grew up loving his movies, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and listening to both his classic and updated rap songs. So it was really disappointing to see someone whom I had so much respect for do something so heinous. Despite my anger, however, like most dramas, I eventually got
Oh, the camera didn't come back up.
Chris
Sorry.
isn't pressing charges, and I don't believe in
I didn't.
being
I
offended
fixed
for
it and then I
someone
didn't
else.
put it back
It is
up.
because Will is clearly going through something
We'll see how
that
long
I
it lasts now. The
sympathize
camera was
with
still a little
the full
hot,
story,
but I changed
or
the
maybe it's
battery
because
completely.
This is Hollywood, and the
So-
chance of this all being fake is still on the table. Either way, despite that, I think what Will Smith did was awful. I don't care that much that he slapped Chris Rock over a joke. But you know what I do care about? Everyone's reaction to Will Smith slapping Chris Rock over a joke.
And I still stand by that. Like I'm not. I don't really care really that Will Smith did the thing. I more so care about like how people treated him after they did the thing. People were treating him like he was the victim, like what he did wasn't wrong. Like everybody does something wrong from time to time. It's easy to forgive them if they're realize their mistake. But when everybody starts backing up that person and saying they had every right to do that thing, that's when it starts. That's when I start getting like ticked off.
Clear to me that Will's behavior was absolutely unacceptable and that Chris did nothing wrong. And I'm pretty sure I share the popular opinion on this issue. But you'll find a sizable chunk of people who think Will was in the right, and even those who believe that Chris got what he deserved. The reason why I'm so concerned with this is because this is just the latest in a long line of this type of behavior. Throughout the
And people really do not understand like how bad this got in the 2010s, where people were like, what you say is considered violence, so we can do whatever we want to you based off of what you say. And I'm like, that logic is so awful. And it puts so many people at risk. And there's still people who follow this mentality. I mean, this gets into the whole political sphere, but y'all already know where I stand on that stuff.
2010s, there were many attempts to justify,
and it's
silencing
very
those
dangerous
who say things
for
you
people
don't
who want
like
to be
by using
comedians,
force.
which I am
Shoot,
classified
it might have
as a
happened well
comedian.
before the 2010s, but that's when I started paying attention. During this time, there were people who were physically attacked for their ideas, famous cases of comedians who were persecuted by Western governments for their jokes, and now we've reached the point that a celebrity can assault a man in front of millions of people, and not only is he not—
I've been told technically by the legal definition, it's not assault. I think it's battery. I don't know what the legal definition. The point is, this was a physical attack on him, and it was wrong.
Canceled for it, but he's being praised for his actions. How long are we going to let this type of mentality continue when it's clearly getting worse? But it's okay though, because Will was defending his wife's honor, and Chris took it too far by joking about a sickness. And this isn't the first time Chris has made these jokes, and this joke specifically targeted one person.
None of that
Someone
matters.
Whose job it is to tell jokes to other people. Let me see if I can explain why none of that matters. You see, the majority of comedy stems from negative experiences. Laughter is a defense mechanism that humans use to cope with an awful world.
This opinion, like a lot of people hold this opinion about comedy, but I've also seen like a lot of pushback against it. Because I do believe that. I do believe that the majority, if not all, of comedy comes from like negative experiences. At the very least, the best jokes derive from some kind of negative experience. So all jokes are offensive to someone somewhere.
If we didn't have humor, we'd be forced to take in every negative experience as just that, purely negative. So our brains devise a way to turn even the most traumatic experiences into something pleasant. Because of this, comedy is inherently offensive. Every joke ever told is going to upset someone somewhere. To say that Chris shouldn't tell jokes that offend people is to say he shouldn't do his job, or at least he shouldn't do it well. Some of his past acts include jokes about racism, sexism, and assault.
Yo, women, you want to get a man? This what you do. You put a pot.
Best comedy comes from a dark place. A lot of people have noticed that the best comedians in history, they've had dark pasts. And it's like, yeah, that makes a ton of sense because they had to get over that experience. It's not that you can't be funny if you have never had it, if you haven't had a dark past, but when you've had a dark past and you've learned to overcome that, you start seeing the joys in life more. You start seeing how to turn situations into pleasant ones.
On a stove, every day at 6 o'clock, a man will show up to that pot.
By the way, for this video, I had to research Chris Rock stand-ups because I know Chris Rock is one of the most famous comedians on the planet, but I never really listened to his stuff because when I was studying comedy, I listened to clean comedy because I wanted to be like a clean comedian on YouTube. So I would listen to like Bill Cosby and I would listen to Sinbad the Entertainer. So I didn't really listen to Chris Rock. When I looked up this stuff, he had me on the floor with laughter, man. This stuff was so freaking funny. My goodness. I understand why he's considered one of the best in the world. My goodness.
I will drop kick a girl for some banana pudding. Ice cold banana pudding been sitting in the refrigerator all night. Get your ass.
You see this reaction this lady is giving? This as opposed to the the live skit shows you see with talk show hosts where it's ha 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 laughter. You see how she's losing control of herself because it's so funny? That's real, genuine laughter. That is somebody who told a joke and it hits you in that funny spot. Like that's why I really can't stand these like live action shows that come out with the fake audiences who do the laughter, where they do the controlled laughter. But it drives me nuts because as somebody who tries to get genuine laughter from people I can't see, it drives me nuts that these people are allowed canned laughter.
Now, a comedian's job is to take observations and turn them into laughable situations. A stand-up comedian will often observe their audience and make fun of them on the spot.
You see, y'all young brothers here. Look at y'all. Y'all young brothers sitting here. Ain't got no women.
I watched this one comedian. He definitely changed my mindset on rockism and being racial. I love when you put in a pic of Count Dankula. I love Chris Rock's jokes, especially the disco one. Yeah, Dankula is the really big one when it comes to free speech.
Yeah, right.
This one right here, that Sinbad skit, I've watched so many times. That one and Afros and Bell Bottoms. Absolutely watch those. Like I would be programming in college and I would just put that on the background.
Have y'all had a kid?
A lot of the stuff I learned from comedy, I learned from Sinbad and Bill Cosby. Like timing and how to exaggerate without using curse words and stuff like that.
Best. If you're attending a show and he's on stage, you should expect to get made fun of, especially if you're sitting in the front row, because that is literally what he gets paid to do. And situations like the Oscars are well known for being that type of environment, even if a stand-up comedian isn't the one presenting. Now, is it possible to go too far with a joke? Yes, absolutely.
You see that right there? Hold on, back up. You see that laugh?
To go for being that type of environment, even if a stand-up comedian isn't the one presenting.
It's fake. That's a fake laugh, because Chris wasn't really trying when he did the Oscars. He was doing some really, really tame jokes. Freaking fake laughter. Like when it's funny, it hits.
Now, is it possible to go too far with a joke? Yes, absolutely. How do you know when you've gone too far? Well, to be honest, you can guess, but you don't really know.
I'm about to fix the camera.
A comedian should always strive to entertain more people in their target audience than they do offend them. And you can't know if you succeeded in that until you get feedback from a joke. In regards to the Oscars, there's actually a good argument to be made that Chris did go too far. As in the audio, you can hear a lot of people showing caution to what he said. Afterwards, Chris even tries to defend his joke, knowing it didn't land well.
That was a nice one. Okay.
For the sake of argument, let's say Chris told the most offensive joke on the planet and absolutely everyone hated it. Saying that he deserved to get assaulted for it is
imagine assaulting someone for something they said. Well, that used to be the norm. Like it used to be the norm that you dishonored me, sir. Slap you with a glove. And before that, it was, what did you say about me?
I have to ask, where do people draw the line?
But like we should have gotten to a point in civilization where we're beyond that.
Shot Chris dead? Would they still say Chris had it coming? He did insult Will's wife after all.
And that's another thing. Like when you escalate something to violence, in my opinion, like once you got it to that point, where it goes from there is unknown to both parties. So you escalating it to violence, you have caused whatever comes next. So that's why I said in this part, I'm like, it wouldn't have made it, why would it be any different if Will went up and shot Chris dead? Like you're advocating for violence. Why not just take it to the next level? You're saying he deserved violence for the words he said. Why not take it farther? What's stopping you from taking it farther? Well, because one causes death, okay? One causes physical pain. He didn't deserve the physical pain. What makes you think he deserved death? My opponent is not here to argue their side of the story, so...
Why is Will not
I'm just ranting at this point.
Encouraged to commit some form of violence against Chris just because he's angry at him? And I have a really hard time believing chivalry is the answer.
I hate the might is right mentality. I really hate it.
It utterly baffles me how badly people want to get rid of freedom of speech. But Shady, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences. It just means the government can't silence you. Yes.
So who was in the wrong? Will Smith was in the wrong.
However,
you can make the argument that Chris made a bad joke. That's it.
Someone is allowed to assault you
Will Smith ran up and punched the dude for the words he said.
You want speech to be restricted by those in power. You just don't want that power to be the government. I'm not saying there should be no consequences for the things that people say, but assaulting someone is not an acceptable consequence. I would have much less of a problem.
And people love to muddy the waters with
the Oscars simply didn't want him back because of it. Even Will going up to
with free speech, they love to muddy the waters. There should be consequences for what you say. Yes, nobody is arguing that.
Acceptable consequences. But Will going up and assaulting Chris is not, or at least it shouldn't be, given how the U.S. is supposed to work. If you believe Chris got what he deserved for angering Will,
not punch, slapped. Yeah, slapped. But again, like to me, going up and doing violence to somebody,
anyone who causes
like
a criminal to feel a certain way,
any violence,
brought the crime upon themselves.
You've crossed the line.
The big deal about victim mentality is because moments like these are well alive. Will Smith can attack another celebrity for telling a joke, and people will defend him because he was looking out for his wife or because his feelings were hurt. They are justifying clearly wrong actions because, in Will's mind, he was a victim of something. That is a textbook case of victim mentality and is the latest example of people believing their feelings are the most important things in any situation. Normally,
If it was
I don't
more than a
touch
slap,
trauma,
it could
let alone
be
celebrity
terrible.
trauma, but I felt the need to speak up about this because comedy is very special to me. If I could do only one thing on this channel,
I mean,
it
yeah.
would be to make people laugh. My fondest memories are of me and my family making each other burst out in laughter. I get that not every joke is for every audience and that words do have consequences, but saying someone is open to violence being done to
When Will was
them
younger,
because of
he
a
insulted
joke they
one of
told
the
is closer to
Arsenio
a
Hall's
very
band
dangerous
members who
mentality
has
than I'd like to
alopecia.
be.
Will was
People's
clearly going
feelings
through some
do
stuff.
not
That's why I say,
suddenly
like,
put them in the
I'm not
right
really
words,
upset at
especially
Will
jokes,
specifically.
do not suddenly
I'm upset at
justify
how people
violence.
reacted
Will
to it and
Smith
were
shouldn't
like
have done what
defending
he
him.
did, and Chris Rock did nothing wrong. Apparently, society has forgotten a very fundamental lesson
This
we
right
used to
here.
teach children. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
A lot of people did not like that I said this. A lot of people are like, no, words do hurt you. There have been all these studies that show that words psychologically damage people. And I'm like, you guys are missing the point. Words do not cause physical damage to you. They do not cause physical damage. And words that do hurt mentally, a lot of times that has more to do with you than the person saying the words. You need to build up resistances against words. You need to tell yourself that those words do not matter. You cannot do that with sticks and stones. They break your bones. I mean, you can get tougher, but you can't look inside yourself and say these sticks and stones won't do anything to me. It's gonna hurt regardless, but you can look at yourself and say these words are not gonna hurt me, and that has an effect on you. I get so mad when people are like, no, words do hurt you. They have these psychological effects. So like, I'm not saying they don't have psychological effects on you. Oh my goodness.
But I suppose some of you think that's insultingly childish, so here's a more modern and grown-up mantra. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. This has been Shady Doorags.
And those are words I
farewell.
Man, Game of Thrones
Yeah,
has
Vita
such
saying.
amazing quotes, man.
Goodbye.
Easy to say when those words don't inspire others to do violence against myself and mine. If words are inspiring someone to do so, if they're telling someone to do violence, that's different.
Magic mirror on.
Oh yeah. And now for something completely different. This was just a short. So I'm not really shocked that the Chris Rock versus Will Smith video is winning, because this one was a real short. But I like doing shorts. I'm not gonna lie. I really do like doing shorts, and they're not stressful at all. They take very little time to do, and it's just a quick joke. My sister always told me that I would be really good at like Vines and stuff when Vine was still a thing. And a lot of people tell me that I should get on TikTok because I really like shorts. What about the second saying? Nobody got on my case for the second saying, so I didn't really feel the need to address it. I mean, it's true. If you're trying to silence someone, you're telling the world that you're afraid of what they'll say. You're not proving them wrong.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest one of all?
With or without makeup.
I don't want.
I love myself for making that video. Whoever believes the pen is mightier than the sword has obviously never encountered automatic weapons. I mean, the pen determines who gets the automatic weapons. Okay, so we're here. Oh, let me end the poll before I do this. So no come from behind victories. End the poll. How do you make your voice like that? Well, I somewhat sound like the magic mirror. But also there's a lot of things in editing softwares where you can add echo effects to it. DaVinci Resolve actually has a glitch with their Echo stuff where if you enter the numbers you want for the Echo stuff, it doesn't save it. You have to use the knobs that they put into. If you've never done DaVinci Resolve, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, so the next one is, another King of the Hill versus Avatar. I wonder who's going to win this one. Okay, let me... I just put away the thing that was going to help me do the poll. Okay, poll. Start a poll. Which video is better? King of the Hill, Pygmalion, or Art. Oh, the water bed. That's the water bedding scroll. That wasn't even a good video. Yeah, Pygmalion's definitely gonna win. There you go.
It's red hair.
You don't like it? Okay. Well, we can always shave it off and wait for it to regrow.
No!
Good. Then it's settled.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. It's been forever since I've uploaded, and I need some views. You know what that means. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh boy, this is my favorite part of the video. The part where Shady tells us why he chose to review this specific episode. And yes, dear viewer, you are...
I don't know why, but that particular voice hits me in the right spot. that, oh boy! By the way, that was a little knock at people, because a lot of people were complaining, or not a lot, but some people were complaining that my intros were too long. They just wanted me to get to the video. That's why I use a celery stick here. In case you guys didn't know, whenever there's a celery on screen, that usually represents like my critics. The fan represents my fans. The celery stick represents my critics. So this one was particularly funny to me because I acted like a fan, but it's something that my critics were saying. So, oh man, oh boy.
Favorite part of the video, the part where Shady tells us why he chose to review this specific episode. And yes, dear viewer, you are correct to be excited, for I am reviewing Pygmalion. One of, if not the
What's your best King of the Hill video? I'm
King of the Hill that
not sure.
No, seriously, everyone in there.
This one's a candidate for it.
About it. They're all
I
like,
really like the
Shady,
cotton
you
video.
Be a good boy and review Pygmalion, and I'll pick you some cookies. And I'm like, how do y'all keep finding me? My grandma doesn't even know where I live. But after today, everyone's grandmas can stop bothering me, and I can finally get my cookies. But Shady, this is a Halloween.
Oh my
episode.
Sorry.
You should be reviewing this
Why did no one tell me? Nobody ever tells me these things. Jeez. This is somehow all your fault. Sorry.
During October. Hey, I don't tell you how to live your life. Wait, no. Yes, I do.
I'm looking at y'all talking
All the
about
time, actually.
straw man. I'm trying to
It's
figure out what
usually during King
what
of
you're
the Hill
referring
video.
to.
The episode starts with the Hills preparing to order at a restaurant when Peggy spots Luann getting scolded by her boss, Bitsy.
I do so know enough not to put a salad-sized fork in the spoon bin.
Why are you calling my niece a liar?
Because the liar lied to me, and I call liars liars. What's it to you?
What's your favorite bad movie? I don't generally watch bad movies. That's probably something else I'm going to start doing more of, watching media I think is going to be bad. Because I'm a reviewer and that's what we're supposed to do.
Now, wait a minute, I wasn't gonna fire her.
Ooh, yeah.
I would probably say Birdemic,
So,
but I've
remember
never
when I said
actually
this?
seen it.
I don't share the same hatred that the general fandom does when it comes to Peggy, but that doesn't mean I like literally everything Peggy does.
Eric, I answered your comment earlier. I wouldn't have much to say because
this is one of those
Sonic X was my
Peggy is still
introduction
very
to
much
the
fun in
Sonic
this episode,
characters.
but throughout it, she will do things
and
that will hit a couple of
I
sensitive
love
areas
Sonic,
in my psyche.
but I
Take this
don't
scene, for example. Peggy is acting
have an
very in
attachment
character here. She
to
doesn't
like
let
the
others push her,
continuity.
nor though she cares about her
I just
around,
like
which
to
is
see
a
the
good
fun,
quality.
colorful
However,
characters
Peggy
doing the
is
fun,
doing this
colorful
to a
things.
fault.
So as long as the series does that, like, I'm pretty much
She's
happy.
ignoring everything outside of the details that make her the winner.
Celery
As
is a
someone
straw
interacts with
man,
people
is what
online on a daily
I
basis,
thought. I
that
think
hits a little close to home. But what's worse about this is that Peggy isn't
not
the one
necessarily
paying
a straw man,
consequences
but
of
it
her
is an
actions.
exaggeration
And it's very
of
painful to watch this young woman
complaints
lose her
I
job
get.
because her aunt
Like,
has a
it's not
superiority
really my
complex.
critics; it's
Because
more
this is
just
in that argument,
complaints
there was the
that I
possibility
either
Luann
get
was
or I
in the
think
wrong
I'm
and
gonna
deserved
get.
to be scolded. Unfortunately, Luann is self-doubting and very reliant on the approval of those around her. Later, at the Hills house,
I probably wouldn't have lost my rattlesnakes job if you
Have you
hadn't
seen
said
Amphibia though? No, another one on my
I won't
list.
be around forever to do everything for you.
yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Peggy can't see that
Hot
she
take, Sonic
lost
is
that
lame, but he's the
interaction because
fastest
she
thing
doesn't
alive.
easily acknowledge her own faults. Her
And
delusions
Tails
of
says he's
grandeur
cool.
have convinced her it's impossible for something bad to happen because of her. Luann lost her job because Peggy intervened, which means
Review more
Luann
DC
losing her
animation. I would
job
love to
must
hear you
have been a
talk
good
about
thing.
Batman Hush.
You have to
You know
learn
what?
to help yourself.
DC animation I've been thinking about reviewing.
It will leave you open for new opportunities.
I mean, that's true, but
what's it
Peggy,
called?
that's a silver lining in a gray cloud.
The Learning Annex is offering a class. I saw
Ah, the one with
It would
with
be really
Joker
nice if sometimes you could ask me
kills
when
Lois
you make
Lane.
decisions about my life.
Another thing that hits me on the personal level.
Injustice.
Seeking others' approval is not a life I want to live.
Injustice,
And
that's what it's
Peggy is
called.
reminding me how much I don't like people telling
I've been thinking
me
about
what to
reviewing
do.
that one.
It's
Either
of the
that one
reasons
or
I saw entrepreneurship.
Superman Red Son, because Superman Red Son was a really good comic. So I would love to watch the
go
cartoon.
At 7 or at 9?
7.
I'm sorry, that won't work for me.
But I simply can't enjoy the jokes because of how they hit me personally. Also, that schedule says 7 and 3:30.
I've already
Where on earth did
watched
she get 9
Boss from
Maybe
VVC Pop.
she
I'll
wanted
probably
to
check
listen
out
to
the
Buck
other
Strickland
one.
talk
Has
about
been
Sugarfoot
later.
since he's presenting at 10. So
I had
Peggy
a
and
script
Luann
written
head
for
to Luann
Boss,
Annex to hear from
but then like I
entrepreneur
decided
Trip
not to go
Larson.
through with it. Like the passion just got lost.
Yes.
I've shown you guys some crazy King of the Hill characters before, but trust me, there is only one Trip Larson. Trip spots Luann in the crowd, and the cinematography lets us know that he's very interested in her. So after the lecture, he decides to approach her.
How'd you like my lecture? Did you enjoy it?
I really like the part where you were excited about what you do. That's what I'm trying to find. A career I'm passionate about, like waitressing at a steakhouse. Oh.
Luann is a really good mechanic. I'm reminding you all of this because I'm pretty sure the show forgot.
Something tells me I think you do pretty darn well in pork.
Something tells me you do pretty well in the Kim Possible episode. Trip offers Luann a job at his company, and good gravy do I wish it was
Foreshadowing
that
of
easy
things to
get an
come.
Interview for a job. It's all in the past, Shady. The 9-to-5 life is.
Okay, that stuff I don't like doing. Breathing into the mic like that it really like it probably means nothing to you guys, but I'm just my brain's just thinking, why did you do that? That's not no, don't do that.
Fine. Back at home, the women celebrate Luann getting an interview. However, once Hank hears that the interview will take place in Trip's house, he kicks into his voice of reason mode.
You don't need all caps. I
Possibility
can
of
see the
Trip having
comment.
An alternative agenda, but he does it in a Hank way, so it's fun to watch.
Sometimes men aren't interested in what they
Man,
say
it's sad
they're
what happened to
interested
Luann
in.
after season
Think
1.
he could
Yeah.
be interested
Well, all the
in something
characters got
more than
flanderized
you mean sex?
and headed into a very specific direction.
Yes.
The pork industry is famously informal.
My goodness gracious, it amazes me how Peggy can so easily make something up on the spot and at the very same time convince herself it's true. Thankfully, people who wear shades and durags don't have that problem because we are naturally likable.
And that's so
So Luann heads down to her interview, with Peggy at her side, of course.
I'm here for my interview, Mr. Larson.
I am also here for her interview.
If I say something good about myself, it's pretty likely it's going to be followed up with,
Words cannot
and that's a
express
fact.
how much I love that moment. Trip not only nonchalantly ignores Peggy's want to be a part of the interview, but he makes a power play by suggesting she read his book. And the woman freaking does it.
Boss is a
Peggy
bit
interferes, Trip and
inconsistent.
Luann begin bothering.
You know so much, and I know so
Which it's not that big of a deal, but a lot of people treat it like it's a work of genius or a
like we use the word
masterpiece.
stupid outside its intended
And
purpose.
it's not.
You are not stupid.
Like the animation is really good, but it's
Case in point.
It's a
it's got
compliment.
some really
That just
like
means you haven't had the chance to
surface
learn
level
all
stuff
the
going
wrong
on and some problems that
Wait, what? I can
they
get away with
don't seem to
insulting
be
people if I
addressing.
just phrase it like a compliment? Oh, hi there. I think you're really ugly. What? It's a compliment. It just means your beauty is on a completely different level than everyone else's.
This right here opened up a can of worms.
That's amazing. I need more. Intellectuals, I never ask you for anything other than views and money and other stuff, so you owe me. In the comments, come up with more insults phrased as compliments.
And
Trust me,
intellectuals
it's
did that.
necessary.
And
So
I
just line
forgot
up
I
on
asked
Luann,
them to
and they
do
start
that.
dating. I'll scream
And I
too,
just thought
so
everyone
keep her
was
pigtails,
insulting
and the hills are just as disgusted as I am.
It's not that
I was like, what did I do now? What controversial opinion did I have now?
Hank and Peggy, concerned for Luann, go down to have a chat with
Why
Trip.
can't you say
Trip,
that
however,
word?
has Hank's
Because I grew up
He
in a
shows
house
off his
that
special access
didn't
to
like
football
swearing, and
bloopers,
they
his
considered that
experimental
word
pig
a
that
swear word.
admittedly makes my
If
mouth
I'm talking
water,
about the
and his hot air
location,
balloon.
I say it just fine.
It's powered by propane.
But
That's one of the 8
if I'm not talking about the
propane
location, I
haven't
just don't like
experienced
saying it.
firsthand.
The episode never goes into this, but Trip clearly did his homework on Hank. My best guess is that Luann couldn't exactly keep her mouth shut about her family. Hank takes Trip up on his offer to ride in the balloon, and Trip uses this opportunity to
I wish
talk
they
to
kept
Peggy
Luann
alone.
at least being
Mrs.
the
Hill,
better
I'm a
mechanic
guy
than
who
Hank and the
makes his
boys.
own
Yeah, they
rules.
should have.
Try
They
to call your
definitely
own
should have.
game. Nuts.
Like that was a good character trait that she had.
Well, let me tell you something.
No, Peggy, that is not the proper response. The man is holding a balloon with your husband in it.
Glasses and
just
Doorags
threatened
give
you.
+5
Either
to
shut
charisma.
up
I wouldn't
or
be
you
shocked
punch
at
him and
that,
grab the
actually.
rope for yourself.
Like
Honestly,
that-
I don't like this part.
that seems
I feel
like
the
it-
episode
yeah.
showed its hand way too soon.
If our
Trip's
world was
actions
like
here aren't
an
ambiguous.
RPG,
They
which it
clearly let
is,
the audience know he's evil and
I could
unhinged.
definitely see
It
that
would've been
being
more
a thing.
Fun to have us wondering if Peggy was right to be suspicious.
Shady, speaking of
or if she was
swearing,
just
you
being
think
her
adult
usual
anime shows should have less of it?
overprotective self.
I think
A slow
everything
burn to
should have less of
discovering
it.
the truth. So Peggy tries to warn her family
And
about
that's
Trip's
not
threats,
that's
but
not
none
just
of them seem to
me
believe
being
her.
like a Puritan.
pulling and yanking that
Though
rope
I
and
do
trying
tend to be a
jerk you
Puritan
out
with
of
some
there
things.
with every last fiber of his being and then some.
Chip, please.
I think
no one ever
the
said
purpose to
anything
me
other
of
than
swearing
uncertain.
is to easily display that you are no longer
Great job, Luann.
being
That adds to her
polite.
even more given Peggy's history of being a teacher. Peggy
The fact that people
continues
swear
arguing
all the
when
time
suddenly there's a
nowadays, it
delivery
has
at the
no
door.
effect on a lot of people. And words only have the power that you give them.
Why?
But I think certain words should have powers.
The boys just
I think we should give power to certain words.
Headless pig is a
Like
threat.
if you think of like BoJack Horseman, whenever they drop the F-bomb, it means something because they almost never did it.
I think the writers forgot that Peggy is also
But
Texan.
in your
I
everyday
know she was
conversation,
born in
people
Texas,
swear
but
so
she's
much.
used to
Unless you're just
barbecuing
uncomfortable with
dead
swearing
animals.
like I am,
Let's be
it
reasonable
has
about this.
lost
Trip
all the
Larson
meaning it
worked
should have
with
had.
pork, so that's why he gave us this.
Are you
fellow
Christian?
here.
Yeah.
See, this is why the pulling of the rope.
I
should have
am
been
a
more
Christian,
ambiguous,
yes.
Or at the very least, came after this scene because we, the audience,
Cursing
saw
is
Trip
also
threaten
a
Peggy with
very
the
big
rope and
crutch
hot air
for,
balloon.
comedy.
We already know he's unhinged, so we know
Because the
that
whole point of
Peggy's right
comedy
when
is
she
to
says that Peggy's a threat,
hyper-
but we shouldn't know that.
to exaggerate
Instead, should be worried
negativity, and
that
that's what
she
cursing
might
does.
Be right. Peggy decides that enough is enough.
I have decided that your boyfriend is crazy. Now, do you want to break up with him, or should I?
If you swear in every
and for the love
other,
of
swearing is for
everything that is
anger.
chocolate chip
If you
flavored,
swear
will
in
you
every
please
other or every couple sentence, you look dumb. That's how it used to be, but it's become.
No one is going to change that.
Oh, this was probably the best line.
Luann?
I knew I had to do something with this line when I heard it.
Ignorant woman, and no one is going to change that.
That is such a hilarious line. My goodness gracious. I had a long speech prepared for how funny that line was, but in the end I was like, I could just show this and like people will get it cuz I could not believe that they wrote such I could believe it, you know, King of the Hill is really good with comedy, but it genuinely flabbergasted me how funny that line was.
That is the most beautiful thing.
But getting back to swearing, like words are just words.
That is the stupidest thing
They're
I've
just
ever heard anyone
noises
say.
that come out of our mouths. But like I said, we give words power, and I think we should give certain words certain powers.
Almost like it's trying to symbolize something. While Trip brought most of Luann's stuff to her room, he had her
I'm
clothes
Hungarian.
shredded,
Cursing
forcing her
is
to
as
wear
natural to
outfits
us like
he's picked
binge
out
drinking
for
and
her.
stupid decisions. We don't need more. And believe me, we can swear very colorfully.
Or imperfection. Drives me mad.
Ow.
I'll have Blanca bring you up a
I like this red flag joke too.
Finish it all.
I think I was very creative with this one.
My head is bleeding.
I took the liberty of dyeing it while you were asleep these last 14 hours.
Ha-ha! I don't like this joke. With all the red flags being thrown around, Luann finally starts thinking that maybe something's not right about Trip. She sneaks into his personal study and finds an open book with an eerily similar picture.
It's me.
Except for the teeth.
Wow, I've seen this episode before, and that still nearly gave me a heart attack.
That legit startled me when I was watching the episode to review it. Why is he hiding behind that chair? Oh man, that's hilarious.
Trip reveals his insane plan.
I never thought I'd meet someone as perfect as the woman in that picture. And then I saw you.
Are you trying to turn me into her?
The horror. I can't believe Trip would do something like this. And I definitely wouldn't if I were in his shoes and Luann looked like Nessa from Pokemon. This is crazy.
A lot of people really like that joke. It's whenever I look back on it, I'm like, I would have worded it slightly different. I think it would have hit better. What exactly did I say? I said,
believe Trip would do something like this, and I definitely wouldn't if I were in his shoes and Luann looked like Nessa from Pokemon.
Yeah, I think I would have said, and I definitely wouldn't do the same thing. Like those words, just to me, they have a bigger emphasis than I'm being a major hypocrite right now.
This is crazy. Luann laments to Trip that she can accept this, but she's really scared because she's all alone. Trip decides throwing a Halloween party would be the best way to fix that. Kind of shocking, actually. You'd think Trip would want to keep Luann away from other people, given what's going on, but we gotta find some way to get Peggy back into the story, I guess. Speaking of which, Peggy and Hank get invited to the Halloween party, and Hank continues to prove how amazing of a character he is.
I can't enjoy a party until I know where the bathroom is. You knew that when you married me.
That's
Trip
another really
Luann's
famous
presence
Hank
to reveal
line.
his costume to her. Of course, since she's the girl in the picture, Trip naturally dresses up as...
I'm here, dearest. Luann, you've never looked more beautiful.
a devil pig. Okay? Let's see where this goes.
Is that an engagement ring?
Luann, will you do me the great honor of marrying him?
That's the man in the ad.
What?
A lot of people were upset I didn't put his phrase in. Like I said, I can't put everything into a video, but you know, he's I forget what he says, but a lot of people really wanted his quote to be in the video.
We can be the family in the picture. You, him, and me.
What is going on? How did we get here? What does any of this have to do with Peggy overreaching in Luann's life?
So somebody pointed this out. In case you didn't notice, the oinking that he does here. He doesn't keep doing that in the episode, but I needed him to keep doing that because it works well with the transition of me being scared. So I looped his audio. Somebody caught this and they're like, wow, that's a sick beat that Trip is doing. Because if you listen, he does seem to be like oinking like music is playing. Like, just listen to it.
What is going on? How did we get here? What does any of this have to do with Peggy overreaching in Luann's life? Luann decides to run away from Trip and get help from all the people there at his party, or she runs right through it.
That's the most ridiculous part to me. Why did Luann run through a party full of people?
She joins him in chasing her niece to one of the factories. Excuse me, animators. How the crap did Luann push what is clearly a pull door? Trip is able to make his way inside. And
that door
Luann,
changes back to a pull door later
Luann
when Peggy opens it.
to see things his way.
I'm calling the police.
Luann,
all right, a push door, excuse me.
Thinking clearly.
Peggy intervenes and makes things 10 times worse, activating the slaughter part of the slaughterhouse.
This is perfect. Now we can become Morrison pork products together. Mama, Papa, I'm coming home.
Now, as is, this would be a pretty dark and gruesome ending, but it isn't necessarily funny. And at the end of the day, the writers of King of the Hill obviously love to tell jokes. How can one make this dark ending funny?
Oh my God.
I hate this ending.
I can suddenly think clearly.
I really don't like this ending.
Uh-oh.
That's messed up. Like, I know I'm usually the first person to laugh at mean jokes, but I genuinely couldn't enjoy that. It felt like a completely different character getting punished for something someone else did. Luann and Peggy
I think
have
after
a
this
private
episode, it got me into
conversation.
media
Peggy tries
mementos,
to
so
tell
thanks
Luann
for that,
she's
Shady.
her
You're
own
welcome.
woman, but it honestly just comes across like Peggy is making up stuff.
But you handled the situation very well.
Crap, she did. Luann ran through a crowded party and didn't think to tell anyone what was going on. Only
Sorry, I
once again, when she
forgot
was
I said
alone with
that.
the man she knew was a psychopath.
Crap,
and
she did.
announced to him that she's calling the police, which unsurprisingly made him more unhinged. And then she made the ingenious move of hopping onto a moving conveyor belt, which almost got her killed. Exactly what part of that was handling the situation well? The episode ends on the shot of Peggy and Luann with Hooks in the foreground, and I know many of you want me to talk about the supposedly altered scene. However, a YouTuber by the name of Media Mementos says there's no
Oh,
such
that's who
thing.
Media
And because I'm
Mementos
too lazy
is.
to do
Okay,
my
yeah.
own research, I choose to believe him. And that was Pygmalion, King of the Hill's darkest episode. I like this episode mainly because of Trip and Luann. Everything they say,
Yeah, everything with Trip and Luann is fun.
However, the episode
Like,
has
even
a
though it
lot
doesn't
of
make any
jokes
sense,
that
it's
were
really
catered
fun to
against
just
my
watch.
specific
But
taste.
everything
Not that
else
they were
outside of
bad,
that is
that
just.
I personally couldn't enjoy them. Also, when you look at it objectively, everything in this is structured pretty horribly. The main problem of the episode, which is the relationship between Luann and Peggy, gets almost completely dropped once Luann moves in.
Story
with
doesn't
Trip.
make
At
like
the
a
end, they
difference
try
when it
bring
comes to
back
true
with Luann
mature related themes
supposedly
and
learning
plots.
a lesson, but none of the things they say happened. Also, Peggy was the one.
I
who was
mean,
supposed
when it
be
comes to
learning
like
the lesson
mature
let Luann
plots,
make her own
what you should be
decisions.
going
But
for
literally
is
nothing changes
things
about her.
adults
She freaking
understand,
ends the
not
episode telling Luann
things
what she should
kids
take
aren't
in this
supposed to
experience.
see.
It feels like the writers wanted to
When you
make a
go for
story about
things
Luann and
kids
Peggy,
aren't
but they had
supposed to
too
see,
much
you
fun
see
writing
mature
about
because
Trip
it's like
and
tee
put more
hee
focus on
hee,
him
we're
than they should've.
adults.
But
We
hey,
can see
no
this,
one
kids
watches this
can't.
episode for the heartwarming lesson, right?
Which is
They
what
watch
kids
it
do
so
when
they
they
can
see
a
something
crazy
adult.
man whose dream is to bring his wife through to life and marry someone else, dress up as a pig, and gladly turn himself into a sausage. And really, what more do you need? This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Happy to say. Goodbye.
Just watched something like Star Troopers. There was only one F-bomb used in the whole movie amongst the shower scene and all
This
the
is all
gore.
my fault. No, Katara, it isn't.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Hey.
Hi, Shady. I'm sorry for arriving so late, but I just want to say that I've loved all your videos from this year. This year has been... this sucked. I have never thought I'd have to go through. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad my videos could help make things better. The waterbending scroll. I had so little to say about this episode. I feel like a lot of people wanted me to rant on this episode because this is like a very anti-Katara episode, but I was like, the episode does the ranting for me. I don't need to say anything.
Hello, how do you do? Shady
I think this is is this the first time I do the text zoom? Hold on, let me check. I'm gonna check the last video. See if I did it in the last video.
Red hair.
You know, it's settled.
That means Shady Doorags here.
Yeah, I didn't do it in this
Here.
video.
It's
So this is the first time I do the text zoom at the beginning.
Aang, this is all my fault. No, Katara, it isn't.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here.
Yeah, I just felt there needed to be a little movement in the beginning, so I started doing that with the text.
The waterbending scroll. Team Avatar decides that since they're now on a ticking clock, it's better that Aang gets started on his waterbending practice as soon as possible, even without a master. Katara begins teaching Aang what little she knows about waterbending, but gets jealous when it turns out that Aang is a natural and instantly surpasses her in skill. When the Boomerang Squad come across some local pirates, Katara takes it upon herself to steal their waterbending scroll, claiming it's better in the group's hands than the pirates. Hearing about Katara's thievery, Zuko teams up with the pirates, and together they devise a plan to
Can
capture
you
the Avatar
please
as well as
do
get
a
back the
review
scroll.
for the new Harley
Welcome
Quinn
to the
anime?
first
I'll have to
anti-Katara
watch
episode.
that.
Is,
I'm a
this
little
is the first
salty
episode where the
when it
show
comes to
doesn't want us to side
DC
with
stuff
Katara's actions.
because
Episodes like
HBO
these
is
help
currently
push characters
removing
away
their
from Mary
DCAU
Sue
stuff.
status. Aang and Sokka already had their first anti-episode
while they're propping up Harley and they're propping up freaking Velma of all
going
stuff.
as far as to yell at Aang immediately after he tries to help her.
See? The key to bending is... Will you please shut your air hole? Believe it or not, your infinite wisdom gets a little old sometimes.
Now, some of you are probably expecting a rant of sorts since I made it clear that I don't like Katara, and this is her being presented as unlikable. But I actually
She's
don't have
helped a
much
lot
to
of
say
people
about
around
her
the
here.
globe. I will
Mainly
always
because
consider him to
it
be
goes
among
without
the two
saying.
very best
I don't really
reviewers
need to point out
on
Katara's
YouTube.
lying and
It's
stealing
always
is a
very
bad thing
surreal
when
when
the
people
episode
are
does it
saying
for me. Well, I
Shady,
don't
your
necessarily
videos really
approve of
help
her
me.
actions. I actually like that Katara stole the scroll for selfish reasons.
A lot of
but
my
tries to
videos, I
justify
am
herself by saying that
like
because she
teaching
did that
morals,
act
right?
specifically to
But
bad
like
people,
the only
that
thing
makes it
I,
okay.
well, I
It's
shouldn't
an
say it's
excuse
the
I could
only.
see anyone
The
making,
main thing I
including
want to do
myself.
on
And I
YouTube
also
is
like
make
how
people
Sokka
laugh, is to
rightly calls
entertain
out that
people.
none of that matters because even if it was
So it's
true,
very
that's
surreal when
not
somebody
why
comes to me
Katara did
seriously
what
and they're
she
like, your
did.
videos
She
really
was
help
being
me
selfish.
in down times.
Where do you
I'm
think
like, I'm
they
really
got
glad that they were
They
able to
stole
do
it
that.
from a
Like, but I just
waterbender.
wanted to make
It
people
doesn't matter.
laugh.
You put all of our
I
lives
just
in
wanted to
danger
tell
so you could
jokes
learn
and
some
talk about
stupid
cartoons that I
fancy
watch.
splashes.
The only thing I will say that I don't like about Katara here is that I think the episode
New
is
subscriber
the
just popping in to
slightest
say,
bit
I
too
enjoyed the
forgiving
few
of her.
videos seen thus
Despite
far and
everything
looking
in this
forward to
episode being
seeing
her
more.
fault,
Have a
Katara
great
is
time.
Still allowed to get the last laugh at the end of the episode.
You might find that one video that makes you rethink life.
Unless it's from pirates.
Moving on, it's worth noting that this episode is a lot of firsts of things we'll get to see later. It's the first time we get to see the White Lotus, the first appearance of the pirates, the first time we see the water whip, the first use of the bison whistle, which they never explain
Like,
why
see, this is why it felt really weird to like kind of do a fast video on this episode. This is a very important episode.
And being able to not only instantly bend water flawlessly, but do it better than Katara, who's been practicing for years. Yeah.
I'm ready for the next challenge.
There's a part of me that thinks there was a missed opportunity here to say Iroh pretended not to know where his tilepiece was because he was trying to subtly lead Zuko to Aang. But in hindsight, what would be the point of that other than to show Iroh is wise
Even movies
and
like
mysterious,
Deadpool, which have a lot of swearing, he swears in a creative manner, less in an angry way. It also adds to the funny and plot. It's not just random swearing. Well,
love and care, and
I haven't seen the Deadpool movie, but the swearing that the type of swearing that Deadpool is known for is supposed to be like immature and comedic swearing because he's an immature character.
It's just that everything worth mentioning, the episode kind of does on its own. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Have you to say. Goodbye.
I've seen this freaking great thing so many times because it's the latest video. I've made it on a lot of them. I'm like, put the latest video up. Okay, so ending that poll, Pygmalion definitely won. Let's switch over. This time, don't forget to switch back. Yeah, Pygmalion definitely won here. All right, now we'll get to some more interesting ones. Yeah, next up is a short. Don't forget to switch back. Oh, the poll. Let me get the poll up. All right. Which video is better? I fixed Isabella. Oh, the Ron factor mattered. Okay, there you go.
My baby's night has to be perfect, and it's not perfect. And people are going to be coming.
You're naming the flowers. The flowers.
What you doing?
Our angel. I gotcha. GJ needs Kim for some top secret save the world action.
Actually, GJ needs you, Ron Stoppable.
So, yeah, that is a Bella video. That was just a random joke that came to my head, and I was just like, yeah, let's do it. It's a short video, let's do it. All in all, you know, in hindsight, it's not that good of a joke, but I don't know. I found it funny at the time. Now, this one. How many views does this one have? 97. Yeah, this one started doing a lot better once it got to the later part of the year. Because I started doing a bit more Saturday morning cartoon stuff instead of adult animation stuff. But this one did poorly when I first released it.
For what?
But now I get a decent amount of people asking for like more of this type of stuff.
You know that thing I do where I review an episode of King of the Hill and everyone gives me views? What if I did that before a different show?
Brilliant!
So today I'm talking about Kim Possible.
What did you think about
classic
Katara trying to kill the
cartoon
old
from
man for
distant
murdering her
decade of the
parents?
2000s, where everyone was goth instead of LGBT, and we were all scared of
Well, I'm gonna
terrorism
get to that
instead of
episode in
diseases.
the review.
Hey, the players change, but the game stays the same. Long ago,
And I kinda
told
don't wanna
myself that
spoil
if I
it.
ever reviewed Kim Possible, there was
'Cause I do
one
have- I do have
episode
some what I
absolutely
consider
had to
interesting
do
opinions
first,
on that
The
episode.
Ron Factor.
Amp down, ain't no secret. The Ron Factor
Shady, what's
is
your
me.
favorite DC
But before
animated
we get into
movie?
it, this is a new
Animated
show to
movie?
the channel, which means some of you intellectuals have no idea what Kim Possible is, nor why you should care. Because your childhood apparently sucked.
I haven't seen
Kim
them
Possible
in
is a
so
Disney Channel
long.
original
That's the
show
thing.
that ran for 4 seasons and 2 TV movies throughout the 2000s. The title character, Kim Possible, is a teenage girl who uses
Like, the
her
ones I
cheerleading
think
skills to
of
save the
are
world
the
along with her
Teen
best
Titans in
friend,
Tokyo.
Ron Stoppable. It amazes me that because I grew up hearing
And
these names all the
where
time,
the Justice
they
League
feel
fights
completely
the,
know what to say.
the
Kim
evil
Possible,
Justice League, I forget what they're
Unstoppable.
called.
They should sound stupid, but they don't. Also on Kim's team is a super genius boy named
Superman
Wade, who
All
gives Kim all her
Star.
gadgets. and
None of them
Nikki Moore
immediately
named
popped to
Rufus,
mind.
who
That'd be
is
something I have
Ron's
to
pet.
think about
the
for a
show
little
combined
bit.
your typical 90s/2000s plot of teenagers living their teenage
Kids
lives
shows are
with
definitely
a
better
parody
than
plot of
most
spy
adult
movies
ones,
like
especially the
007 and
2000s.
Mission
For example,
Impossible,
Canada
while also throwing in other
is
action
keeping
genre
both
cliches
rock and
like
roll
superhero
and action
kung fu
adventure.
movies,
See,
etc.
here's a
In the
like.
show, there's this
Here's the thing. A
organization
lot
called
of people
Global
say like,
Justice, led by Dr.
"Oh, the show
Director."
I
Okay,
watch
no, that
when
name
I
is stupid.
the
The
show
show is
I
gonna
watch
save
is
this
better
time.
than
Dr. Director is
what else is
basically Nick
on."
Fury, and Global
But
Justice
like,
is
there's a
basically
huge
Shield.
part of me
There's
that
a
feels
lot
like
more lore that comes with the show.
the
but for
cartoons
this
that came out when I
episode,
was a
that's really all you
kid
need to know.
are,
The
for the
episode starts
most
with some
part,
random ninjas
better
stealing
than the
expensive
cartoons we
looking
tend to
shiny
get now.
ball when Kim and
Like, there
Ron
are
show
good
up on the
cartoons
scene.
out
A
now,
very
but we
typical
had a
movie
lot
show.
more
Kim
of
does
them
the Kim
when
thing
I
and
was a
chases
kid.
down the ninja
In the
looking really cool
2000s
and competent while
and the
doing so.
90s, we had
Ron does
so
the
many
wrong
good
thing, trying his
cartoons.
best to help,
Whereas
but
like
not being nearly
nowadays,
as competent as
you
Kim.
point out
Eventually, Ron
the
catches up,
individual
but trips
ones
over
that are
himself,
good
forcing Kim
and
to
say, "Oh,
adapt,
those
which
are some of
allows
the
him
best
to catch
cartoons
the bad
ever."
guy.
Yeah, but you only got like
I'm Kim. And
somewhere
you
between
are?
3 to 6 of them. We had a flood of good cartoons in the 2000s.
Really, lady?
Like, it was
you
insane
need to
how
get
many-
your
how
name changed.
many
Take
good
it from
cartoons
me,
we had.
Shady Doorags. Now that's a cool name.
Welcome back to.
It also helped that for us, we had 3 main kids networks.
Ron and Kim think that Global Justice once again need Kim's help for
So
a
they were
mission,
all
but
like
Dr.
in the same
Director
spot.
reveals
Shady,
that
have
the
you watched
person they
Regular
actually
Show?
need
I've seen a
is
couple
Ron.
episodes of
And then
it.
the theme song plays.
Regular Show didn't hit me the right way because I really didn't like Mordecai and Rigby. A lot of people are like, "Yeah, I relate to these characters so much." I
visuals were
hated
scenes from
them.
the show mixed
They
in with the
were
superstar
constantly
titles.
lazy,
It was
good for
fun and
nothings
memorable, but
that
nothing
tried to
special.
shirk out of
Actual
work.
music, on the
And I
other
really
hand,
didn't like that type of personality. But that won a lot of people over.
We would give something with this amount of entertainment quality the label tight. It could also be described as off the chain, but you'd be falling pretty behind the times if you were still using that vernacular.
That's another instance of me needing to tell the audience something and having to find an interesting way to do it. So I was like, I had to find a way to say that a lot of people like this song. And I can't just say a lot of people like this song. So I had to come up with this bit. I drew all of these, by the way. I think I might have... the mustache, I think, might have been an asset I got from somewhere. This hat, if it wasn't drawn, maybe it was... I might have took the style of other things. This hat, by the way, is the same hat that Mr. Ad wears in the what's her name? What's her girl's name? Nancy video. Yeah, I don't think I drew this mustache. I think I took this from somewhere. There's no way I could draw that mustache. I drew this monocle. This monocle is the only thing I drew. The hat I cel shaded and shined. I didn't draw it.
So what's the sitch?
Call me, beat me if they wanna reach me.
I could go into more detail of why this song is amazing, but there's the whole lazy thing I got going on. Thankfully, Tariq analyzed the Ed and Nettie opening, and I like that video. So that means he's obligated to make more like it, and he should start with Kim Possible.
And he
Tariq,
did it.
Get on it.
Probably because that video
Ed
didn't...
and
I don't
Nettie.
think that video did
That
well
gives
on
me an
this
idea.
channel.
After the opening, Femme Double D explains her sudden interest in Ron.
I really liked
GJ
it.
has been spying on
I think
Kim
his
to try and
diction was a
figure out
little
why
off,
she's
but
so
I
successful
really liked
in
that
all her
video.
endeavors.
My mom's a brain surgeon and my dad's a rocket scientist. I guess my genetics rock.
Gotta give props to the animation
I mean,
department.
Mordecai and Rigby do have their right to live their lives the way they want. They aren't obligated to do anything for anyone. Do their job, sure, of course. Well, that's the thing. They didn't want to do their job. When you get a job, you're agreeing with the other person. I will do this work for such and such payment, or in their case, they were living on the property, so that's the arrangement they had. But they didn't want to hold up their end of the bargain. They just wanted to sit around and do what young adults want to do when they have downtime.
That is an adorable face.
And that was something that really annoyed me because I'm really lazy now. But I was when I was in school, I was extremely hardworking.
Genetics because her mom is a brain surgeon and her dad is a rocket scientist. And actually, we do learn in other episodes that.
And that's when regular show came out between when I was in high school and college.
Agent when she was young. Now you might expect the audience to get angry that Kim, as a character, has an easier life simply thanks.
I'm not knocking the show. I'm just saying the characters didn't stick with me because of that. Like I tried to watch it, and the characters would constantly annoy me personally. Not that they're bad characters, I just didn't like them.
And that reason is Ron.
GJ thinks Ron is the key to my success.
Please do Ed, Edd n Eddy. Ed, Edd n Eddy is a hard one to do, the same way Kim Possible is a hard one to do, because it's mostly comedy, and it's difficult for me to review comedy-focused shows. Like King of the Hill is a comedy as well, but it's always trying to say something. Ed, Edd n Eddy, a lot of times, it's about the jokes, and that's difficult to do.
Without Ron's interference, but the point stands. In this
it's difficult for me to do, I should say, with the way I review things.
Kim is having a hard time accepting what's being told to her, but FemDouble assures her it's true and that GJ will be examining Ron further so they themselves can match Kim's success rate.
They could study me too. Might help.
No thanks.
Very important moment. We will be coming back to it. Little does anyone in the room know, however, an enemy presence is watching their every move. We transition over to the bad guys layer. You can tell they're the bad guys because FemDouble wears blue and they're all wearing red.
Global justice?
Agent Beta, show some judgment around the dog.
Pretty little Pepe.
Hello? Dude!
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
Shady,
understandable
what's
since
another
they don't have
reason
the same
the show's
personality as
amazing?
you,
I'm
then
glad
you won't
asked that
like them as much
unprompted.
as
Very
per
real
se
fan
Hank
of
Hill.
mine. One of the things that
It's not just that they
absolutely
don't have the
sold
same
the show was
personality as me,
villains.
it's
Don't
they
get me
have
wrong, Kim and Ron are
personalities
great,
that
and I'll
in
get
real
into
life
them
I
more
don't
later in the
like.
video. But without the villains,
If I saw Mordecai and Rigby in real life, I would not like them.
Take our villain for this particular
And they were the
episode,
protagonists of the show, so I had to see them
He's an
every
evil
episode.
version
So.
of FemDouble. No, really, that's how he describes himself.
I am her dog.
Have you thought about doing Ben 10, the original series, not Alien Force or Ultimate Alien? If I can find it, probably.
As an evil leader
I'm
of
finding a
massive
lot of my
organization
nostalgic
to
cartoons
every cliche
recently.
you can think of.
You have failed me.
And I've been experimenting doing stuff like you see Kim Possible. We're watching that right now. I did Teen Titans and I did Justice League.
So
So
to Bueno Nacho, Kim and Ron's usual
I'll
hangout
branch
spot.
out and see if I can, and we'll see how it fits on the channel.
idea was a grand slam.
I don't know if I do Ben 10 anytime soon though.
And here's the thing I enjoyed most about this show, Kim and Ron's chemistry. While the villains might steal the show when they're on screen, ultimately this is a show about Kim
Like I really
Possible and
want to
Ron
make this
Stoppable.
clear. Most
These
people
two need
love
to
the
remain
villains of the
interesting
show.
no
That's
matter
what they love the most.
situation they're
I
in.
love
And this
these
show
two
pretty
the
much
most.
perfected that.
When
Not
they're
only do
together,
Kim and Ron
when they're
have
acting off each
personalities that
other.
are
I
enjoyable
love
to
their
watch regardless of their
personalities.
circumstances, but they are one of the greatest foils I've ever seen. I like seeing Kim and I like seeing Ron, but I absolutely love seeing Kim and Ron. They also have an extremely wholesome best friend vibe. Like, you'd think Ron wouldn't be anywhere near Kim's radar since she's the most popular girl in school and is the head of the cheer squad. But
Hey
the
Shady, love
opposite
your
is true.
videos. I just
There
wanted
are
to ask if
episodes
you
where
watch
Kim
anime,
struggles
and
to
if you
go
do,
a
are there
week
any you
without
might
hanging
make a
out with
video
Ron.
on?
Shoot,
I
the
will
knockoff
probably
fiasco
never
Kim's
make a
referring
video
to
on
only
anime just because of the
happened due to
copyright
her
situation.
roping Ron into
I
getting a
haven't
job
watched
with her
anime in
because she thought it'd be
forever.
more
I would
fun
like
if
to get
they
back
both
into it.
worked there.
I
The
used
episode
to
goes
watch
on, but
anime
there
all the
isn't much
time.
plot progression.
But
Ron
I
continues to
stopped
glow, Kim
around
continues
when
to think Ron
Naruto
is getting a
ended.
big head, GJ continues to examine Ron, and Gemini continues to spy on Ron.
See,
while
this right
getting
here
rid
is
of
what I'm
his own
talking about
henchmen.
with
Kim Possible
shows
was
that are
joke
comedy
focused
focused.
shows, so it was
This
very
right
common
here.
for episodes to drag out their plot and just focus on gags. I don't mean that in a bad way though. The jokes in the show were great and still kept you entertained. It just means that someone like me who's reviewing an episode has to skip a good chunk of it. There's only so many times I can say they told a joke and it was funny without it getting repetitive.
That
Eventually,
right there.
FemDouble
That's
figures
why I
out
have a
that
hard time
Gemini
reviewing
is
like
also interested in the
comedy-based
Ron
shows.
factor and decides to be more hands-on. Meanwhile, Gemini, losing faith in his henchmen, also decides to step
What do you
on
mean
the
if you
scene.
can find it? Ben 10 OG is still I haven't looked for Ben 10.
Hey,
You were saying what I think about reviewing it. I was saying, yeah, sure, if I can find it. I haven't tried looking for it yet, though.
Anything. Gemini defeats all the global justice guards and kidnaps Ron. Kim, seeing her best friend get kidnapped and being Kim Possible, tries to pursue him but falls short.
On their way to We headquarters, no doubt.
We?
The Worldwide Evil Empire, also known as We.
So better girl, Kim, Bonnie, Monique, or Shigo.
No joke, but this episode came out in 2003 when it was.
I think today I would like Bonnie more. But of all those,
Gemini introduces himself.
Of all those, I actually really like Kim. I know she has a really plain personality, but she was just cool to me.
That is your choice.
That's not a choice.
And
that's an ultimatum.
Everybody loves
Global
Shigo.
Justice does everything they can to try and track down Gemini. Like always, the professionals who do this for a living can't make any progress, but someone on Kim's team can.
Anything?
I'm getting something. It's faint. Got it. The North Atlantic.
Like Gumball? Gumball I actually could do. Because Gumball constantly hides messages in its comedy. Like it always hides major messages. Like Ed and Nettie will sometimes have messages, but they won't be like they'll be things that are more difficult to talk about. Gumball puts it a bit, I shouldn't say hide, but they put it a bit more on its surface. That's actually, yeah, the opposite of what I was saying. They don't hide messages, they put it more on the surface.
And of course, the villain being more hilarious than he has any right to be.
Speaking of Boss, have you seen the live action movie? No, I don't want to watch it. But like I said, I'm going to try to watch more things that I don't like this coming year. Because as a critic and a reviewer, that's something I should do, expose myself to various forms of art, even if I might not like it. I just don't, I believe in voting with your wallet, and I don't like supporting something that I know is going to be bad.
Like lightning quick. There was literally no reason for Ron
because I'm just
to
giving like the company's reasons to keep making it, basically.
Took down Gemini. He should still think the Ron factor.
But I kind of think that's a mentality that it shouldn't be reserved for
critics.
Maybe
they had the right idea.
Critics and reviewers, they are the ones who should be watching the bad stuff. That's a mentality that's mainly reserved for like the mass audiences.
And that was the Ron factor.
Have you seen Sonic Boom? It's not subtle in any way. Yes, I've seen Sonic Boom.
Or the most memorable. Shoot, it doesn't even have one of the main returning villains. This is Gemini's only episode. Well, like
I love Sonic Boom, actually. I'm getting a bit more into Sonic. My niece loves Sonic, and I love that she loves Sonic so much.
Of the show's most important one.
Because I love Sonic, but I just love the cartoony aspect of Sonic. Like anything that's deep lore, I do not care about. I just like seeing the blue hedgehog run around and be cool, the yellow fox fly around and be smart, the red echidna run around and hit things. Like
Kim and Ron working together is what makes the team succeed, because Kim is the competent one who can do anything, while Ron is the unpredictable one who will try anything. The villains can predict Kim and they can stop Ron, but they can't stop Kim, nor can they predict Ron.
That is something I've said about Kim and Ron for years, and I'm glad that a lot of people who saw this video were saying that they felt I nailed it with that. They can predict Kim and they can stop Ron, but they can't stop Kim nor predict Ron. Kim is the kid, whatever. You just saw the video. You know what I said.
Possible did so many years ago really well what Miraculous failed.
Do you have a favorite voice actor? I have a favorite four.
Male character
Jim Cummings.
This episode is also very fond of me because I see it as
Tara
a
Strong,
for foiling characters in general, specifically comedic
Jim
duos.
Cummings, Tara
In
Strong.
comedy, there's the typical funny man, straight
Phil
man
Lamar.
guy, where one
Phil
character,
Lamar
the funny
might get
man,
taken
does
off the
something
list.
ridiculous, and another character who is
Because I was thinking about it, I was like, do I really like Phil Lamar that much? But it's Jim Cummings, Cree Summers, Tara Strong, and Phil Lamar.
The straight man is vital.
Actually, I think Cree Summers and Jim Cummings I like more than the
Ron
other
is
two.
similar to the funny man. Everyone pays attention to him and gives him the credit for the success. But they don't realize that the straight man, Kim, matters just as much. When it comes to two characters,
I recently started watching Boom since Sonic Prime came out on Netflix. I was told to watch Boom first, but I love Boom. I think Boom is a great cartoon. I just think it kind of came out a little late.
This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen.
See, that was me trying to say it the right way, and it sounded awful. That was me trying to say Auf Wiedersehen the right way. Okay, so that was an obvious victory. So let's move you over. Yeah, obvious victory. This next one's probably going to be an obvious victory too. A short versus a king of the hill. Gee, I wonder. Okay, so. Uh-oh. Oh, there's already a poll going. I forgot to end the poll. End the poll. I thought it was saying I did too many polls and it wouldn't let me make another one. Okay, so. This video is called like wait a minute, but I'm gonna call it 3 toothbrushes. Or okay, now put this down so they can see the videos. And I just want to make sure the stream isn't being copyright claimed. It's very difficult to see. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. I don't think it's going to get copyright claimed unless I copyright claim it, but I didn't know if like something auto was gonna kick in. Oh, hey. Okay, so that's how I see more comments. The more you learn. Okay.
Looks like my arch nemesis Crow Scare and my sidekicks planning adventures together.
You are hardly the victim here. I was adventuring with these two crows before you ever came along.
3 toothbrushes.
Wait. None of those 3 have teeth.
No way. You.
So that was literally just like a continuity error. I don't know what you call logistics error in the story. And I was just like, well, I guess I'll make a short video on that. What do you think of Miraculous? I used to review Miraculous, and I want to go back to reviewing Miraculous. I just wouldn't do it on this channel. I would do it on my second channel. I think it had great potential, but it didn't live up to it so far. But I only saw like season 2 and half of season 3. All right, so here's the Bobby Capitalism one.
You put it on. I'll do it, Mr. Witchard.
How come you keep wanting to do things nobody wants to do?
Because I've got a can-do attitude, boss.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Blah, blah,
I
blah, blah,
I
blah,
wouldn't
blah,
be
blah,
surprised
blah, blah,
if this
blah,
ultimately
blah, blah,
became
blah,
the winner.
And that's why we're
This
taking
felt
a look at
like
the
the
episode
big
Life in
video
Fast Lane
of
Bobby saga.
of the year.
I'm pretty sure no episode is going to prove my point better than this one right here. The episode
Not necessarily the one I'm voting for, but yeah.
As he starts to win, the other driver reveals
Shady,
that
what do
he's
you
a
mean
cop and
about
pulls
Kim Possible
Boom
doing
Howard
what
over.
Miraculous failed at? Well, I said it in the video. Kim Possible
See, this, among
took
many
its
other reasons,
goofy
is why
male
Boom Howard being the Texas Ranger was
goofy
made up
male
for the final
sidekick
episode
character,
and
and it
not
made
canon
him
throughout
matter.
the entire series.
Miraculous
Here he is
claims
trying
it
to
does
make
that,
excuses
but
to
it's
get out of
really
ticket,
bad at
and
it.
not
And I've
once does he
critiqued it a
mention
lot
his
for
job.
how it treats Cat Noir. I think
Because
Miraculous
he beat
is
you?
awful
Because
with
he
how
beat
it
me?
treats
Oh,
Cat Noir and Adrian.
My joke's still funny though, right? Boom Howard gets told by the cop that's definitely not my judge about an upcoming amateur race where the winner gets to drive a pace car for NASCAR. This is actually the start of the B plot for this episode, but it's still very relevant to the A plot as well. Back on Rainy Street, Hank and the boys fix up Boom Howard's car for
It gets
the race.
worse in season 4. Yeah, I was watching season 3 when I stopped reviewing it, and it was getting worse in season 3. It got better in season 2. Like they were actually getting better with Adrian's development and Chloe's development in season 2, and the powers and the lore and all that. They were getting better. Season 3 came along, and it basically told me. Again, I didn't finish season 3. I'm in the middle. I was in the middle of it when I stopped reviewing the show. But season 3 came along and said, "No, we're gonna back up on that, and we're gonna completely make it about Marinette."
That was a rhetorical question.
And Lila. Like they really want to prop up Marinette and Lila, and I'm like,
Jeff Gordon. He's handsome.
Bobby, you joke around like that in public.
Are you
people
familiar
gonna
with the
think
reviewer?
you ain't
Just some
right.
guy. Yes, I am. I remember seeing a comment of yours under his Turning Red video.
Later
Yep.
seasons wouldn't say something like that. Seeing that Bobby has no appreciation for the work that goes into making money, Hank becomes suspicious that his son may not understand the value of $1 at all.
Son, how much do you think those shorts you're wearing cost?
$100.
$100 for a pair of cotton
This was-
short pants.
I'd say this is definitely the most controversial video of the
You're
year.
usually looking at a spoiled child, but the episode makes it clear that that's not the case with Bobby. Hank basically
Shady,
told
did
him
you know
no
that
when he
Bryce
asked for the bike,
Paperbrook
and Bobby
also
took
voiced
that at
Silver
face
the
value.
Hedgehog?
Bobby's not
Coincidence?
spoiled, he's
I don't know who
just
Bryce
ignorant to how money works. Hank
Papenbrook
decides to teach
is,
Bobby about
but now I
money
know
and
he
hard
voiced
work
Silver the
using
Hedgehog.
Scrooge McDuck method.
Bobby, here's your $1. Let's see what you can turn it into.
However,
I never had
Hank
terrible
wasn't very
a
clear
job
on
as
those
terrible
instructions
as
and
Bobby's,
given
but
this
I
is
did have a
Bobby
boss who
he's
legit made me
talking
feel
to-
terrible
What are
and
you
useless
doing,
when I was
son?
younger,
Did you use that
so I
$1
can
to
relate
start a
to some
shoeshine
level.
business?
What?
This is what you spent your
Oh, I
$1
want that
on?
burger.
Hank,
I'm
there are
actually
more
really
important
hungry right
questions
now.
Like, why on earth is Bobby hunched over like a gremlin eating his food on the front porch? What, does Taco Bell make you Pharaoh now? Actually,
That porch scene is another
time
like
Bobby
very
got a
infamous
job.
scene
Hank,
from
it's
the
his
show.
vacation. He's just a boy. He should be doing boyish things.
I actually agree with both Peggy and Hank here. I'm the kind of guy who thinks kids should just focus on being kids for as long as possible, and in America, we have the luxury of prolonging that experience for them. But at the same time, if you wait too long to start teaching your kid about life, it can very easily backfire, and Bobby is at an age where it's good to start learning about money, a lesson he very clearly needs. So Hank and Boomhauer go to the track to sign Boomhauer up for the race, and Hank brings Bobby thinking the manliness of racing will help get through to him.
Get your sodas.
Has Miraculous
Hey, I'll
ended?
take
I don't
one.
think so.
Nice hustle, son.
I can
It might
rest
be
when
between
I'm dead,
seasons,
sir.
but I don't think
That's
it's
what
ended.
Mr. Witcher told us. He's my boss.
But I wouldn't
Hear
know.
that, Bobby? That is a good attitude.
Honestly, if a
One of these
working kid
days, I will
convinced me and
talk
said
to the
that,
camera
I'd be
instead of to the
impressed
screen.
too, though I personally don't follow this mentality. I work smarter, not harder. Watching YouTube videos is working, right? It's research for my craft. Seeing a hardworking kid and hearing his boss made him that way, Hank goes to sign Bobby up to get the same job. Here we meet Jimmy Witcher, a reoccurring joke side character.
Well, if you work for Jimmy, you're gonna work
Bryce
hard.
Papenbrook is
People up
Cat
there
and
are hot and dry. They
Oh!
want something cold and wet.
I think somebody told me that
I don't
before,
really
that they
like
had the
Jimmy.
same voice
I don't just mean
actor.
I don't like his character. He's obviously meant to be hated. I mean, I don't like how his character is used. Jimmy isn't right in the head, so the
I
writers like to
heard
put him in
his voice in
situations where they need a
something
stubborn
else,
idiot.
and I
Unlike,
was
say,
like,
Dale or Bill,
it was
where they
killing
just
me.
do
I was like,
stupid
that voice
things, Jimmy
reminds me of
feels more
someone.
like he's mentally
And then finally I
challenged.
realized it
Because
was
of how
Cat
grounded
Noir.
King of the Hill is, I don't really laugh when a
what
mentally
was it?
challenged person
I saw
does
something
what you'd
recently
expect
that he
a
was in.
mentally challenged person to do. At the very least, he needs a straight man. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying King of the Hill can't make fun of people like Jimmy. No one is safe from comedy. But with King of the Hill's environments, I rarely find myself laughing at the jokes Jimmy's involved in. Ed from Ed, Ed and Eddie
It
is
might
a
have been
much
something
better
my
example of
niece was
laughing at someone
watching.
with mental issues. Anyway, Jimmy lays down the law for both Hank and Bobby.
You're saying you'll teach my boy the value of $1.
If you work for Jimmy, you're gonna work hard. You make money.
I like that he repeats what he said.
Hey Shady, what's your real name, or would
It's a
you
detail
prefer
that
to keep
shows he's
that
relying on
personal
these specific
secret?
words because they work
If
in
I
the
did, I did a
past,
bad
because he
job
believes
because
in what they stand
my
for.
Twitter
Hank,
tells
not
everyone
picking up on
my real
obvious
name.
signs, proceeds to sign Bobby up for the job.
But my dad told me I couldn't leave this job until I got someone to replace me.
My real name is Montrell McCall.
One, that's the first sign of things to come in the episode. And two,
Not a very
was
common
it really
name.
necessary to hightail it over the fence? You successfully quit. Do you think Jimmy was gonna rehire you if he
What
saw
is
you
on your
walking
hat?
away?
I'm
Bobby
not
heads into his
sure.
first day
I would
of
have
work,
to
but
find
turns
it
out
and
to be
lift it
more
up.
difficult than he expected.
Hey, soda?
Oh, is that diet?
No, I have not read that
Sorry.
particular comic.
Yeah, them's the breaks. Bobby's learning the hard way how to do his job, but he is learning.
You owe me $52.50, Tommy.
I'm not Tommy. I'm Bobby.
You're Trey 27. See? 27. Tommy.
Dude can't even get his name
That's a
right.
cool name.
Capitalism, am I right? We cut back to
I
Hank and the boys who are
guess?
still prepping Boomhauer's car for the race, as
Montrell
well as getting
McCall?
on some practice to be his
I'm not
pit
sure
crew.
about
The rest
that.
of the B-plot isn't
It's
too
kind of an
relevant, so I'll
awkward
go ahead
name.
and give you the cliff notes. The boys get concerned that Dale's going to mess up Boomhauer's chance at winning. They do manage to get him out of the way, but
I always
it
thought
turns
the
out
Cake
that
Sister
Dale
with blue
wasn't
hair
the
was
only
hot.
risk factor. Boomhauer loses the race, but thanks to there being
Marie?
enough crashes, he is still eventually able to drive.
Actually, I see that a lot. A
Back
lot
to
of
the
people
A-plot.
were
We
attracted
cut
to
Bobby
Marie.
and see that Now see, I could easily make a joke about Bobby seeing Jimmy's wiener, but it turns out I'm not 5 years old.
For a total
That's how
of
you.
owing
That's how you make a joke without making the joke.
Me, 88,088.
That's why it's cool. It's unique.
And 88 cents.
Got a boss. That
Josh
can't have your
Kelsey,
check
thank
right.
you very much.
Capitalism, am I right? So Bobby heads back home and
The thing
reveals
about
his
my
feelings
name
about
was
his new
whenever I
job
got
to
a
Hank.
substitute teacher, they would always say Montreal, and so it's gotten to the point where that like
And the tray is heavy.
that triggers
and my
me.
boss is really mean,
Like
and he
somebody's
calls
talking
me
about Canada, they're like
Babies
Montreal, and
want
I'm like,
everything handed to them. But you're there to work and not play. That's why it's called work and not play.
I got nothing. That's really good advice.
I have to head to work now. Will this stream be posted as a video? Yes, I will probably. I might edit it down a bit because we're not even halfway done.
The can-do.
And we've been going
This is the
for
mentality I always had when I was doing my
almost 4
9 to 5s.
hours.
The best way to give yourself job security is to
I
make
might
it
have
so
to take
your
a break
boss
and eat
can't live
something.
without you. Once that happens, no matter what mistake you make, they won't want to get rid of you. Unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword. A boss that won't fire you can also be a boss that won't promote you. After all, you make their life easier right where you are. Why would they want to give that up? Capitalism, am I right? So Bobby goes back to work with his new can-do attitude, and it works. Jimmy promotes him to his go-to guy. Ecstatic at his new position, Bobby goes back to Hank for even more work tips.
Here's a great one. Find the job nobody wants, and then do it.
Shady, I don't.
Again,
I
that's
know you don't like
fantastic
to review
advice.
popular media,
And
but if
again,
you have
it's
seen
also
played
something that can bite you
God
in
of
the
War
butt if
Ragnarok,
you
what
don't
do
know how
you
to
think
utilize
of
it
Odin?
correctly. If you don't know
Did
the
I ever
work
say
of
that?
your work,
That I
you
don't
can
like to
easily find yourself being
review
underpaid by a
popular
boss who
media?
loves a yes man. Capitalism, am I right?
A lot of
that's
times,
exactly what
reviewing
happens to
popular
Bobby.
media
He
doesn't
continues
work
to
for me.
expand
That's
his
the thing.
services under
A lot-
Jimmy, which
I
makes
don't.
Jimmy
I
want
have
more and
hipster
more,
in me,
until
so when something's
eventually-
popular, I'm adverse to watching it. But reviewing it, I don't remember. I don't recall if I've ever said I had an averse to that. Because I reviewed
I know that
Arcane
song.
like right on the spot.
So, once again, Bobby is miserable when it comes to his job, but he doesn't want to give up on it since Hank told him to stick it out. Speaking of Hank, it's time for more job advice.
Well, you know what they say. Find what your niche
Maybe you could
is.
split it apart,
That
Shady. Well,
leads to riches.
I don't.
Yeah,
This
that
this
makes a lot of
stream was supposed to
sense,
be today,
You are
and
on
just
a roll
today.
with the work advice.
I've got other plans this
But
week.
It doesn't necessarily do that.
Tomorrow,
if
I'm
your
supposed to
boss
fix
is
up my
holding you in a
PS4
position with no
because I
room
get
for
the part that I've been
improvement
waiting
or
for.
growth. Capitalism, am I right?
Sometimes I still think Jimmy Richard ain't right.
So the day of the big race filing happens. And
Shady
shenanigans
review,
unfold. Bobby makes his
Eric.
rounds and eventually
This is
gets
like the
to
third
Hank
time
and
I've
the
told
boys.
you. I
Bobby,
don't.
these sodas
The
are
caps
hot.
is
Son, you gotta
unnecessary. I
find
can
a
see
way
your.
to be more efficient. Listen to Mr.
I can see your
Witcher.
messages.
He'll tell you what to do.
Review Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. It doesn't even have reaction
one day
videos.
just staring at the sun.
And now, because someone who isn't working for
I
Jimmy
might
has
look
complained
into it.
about
I've
him,
been
Hank
asked
finally starts
for
to
that
believe
a lot.
Maybe Bobby's complaints held merit.
Tommy! I need a soda!
Yes, Mr. Richard.
Not that way, just run across!
They're going too fast.
Do it, you monkey boy!
Now, it might just be my naturally dark complexion, but that monkey boy comment legitimately ticks me off every time I hear it. Bobby, trying to be the best employee he can be, follows through on the orders. Thankfully, Hank sees him in time and stops him.
That's crazy. Why would you do something like that?
I'm giving 110%, Dad.
I know some of you don't actually watch King of the Hill, don't deny it, so you probably don't know this, but it was established in the very first episode that Bobby is Hank's pride and joy, and the thought of someone trying to take Bobby away
He's
from
just
him
excited.
is
Honestly, I don't
devastating
even
to
care
Hank.
about
So
Caps
what
that
happens
much.
when you put a family man's child in danger?
It's just when somebody sets a precedent.
Go to now,
It it influences
Someone
others to
reminded me
follow
those
that, and I
fences
don't
were
want
built
to chat
stop
like
cars
full
from
of
flying through
caps.
them, and Hank just burst through one like it was nothing. I think this is the only time Hank legitimately kicks someone's hot cross buns.
Nope,
despite
you're wrong. He
constantly
did it to the
threatening do so.
acupuncture.
So the episode ends with Hank admitting he should have listened
Rang,
to
thank
Bobby
you very
about
much.
Jimmy and offers to pay
Keep up the
him
good work on your
for
videos. I wish I had
work.
the drive
Bobby
like you do to
shows he
sit
still
there and
has
edit
no
for
idea
hours,
how
especially
valuable
since
a
I'm
dollar
bad
is,
at
but
it.
let's Hank
Happy
know
New
that
Year.
he's never cared about it in the first
Yeah,
place. Again,
the
despite that he's not
drive.
spoiled, just ignorant. And that was life in the fast lane Bobby saga.
I could be making a lot more videos. I just, like I said, a lot of times I have to wait until I'm in a certain mood to do certain things, like edit or write, or I feel like the video won't come out correctly.
The initial problem of Bobby not
But if this was like my
understanding
9 to
money is
5,
never
I would be
solved.
making
Gibson
a lot more
tries to play
videos
it
than I I did.
This is fine as long as Bobby isn't spoiled, but I disagree. I think it's very important for people to learn what monetary value means. However, like I said very clearly at the beginning of this video, I chose to review this episode because it touches on another topic I've been—
Did anybody even catch that joke? Like, I've never heard seen anybody comment on it. The fact that I skipped the intro and then I say this.
Monetary value means. However, like I said very clearly at the beginning of this video, I chose to review this episode because it touches on another topic I've been looking for an excuse to talk about: capitalism. For those of you who don't know, capitalism is an economic system, one which almost all Western civilizations are based on. There's a lot of details to it, but—
Now, I specifically say there's a lot of details to capitalism, but here's a basic definition. So many people were like, capitalism is way more complicated than that. I'm like, yeah, because I didn't want to go into the whole of capitalism. I was talking about one specific point.
Basic definition is that in a capitalist system, people and corporations are considered the owners of capital, or assets that could potentially make a profit, including their own ability to work. Because they own this capital, they get to decide the price for it, while conversely, potential customers get to decide whether or not that price is worth paying. A very simple example is, let's say you turn the land you own into a chicken farm. As such, you're legally allowed to decide that each chicken is worth $30, while your customers are—
Now, I will say, with this video, with capitalism, there are some things that I merged together. I did confuse capitalism with the free market, because I believe when you do the free market, it inevitably leads to capitalism. So I did kind of merge the free market definition with capitalism. So this actually isn't the best definition of capitalism.
Are legally allowed to accept or reject that price. Now, here's the thing.
Just say the thing.
I'm probably the biggest fan of capitalism you'll ever meet.
Shocked everyone. Shocked all y'all. All the complaining I did about capitalism in this video. It was a trick. I tricked you. What I'm not sure if everybody got this, but every time I say capitalism, am I right? Every time I say that, I'm immediately the problem that's happening, I immediately address is because of Bobby's boss, like or because like of a bad boss. Like I'll say, oh, this could happen, but if you have a bad boss, then this will happen. Capitalism, am I right? Because it's not capitalism that's doing it. It's having a bad boss within capitalism. People corrupt systems. This is why a lot of people are like, no, socialism will work. Yeah, but people are a part of socialism and they corrupt the system.
And why shouldn't I be? After all, I used capitalism to get out of the 9-to-5 system that I vehemently hate, and was able to become my own boss as a YouTuber. The problem is, capitalism as of late has been getting a huge amount of flack, and I think most of the reasons why are due to misunderstandings of how the system works. I don't have time to go over every single asset of capitalism, but this episode is a good conversation starter for a misconception that often comes up. If you see Bobby's predicament, you might think capitalism failed him, but that's not the case. You see, this wasn't real capitalism. Wait, why does that sound familiar?
People miss the point of that joke. So many people miss the point of that joke, which I guess I'll explain it now since it's so many months later. People say all the time, you know, you talk about a civilization that failed under socialism. One of the common responses is that wasn't real socialism. They didn't do it right. That's why I said that in this video. This wasn't real capitalism. Wait, why does that sound familiar? Because any system works when you put it on paper, but when you introduce it to people and apply the people, those people do things that make the system that make bad things happen within the system. And I tried to explain this in this video. What's great about capitalism is while you can't control other people, capitalism specifically says you always have control on your end of what you do. And a lot of people, like, they just weren't contemplating that.
Bobby's situation is missing a very important ingredient. In a capitalist system, your labor is a part of your capital, which means you determine its value. If you're unsatisfied with your
Shady, have you noticed that Amon from Legend of Korra and Starlight Glimmer from MLP share many broad stroke similarities, just enough that comparison can be intriguing? Yes, I didn't specifically think of that, but there are a lot of villains who go the Amon route, so I don't really find either Starlight Glimmer nor Amon to be particularly compelling in terms of storytelling. It's just a matter of, do they fit their environment? And both Amon and Starlight kind of do. Or no, not kind of. They both do in regards to their individual stories.
Job, including how your boss is treating you. Capitalism says you can quit. Bobby couldn't.
Oh my goodness, this part right here. So many people do not get what I'm trying to say on this part, where I say capitalism says you can quit, but Bobby couldn't. So many people respond with, well, if you replace Hank, a person, with life situations like you have to pay your bills, it's the same thing. And I'm like, yes, because you have to replace an entity. Capitalism specifically says another person, entity, cannot punish you for the explicit act of quitting. Quitting. If you quit and then some other consequence happens because you like couldn't pay the bill or something, like if you quit but still get a bunch of money and you can go ahead and pay your bills, that you're not getting punished for the explicit act of quitting. People really failed to understand what I was trying to say there. They were constantly saying Hank is the equivalent to life situations where quitting is bad. And I'm like, that's not the same thing. That's not the same as an entity punishing you for the explicit act of quitting.
He wanted to quit, but thanks to Hank, a separate entity,
camera went down
he didn't
again.
Have say over what his work.
It lasted longer that time.
Bobby was not really in a capitalist environment.
I was doing all these
Bobby
hand gestures too.
Someone else to work for an unfit boss is ultimately what led to his awful situation. I've seen too many people who think quitting one's job and trying to find a better life is a slap in the face of capitalism.
Now, what I will say is one thing another thing I got wrong in this video. Is that I called something capital. I called people capital. That's not what. It's a semantics argument, but I called the wrong thing capital. It was like people's work is their capital. People's work isn't their capital. I think it's their ideas inside an economic system are considered capital.
No. Having the ability to quit a bad
but that's a
job
semantics argument. It doesn't belittle the point.
Capitalism. Hank wasn't wrong when he told Bobby the advice he needed to get ahead. Having a can-do attitude, finding one's niche, saying yes to unwanted work. Those do make a great employee. But even if you're a great employee,
you can always be searching for a new, better job. People always forget in some systems you're physically unable to quit your job without going to prison. Yes!
This means it's very
or being fined specifically for quitting that job.
And having a bad boss can
and a lot of people look at America, they're like, oh, capitalism bad. It's like, America is not an explicit capitalism system. It's just the foundation of America's system.
You always have a say on your end. You can choose how to sell. You can choose not to buy. Bobby's predicament was that he had no choice. Succeeding in capitalism is all about
got killed. Thank you very much. In celebration of capitalism, I give this content creator some money voluntarily of my own free will. It is also interesting that a lot of the biggest advocates of capitalism within our system, or not advocates, adversaries of capitalism, are those who benefit heavily from it.
Goodbye.
And they don't actively practice like socialism stuff within their own lives. Fan art! Fan art! I love fan art. I look forward to the day I get as much fan art as Jaden Animation. Rare version of the extended song. Okay, shut up, Rick. All right, so who won that? Obviously, Bobby and Capitalism. That was one of the big videos of the year, Bobby and Capitalism. It might have been the biggest. Teen Titans hasn't been out long enough for me to see that. Okay. And that's the halfway point at almost 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, I might have to take a break just to eat some food, but we shall see. Like, how many of these are really long videos? All of them. Okay. Okay, and put this away because I always forget. Jeez, I thought after 5 hours we'd have seen most of the videos. That makes some long behind content. This is what happens when you don't plan ahead, kids. Why do I always forget to end the... Not always, it only happened twice, but still, end the poll. Okay, so now we're going to start a new poll. The next two on the list is... okay, which video is better? The Fate of Young Rick. I don't remember if that's what the actual video is called. You could just look at the screen. Oh, Fate of Memory Rick, not Young Rick. I was close. Fate of Memory Rick. Capitalism itself is a great concept. It only struggles in the fact that not everyone can benefit from it, at least to the extent that most people want. Well, no, everybody can benefit from capitalism. The problem is, with capitalism, you're all on the same conveyor belt, so the people who are ahead of you will always be ahead of you. If everyone in America had mansions, people would still complain about capitalism because the rich people have castles. Like, the stuff that happens in the stuff that we get in America, we are so privileged, it's insane. Fate of Memory Rick, and then the video after that is, oh, the late Philip J. Fry. The late Philip J. Fry was this year? That really does not feel like that was this year. All right, there you go.
To be me. Yeah, why do you think I'm horrified? I'd be fine walking by this on the street. I might even give it $1. This is where you being this leads.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here.
This was really just the most random video. Like, my goodness.
In order to save his mind.
I saw a video about Rick and Morty, and I commented, and I was like, wait, that comment could be a video, so I went and did it.
Memory Rick decides to help since he's basically got nothing better to do. At the end
what
of the
about
episode,
healthcare, Shady? What about healthcare?
Secret in Real Rick's mind, assuming Real Rick wouldn't want him around. The episode ends on this note.
Come on, let's bring you to life and get a beer. Does being real mean I eventually become you? I assume, yeah? Maybe you can just remember us getting a beer.
Now, this was more than likely just a throwaway line, a small joke as a way of leaving things off ambiguously in case the writers don't actually feel like incorporating Memory Rick into the rest of the series. However, my brain did what it always does when I watch literally anything. It overanalyzed what was said. See, I don't think it's guaranteed that Memory Rick will inevitably become Real Rick. Before we get into it, let's ask the question. Is Memory
I don't know,
Rick
I don't personally need a
Rick
mansion. I meant
C-137
what most people want is
After
become
all,
successful
Rick's
enough
off
to
from
escape the
Universe
9 to
Universe.
5.
It's possible
Most
that
people
Rick
don't
C-137
need
had an
the
adventure
9 to
version of a
5.
bird person in
The 9 to
one
5 is a
universe, and hop to
convenience
another
that our
universe
system
that
offers.
also had a bird person that went on an adventure with another Rick. If that were the case, Memory Rick would actually be a younger version of another Rick who isn't C-137, and thus wouldn't necessarily become exactly like him. I think the best way to answer this is to start with this scene right here.
Suggestion: don't go in.
Options?
Object: alternative subject.
Yeah, hop to
I'd be more than
different timeline,
content
grab
with
a version of my
a
friend
and
that's
happy
60
with a
best.
1-bedroom
That's not how this
apartment.
When I first saw that scene, I
That's
thought
all
Rick
I
was saying
wanted.
that he couldn't
I was
get
like,
another
just give me
bird
a
person because he himself is
space of my
real
own
Rick
that I
that
can
is
call my
unlike
own,
most Ricks. If he
and
stays
it has
in one
enough
universe
room
for
that I
too
can
long,
make
he becomes
YouTube
attached
videos.
to the people there.
As someone who has lived in 2 former communist countries and currently communist country, I would definitely say I prefer capitalism.
You love your grandkids. You came to rescue
If a
them.
perfect society was this simple, we'd have it by now. Well, nobody's claiming that capitalism is a perfect society. It has flaws. Like I said, America isn't even a capitalist, a purely capitalist society. If America was purely capitalist, it wouldn't have child labor laws. Which I think most of us can agree, child labor laws are a good thing.
Specific bird person. That is to say, this version of bird person
It's just that of all the systems we have made thus far, capitalism has proven to be the most effective. And people ignore that because
Thanks for the info, but I'm more on a revenge kick
people
than a
ignore
revenge
that
kick.
because they want everyone to be rich. No matter what society you make, pretty much, as far as we can tell, everyone's not going to be rich because there will always be those who want and have power.
even though nothing matters? Okay, you matter. To me.
Both of these are something that only a rogue Rick would do. Memory Rick also has a portal gun, which means he's figured out interdimensional travel.
A lot of that has
which
more to do with
means
government
he's the
policy.
smartest man
People
in
do
his
not
universe.
realize
If
how much
C-137
federal
Rick's
policy
totally
exists
fabricated backstory is
to
be
help
believed,
keep large
there aren't
mega
many
corps in
Ricks
power
within the
when
central finite
left to the
curve
free
that were
market,
willing
they
to
would
go
collapse.
rogue.
Has anyone,
Bro, Ricks don't pass on this. Who do you think you are? A different kind of Rick, I guess.
Now,
has anyone
all
noticed
this
since the
isn't necessarily
C-19
definitive proof. There could still be another
because
rogue
speaking
Rick who is the
someone
smartest man
has
in
a
the
good
universe
time
with the
during the
backstory of a
lockdown.
dead daughter
Question,
that
you
just
could
so
change
happened
one
to
thing
team
about
up with Bird Person in his
capitalism,
universe,
what would it
confessed
be?
to Bird Person, and then left that universe only for C-137 Rick to come and replace him while having
I don't know how
the
that
exact
would
same
work, because once
backstory.
you change
But
something about
that's
capitalism, it would be
incredibly unlikely,
capitalism.
even within the rules of this show.
I won't ever be
What
happier
happened
content
was
until I
when
have a woman to
C-137
love and a
chose
life
move to a new universe in
and
season
live life
one, he
with. I
coincidentally
can't help but feel
or
lonely and miserable being
intentionally
single. It
chose the
doesn't help that I
universe
have
he
zero
adventured with
friends and
Bird
almost
Person.
zero family.
With all that, I think we can safely
Well,
conclude that this version
the
of
thing
Bird
I always
Person
say with people
is
who want
specifically
stuff,
the one that went on adventures
they'll
with
get it.
C-137 and is thus one of a kind. That means that
Hello,
yes,
Shady Doorags and
Memory
gangs.
Rick
What
is
should I
specifically
do
a
when
memory
there are
of
multiple streams, but I can only
C-137
watch
Rick?
one?
But if that's the case, then
watch
why don't
both,
I
but
think
mute
Memory
one.
Rick's destiny is to become his real counterpart. Isn't that how aging works?
You
Well,
watch
when
all of
ask
them,
a
but mute
person
one.
Why they have certain personality traits, one of, if not the most common reason given, is that some moment in their life caused them to become that way. That's because people's personalities are the sum of their individual experiences. Everyone has a backstory. One of the reasons Memory Rick more than likely won't become real Rick is because they have
For instance, a lot of
different
expenses in
backstories.
U.S.
Yes,
healthcare
they
come
do
from
share the
federal
same
laws,
main backstory with
created to
their
prevent
wife
people
and daughter
from
and revenge and blah, blah,
reviewing
blah.
health
But
care
Memory Rick has
directly
some of his
in
backstory
order to
altered.
preserve
And
insurance
you're about to wonder
companies
why all your memories before you met
that
Bird
were
Person
dying.
feel very generic and bird themed. Why was my 9th birthday party in a pine tree?
I don't know
Rick
enough
isn't real
about
Rick
that
at
to make
35.
an
He's how
educated
Bird
statement on
Person
it.
remembers
But I would
real
say with
Rick
what
at
little I
35.
know,
Thus, any
I
memory that
agree.
Bird Person gets incorrect will be tied to Memory Rick regardless. This was the case for Memory Rick's history, but it could also be true for any slight personality differences.
Why am I saving a friend that
Are you
remembers
still
me as
alive?
this
Haha,
and
yeah,
stuff?
I'm going
This
way
means that
longer
when
than I
Memory
thought
Rick
it was
eventually
going
becomes
to.
real
I
Rick's
thought this was
age,
going to be
all
like a
those little
5-hour
altered
stream.
details will be a
I
part
didn't
of
realize
his
I
law.
created this
But
much
even
content.
if Bird Person remembered real Rick at 35 with 100% accuracy, there would still be a huge chance that Memory Rick wouldn't become real Rick. Memory Rick and real Rick's experiences diverge at the exact point they meet.
I still
Real
haven't
Rick
seen the
fought at
latest
Battle
season of
Blood
Rick and
Ridge.
Morty.
Real Rick was rejected by Bird Person. Real Rick left Bird Person to continue searching for his
Did you
wife and
find the
daughter's
answer to
killer.
the question
And
I
Real
asked a
Rick
bit ago?
eventually became jaded enough to stop hunting other Ricks and instead
what
help
question
them create
was
the
that?
Citadel and the Central Finite Curve. Memory Rick hasn't done any of that, and he won't go on to either since the next counterpart Rick on his hit list is already dead thanks to Real Rick. Long story short, Memory Rick is not an exact copy of young Real Rick, and even if he was, he can't go on to live the exact same life as current Real Rick already has, so there's really no reason to conclude him turning out like Real Rick is inevitable. The reason why this detail took over my brain is because I've seen it many times in other stories. Lots of fictions that deal with clones or alternative timelines.
Eat while streaming. I think I'll go get a
whatever,
protein
talk about how
bar,
different
at the
events
very
turn the
least.
same character into
You guys keep
different
watching this.
people. Shoot, the alternate timelines in this show already have proved what I'm talking about, considering all the different types of Ricks and Mortys we've seen. Now, is it still possible that Memory Rick could turn out exactly like Real Rick? Yes, but my point is, it's not inevitable. Ultimately, there's no telling what Memory Rick's fate will be without just waiting for it to happen.
Well, this will sound weird, but I think I have a pitch for that.
What I'm hoping will happen is that Memory Rick will take Real Rick up on his offer to have a clone body, but instead of staying on Earth or going to another reality, he'll go help Space Beth. And with that setup, you've opened up a whole plethora of opportunities for both adventures and
All right, I'm
character
back.
development. Just picture it, a young Rick, one who is passionate about destroying the Federation, one who hasn't been completely jaded yet and doesn't have all the experiences of his older self, teams up with Space Beth, someone who is very similar to him in competence. Memory Rick has daughter issues, having seen his own die right in front of him, while Space Beth has daddy issues, having been abandoned by her reality's Rick and is constantly trying to live up to Real Rick's legacy. Shoot, you can even throw in Bird Person or his daughter into the mix and have a whole team doing awesome galaxy fighting shenanigans. Obviously, the entire show could be
these
about that,
protein
but
bars
it'd make
might
for
be
really nice
expired.
B stories like The Wall and Solar Opposites. Still, I'm kind of scared of the idea as well. Rick and Morty has shown it is not afraid to push the envelope with sex plots, and given how much memory Rick and Space Beth have in common, yeah, let's just say one incest baby in the show is already one too many. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Advia saying. Goodbye.
Yeah, I bought these protein bars a hot minute ago. They're not looking too good. They might be expired.
But I have a date. You were late this morning, so you have to stay and test my latest invention. Behold, a time-traveling machine.
Hey, hello, how do
I
you
feel
do?
that
Shady
purpose
Doorags
is
here.
needed to
So,
be
I
truly
was bored
happy.
and felt
Well, it
like
depends what you
bringing
mean
a Futurama
by
episode.
truly happy.
I genuinely did not care which one. I was just in a Futurama mood, so I told myself.
This is a true story, by the way.
And no matter what
I really
episode
just,
it was,
I really just went and said random episode, season 7, episode 7, and I went and looked it up. It was this one.
As well as one of the most requested episodes from this show for me to review. I'm now going to look at by complete accident. Hey, atheist, you sure?
I like how
you're
this
on the
turned into a
team? 'Cause
discussion
that seemed like some divine nonsense
discussing
right there.
philosophy,
So
politics,
what
and
can I
morals.
say about
Welcome
the
to
late
Shady
Philip J.
Doorags
Fry
channel.
That hasn't already been said. The answer is nothing. I can add nothing to the conversation. Johnny already talked about everything one possibly could with this episode. Go watch his video. All right, relevant context. It's Futurama. Fry and Leela are dating at this point. Kim Possible, Chalkstone, and Kids Next Door all first premiered 20 years ago. Yes, you are old. And that's it. We're good to go. The episode starts with Bender being a good roommate and making sure Fry isn't woken up by his lecherous acts. Wait, no. That thing that was just said, the opposite is true.
Wake up already! I'm about to get down and funky with this ladybot.
Because of Bender's shenanigans, Fry is late to both work and taking Leela out to her birthday lunch. These scenes establish that Fry being late isn't a one-time thing, and the people in his life are
I've said
getting
it
sick
before,
of
and I'll say it again. I believe the secret to happiness is being thankful. Looking at your life and understanding the good things
Fry
about
tries
it.
to make it up to Leela by offering to take her out to a fancy dinner, but
It might
just
take
as
you a
he's
while
making his
to
plans,
get the
Bender
right
comes in with
mindset,
an
but you got to do the
And
physical
now
activities.
He's having the girls gone wildest bachelor party of all time.
Who cares? I can throw up on a stripper anytime. Tonight, I want to not throw up.
Think you walked to get the bar, but I asked what your favorite
It's
word
a
is.
stupid
Yeah, that's.
line, but if you know Fry,
I still
it's
haven't
also
really
sweet.
like
As I've said many times
contemplated
in
that.
previous videos, Fry has consistently given up great treasures for simple
Like that would take a
He's being
good couple of,
genuine when he says he'd
I don't know,
rather be
weeks,
with
maybe
Leela
even
than
months
go
for
on
me
an
to think of.
unforgettable once-in-a-lifetime party. With Fry declining the invitation, Bender grabs the professor as his wingman, setting up the story for later. Speaking of later, that's when the next scene takes place. Fry got Leela.
You're
a
right.
card
I'm
for
just
her
not
birthday and
used
is
to
trying
this
figure
much
out what to
discourse
write
with
to
Shady, I suppose.
It's a record you
I mean, yeah, this kind of stuff constantly happens.
If I leave now, record a birthday greeting on the way, score some fancy cologne at the newsstand, I'll be exactly on time.
If we think about, if we think about it, if the universe is stuck in an endless,
Before Fry can make it out the
finish.
door, Farnsworth stops him, insisting that before he make up his tardiness to Leela, he has to make up his tardiness for his job. The professor forces Fry and Bender, for some reason, to test out his latest invention, a time machine.
Time? I can't go back there.
Get it? Because Bender's big score?
This time machine only goes forward in time. That way you can't accidentally change history or do something disgusting like sleep with your own grandmother.
Get it? Because the Roswell episode? Hey, wait. One of those references says you can't change history with time travel, while the other one says you can. Fry records his card while the professor begins the experiment.
Cole F, thank you very much. Would love to see you on EVAP for something. Cole.
I don't know why, but the professor falling
is
over on
EVAP
that
related to
exact art
EFAP?
is always funny to me. Hey, look, what's that figure outside the window? Yeah, I'm sure it's not important. Once the group gets themselves
Oh, you
together,
meant to
they
say
wind up
EFAP,
stopping
okay.
the time machine, but it's in the year 10,000 AD. Meanwhile, in the distant past, Leela gets stood up once again. Hey, I wonder what that server is saying to her about the history of the cavern. Yeah, I'm sure it's not important. Leela goes back to Planet Express to figure out what happened to Fry.
Obviously, he went to that pervert party with Bender and the professor.
Shady, who do you think is the scariest
Why
character
would
in
you
Game of
party?
Thrones is,
It is
including
a lot
House
more
of the
difficult than
Dragon?
you think to
The
snort on
scariest? What's his name?
Not Hypnotoad on Ice. The Planet Express.
Crap,
team
I
find
can't
out
think of
through
his name right
television
now.
that everyone at the party died except the host, making it very
The
confusing for
the Lannister
This causes Leela
dad.
to both break down in tears and be filled with rage.
Ah,
Meanwhile,
why can I
in the
not remember his
future,
name?
Fry, Bender, and the professor try to think of ways to solve their problem. Say, I wonder what that book Bender's burning says. Yeah, I'm sure it's not important.
I've got it. We can't go back in time, but we can keep going forward until people invent the backwards time machine.
And so, through a montage of
Just
some
realized
gags,
Farnsworth says
Planet
Fry
Express
is
team
late
time
this
travel
morning. Yeah,
forward
well, the
looking for a
whole
backwards time
episode
machine.
is a play
Now,
on
if you
words.
look at
He's
the
the late
civilizations they
Philip
come
J.
across,
Fry.
some of them are very regressive.
This is actually a very
This
clever
leads me to
play
a
on
theory I've
words.
had for quite some time.
Did
When
you
the
see
show
the Gotham
Disenchantment
High
came out,
reading?
a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
did.
people had the theory that it took
That was
place in
actually
Fry's
hilarious.
past. But an episode
I
showed
saw
this
the
clip of
full
Fry
version
jumping in
though,
a time machine that
so I
confirmed
watched
that
it like
did
way
take place
later
in the
than
same
everyone
universe
else.
as Futurama.
Tywin,
Even in the
yes,
same location,
Tywin.
since Farnsworth's machine
Tywin
never moves
Lannister
through
is
space, but
the
it
scariest
never confirmed
character.
what time. Given that Disenchantment doesn't line up with Futurama's history, which is basically just our own real life history, and given the inconsistencies in technology of Disenchantment,
Woo,
I'm thinking
Disenchantment.
took
What a
place after
disappointing
the year
show.
3000 rather than before.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for Farnsworth Boulevard.
Back in the past, Leela has taken over Planet Express and has turned it into a thriving business. However, despite her great life, she has a longing that she can't seem to fulfill. That's not going to stop her from trying, mind you.
Hey, Leels.
Hi, Q-Bert.
Eventually, the time travel gang make it to the year 1 billion. All life on the planet is extinct, and since the time machine only travels through time and not space,
Wasn't
that
Philip's
moves the
dog
group
named
out of
Seymour?
options.
Yes, it
Feeling
was.
bummed out, Fry takes a walk to the restaurant he was supposed to meet Leela at.
I made it, Leela. Sorry I'm a billion years late.
Oh, Fry.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with like
technically it wasn't a billion years.
doing
So you
goofy
left
stories
the year
of
10 and instead of year
what
1
if
billion,
Batman
so
and
slightly less than a
Catwoman
billion.
and
Once
the
again, we
Joker
go
went to
back
high
past
school
to see
together.
how
I think
Leela's
that's fine,
doing.
but
Turns out Q-Bert was a bad
like,
choice for
A,
her.
you should acknowledge that it's a silly story. They took it really, really seriously. And B, if you're gonna do that, why would you not use Batman, Selena Kyle, and Joker? Why would you use Asian Batman and different Asian Batman with his gay Uncle Alfred?
Oh, Leela.
Like you've made different characters for a what if scenario of what if this character was doing this thing.
And because she's apparently a freaking genius at geology and a perfect shot,
If we think
she's
about
able
it,
to
if the
make the
universe
character
is going to
create a message for
restart,
Fry to
then
see
that means that
slightly
Fry
less
is
than a
stuck in
billion
an
years
endless
the
loop.
future.
Dear Fry, our
No, because
but it was the best
Fry
time of my
disrupts the loop himself
Seeing
by
this
killing
brings
himself.
Fry some peace.
By killing the
He
next
decides that
version
the
of
best thing to do
himself.
is just enjoy the moment.
To the end of the universe.
Well, actually, he
This
doesn't
is
kill the
actually my
next version.
favorite
He
part of
kills
the
the
episode.
version
Futurama
2
could
universes
really nail
down.
down beauty when it wanted to. Look at those colors. Eventually, they make it to the end of the universe, and
I legit cried over the story of Seymour. Most people did.
Big Bang. It appears this universe is exactly
For a while, the Seymour one was called, the saddest one. But when I claimed that, a lot of people, even then, were saying, no, it wasn't.
I wanted to meet Shakespeare.
Like
I figured the time was cyclical.
Nope.
the Luck of the Friarish was
Time
much
travelers figure out that
sadder.
All they have to do is keep going forward until.
And
they
once
get
I
the
saw
right
the
year.
Seymour episode
They won't
again,
really be
I
in their
agreed.
universe, but it'll be close
I was like,
enough.
yeah, Seymour is only the Seymour episode is really only sad because of the very last moments.
Seriously, every time.
We'll have to bring her around again. The war. Pow! We took care of the time travel paradox.
That would not have
Back in the
killed
correct
Bender.
year, Fry runs to make his date with Leela.
I have to admit, I was afraid you wouldn't make it.
That was the old Fry. He's dead now.
Ah, I get it. The late Philip J. Fry. Double entendre. Actually, it's a triple entendre since everyone thought Fry was dead in the other universe, too. The episode ends with Leela and Fry romantically gazing at the sky while Bender buries the evidence of what
If a man doesn't cry over
And
the
that
death
was
of
the
his
late
dog,
Philip
something
J.
is
Fry.
seriously wrong with
Admittedly,
him.
I don't like this episode as much as everyone else. Not that I dislike it, it's just that there are other
You do have to
Futurama
wonder
episodes
about
that
dogs.
sweet spot of entertainment for me personally more than this one does.
Like, they just
However,
happen to have the
objectively,
brain
I do think
necessary
this is one of, if
to be
not the
extremely
best
loyal
episode
to
of
men.
Futurama. It tells an emotional and humorous story, doing well to establish Chekhov's gun multiple times. And good gravy, is it just gorgeous to watch. I will admit it's not my favorite, but I agree with the fandom that this is one of the legendary episodes. However, because a lot of people focus on the touching moments of this episode, I feel like a good many miss out
Anyone
on how
who has
sad
owned a
it
dog
actually
most
is.
likely cried
Fry
at that.
A and Leela C end on a happy note, but for Fry C and Leela A, that's not the case. Fry C died before he could prove to Leela C that he was capable of being on time, and Leela A died heartbroken, having been angry at Fry A most of her life for something he didn't do. All in all, the late Philip J. Fry hits the nail on the head of a great many things people love about Futurama. I know it took me a while to get to reviewing it, but hey, better late than never.
I see
This
what you
has
did
been
there.
Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell.
Shady, if you do get around to
That
Ben
being said-
10, I think Ben's first episode with Kevin would be a good one to do a video on if you are interested. We would have to see with that. On the video
How
about.
did I raise a son?
Oh wait, hold on. That's the poll. That's the end of the poll. Who won? Oh yeah, the late because the Fate of Memory Rick, like nobody even really watched that one. Okay. Move ya here. And then I'm just looking at the future ones. Okay. Back to the poll. No, that's not the poll. This is the poll. Which video is better? Bobby steals Hank's credit card. Or Art Jet. There you go. Decide! Decide, my pretties! And then come here, take that off.
Who goes around with that filthy money mouth of his. He actually had the audacity to ask me how much I make a year.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Last time on King of the Hill, the only show I'm allowed to review, we covered Bobby dealing with having a job in my take.
Little
on
salty there,
capitalism, which
Shady.
was 100% correct, and no one had any problems with because I'm just that convincing. That's a fact. A lot of people felt this topic wasn't over and requested for a follow-up video to review 1 of 2 episodes. Because I love democracy and because I wear black socks no matter what the occasion, I figured I'd best leave the decision making to others. After all was said and done, the majority voted for a review.
Yeah, I
of Rich
debated
Hank
which order to
Hank.
put
So
the
that's
voting
episode
in,
we'll be
but
looking at today.
I wanted to
For
watch
those of
these
you
in the
who voted
order
for
I
the
made them,
turnkey
and I wanted to do the
episode,
poll at the same time.
The episode starts with Hank and Bobby shopping to get Bobby a new wallet. Bobby, of course, wants the fanciest, most expensive wallet he can find.
That'll be $135.
Dad, pay the man.
It's just like me. At
Sorry,
dinner.
Shay, you gotta go to
Filet
bed, so I
mignon
won't be able to
and
see the
expensive
Katara
champagne
video. What
are
Katara
crucial
video?
to my
Oh,
diet
the
when
jet
someone
one?
else is paying. Hank finds himself confused.
That's
by
more of a
Bobby's
Sokka
choice.
video than
Now, why
anything.
would you pick that overpriced thing when there's a sturdy, reasonably priced $15 one right in front of you?
This one's pretty snazzy, and it looks like it can hold a ton of money.
Ah, see? There's your problem right there. Bobby thinks wallets are for cash. They're not. Wallets hold a bunch of necessities that people carry around on a day-to-day basis, including cash. What Bobby needs to understand is that even if he has a lot of money, it more than likely won't be in cash form. Thus, buying a big wallet would be a waste. At least, that's what I think. Hank, however, sees a different problem to what Bobby is saying.
Yeah, well,
Why
the
would you
King of
go
the Hills will
waving your
get to
money
each other
around
soon
in public?
enough.
Because it's cool. How much money do you make a year anyway?
Bobby, where did you pick up that kind of talk?
I thought
Yeah,
you wanted
I mean,
to
I
talk
could definitely
about
see
money.
why.
The
Like,
amount of money a man
I was thinking the
makes
same
is
thing
between
while I
him
was
and the
making the poll.
professionals down at the
But
H&R
like I said, I was like, I
This
want to
opening
watch
is
these
to
in
establish the
order,
primary
and I
traits
want
of
to
Hank and Bobby that
do
will
the
be
poll while
relevant
we
and
watch them.
prevalent throughout
So,
the episode. Hank is both
Shady, if you want to
frugal
branch out,
and private
Canadian
about
stuff
his
is a
money.
good place to
Being a
start.
good dad,
Like
he wants
Toad
to teach
Patrol.
Bobby important
I would love
lessons
to
about
review like
money, but
Reboot.
fails to see Bobby needs a calculated example he can turn to. Meanwhile, Bobby, being influenced by celebrities, thinks
Oh
it's
my
normal to
goodness!
openly discuss
Some
and
dude.
even brag
I got
about
so
how
many
much
people who were
money
telling me they
He
thought
figured
I
he
was
was
about
willing be
to
taught by Hank, but
start a
since Hank
Ridge
walks
wallet
up every time his exact
advertising.
numbers are mentioned, the lessons aren't sinking in. We transition to the next scene where Hank and Peggy are paying bills when Bobby walks in on them.
Oh, hey, son.
You guys were talking about money, weren't you?
No.
You were paying bills.
No, we weren't. We were making out.
One thing I'm
the
definitely
moment,
planning on
Peggy
investing
forgot
in
that
is
both she
getting a
and Hank
different
were prudes.
camera.
Bobby.
Let me have.
Like, this camera's
So you can
still
blab to
pretty
the whole
much
neighborhood
new.
how much your mother's haircuts cost?
But just the fact that I can't stream with it, which is the whole point of me buying
just
it,
having a Vietnam
really
flashback.
frustrating.
If I talked to my parents like that, well, let's just say I'd be waking up, not walking out. This scene helps to establish another underlying conflict. Bobby isn't just going along with Hank's lessons about money for Hank's sake. He's genuinely curious about how it all works and wants to be treated maturely. However, the wallet incident showed Hank that he and Bobby have different values when it comes to money.
What's
and
your
privacy.
favorite King of the
Hank
Hill
was already
episode?
having issues trusting Bobby, but the wallet talk made it even harder. Bobby storms out of the kitchen angry, allowing Peggy and Hank to continue where they
I'm
left
not
off.
sure.
Now, where were we?
Revenge of the Lutefisk is a good one.
Oh, no. It was the phone bill.
I feel this needs repeating.
My goodness gracious, it amazes
I'm so glad you're not hog wild with sponsors, Shady. Yeah, I'm not sure
In the next
what
scene,
direction
Hank
I'm going to go
reveals
with
the boys
sponsors.
The predicament he's found himself in. The boys agree with Hank.
Like
to
there,
his
before
face,
I did
but
my
once
first
he's gone,
sponsor,
they begin
I
gossiping about how much he makes by the
highly
day.
anticipated
This sets
doing
off a B story
sponsors.
where Hank's friends and neighbors begin talking about his finances.
But,
And
like, once it was done, I was like, I'm not sure if I
actually
want to go
shocked
down that route.
Khan is nowhere to be found in this episode. I feel like he'd have a lot to add given the subject matter. Because his parents won't let him in on the knowledge, Bobby decides to take it upon himself to do a little snooping. He
Like,
listens
part
in
of
on
it is
Hank and
because
Hank's
it's so
conversation
difficult to
about how
tell
much
who's a
Hank made
real
on his income
sponsor and
check.
who's not.
That's right. You're
There's so many scams about sponsors out there, it's extremely
Pretty
upsetting.
generous bonus.
Well, I see where this is going.
So the way I figure it, my dad makes $1,000 a day.
Yep, exactly as predicted.
That's $365,000 a year. He's been doing it for 20 years. That's $7,300,000.
Okay, Bobby, even if the $1,000 a day were true, I'm pretty sure Hank takes days off, and he's probably got raises over the years.
Maybe you can put your
And why am I
sponsors at the
explaining
end of the
money dynamics when
videos.
the whole
It
point
well
is that Bobby doesn't understand.
depends on who you
What's
get
he
to sponsor
spending
you.
it on?
But
house?
that's not the
cost
problem.
$1 million, maybe $2 million tops.
I wouldn't want to put
So
my
Bobby and Joseph
sponsors
are
at the
looking
end
for
of a
proof that the
video.
Hills are secretly rich.
I want to be
Eventually, they come across
I
Hank's
want the
oil
video
records.
to naturally
Why is it
flow
locked?
into sponsors,
Because it's
just like it
about my
did when
dad's
I
secret oil wells. My
did the
dad's
Nancy
got
video.
oil.
Seems legit. Knowing that he's now rich, Bobby begins to fantasize about the life he should be living.
Well done, son.
Thank you, Father.
I mean, I want to be mad, but my brain worked exactly like that when I was a kid, too.
There's just a lot that comes with doing sponsors that a part of my brain is like, yeah, I don't want to have to deal with that.
First he told Joseph, and now Connie. Kind of proving Hank's point that you can't be trusted, aren't you, Bobby? Connie, however, has her doubts.
You don't seem rich. I mean, you guys don't have half the stuff we do, and everything you do have, we have a better version of.
Good gravy, Connie, chill out. Jeez, Con might not physically be in this episode, but he's definitely here in spirit.
Well, my dad's always going off about how cheap stuff is just as good as expensive stuff.
Maybe your dad is one of those rich misers. A lot of rich people are just crazy. They hang on to every penny.
Leave it to Connie to say the first smart thing in the episode. A good chunk of wealthy people are indeed very stingy with their money, but it's not necessarily because they're crazy. It's actually because that's how they got rich in the first place. When we think of the wealthy, we like to think of celebrities.
I got
made
people who
$20
did
million
not like
a movie,
me
or the
saying
YouTuber
this.
who blew up overnight. But saving a buck here and there and doing
They
that for
say I don't
several
know what I'm
decades
talking
is
about.
another way to make sure you've got plenty of money in the bank. A lot of people's financial situations
I actually
have
call
more to
my
do with how
mom
they
mother
handle
at
money
times.
than it does with how much they make. You'd be shocked to learn how frugal the average wealthy person is, despite having tons of money. And once this person's been doing that for long enough, they're not just gonna give it up just because they now have plenty of money. It's a lifestyle. They're gonna keep living it. Because of how frugal they are, I might think Hank and Peggy probably would be incredibly wealthy in a few decades if I
All right,
didn't
I don't
already
trust
know
these
they plan
protein
to blow a
bars.
huge
I'm
chunk of
gonna
their
go get a
money on
bowl
their
of cereal.
motorcycles. Connie terrorizes Bobby with stories of people who got so cheap they refused to take care of their loved ones.
She was so cheap that when her son got sick, she wouldn't even pay for a doctor, and they had to cut the kid's leg off.
Gross. Bobby, knowing his parents are already cheap, begins to freak out about the possibility of him being next.
Can you imagine the cheap fake leg he's gonna buy me? He'll probably just make it himself out of a broom handle and a shoehorn.
Actually, that does sound like something Hank would do, cheap or not. And knowing Hank, that leg would actually work better than a professionally made one. Bobby gets the idea that maybe if Hank loosened his wallet on something enjoyable, he'd see the wonders of spending money and stop being so cheap. Later in the Gribble house, Joseph tells his parents everything Bobby told him, again kind of proving Hank right about what might happen if Bobby found out about their money situation. This bleeds into the B story where Hank's neighbors now have proof that he's raking in a fat paycheck.
Hank, will you buy me a ratchet set?
No, Dale.
How about a nightclub? I'll call it Hank's.
For your investment of only $1 million.
What?
I'm not asking for a handout. This is an investment opportunity. Please, just give me a few $1,000s, Hank.
My God, am I the only sane person around here?
Later at the pet store, Bobby makes his move.
Now you and your dog can ride a burro into the Grand Canyon.
Huh, so they put the reins right in her teeth.
Bobby, this is actually a really good plan.
And Ladybird gets to keep the sombrero.
Ladybird looks great in a hat.
You've got your dad's weaknesses on lockdown. You'd make a great salesperson.
I don't know.
Don't think about it. Just do it. You deserve it. God knows Ladybird deserves it.
You've almost got him, Bobby. Now just stick the landing.
You'll have the time of your life. And I'll get a pinball machine and have the time of my life.
What?
Ah, Bobby, you blew it.
I'm not going to start tossing money around like a drunken roughneck on payday just because you don't have any money sense.
You should have let him spend the money, allowed him to have a great time, and then asked for the pinball machine. After the Ladybird incident, Hank decides to take a new approach. He wants Bobby to understand that money doesn't grow on trees, so he deducts his allowance based on everything Bobby recently bought.
Now, you rented that video game last Friday, so...
All right, I'm back.
Oh, and you returned it late.
Hey, quit it!
Honestly, this is a great way to teach your kid the value of money. The problem is, Hank arrived a day late and $1 short. Pun intended. Bobby already believes that Hank makes a ton of money
maybe
and that
mute
Hank is
myself.
cheap. This exercise is only further driving home Bobby's false suspicions. Feeling cheated out of
I
a
am
fortune,
still addicted
Bobby
to
decides
cereal
take
very
matters
much,
into his own
but I
hands.
try to only
This
eat
isn't
like
an
cornflakes
emergency. I don't know what is.
because the
what?
sugary stuff is just so bad for you.
Are you?
Oh, poopy.
Relax. Whatever we spend, it's just a drop in the bucket to him.
Yeah, I just did a controversial topic in the last King of the Hill video. Don't get me wrong, I ain't afraid of no controversy, but I'd like a breather in between them.
Besides, he won't even notice this one is gone.
Fine, whatever. Up until this point, I haven't seen neither Bobby nor Hank as a bad person in this episode. Both are coming from a good place, and both are making honest mistakes to how they're approaching the situation. However, this act right here, Bobby taking Hank's credit card, that is Bobby doing something unjustifiably wrong. Watching this part of the episode legitimately angers me because I can't see it as anything other than an act of selfishness.
Please explain to us why.
Absolutely. You see, the episode acts like the problem here is Bobby thinking Hank is rich. It makes it a point to show Bobby justifying his actions using the logic that Hank is so rich he won't even notice the credit card being spent. The problem is that stealing isn't
Sugar
wrong because the
addiction
owner
is
needs whatever
absolutely
you're
a thing.
taking.
I
Stealing
know
is
because I
wrong
have
because
it.
it's
I'm
not
very addicted
yours
to
to
sugar.
take. Regardless whether or not the person you're stealing from is rich. This moment proves Bobby is willing to steal from rich people. That is a much bigger issue than his misunderstanding of money. And the thing is, I wouldn't make such a big deal out of this, but once again, King of the Hill mentions a topic that's extremely relevant over a decade later. Do you know how many people today think it's okay to steal just because the victim has a ton of money or even has something as simple as insurance? The answer is 2. Many. Anyway, Bobby goes on a shopping spree with Joseph and Connie. Of course, with so much irregular spending going on, Hank's credit card company contacts him. That was fun to say. Hank rushes to catch the criminal stealing from him and...
Shut up!
Bobby?
Dad,
My boy stole my credit card.
why are you so mad? Can't you just pump a little extra propane? Eh?
Bobby? Be thankful Hank is not black.
I'm sorry I borrowed
Stole.
the credit card, but you just would have said no, and we both know you're loaded. So let's just say we were both wrong.
There's
You
a
see,
lot of
this is what I'm
cereals
talking
I
about.
love,
The episode keeps
but
bringing
my
this up as
absolute
if it's some kind of
weakness is
defense.
Cocoa
It's
Krispies.
not. Stealing from people is not okay just because they're rich.
However,
I
they
heard you
recently
talking
changed the
about how you
formula,
make $1,000
and it is
a
not as
You
good.
mean my bonus? My once-a-year bonus?
But what about your oil record?
You mean my oil change records?
Finally, Hank has reached the end of his rope. He figures he has no choice but to show Bobby actual numbers to get him to understand money.
So this is it?
But with responsible budgeting, we do fine.
That's our entertainment budget? But I spend that much on CDs every month.
And my respect for Hank and Peggy just went up massively. It's heartwarming to see that they're prioritizing their kids' entertainment over their own. After paying off some of what Bobby bought with his own money, the only thing left to get rid of for Hank is a jet ski. He plans on selling it, and his punishment for Bobby will be that he has to work off the difference. With everything that's happened, Bobby finally begins to understand the value of $1. He puts his all into completing his punishment and earning the money he spent.
Hey, it looks hot up there. Why don't you come down and take a break?
Breaks are for guys on disability.
Meanwhile, the B story wraps up by returning to the status quo.
A restaurant I usually frequent.
Everyone believes that he wasted his fortune by overspending on the internet.
Chick-fil-A.
We get to the final scene with Hank and Bobby at the lake attempting to sell the jet ski.
That's probably my number one way. No, probably. That is my number one restaurant.
And really spiffy paint job there.
I think the episode forgot that Hank is a salesman. Another father and son want to purchase the jet ski that Hank and Bobby are selling. The customers force Hank to test drive the thing, allowing Hank to have a bit of fun with his new purchase, just like Bobby planned for him to do earlier. As the test run ends, Hank notices the difference in Bobby's attitude and the customers, being able to finally see that his son is not as spoiled as he believed. Bobby is leagues different from the actual spoiled rich kid standing right in front of him. Hank decides not to sell the jet ski, and the episode ends with one last talk about money between him and his son.
I figure the depreciation's the same on it whether we keep it for a day or a year. We can carry it on the credit card for a little while, and then if we sell it within a year, it'll be the same Blue Book value.
But credit cards should only be used in an emergency, and you should pay the balance off every month.
Ideally, yes.
And that was Rich Hank, Poor Hank. All in all, it's a pretty wholesome episode about a father trying his hardest to teach his son about money. It's pretty standard for King of the Hill with decent jokes as well as heartwarming moments. The ending's a little rushed with Bobby almost instantly learning his lesson, but that's something I can easily overlook. I feel like the episode kind of messed up by bringing Connie and Joseph into the picture. Bobby telling them his family's business proved Hank right. There was also a huge missed opportunity for jokes with Con. Him being here would have been a riot. My big issue though is that whole stealing from the rich debacle. The episode should have done something to emphasize that that was the wrong mentality to have. But Shady, what about Robin Hood? Do I really need to explain the difference between the complexities of a corrupt authoritarian government figure overtaxing its citizens and simply taking from someone wealthier than you? Cause I ain't gonna. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
A lot of people are really like that because I ain't gonna joke. Like, I did not think it was gonna land that well. I was actually having a hard time ending that video.
Please let me go. Have mercy.
Does the Fire Nation let people go? Does the Fire Nation have mercy? Jet, he's just an old man. Have you forgotten that the Fire Nation killed your mother? Remember why you fight.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here, Jet. Team Avatar travels on foot through a forest controlled by the Fire Nation, hoping this will help them avoid being seen. Here they meet Jet and his freedom fighters, a group of kids dedicated to causing trouble to the locals.
They took over a nearby Earth Kingdom town a few years back.
When are you reviewing the old Robin Hood cartoon? I don't have plans on reviewing that.
As they spend more time around Jet, a rift begins to form within the group. Sokka doesn't trust Jet and thinks he's
I'm just gonna say it. I'm watching this because I enjoy your content. My girlfriend is watching to see what dumb crap Josh will say
Jet
next.
and want to help him with his plans. Sokka is eventually proven right when it's revealed that Jet is planning to flood a nearby town, wiping out all the Fire Nation soldiers as well as any civilians. Welcome to the first Sokka episode. Well, technically the Warriors of Kyoshi had a Sokka story, but that was a B-plot and it was more about Sokka learning a lesson than anything else. This time around, Sokka is getting some appreciation and he's the main focus, which means I can finally dive into how I feel about his character. For the longest time, Sokka was my favorite character of Atla. Not only do I love his sense of humor, but of all the characters, I see myself in Sokka more than anyone else. See, he's the oldest male child in a traditional tribe, and with that role comes certain responsibilities and expectations. He was expected to hunt, fight, and protect all of those under his care, specifically his sister. Despite not being the eldest child in my household, this was the role I was given growing up. From the first episode, I felt connected to Sokka. This scenario with Jet only deepened that connection. When I see Katara constantly mocking Sokka's efforts to live up to his father's expectations, I can't help but have flashbacks to my own childhood, where others—
You're the leader? But your voice still cracks. Well, I don't know, Aang. Why don't you ask Sokka's instincts? They seem to know everything. We were relying on instincts.
Boy, is Katara get on my last nerves in this episode.
You know who you should ask to carry it for a while? Sokka's instincts.
To see an episode that points out how Aang and Katara should be more appreciative of Sokka's contributions felt immensely cathartic for young me. It's often debated whether or not Sokka is the leader of Team Avatar, mainly because this episode kinda makes it seem like he is. But there is no leader in this group. If you want to get technical, Aang always gets the final decision since he's the Avatar and the rest are following his journey, but really everyone makes decisions as a group. The others do, however, tend to listen to Sokka more because
Would I date
he
a
has
moon
more
spirit? No.
experience and usually takes charge during situations.
Would I date a princess
It's
with
interesting when you
bleached
look at the
hair?
show in
Yes.
hindsight and see that it took 10 episodes before it finally decided to go into detail about Sokka and his role. Anyone who's seen Atla all the way through knows how important Sokka's character is, but I do know people who haven't, and because they've only seen a few episodes, they think Sokka is nothing more than a joke character. I know that he's technically the least important main character in regards to plot, and you have to prioritize your pacing. But
Jet
I can't
wasn't
help but
really
feel
an
a little
anti-hero.
salty about the lack of focus on him, even if it
the
was
show
ultimately the
portrays
better
him
decision.
as a
All right,
villain.
enough about Sokka. Let's move on to the other two.
Well,
still out there.
this season portrays him
Our
as a
only
villain.
chance.
Once he
Come on,
gets
Sokka.
to
I'm sorry I ever doubted you.
While
Book
Aang
Earth,
is involved
he's
in
like
this
kind of
episode,
in the
Katara
middle
goes
of
through the
being
same
an
journey
anti-hero
he does
and just a
then
good
some,
guy.
So I'm going to be focusing on her. Once again, bringing up
Like,
the
he
pacing.
seems
This is the
more
second
misguided.
anti-Katara episode in a row. My goodness gracious! In this episode, Katara has to choose between siding with Jet, who she not only has intense feelings for, but has also seen him proving himself to be a great leader, and her brother, who Katara is constantly mocking and doubting. With Jet being introduced, we get Katara's first real candidate as a love interest. I know Aang is there, but he hasn't officially realized his feelings for Katara yet, and Haru was nothing but a fanship that went nowhere. Sokka.
A lot of people said I was wrong about Aang. The reason I said that about Aang is because of the fortune teller episode, where he says that he's realized recently that he really likes Katara, and I think there was something else too. Shady, you mean Jet is an anti-villain? That's not what I mean, but he kind of is when you think about it. He's an unexpected villain in this episode, in this specific episode. Then he becomes a great character. Like, I wouldn't call him an anti-hero because he's not the focus of like any plot. He's not the focus character of anything specifically. But in this episode, the show specifically calls him like a bad person, even though it wants you to see his perspective on things.
Is the only boy in Katara's village her age, so logically this must be the first time she's ever showed interest in anybody. Katara learns that despite all his faults, Sokka has always been on her side. They might fight and bicker, but in the end, he's an ally she can rely on.
Didn't
After
Katara
all,
realize
he's
Aang is her
brother.
future
He spent
husband?
His entire life looking out for her, even if he wasn't always the best at it or nice
I have
about
issues.
It. When
I
Jet
have
reveals
I
who he
have
truly is, Katara
feelings about the
realizes that she
episode.
not
This
only
is the
sided
one
with
show
an
where
enemy,
I don't
but
want
in
to
a
talk
way,
too much
she
about it because I'm going to
betrayed
go
Sokka.
into it
When the
deeper
climax of the
in
episode happens, Aang and Katara's
future
only
art
hope is that Sokka will
episodes.
somehow pull a miracle out of his pocket, which he does. But can you imagine?
But she has
if
suspicion
Sokka
that
didn't
Aang
make it on
might be
time?
her future
Katara
husband.
and Aang would have to live the rest of their lives knowing they helped drown an entire village full of innocent people.
And the fortune
including
teller, she was
children.
told a
Also,
powerful
while we're
bender
here,
would be her
Katara
husband,
Aang
and
caused a
she
problem
realized
that someone
Aang
else
was a
came in
candidate.
and fixed.
I'm ready for the next challenge.
One last thing about Katara that's worth mentioning is that the episode shows her flawlessly freezing water. It's somewhat sudden due to the fact that we haven't really seen her practicing freezing specifically since the series opener, but showing Katara constantly getting better at waterbending was very crucial in the first book. Alright, let's move on to the title character himself.
Down you go.
First things first, obviously Jet and the Freedom Fighters are inspired by Peter Pan and the Lost Boys. Dude is even using hook swords. That's clever. There's not really much to say there, just know that it's a thing. The Aang gang has in the
So, a lot of people have told me actually, Jet is a representation of Robin Hood and his merry men. And I kind of combined Peter Pan and Robin Hood in my brain as one entity. He might be an inspiration of both, but I completely forgot about the whole because I was planning on talking about him later in the next episode he appears in, and I was gonna be like, haha, he even steals from the rich and gives to the poor, just like Peter Pan. It's like, no, that's not Peter Pan. That's the other guy. So yeah, I kind of combined those two, Peter Pan and Robin Hood.
Past encountered people on the opposite team who aren't necessarily enemies. Jet is their first iteration of someone on their team who isn't necessarily an ally. He's a dark reflection of our heroes, specifically Sokka. Just like everyone in the main group, his parents were killed by the Fire Nation, and he also wants to fight to get rid of them. Unlike the Boomerang Squad, however, Jet believes that the ends justify the means. His plan of killing off the civilians is Atla's way of tackling one of the harsher sides of war, civilian casualties. Team Avatar takes the stance of it being wrong, and because they're presented as the good guys with the moral high ground, we can assume that's the stance the show is taking as well.
We could have freed this valley. Who would be free? Everyone would be dead. You traitor! No, Jet. You became the traitor when you stopped protecting innocent people.
A part of me is like, hey, maybe they shouldn't have taken a side and just let the audience think for themselves, but it's a pretty obvious moral and does solidify the Aang Gang as the official good guys. Sure, they'll make mistakes and selfish decisions in the future, but we know they now have lines that they won't cross. Getting back to Jet, let's talk about how the story handles his character. Despite being
if you've never seen this show, geez, that confused me.
The boy is able to come up with...
Seeing a D&D sheet confused me so much just now. If you've never seen the show, it is on Netflix. The entire series is on Netflix.
Well-calculated plans and convince others to put their faith in him, as well as make his enemies fear him. Notice how Jet doesn't lie to Team Avatar until after his mission with Sokka. He's completely open about who he is because he thinks the Boomerang Squad will side with him, given they also want to stop the Fire Nation. However, once Sokka reveals that he isn't willing to attack an innocent, even if they're Fire Nation, Jet knew he'd have to manipulate the Aang Gang if he wanted their help. So he immediately lies about the poison dagger.
I don't think Peter is evil, more like he's just the essence of childhood. It depends on which version of Peter you go with.
But Aang and Katara fall for
a lot of
like
older versions of Peter is
with the lies, doing
him being naughty and having magic,
I'm sorry,
which becomes evil.
No worries.
Like when you're naughty and you have magic, you become an evil being.
Apologized?
I got the sense that maybe you talked to him or something.
Yeah, I did.
I guess something you said got through to him.
So obviously, Atla has some amazing animation, art style, choreography, etc. However, this was the episode that made me stop and appreciate that. One afternoon, I was watching this episode for like the 920th time, and for some particular reason, when the Jet and Aang fight went off, it clicked in me just how much work went into making sure the audience was immersed. All in all, great episode that shows the moral line of the group as a whole and gives Sokka some much needed appreciation. This has been Shady Doorags. So long.
I've tried D&D, but I don't like it simply because the pace of the game is far too slow for my liking.
Goodbye.
That might be the case. It also might be the case of just not in the right group. But yeah, like making your character, the first thing you do takes forever to get going. All right, so Bobby clearly won that one. Sorry, Avatar. All right, and now that I've eaten, I can concentrate somewhat. I just eaten a snack. I'll probably have to eat again later. Another. I did 2 Atlas back to back. Okay. So in the poll. What was the best? Wait, which of these? Which video? That's what it is. Which video is better? Art, The Great Divide, or The Black Little Mermaid. I have a feeling I know which one of these is gonna win. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go change the battery on the camera again. I'll put away this bowl so you guys will never see the evidence of my cereal eating habits.
Okay, we'll see how long that lasts. Oh, while the camera is working, some of you guys have probably seen this on Twitter, but look at what my sister got me for Christmas. Yeah, I absolutely cried when I opened this gift. Absolutely cried. My mic's on mute, right? Yeah, okay. Okay.
You thieves stole our sacred orb from Jin Wei.
You tyrants unjustly imprisoned Wei Jin for 20 long years.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here, The Great Divide.
You know what I like
Team
about
Avatar
2000
comes across
cartoon
the Great
Shady? They're
Divide,
perfectly
the largest
balanced
canyon in the world.
between
Just as they're about to
side
fly
missions
over
and
it,
main
two
plot
groups
to
of
weave it
Earth Kingdom
together.
refugees show up and begin
I don't know if
bickering about
I'd
who
say they had
gets
a perfect
across the
balance,
canyon
but
first. Turns out these two groups, the
I can't
Zhangs
say
and the
they
Ganjin, have been feuding
also
for the
didn't
past
have
100
that.
years, and they
I never
refuse
really
to
thought
travel
about that.
Get it? The Great Divide. It's a big divide like a canyon, but also like a divide between people. Aang decides, or rather Katara decides for Aang, that he should get involved and try to make peace between the two tribes, since that's part of the Avatar's job. Ultimately, Aang uses Appa to fly each tribe sick and elderly across the canyon, while he, Sokka, and Katara walk with the two groups and help settle their differences. This episode has a reputation of being one of, if not the worst episode of Atla, and I can hardly say my opinions are going to differ. There is a lot wrong with what happens here. First of all, the plot of the episode doesn't
There
even
is
need
a
to
lot.
happen. Once again, Katara
I say that
decides
phrase
that
a lot
minor problem is worth the
in these
Boomerang Squad's
videos.
attention, even though the team is on the clock and they're trying to save the world. Like, she doesn't even care that Aang feels unready to take on a task like this. She just straight up thrusts him into the situation.
Ready to put your peacemaking skills to the test?
I don't know.
This is the Avatar. And if you give him a chance, I'm sure he can come up with a compromise that will make everyone happy.
But even if you ignore that, the Aang Gang didn't have to cross the canyon. They had already gotten the tribes to agree to share the canyon guide and could have just waited for Appa to come back after he dropped off the others. In fact, how much can Appa carry again? Because the other side of the canyon
Great
isn't that
Divide
far
is
for him to
winning?
fly. Aang, Sokka, and Katara could have just gone with him. I guess you could say Aang felt the need
That's
to solve
very
the problem of the
shocking.
feuding tribes permanently, but that isn't made clear. Everything we see suggests his main goal is to just get through the situation at hand. Some might also say that it's a good thing Team Avatar traveled on foot, because if they hadn't, everyone would have gotten eaten. But except for the tour guide, all those people deserve to die in that canyon. They were told, if you bring food, you are going to die. And
Seems to
they
be
chose to
evening
bring
out.
food, meaning they chose to put their lives in
Evening out,
danger.
evening
Yeah,
out.
their prejudice is influencing their choices and is driving them to make bad decisions, but that is no excuse.
You guys put our lives in danger because you couldn't go without a snack for a day?
To be fair, I don't know if I could go without a snack for a
Not
day.
to mention, this whole situation causes the canyon guy to give up on his job, meaning all future refugees will have to cross the Great Divide by themselves. Thanks, guys! By the way, there is no plot in this episode. Well, I mean, of course, there's a story, but this is the rare episode where absolutely nothing contributes to the show as a whole. Zuko doesn't follow Aang through the Great Divide, the Lord of the Spirits forming the canyon doesn't come into play. The only thing we get is the mention that refugees are headed towards Ba Sing Se, and while that will come back later, we didn't need a foreshadowing of it. That is
Avatar has
information
won
we could've
before.
learned on the spot, and
It just doesn't win against
this is 100% a
King of the
filler
Hill most of the
episode.
time.
You could skip it and miss nothing. In fact, the writers even make that joke later in the series.
Look, it's the Great Divide.
Let's keep flying.
Not as big of a problem, but still there. Sokka and Katara are not at their most likable and actually give in to all the fighting and bickering. That's 3 episodes in a row for anti-Katara, geez. And of course, the massive cherry on top of this awful Sunday is
Now, Choppa, have you seen
the
it?
Gang learns that the reason the
Because
two groups hate
there's
each
a lot
other
of
is
things that
because there
people
was a
hate,
historical
but they hate
moment that
because,
each tribe
you know,
remembers
it's
differently.
they think
The
it's
Ganjin
overhyped,
remembered
but
their
they haven't
ancestor
seen it.
being robbed, while the Zhangs remember their ancestor being falsely imprisoned. Once Aang hears the stories, he reveals that he was there 100 years ago when it happened, and that history seems to have been rewritten. According to him, the two ancestors were brothers, and they didn't wrong one another, they were just playing a game.
Don't get me wrong, Wei Jin was kind of a slob, and Jinwei was a little stuffy. But they respected each other's differences enough to share the same playing field.
Well, love him or hate him, Aang is spitting straight facts.
Or you could call it lying.
Nani?
I made the whole thing up.
No.
You did not. That is so wrong.
Katara, what is with that face? Why are you enabling this? That was a horrible thing for Aang to do.
I love that
Where's
read.
that custard tart?
Katara, what is with that face?
And the episode just ends there? No! That's a terrible lesson to teach kids. Also, Aang, you're leaving a situation after doing something horribly wrong without properly facing the repercussions.
I'm ready for the next challenge.
Instead of teaching the hard lesson that it doesn't matter who harmed whom because you are not your ancestors, or that petty revenge doesn't solve anything, or that the past may affect the present but it doesn't necessarily define it, Atla instead teaches that denying that the past ever happened and lying about it is the better option. Aang is basically
Katara
fake
likes
newsing
bad
this whole
boys.
situation just to spread his personal beliefs.
Well,
you still have
Jet
issues
was
about the
kind of
whole
a bad
slavery
boy,
thing?
so-
What about what happened to the Native Americans? Well, guess what? It was all just a
She didn't
big
like Jet because he was a bad
misunderstanding.
boy,
No history
though.
ever did anything
She liked Jet
wrong.
because he was
Okay,
he was
let me calm
very
down and make myself
charismatic.
clear.
He was
Yes,
a good leader.
lying works in the short term. It gets these people to stop fighting and focus on their current situation. But it ultimately only takes care of the symptom, not the problem. The problem is that the Zhangs and the Ganjin allow offenses like this to define how they should treat people, even after a century has passed. If someone else wrongs them, or shoot, if they find out what actually happened to their ancestors, this hatred mentality just starts back up all over again. You don't solve prejudice by lying, you're just covering it up until there's a new reason to be prejudiced. By the way, I actually fell for this moral when I was a kid. I watched the episode and I said,
I like
out
this
loud,
episode though. This
"Hey,
country
it
is great
worked."
because we have
Thankfully,
different
my
types of
dad was in the
people.
room while I
If
was
everyone was
watching
the
it,
same,
noticed
it
I
would
was being
be
influenced by the lesson
quite
and set me
boring.
straight. But you know what's funny? Despite all the things
Well,
I've
the
been complaining
problem
about
with
in
this episode is
I still
it
like
destroys
All this pointless filler that
storytelling
won't come
elements
back.
to
It
get
still
the
adds
message
interesting
across.
things to the lore. While the characters are idiots, they're still entertaining. And while Aang does do something absolutely
Stop the
awful,
polls.
it's not
Why?
like his character is destroyed. Or
Should we take a break
Even
and
with
start
all its
counting at
faults,
3 in the
I
morning?
still think this episode is a lot of fun, and I never feel any overwhelming negative emotions while watching it. This is why a lot of people say that Atla doesn't really have any bad episodes, because even the ones that are subpar for the show's own quality are still decent when just looking at cartoons in general. That being said, I don't know if I agree that no Atla episodes are bad. At the very least, I know there exists ones that I personally hate. 3 of them, actually. Which 3 episodes? Well, you're just gonna have to wait and see. All in all, The Great Divide is a useless episode that teaches a horrible lesson, and Atla as a whole would have been better without it. But I enjoy it nonetheless. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Have you to say. Goodbye.
Well, the second video tends to get more views once it's playing, or more votes once it's playing. So we'll see if this lead holds up.
Look at what the catfish.
Hold up, this part right here. This part right here. I've been itching to talk about this part. Okay, so you see this part? You see how Ariel is black? Yeah, that took me forever to do. Also, I can't see the screen on my camera. Hold on. There we go. Okay. That took me forever to do because I've never used the color tab in my editing software. Even though it's like one of the main components of it, I just never touched it because I'd never done anything like that. But this was so hard to do because Ariel's skin is the same color as these rocks behind her. So I kept changing the colors of the rocks. And you can still see it. You can still see that the colors behind her have changed. But my goodness gracious, it took so long just for a part that's like 10 seconds of the video.
Look at you. Look at you. There's something different.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. So I'm guessing you intellectuals have seen the new trailer to Disney's live-action version of The Little Mermaid.
Eric, please
There's a
cool
lot
it
of
with the
buzz
cap
around this
locks.
trailer, and I've been looking to try new topics on the channel, so I thought I'd give this a whirl. There are 2 big complaints people tend to have when looking at this trailer. First of all, everything looks really dark, despite the
Hey,
fact
Shady,
that
do
the
you
source
think mermaids are
material movie is
overrated?
traditionally
I don't
seen
know,
as
I've never seen a
colorful
real
and fun
one.
experience. This is a critique I don't agree with. Ariel is obviously in the grotto where she sings Part of Your World, which even in the original was a darkly lit scene. Symbolically, the whole point of Part of Your World is that Ariel feels trapped in
A lot of people have said that even... What a time to pause it. A lot of people have said that even if like the scene's supposed to be dark, it could be colored better. That's not black. She's tanned at best. It's light skinned. But yeah, a lot of people were saying she could be colored better. That's part of the character design flaw. And it kind of speaks that maybe having a dark skinned mermaid would cause more problems like that. Like this, Ariel has this bright red hair, so she's gonna stand out in this environment of cool colors.
In a world she doesn't want to be in. The only light source coming from above represents hope and want. Like the sunlight beaming down into her grotto, she can see the surface world and get a taste of it, but she can never reach it despite how much it offers. Ergo, the scene would actually be made worse if it was bright and colorful, as it would lose its symbolism, much like Aladdin did when it decided to make its lamp beautiful and pristine. And this holds true for every other scene in the trailer. They were all more darker moments in the original movie, and in said movie were lit that way for a reason. Now, if this was Under the Sea, a scene that's supposed to represent the wonders of the ocean and how beautiful it could be, then yeah, people would have a valid complaint. But of course, you didn't click on this video to hear about the darkness of the ocean.
I don't have a problem with changes in races or different interpretations of stories, but if you think about it, it wouldn't make any sense for any mermaids to be black since they live deep under the water. Well, it wouldn't make sense for them to be white either in that regard. They would look like those clairvoyant fish people. I have no problem with a black Ariel or black Little Mermaid or whatever if Disney was making a completely different version of The Little Mermaid. But if they're remaking their version of The Little Mermaid, their iconic character who started the Disney Renaissance, if they're remaking that, they should not have changed the character design so drastically. That does not make any sense. And we know why they're doing it. They're not doing it because of the artistic reasons. They're doing it because they want to be propped up by certain people so they'll get more butts in the seats.
Ocean,
it's a bad choice of the story in order to amp up the advertising
and validate your opinion, or while I give you another video to type angry comments in. Am I on your side or the enemy's? And this, dear viewer,
and people gaslight this this issue so much. People are like, "Oh, why are you taking it so seriously?" It's like, I didn't take it seriously originally when this was happening like 5-6 years ago, and then it keeps escalating into other stuff. So now I take it seriously. Like it's like, oh, it's just a kid's cartoon, or a kid character. They're not gonna care. It's like, yeah, it started that way, and I was just like, whatever, who cares? And now we're at the point where I can't pick up comics anymore because they keep trying to throw this stuff in. I can't enjoy Marvel stuff anymore because they keep trying to throw this stuff in. The things that I like, I can't enjoy anymore because they keep ruining the story so they can throw this stuff in.
Is why I hate the culture war. For those of you who don't know what the culture war is, it's a complicated subject, but long story short, people use cultural values to further their own personal and or political beliefs in hopes of normalizing them. But because we're all human, we disagree on exactly what beliefs should be pushed forward, and that affects our views on culture as well. Rather than praising or critiquing a piece of media only on how it stands as a work of art, people often do so based on whether or not it pushes the correct message. Normally, looking at the message is only supposed to be a part of reviewing media. The modern culture war, while containing many factions, mainly involves self-identified
Aquafina gonna be
progressive and
scuttle.
inclusive activists versus moderates and conservatives. There has always, and probably will always, be a culture war in society, so I can't act like our generation is special or anything, but man, does it feel like it is unnecessarily everywhere nowadays. I'm a critic, a reviewer. I talk about media all the time and I do it online. You all know this, it's why you click on most of my videos. What you might not know is that today, you can't walk 5 feet in modern media without stubbing your toe on something.
I love your
involved in the
perspectives, they're
culture
so
war.
deep.
You
Like
can't
the
like this
ocean?
without being left-leaning. You can't dislike that without being right-leaning. Now, if you're familiar with my channel, you know what
I need to
hate when
remake
it
that
comes
video,
to the
but like
culture
edit it
war. I've
down.
made it very clear that I'm not in agreement
The
with
why
all
I'm not
modern
woke,
takes that
just,
suggest Western
just edit it
civilization
down
is
so people
inherently
have an
evil,
easier
and
time
that's the
digesting
fault of
it.
being biased towards cis straight white men. I even made my fair share of videos where I joined in on the culture war, so I can understand if you think this video is a little hypocritical since I'm complaining about a system while participating in said system. But the reason
I don't
for
have a
that
problem
is
with
because
race change
I
per
don't
se,
believe
but
you
I am
win the
really
game by
ticked
simply
at
not playing.
the
At
lack
least
of
not when people are
a consistent
saying you
narrative
have to
within the
take a
media. When it's
side
done
or
here,
you're
it's fine. When it's
considered
done
I think
in
if
Ghost
you
of the
just
Shell,
watch
it's
it go
wrong.
by, you're partially responsible when the side you don't like
Rules
ends up
for thee
winning.
and not
A big
for
part of
me.
the reason I feel this way is because in the current culture war, a huge part of the reason it exists is because Hollywood has decided that everything must be political.
See, this
or
is
they believe
this right
carrying
here is why I
people
don't
who
want
feel
to
that
watch
way is
stuff
the
that I
best way
don't
to
like.
increase their sales.
It's like I don't
The
want to
problem I
give these
have
people
with
the
this,
money
or
that
rather
they
the biggest
want to get
problem,
my
because
butt
the
in their
post-war has given me
seats.
a lot of headaches, is that through this lens,
Because it'll just
it becomes
give them the
impossible to have
sign
an
that,
objective
yeah, this is an
opinion on
okay thing
anything.
to do.
Let's take The New Little Mermaid. And here comes the moment you've all been waiting for. I, Shady Doorags, personally believe that making the live-action version of Ariel to be black was a bad decision.
I can't believe he said that.
With that one statement, I have made at least 920 enemies for life. The immediate thought of a lot of people is, oh, he must be a raucous, because people don't know how to look at a man's profile picture. And once they see that calling me that would be stupid, the next logical conclusion is that I must think what I do because I've been swayed by someone else who is a raucous. All I did was give a critique. But because that critique involves skin color, people immediately assume the worst possibility as to why. Ha! This is where Shady dunks on the progressives, just like I knew he would. Oh, no, you don't. Other side of the argument. You're not getting away from this one scot-free. I and the rest of the internet have.
This is always the the argument I bring up when non-woke people complain about good media. I don't have another example. I need to find like another. I'm sure they exist, but this one just ticked me off so much because I was like trying to tell people like watch this show, is great, and they were like no, I'm not gonna do that because it looks like woke trash. And I'm like, what do you mean it looks like woke trash? And I look and I'm like staring at a picture of Vi. I'm like, okay, yeah, it does, but you really should give it a try because it's not. Arcane is insanely good.
Praised the crap out of Arcane and preached how it's one of the best cartoons ever made. Yet there are still people who look at the protagonist, see
If
she's
mermaids
a
were
pink-haired,
real
strong
and
woman who's
biologically
probably a
accurate, they'd
lesbian
be
and has
pale,
daddy
fat,
issues,
and blubbery
say
with
to
large
themselves,
eyes and
"That's
thin
got
hands.
woke written all
Well, remember,
over
they're
it.
also
There's
magic.
No way it's good without ever giving it a chance.
So you have to assume
Still,
magic
I
is
can't
real
act like
too.
This isn't a mostly progressively pushed problem, at least in modern times. That's largely because almost all mainstream media leans left politically and has openly announced the need to project that into their works. It's insanely strange to see people calling me a raucous against my own kind because I have a difference in opinion about a movie decision of all things. 15 years ago, I could have critiqued Disney changing Ariel's skin color and people would have been willing to listen to my art.
I don't know if people can truly contemplate how insane it feels when people call you prejudice against your own kind because of things like this. It's like, oh, you don't want the Little Mermaid to be black? Well, you must hate those types of people, you black person. What?
Argument as to why, even if they disagree with it.
Now
Nowadays,
that's a hyperbolized way of how it's stated, but that's the general message that comes out.
the politics immediately comes into play, regardless if there was any allusion to it. You know why I don't like Ariel's change in skin tone? It's not because I'm a raucous, it's not that I think these types of mermaids are unrealistic, and it's not even because I think black people should get their own original characters instead of hand-me-downs, though that is true. It's because when you get past all the nitty-gritty, it's a distracting change that will...
And that's it. It's a distracting change that will take away from the experience. Now, if this was 10 years ago, I would have said that calmly. I would have just been like, oh, that's not a good idea. It's a distracting change. But because this has been ignored for the past like 5 to 7 years, I am now angrily saying it because it's so obvious.
Take away from the experience. Disney isn't just making another version of The Little Mermaid. They're adapting their specific animated version, which stars a very well-known Caucasian redhead. They want me thinking of their animated version while I watch the live-action version, but doing that while making their protagonist so drastically different takes me out of the experience. Imagine if the
As much as I dislike the race swap, Disney's Little Mermaid isn't accurate to the book either. She's blonde in the book. Yes, and you can make changes like that. Disney's version of The Little Mermaid is actually very different. Like you might even say it's an insult to the book version of The Little Mermaid, because Ariel, the fact that Ariel gets what she wants in the end completely goes against what the book was saying. That doesn't mean you can't make a good story, but it's a bad idea to do stuff like that. But the thing is, when you're making a different version of something, that's very different than remaking something. They, like I said, I even said this in the video, if they were making a different version of The Little Mermaid, I'd be fine. They're not doing that. They're remaking their specific version. They could have done this exact thing with a blonde person, and I would be upset. It's like, oh, but she was blonde in the book. Yes, but you're remaking your version. If you're remaking your version, you want people thinking of your version while they watch this version. You can't just change her design like that.
Beast in the live action version of his movie looked like a giant frog or something. Sure, he'd still be a beast, but you'd be constantly asking yourself...
Gingers are a rare breed in cinema, Shady. They're a rare breed now because they keep getting replaced. Gingers were actually everywhere in cinema for the longest time because red hair stands out. So you could put red hair with like different colored clothing in dark backgrounds and it stands out.
Why such a change was made. When I see this person, I no longer see Ariel. I see someone playing Ariel. I am no longer immersed. You have reminded me that this piece of fiction is fictional. Regardless of how good an actress or singer this girl is, that is a distracting change. And guess what? You don't even have to cast another actor. Just change the character in makeup or in...
A lot of people, there were people who did not like that I said this. I said you don't have to change the actress. You could just change you could just change the character in makeup or in post. And a lot of people that Shady, that's B face, but just with a different race. It's W face. And I'm like, oh my, please learn some history. Okay, I felt like condescendingly talking to people, but it's like, do you know why that act was bad? Okay, you can't just point to the act and say, act bad, act bad, act bad. The act of doing B-face was bad because they were misrepresenting people, specifically of that race, and they were trying to do that. Also, they were blocking people of that race from acting themselves, but they were trying to misrepresent those people. That's why it was bad. They were trying to make the people of that race look bad. Somebody just trying to look like a character and play the character is not the same thing. It is not the same thing. But people want to call it the same thing because they're going through the same motions, but they don't at all have the same intent behind them. Oh my goodness gracious. It's just like with the N-word thing. Which I don't say because I consider it a swear and I don't swear. But people say the N-word all the time and people are like, oh, that's offensive. It's like, no, this is not the same meaning behind it. It's just a noise coming out of someone's mouth. They're not trying to be derogatory when they say it. It's a completely different thing. Oh, that'll probably lose me some subscribers. Oh my goodness.
Post. I never complain about Jessica Alba playing Sue Storm because while the actor was
and that's another thing. This wouldn't be the first time we've done it. Jessica Alba did that when she played Sue Storm.
Ethnicity, the character wasn't. But you can bet your shiniest penny that I was furious when I found out Michael B. Jordan was playing Johnny Storm.
That's
when
such
Heimdall
a
and
stupid
Electro
decision.
change races, yeah, it's different, but it's not distractingly different.
Heimdall might have been the wrong example to use there. Because with Norse mythology and whatnot, it can be very distracting, the fact that he was swapped races like that.
Because of their roles and the target audience.
But this is why I said the target audience when I make this argument, because the target audience of Thor wasn't just the people who read the comics and know the backstory of Thor mythology. It was of general moviegoers. So they wouldn't necessarily know all that. And as long as he was a good actor, he could get away with it. Everyone who has ever heard the name Disney knows what Ariel looks like. So they cannot get away with stuff like that. Well, they can. There are ways that this movie could still be good. Like the actress being a different skin color than what people know isn't necessarily going to ruin the movie. It's just a bad decision that could have been avoided, basically. And it's a sign that they're going to keep making decisions like that. How does the character change post work? Do you press some type of key? Well, my editing skills aren't of that level. I struggled doing it with a cartoon. You probably have to CGI over their face.
those movies could get away with changing those specific characters. Come on, Shady, there are plenty of white princesses. How will little black girls be able to see themselves in Ariel if she doesn't look like them? The same way they did when the original came out? Personally, I will never understand they have to look like me.
It's so weird that Johnny Storr ended up becoming Captain America.
Shoot, Static Shock is
I never thought Chris Evans was a good Captain America, but I always thought he was a perfect Johnny Storm.
Richie, the white kid.
Oh, we missed
a
lot of people. A lot of people love this. Loved how I described Static Shock.
For me to relate to them mentality. Shoot, Static Shock is one of the blackest cartoons that ever blacked, with so many black characters a plantation owner would salivate. And you know who I relate to most?
A lot of people really like the description of Static Shock.
Because he was a nerd. Lots of people see themselves in characters for their personalities. If you require skin tone to relate to someone, that's on you.
And there goes the camera.
Race swapping only happens to white characters. Need I remind you that everyone and their grandmother will.
When I bought this camera,
that these two were supposed to be Sokka and Guitar.
I did a bunch of research, and everyone said it was great at streaming. Everyone said it was good at streaming
because it has a black.
So I bought it.
I think it's going to be bad because
none of them mentioned the overheating problem, which is a standard thing in cameras. It is very standard that cameras overheat.
Looks like from its very well-known.
This is why most YouTubers don't buy like actual cameras. They just buy webcams. Those don't overheat. They don't have batteries.
Is more than likely going to be used as a shield from criticism against the movie, as well as a superficial way to get those who care more about diversity than a good story into the box office seats. Because modern times has shown us that every time someone is screaming diversity about their work, that's how it winds up being. The main takeaway from this is that no, I don't like the fact that the live action version of Ariel is black. And good golly,
if the vote ends in a tie, I have to be the tiebreaker because I'm not allowed to vote.
Why I think the way I do. But hey, now that she's not a redhead, maybe Ariel will actually be able to pull off that pink dress. This has been Shady Doorags.
There's another one where I made her play.
Farewell. That'd be the same. Goodbye.
You can also use a cold environment to prevent overheating of the camera. Yep, that would mean I would have to be cold though. And I don't want to be cold. Okay. Does anybody want to throw in their vote at the last second? Because otherwise, I'm going to have to be the deciding vote. Because we ain't doing no ties. Because that is a 50-50. I'm very shocked about that. Like, a lot of people like the Avatar videos, but they're not, like, insanely popular on the channel. They're mainly just for fun videos that I do. But that Little Mermaid video got a lot of traction from people. So I'm kind of shocked that this is a 50-50 thing. Part of me feels like some of y'all were trying to keep it 50-50 because that's very pleasing to the eye. Okay. I'm ending the poll in 3, 2. 2 people just voted and it's still 50-50. Uh-oh. One went back to 50-50. 2 more people just voted and it went back to 50-50. Can we get away from the 50-50? Can one beat the other? I have to end the poll. Ending it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's gonna be delayed for you guys. Oh, somebody got a voted right before I ended it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay. Atla won. Somebody got the voted right before I closed the poll. Oh, we also got 69. Y'all, you better be thankful because I was going for the Black Little Mermaid because I spent forever making that stupid video. Okay, well, we got some fun ones coming up now. Let's move this. I wish I had my camera. I want to show you guys with these videos. All right, let's go. Oh wait, the poll. The poll. Got to do the poll. All right, new poll. What's the next video called? What I meant was how you changed the image from being happy to being angry. Oh, my images. That's what you're talking about. OBS has some very easy ways that allow you to use static images that just loop. And that's what I use. The reboot of Darkwing Duck. All right. There you go. The first in a nutshell video, man. Well, the first one for this year. I did other ones like 4 years ago, earlier than that too.
There's this place called the Ocean, which is filled with seagulls and dolphins and ships, because that's what oceans do. In enters the prince, who is also a sailor. The other sailors be like, did you know that mer people exist? Because they totally exist. Wow, that's amazing. And their king controls the weather with a fork. You're blowing my mind, man. And some of them are black. Okay, now you sound crazy. Prince, I am old and rich, which means I know everything. Mer people don't exist. How dare you disagree with me? Magikarp, I choose you. You splash attack. Meanwhile, in the ocean, mer people decided they exist. Then the king is like, hello everyone, I am your king and I have a giant fork. Obey me or I will use it to eat you. Yay. Then the crab is like, and I am a crab man. Yay. Then the princesses are like,
see, the thing is, this video and the next video, I love so
Nobody
much.
remembers their names. Then the king is mad because he realizes all his daughter's names are supposed to end in A, but
So
he
you know
forgot to
about
do that
Snow
with the
White,
last
right?
one. Meanwhile,
About the
somewhere else,
dwarfs?
a little mermaid is fascinated by trash. The fish is like, mermaid, there might be sharks down here. Shut up, fish. Sharks won't attack us. A shark attacks. And since all animals are sentient in this movie and most people would know what the freaking princess looks like, this was obviously an assassination attempt. So the little mermaid goes to the surface to talk to the seagull about the trash she found. What's this? It's a fork. What's that? It's a pipe. What's wrong? You're late for a concert. Ah, crap. Meanwhile, in the villain lair, the octopus villain lets us know she's the octopus villain. I used to be rich and evil, but now I'm just evil, and because of that, life sucks. I want to be rich again. Eels, watch the Little Mermaid and let me know when she's ready to do something stupid.
Why don't you just hypnotize and kidnap her?
Magic doesn't work like that, idiots. Later.
So I need y'all to understand how, as somebody who considers himself a comedian and just wants to make people laugh, how much fun it is to just write joke after joke after joke for stuff like this. I love making in a nutshell videos. They are so much fun to make.
The Little Mermaid gets chewed out by the king. Why doesn't your name end in an A? Also, you ruined my concert, man. You totally embarrassed me in front of King Mickey. It's not her fault. Humans are sexy and she went to the surface to learn about them. Oh my goodness, fish, are you serious? How dare you think humans are sexy? Never go to the surface again. As long as you live under my ocean, you will obey my rules. But you're the sea king and I'm half fish. How am I supposed to move out? That sounds like a whole lot of not my problem. Now leave before I get hungry. So the Little Mermaid leaves and the crab is like, I should be her father, man. And the king is like, you totally should. In fact, go do that. Oh, poopy, man. So the crab stalks the Little Mermaid to a poorly lit grotto. The Little Mermaid is sad because she realizes she's in a Disney movie and is therefore a Disney princess. So she sings her Disney princess song. The crab interrupts and is mad, but before he could do anything, the Little Mermaid gets distracted. Holy fish cakes, that is the sexiest human I've ever seen. Agreed. The old Richmond is like, Prince, I am old and rich, which means I know everything. Here's a statue and you should totally get married, by the way. Stop rejecting princesses. Not my fault they're ugly. Suddenly a hurricane comes, which means the king must be having a nightmare. The prince almost dies, but the Little Mermaid saves him. They get to the beach and right as the prince wakes up, the Little Mermaid sings to him, but leaves before others can find her. Later, the Little Mermaid is lost in thought. I love humans. Humans are sexy, especially the prince I rescued last night. Huh, wonder what that was about. Then the crab is like, you think your grotto song is iconic? I'm about to give you some serious competition, man. But before he can finish, the Little Mermaid gets distracted. The crab gets so mad that she missed his song that he goes to tell the king about what she did. Back in the grotto, the fish pretends like he got the Little Mermaid a gift when he knows good and well the statue just happened to fall in her grotto because there's no way he moved it there. But then the king shows up and he's like, last I checked, this was still my ocean and you're still living in it. So he activates his fork and he's all boom, bow, boom, shoo, ah. Sorry, what happened? I blacked out from anger. Oh, geez, you look like you need a moment. Come find me when you're done. We'll have a rational conversation about this later, okay? So the Little Mermaid is like, I'm so sad and distraught. I'm totally willing to do something stupid. And the eels are like, you don't say. So the Little Mermaid makes her way to the octopus villain, who's like, I'll turn you human. Get your boyfriend to kiss you in 3 days. You can stay that way. Also, no cheating. Give me your voice. She's clearly evil, man. Whatever you do, don't sign that contract. What? I can't hear you over the sound of me signing the contract. So the Little Mermaid is a little mute girl now. She coincidentally runs into the prince immediately after. So you're shipwrecked. That's hot. You want to get married? Wait, can you not speak? Well, that's a deal breaker. I guess we'll just have to shower you in a first-class living like we do every stranger we meet. The crab is like,
that doesn't surprise me, Eric,
but
considering
before you can finish, the
kid does tend to have dreads.
So the little mute girl goes on a date to get a kiss, and it almost works until the octopus villain cheats. Oh crap! I forgot mermaids are good at getting sailors to fall in love with them. I mean, that's literally their thing. I have no choice. I have to use my magic to hypnotize and kidnap him. Wait, what? Then the rich guy's like, Prince, I am old and rich, which means I know everything. Go marry the little mute girl. Okay? No, marry me instead. Seems legit. So the little mute girl is devastated, but then the sequel is like, the octopus lady is cheating, and they go to stop her at a royal wedding with no guards. The little mute girl becomes the little not mute girl, and then becomes a little not mute mermaid, and the octopus villain is like, you're lost, prince, I'm about to become rich. Then the king shows up and he's like, I'm hungry. Oh my SpongeBob, this thing can shoot lasers, what else can it do? And he accidentally overwrites the contract. The octopus villain is like, I'm rich, and the first thing I'm gonna do is kill my henchmen because that's what villains do. Then she farts and becomes a kaiju. The prince remembers himself dreamwalking, and seeing an octopus triggers his PTSD from his other life. This is for the eels!
I had to debate what to show there. I wasn't sure if
everything wrong in the
YouTube would
universe.
like her getting
the king
stabbed.
Is like, I was totally right. That one human killed the queen of the sea. They are stupidly dangerous. Wait, if a mermaid was queen of the humans, they'd never wage war on us. So he gives his other legs and she marries the prince. So basically, a siren performed her love song on a sailor and it totally worked.
Okay, I need a minute to digest because that I didn't want to talk over that video because I'm just so proud of a lot of those jokes. Hey Shady, I discovered your channel this year from King of the Hill videos, but I have been subscribed and enjoyed every video since. Thank you very much. Oh man, I just love I love the In a Nutshell videos. I really do love them so much. They're just so fun to do. I think my favorite joke from this specific video is oh crap, I forgot mermaids are good at getting sailors to fall in love with them. I mean, that's literally their thing. The shark attacks is a close second. Unfortunately, the internet shells don't do that well on the channel. But I still love making them. They're just so much fun to make. And like I said, I made some years ago. These were the ones I made. Well, this is one of them. I made like 3 of them. And I think this was the latest one.
Freaking kidding me?
Whoa. You skipping parts. Spoilers.
Who the poopy are you? And why are you so sexy? Your inner self?
This was a passion project. I did not expect this to get pretty much any views.
Listen, I'm here because of a serious problem. I've noticed that the channel only has one DuckTales 2017 video. Yeah, and? Well, that's our favorite show of all time.
Yeah, not really,
sense that you've only known
like
one
a
video
third of
on
what
it,
I got.
So I'm going to need you to review an episode. Oh. Geez, well, I'd love to, but things have changed since the old days. This is my job now, and reviewing something like DuckTales wouldn't do as well. King of the Hill videos, trending topics, and stuff like that are what get views and allow me to make a living. I gotta give the people what they want, and I don't really have time to deviate from that right now. So, no DuckTales video. Sorry, pal. I guess that makes sense. Oh, before I go, can you answer a quick question? Yeah, what's up? Do I look like a fried fruitcake what your audience wants? I'm your inner self, son. The one who started all this.
Oh, you're still on? I accidentally passed out. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, as long as I can get some food, I'll be fine.
You were gonna get your sell-off self up and make me the DuckTales video I want, or so help me every night.
I'm not even close to being sleepy.
I will remind you of that embarrassing thing you did when you were 7. You mean the thing with a magician? Exactly. No! Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. DuckTales 2017. I've been waiting for the right time to revisit this work of genius. But then I
Never
realized
assume
that
people
waiting
don't
for
respond to
patient people and had to
passion
fall back
products.
on my
Well, I don't
plan B,
assume that.
doing
I
what
deduce
want,
it.
when I want. I
This is
absolutely love
like standard
this show.
cartoons
It started
don't
with
necessarily
Avatar:
do
The
well
Last
on my
Airbender as
channel.
favorite
Teen
show of all
Titans was a
time, and I'm
surprise.
super excited to talk about an episode from it. Now, part of the reason I'm making this video is that I want to go into why the show as a whole is so great. And I'm not gonna lie, I was very conflicted on which episode does that best. There aren't really any duds in this show, and so many of them hit the nail on the head in terms of entertainment. In an alternate timeline, I chose the time traveling Christmas
I
episode
wanted
because,
to do a
my
review of
goodness
this
gracious,
episode
is the
before
nostalgia bait in that
December
one,
ended. But I didn't start making videos for this month until like December was halfway
In this
done.
timeline, I decided
So I was only
just
able to get like
couldn't
2
pass up
videos
an
out.
opportunity to talk about my favorite episode in the entire show, The Duck Knight Returns. But before we get into it, let's give the needed context. DuckTales is a reboot of the show that came out 30 years prior with the same name as the start of the Disney afternoon cartoon block. Scrooge McDuck, the richest duck in the world, goes on a series of adventures and business outings with his nephews Huey, Dewey, and Louie, as well as his maid's granddaughter Webby. Along for the ride is Launchpad McQuack, Scrooge's driver.
I definitely would
pilot.
like to do
Launchpad
more reviews of
considers Dewey
DuckTales
his
in the
best friend,
future.
and is a huge fan of the
really
show
need
Darkwing
reasons
Duck.
to,
This
though.
is a reference to the actual show Darkwing Duck, a comedic parody
Man,
of
there's
Batman,
just
which
there's
was also
so
part of the
many
Disney
good.
afternoon.
Pretty much every episode
I
is a good
am
one.
the terror that flaps in the night. The termite that devours your floorboards. That is to say, Darkwing Duck.
Now I know
modern version of Launchpad being a fan of
Darkwing
the
Duck,
in-universe
but I actually
Darkwing
didn't
Duck
watch
show
a
is
lot
shout
of
out to the
him
fact that his character in
when
the
I was
original
growing
DuckTales
up. Like
was
I watched
also
him, but not
character
a
in the
ton of
actual
them.
Darkwing
I became
Duck
more of a
show.
fan of him
There's
when I was an
a lot
adult.
of fan service to the Disney afternoon in DuckTales 2017. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it a reboot of the Disney afternoon rather than just a reboot of DuckTales. Anyway, that's all you need to know for this particular episode. Let's get into it. So the episode starts in a dark city with a villain setting up a bunch of explosives when suddenly his plans are interrupted.
I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am the pebble in the penny loafer of depravity.
Sorry. I know it's a little early in the review to be fangirling, but it's just so awesome that they got Jim Cummings to return as the voice of Darkwing. For those of you who
But
don't know,
I do
Jim
love
is a
Jim
legend
Cummings.
when
My
it comes
goodness,
to
every
voice
time
acting.
I hear
Even
his
if
voice,
you've
I'm like,
never heard his name,
that's
you've
Jim Cummings.
definitely heard of his work. He's the voice of Pete, Lord Boxman, Tigger, that creepy alligator guy from Courage the Cowardly Dog, and I'd be here all day if I kept going. Jim is one of my top favorite voice actors of all time, along with Cree Summers, Phil Lamar, and Tara Strong, 2 of whom also appear in this show.
Yeah, I
Guys,
think
I'm begging
Cree
you,
and
please
Jim,
don't die before all
I like
4
them
of you
more
in the same
than
production
Tara.
together. Darkwing
And I actually
stumbles
think I
his way
like
to
Phil
victory
the
as
least.
Darkwing Duck does, and gets the jump on the bad guy.
I mean,
using
Phil
the
does an amazing
opportunity
job.
to
He has
unmask
great
him.
range. But I actually might have to take Phil off of that list.
The evil double cliche. The actual Darkwing Duck had a concept like this with a character called Negaduck, who was also played by Jim.
Did you just say?
No, I said Negaduck. The footage pauses, revealing that Launchpad and Dewey are watching an episode.
What? I never saw that coming.
Okay, this dude right here. First of all, my man, your shirt is way too small. I know you're self-conscious about it, but start buying triple extra large. Second of all, I get that's supposed to be the Waddle Tech logo, but my goodness gracious, they really should have rethought what that would
What's
look
impressive
like
is
on
they
a
gave
t-shirt.
Negaduck a background and it didn't ruin the characters. I feel that way as well. I think they legit tried to give him, like they tried to make him the Negaduck in the original show, because he was supposed to come back in the next Darkwing Duck episode, which involves dimensional travel, and all the villains travel to the cartoon Darkwing Duck's
this random guy shows up in
universe. So it would have made sense if he went to Darkwing Duck's universe and became like the actual
Once these two get
Negaduck.
acquainted, we get a quick shot of the title, which is now purple instead of its usual gold. They probably did it for time purposes or whatever, but I hate whenever they skip the intro
Legit,
or show a
I get
shortened
so
version of
mad
it,
when
because it's
they show a
genuinely
shortened
one of the
version of the
best intros I've
DuckTales
ever
intro.
seen. Every
I
character
always
gets
get
a moment to
hyped
show
when I
off their
watch
core
this intro.
characteristics. Donald prioritizes protecting the boys. Huey leaves with the Woodchuck guidebook. Dewey puts
This
on a
might be
sword
my
to
favorite
defy the
intro of all time.
consequences. Louie gets riches and runs away from danger. Webby defeats a monster using her skills and gadgets, all while Scrooge is confidently leading the charge. Also, the music hits hard. It remixes the theme song in a way that reminds you of the original, but still shows it's doing its own thing. This is what an opener should do. Represent the show and get you excited for what you're about to experience. Back to the episode, the random nobody from earlier pesters Starling for an autograph.
Great. Who do I make this out to? I am the terror that flaps in the night. Yeah, that'll be $15. Stay dangerous.
Like, dude, I get you're a huge fan of Darkwing, but introducing yourself like that is cringe.
Time me out because of
Once
the
loser gets
caps.
out of the way, it's Launchpad's turn.
Now the fainter's back.
Whoa, that's weird. Darkwing Duck is trending #1 worldwide. It says here they're making a movie of Darkwing Duck.
They are?
Props to the script. That was an extremely organic way to push the plot forward, though I do wonder how long it'll be before something like trending is a dated reference.
What would be the equivalent of 2D animation to a 2D world? Well, the world would have to be self-aware that it's 2D, and that would be a 1D
How
world.
can they make a Darkwing Duck movie without Darkwing Duck?
Are we sure about this guy?
They couldn't make a movie without him. Jim Starling is Darkwing Duck.
Felt that. So the game makes it to the studio, and they find out that it's owned by
Or a
of course,
1.5D.
Scrooge. Speaking of whom, we transition to
Because
Scrooge.
Timmy went into a world that was flatter than his.
This movie and being the cheapskate.
Well, no, it was a
Scrooge is not too happy
combination
about
of
all the
2D
money
and
that's
3D.
going into the
Actually, it was
project.
like
I haven't
2.5D.
seen a movie since 1938. If you want
Keith
one
David, I don't
movie,
recognize the
consulted
name.
on all decisions.
What did he play in?
Dare you, sir?
Splendid. The movie should be in color. Color's all the rage these days.
Studio meddling versus the artist's vision. Don't think I really need to comment on that. The scene really speaks for itself, quite hyperbolically. Dewey, Launchpad, and Starling all burst into Scrooge's meeting room.
I am the terror that flaps in the night.
He said the thing again! Jim Cummings said the thing again!
Ah, cool! A big budget reboot of a thing I loved as a kid. Those are always great.
Again, it speaks for itself. Very hyperbolically. Everyone sits down to watch the trailer. Obviously, since Darkwing Duck himself is a parody of Batman, this movie they're making is a parody of the more darker Batman films, trying to be more edgy and complex. I also think they threw some Daredevil in there. And I know the trailer is meant to be bad, but I'm sorry. This part right here?
You can't just flap around in the night. You'll terrify people. It's too dangerous.
Put a huge smile on my face.
That is not Darkwing Duck.
Yeah!
DW never hurt innocent people or set the city on fire.
Well,
not on purpose.
Yeah!
But are we all not both the heroes?
This, my reactions in this, obviously they're all hyperbole.
He's saying the movie
but
is going to be about Darkwing.
this might be like the most authentic to how I actually reacted.
Maybe even more so. All of us are constantly
than any
battling
other
our
review
inner
I've done.
demons, even when we're doing something noble and heroic.
I kind of hated it.
What? This is your main audience.
The crap? The trailer said it wasn't suited for kids.
Darkwing. First Darkness. This film not suitable for children.
What media focus company would
Shay, if you don't
make
agree with me
things
that
not
Jared
suited for
Leto's the
kids
best
while still
Joker, I'm
having them be the
unsubscribing
main
with you,
audience?
and
I
Batman will
realized
come
what
to
I
your
said
house
as
to
soon as I
destroy
said
your
it.
comic
If this
books.
fiasco's gonna make money,
Batman coming to my house would be worth destroying my comic books.
Oof. Ugh. That hurt. Yeah, I love this episode, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. Scrooge putting Dewey in charge. That feels extremely forced. Don't get me wrong, Scrooge does give some degree of trust to the kids, but there's no way I can see him letting Dewey be in charge of a potential multi-million-dollar profit. Also, and feel free to boo and hiss at me for this, I don't really like Dewey. I mean, he is.
I was
the
shocked
funniest
that a lot of
triplet,
people
but he's
agreed
allowed
with
to get
me
away with
that
making way
Dewey
too
is
many
like
selfish
one of
and
the
dumb
more
decisions.
annoying
Louis
characters.
might be the quote-unquote evil triplet, but at least when he's selfish, the show always calls him out on it. So yeah, Dewey being in charge irks me very much in this episode, but it does go with the theme. Anyway, Starling wants to know about his role in the movie.
You are not playing Darkwing Duck.
Nani?
He is.
What? That miserable-looking nobody? He's not voiced by Jim Cummings. How can he be Darkwing Duck when he doesn't even sound like him?
Do you have any words of wisdom for the man stepping into your cape?
Again, like really close to my legit reaction.
Yeah, murder him. Destroy that fake Darkwing with his non-Jim voice. Starling gets thrown out of the studio with Launchpad following him.
That is not the Darkwing Duck I know and love.
Exactly.
What I thought they were going to do with this
Launchpad
episode
suggests they figure out
was
ways to get
make
everyone to
Jim
recognize how great
Cummings
the
the new
original
Darkwing Duck.
is, and Starling knows just how to make that happen.
Are you with me?
Or Jim Cummings. Jim Starling. I thought they were going to make him the new actual Darkwing Duck.
It's Darkwing Duck. I mean, he's not actually Drake Mallard, the real name of the character, but all the pieces are in place. Starling's a narcissist, like Darkwing should be. He's with Launchpad, like Darkwing should be. And he's voiced by Jim Cummings, like Darkwing
He voiced
should
Spawn in
be.
the cartoon,
Look
the
at him.
Cat
Look at him
Vermin, and
playing in the
Coraline,
bushes.
Atlas,
That's totally Darkwing
Atlas, and Teen
Launchpad.
Titans, along with several other roles.
Okay. Calm down. You got a job to do.
He's there, but
props to
he
the
doesn't have a
continuity
voice I
team.
would
Earlier in the
recognize.
sighting scene, there's a box
Atlas
of
was the only
Darkwing's
one of
hats
those
sticking
I
out,
was
showing
aware
that
of.
Starling brought his costume with him. So him jumping in the limo and changing makes complete sense. Back to the present, Darkwing and Launchpad, I just love saying that, plan to get into the studio. Darkwing will get to do the final scene while Launchpad locks up the fakey fake actor.
Breaking in, locking up. Doesn't that sound not heroic?
What does Darkwing Duck do?
Get back up and fight for right.
And I'm Darkwing Duck, right?
Of course he is. He's got the look, he's got the voice. What more do you need? So the two start with their plan. Darkwing distracts the guard while Launchpad... Okay, yeah, before I forget, this show is freaking hilarious. I cannot tell you how many times I've laughed out loud watching it. I mean, the Bush disguise is one thing. Him once again crashing into the studio is another thing. But it's even funnier when you realize Launchpad doesn't have to do any of this. Only Darkwing was kicked out of the studio. Launchpad could walk right back in again and no one would care. Especially since he's the
this show has
studio
really
owner's personal
shocked me with how
driver.
much it
So
can make me
Launchpad
laugh.
successfully makes his way to the phone.
I don't think it hits me like Ed, Ed, and Eddie or Billy and Mandy did when I was a kid, but yeah, it does legit make me laugh out loud a
Launchpad
lot.
and the Darkwing wannabe fight.
You don't touch that! Oh, my Darkwing Adventures comics is a complete run!
Well, I'll give him this. At least he's aware of the source material he's impersonating. Launchpad eventually notices all the memorabilia this guy has. Yeah, okay, it's a pretty cool setup, not gonna lie, but the concept of fiction is more than just knowing about the source material.
Shocking as it may sound, I was not the coolest kid growing up. But one day, I saw this show about this hero. He was unstoppable. He always got back up.
One thing I did in this video, I don't know if anybody ever noticed that I did it, was once Starling, like the person who I start seeing as Darkwing, that's who I call Darkwing throughout this video. So Starling right now is dressed up as Darkwing. I call him Darkwing.
A lot of people don't really get why fictional characters are so meaningful or how they can.
And it's
impact
not
your
really
life
until
when
this
you're a
part
child trying to make sense of the world, or
is where I start
even when you're an
calling
adult, trying to make sense of yourself. That was
Drake the
thanks for
potential
that.
new Darkwing.
Anyway, the episode continues and Launchpad begins to see the new Darkwing Duck
See,
for what he is.
I call him the new Darkwing Duck because I start to see him as Darkwing
Meanwhile,
Duck
the
from this
original
point
Darkwing
on.
Duck makes his escape from the authorities chasing him. Something about what I said doesn't feel right. Well, that was heroic. Eventually, the new guy finds his way to Starling and makes an
And then
offer
I
for
called-
both of them to work on the movie.
At that point, after Starling hits the guys, I don't call him Darkwing Duck anymore. I call him Starling because I stopped seeing him as Darkwing Duck. I don't know if anybody was ever going to catch that.
Together, we can inspire a new generation and make the best Darkwing Duck ever. Yes, I will.
Okay. We transition to the next scene to see Dewey's version of
Hey,
the
Shady, I'm
finale.
gonna run to the gas station for some more
Seriously?
beer, but
Just
I'll be
ignore
back
Shady.
very soon.
Starling, pretending to be Darkwing, makes his way in.
Stick to our script. Darkwing confronts Megavolt, surrenders, then takes a knee.
I didn't work this hard to make a comeback.
All right, see you
just
when you
to
get
lose a
back.
Fight to that joker.
Maybe. I don't know how long it takes you to go to the
advocate?
store.
Yeah, said I could film the finale.
A little hiccup in the script there. The last time these two saw each other, they were both okay with keeping Darkwing locked up. Starling should have blurted out that he successfully locked the actor away. So Jim finally gets to prove himself.
I've lost the ability to surrender to a 2-bit 10-watt dim bulb like you. Feast on fist.
Whoa, Jim, what are you doing? The guy's not a villain, he's just an actor. The set catches fire and Starling kind of loses it and threatens to kill anybody who interferes with his big moment. Okay, things escalated to very unpredictable levels. Not really sure where they're going with this one.
I am the terror that flaps in the night.
Is that Duck wearing heavy eye makeup or something? Probably. He's probably a reference to a director I don't know
But
about.
Darkwing! Look at that outfit! Did you see that entrance? His voice is perfect for the role.
That's so fair.
I don't know if anybody knows that either, but like everything I just said there was opposite of something else I said in the video.
While Jim's lightning cannon gets jammed, not sure why the set had a real one of those, by the way, Darkwing and Launchpad formulate a plan while hiding.
And now I don't even call Drake the new Darkwing or the new guy or anything like that. I just straight up call him Darkwing at this point.
Exactly like Darkwing and Launchpad would do.
Let's get dangerous.
No. Oh, they didn't. I gotta finish the review. Darkwing uses himself and the fact that he can take a lot of pain as a distraction for Launchpad to get to the sprinklers. His pain threshold overloads the cannon, and hey, it's just like the TV show at the beginning. Launchpad, hoping to talk down Starling, begins giving a speech about how important Darkwing is and how he's bigger than just one actor. In doing so, he doesn't see the electronic behind him about to explode.
And this is the last time I call Starling Darkwing, when he saves Launchpad.
Yeah, he's your biggest fan.
And just before the boom, the Darkwings manage to save their biggest fan.
That was the perfect end. A hero grappling with his dark id.
Good answer, but what about 3D animation equivalent in a 3D animated world?
No! Over the entire fight?
It's my masterpiece.
I mean, we have 3D animation in our 3D
He just
world.
ruined a ton of people's hard work, and there's absolutely no repercussions for him. Anyway, we transition back to Darkwing and Launchpad, and I gotta say, that was fantastic. It really felt like a new version of the characters coming together. But of course, this isn't actually Darkwing, it's just an actor playing him.
You know, you could do this for real.
What, be a superhero?
Wait, are they?
Again, all my legit thoughts as I was watching this.
Dangerous?
They are, but he can't be this universe's Darkwing.
Except I
Darkwing
didn't
doesn't
at the
know
time
names.
know Darkwing's name was actually Drake Mallard. Once I saw them write Drake Mallard, I was like,
that still doesn't
oh.
make sense. How would an actor have the same name as a cartoon character unless, wait, we never learned Darkwing's name in the in-universe show. I was just assuming everything about that show was the same because it was based on, goodness. The name Drake Mallard has never existed in this universe.
This
which
was a
means
real
he's
realization,
totally
though.
allowed to be named Drake Mallard. I can't freaking believe it. The episode about rebooting Darkwing Duck is about the reboot of Darkwing Duck.
That still blows my mind to this day because it's like, oh, it's about making a movie of the in-universe Darkwing Duck cartoon, but it's also about rebooting what the audience knows as Darkwing Duck. And that's such ingenious writing, in my opinion.
Holy dongles, could this get any more insane?
It was all a setup.
No.
All right, take care, Ghidorah.
Put my fan in danger to steal the glory and humiliate me.
Are they really doing this? Are they really doing this?
They want grim and gritty, huh? Happy to play the part.
That was
Are you
it.
freaking kidding me?
That was my
That's how it's
favorite
gonna end?
joke
Jim
of the year.
Starling is the origin of Negaduck? That's so incredibly amazing. I can't even hold it in. I'm on pins and needles. I cannot wait to see the next episode he appears in. Oh. And that was The Duck Knight Returns, my favorite episode of my favorite show, DuckTales. I know this episode is more about Darkwing Duck than it is the main cast of DuckTales, but there's a reason I chose this
Favorite
one to talk
VTuber.
about. In a time where 99% of reboots are trash,
I am not a
this
VTuber
particular
just
show
yet.
hits the nail on the head for
It
what
will
reboots
probably
should
happen
be.
someday.
And this episode in particular goes to great
My
lengths to
camera's just
explain that.
broken.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. When it comes to reboots, there's a balance that must be maintained in what needs to be changed. Change too little, then why not just go enjoy the original? Change too much, then why not just make an entirely new product? Finding that perfect balance is complicated, especially when there's so many people who want to throw in their input. There are the meddling producers who just want money, the visionaries who don't care about the original work, they just want to push their pretentious message, the diehard fans who don't like when anything is changed, and the director who only knows the rule of cool, regardless if it makes sense. But in the midst of all that, people like Drake, the ones who understand the original.
Think you'll ever
but
cover
also
Ed,
want to
Ed,
see
and
it
Eddie?
brought back
That's
to
been
life
asked
with a
before,
new coat
and
of
no, I
paint
don't
are
think
what
I will
make
because
reboots
it's
work.
purely
Drake's
comedy
speech,
focused.
shoot, his entire character
And I'm not
tells
good
me
at
that the
reviewing
makers of
purely
DuckTales
comedic
get it.
stuff.
They get what fictional characters mean to people and why those people get so passionate about them. Characters and stories have an impact on lives. So when it's time to reboot them, the writers of this show understand that you can't forget why people love those stories in the first place. But unlike Launchpad and Jim, Drake was also willing to roll with the punches and adapt to the changes. Just look at how the show approaches Darkwing Duck, how it pays respect to him, pointing out people's love for the original
He and
character,
GTuber,
making
yeah,
sure
pretty
that
much.
this reboot version of him lives up to those standards, even if he's different.
Hey Shady, just want to pop in and see how you're doing and ask, have you heard the song
DuckTales,
Durag
not only in this
Dragon? No,
episode,
I have
but
not
in
heard
the
that
show as a
song.
whole, knew that the story needed to be good on its own, but also knew what to hold on to. You feel the very essence of the old show, and you're glad to call this a successor. And ironically, this is coming from the same company who are the king of awful remakes. All in all, DuckTales is a great example of how to do a reboot right, and The Duck Knight Returns sums up exactly how they go about doing it. It's too bad, though, that the show was canceled before Negaduck, Darkwing's evil counterpart, got to really do anything. Wait a minute.
Sadly, beloved TV show Darkwing Duck, starring me, Jim Starling, was canceled before we could end this story.
My goodness gracious, was that planned? This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell.
No, it was not planned, but it was very good irony.
Goodbye.
All right, you intellectuals, what did you decide? Oh, by a mile. All right, Darkwing Duck it is. Sorry, Ariel. Woo! Hey, remember when I said I was nowhere near close to being sleepy? I regret those words. All right, so. Now we've got. Oh, well, I already know who's going to win this one. You never know, Shady. It could surprise you. How do you spell con? You might have to postpone the stream then if you're getting sleepy. I do what I want. Oh, that's too much. Scar. Does it? I want to at least get to the end of the video list.
Is it too much to ask that when I walk by...
Yeah, 7 more videos to go.
Look at that lucky bastard. I hate him.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags.
Hey, Shady, maybe
the end of the
remove
year
the
is
thing?
approaching. That means it's time for us YouTubers to pull out all our best works and earn them riches. And of course, you intellectuals all know what the king of this channel is. I'm sorry, my sweet. Your time will come. Today we're looking at the episode The Year of Washing Dangerously, finishing off our little King of the Hill capitalism series. But Shady, what about the episode where Bobby shadows an entrepreneur? I'm gonna start calling you Angelica because you are never satisfied. So the episode starts with Hank and the boys drinking coffee in the alley, about to start their day. Hank lets the boys know that he's hoping to convince Buck to invest in a new project idea he has.
I'm trying to convince him to put a new patio where customers can test drive the grills.
Suddenly, Con comes in frustrated at his rotten luck.
Stupid lottery. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I live in a hillbilly neighborhood. I buy ticket in crap part of town.
Con buying lottery tickets. Yeah, I might as well get this out the way. Sometimes in episodes, Con is, well, Con. He's just another character who has his faults, but is still enjoyable. But other times, Con turns his Con-ness up to an 11, where he's either reckless, evil, or both, and it can feel really weird. This episode is one of those times.
What do you think is the worst episode of King of the Hill?
Here because I can see Con doing all the stuff he does in this episode. It's just that I constantly have to wonder what event did I miss that made him get to this point. Take the buying of lottery tickets. It's commonly known that lottery is a bad investment.
Probably the one with
buying tickets
Hank's
and
bully
becoming a winner. Even Dale is aware of this.
Buying lottery tickets is like buying health insurance, a sucker's game.
I didn't watch anyone, so I voted randomly. Well, that's why I played the video.
Dale would choose to play the
So
lottery.
people can watch
Again,
it.
I could see
Well,
him doing this, but
I played the video so I
pushed
could
him to
talk
this
about it.
point? Anyway, Con asks what he can
which
do to
I
become more
haven't been
successful,
doing as
to
much
which
because
Hank
I've been
says he has
getting
the answer.
Hey, Con, I know the secret to
engrossed
success.
into the videos.
Hard work.
I leaned in for that, too.
Actually, Con's disappointment makes sense. Both he and Hank have been hard workers for years, and while they both are technically successful in their careers, neither of them are even close to living the lifestyle Con is referring to. And if I'm being 100% honest here, I actually think Hank is wrong. Hard work is not the key to success.
Murder him for his heresy.
A lot of people prescribe to the idea that they deserve more profit because they work hard, when that is simply not how profiting works. It doesn't matter how hard you work if the labor itself isn't worth much to other people. I don't care if you work 20-hour daily shifts and are the best at it in the world. No one is going to pay you a fortune to pour cereal in a bowl, because that is something literally.
And I just knew somebody was going to go out and find an example of someone making a ton of money from pouring cereal into a bowl. And they're like, well, on TikTok, they make this much money. And I'm like, of course.
To work hard. But I don't think hard work is the quote-unquote key
See,
to
now I wonder how
success.
test driving
The key
grills
to
IRL
success
would
is to
work.
do
Like, would you
valuable
clean the
work
grill up
and
before
seize
selling, or
opportunities. That's why people point to
is it
STEM
just a
fields for
model
jobs that are
for
likely to
buying
lead
the
to
grill?
success. Most of the world is completely reliant on STEM. So even if you get
Yeah,
a
that is
low-effort
interesting,
job
'cause
in
you
it,
can't,
you're
like, put
still
meat
likely to
on
be
it, 'cause
valued.
it'll be a
Remember,
used
a
grill.
handful of diamonds is worth more than a huge pile of sand. And not only
Maybe
that,
there's something
you
else
have to
you
be
can
able
burn.
to capitalize on whatever
Like
skills
something
and
that doesn't have to
assets
be
you
meat.
got going for you. Being the best video maker in the world will probably get you places here on YouTube, but if you give up an opportunity to collab with PewDiePie, you're just letting success pass you by. Anyway, Con doesn't necessarily disagree with Hank, he's just looking for a faster and easier way to get the life he wants. We transition to Peggy and Bobby.
See,
Who've got their own
that's
thing
the
going
phone
on.
they're
It's one of those
supposed to
B-plots
have.
That doesn't connect to the A-plot at all, so like usual, I'll get it out of the way now. Peggy and Bobby start reaping the benefits of caller ID, ignoring phone numbers they don't recognize. However, after trying to call Nancy, Peggy sees that with her caller ID, Nancy chose to ignore her. Peggy, being Peggy, insists on finding out why this is happening, and she roasts Bobby into
Why do they
snooping
keep the
around
phones
so
in the
they can
kitchen?
hear
I'm
Nancy's
just thinking
reasoning.
about that.
Overall, it's
Maybe because
pretty
the dining
decent
rooms in the
with a good
kitchen
amount of
is
funny
always
jokes,
by the
though
kitchen.
I do think the ending is somewhat anticlimactic.
Oh, gee, I can't talk to her now. Here it comes. I borrowed her sweater and I still haven't gotten it dry cleaned. I'm not being adult about this. I'm gonna call
How
her
much of
back.
pouring the cereal is just pouring, and how much is the show? See, I could make
heck are you
pouring
two doing in my
cereal
closet?
entertain me, but
My
it
sweater's
wouldn't
not
just
in
be
here,
pouring
Bobby.
cereal at
I
that
guess
point.
I'll just be taking this until it turns out.
Back to the main plot, we see Hank trying to give his business pitch to his boss, but Buck is too distracted by others pointing out how old he's gotten.
You know, I'm going over to Scrubby's car wash tonight for cruise night. That's always a good time. Why don't you come along?
I know very little about cars. Not nerds. Is this a real thing? Do people actually get together to wash their cars on a weekly basis? Because if so, I never want to hear anyone make fun of D&D players ever again. Elsewhere, Con is venting about his middle class.
Legit, like, I don't really know anything about cars, but, you know, D&D nerds have the reputation of spending hours playing a board game, and, you know, you're just having fun, so it's a waste of time. But it's like, wait, if you're just every week going out to wash your car for hours, like, why do they not get as much flack? But, you know, you can make the argument that your car is useful to your daily life, so you're just upkeeping it.
Class life to Min when a commercial catches his eye.
You too can be rich like Dr. Money and have champagne for breakfast, and all by just walking out to your mailbox.
After that convincing pitch, the soup and the microphones wind up ordering Dr. Money's program.
Continued joke from a past video.
Ask you to lower your
That video was
blinds
like,
and
what,
pull
2
your
years
curtains
ago?
So that only
No, I
you
made that
can
video
benefit
last year.
from Dr.
So it's
Money's
about a
wealth.
year and a half from when this was
I will
released.
give it to Dr. Money. He's really good at making himself seem legit. Whether or not I believe what he's saying, I can believe that he believes what he's saying. A lot of people, including customers, find confidence in your confidence. Dr. Money suggests leveraging property to get enough assets that will allow one to start running a turnkey
Imagine thinking having fun
which
is a waste of time.
Basically runs itself. I actually expected horrible advice to come from this guy, but
I don't
that is
actually
something
think
people
that. I was
legitimately
just using
do
it
to
as a
become
term
more
of phrase.
successful. Now, I can't tell you if that's a good idea.
My dad
but I
always
do
taught
know
me growing
business
up, when you're
requires
tired,
risk and
rest.
investment, which is all Dr. Money
So
is
I've always
saying.
believed,
Well, here
like,
at
do the
Scrubby, we
necessary
see Hank and the
activity to
boys
keep
just being
yourself
Hank and the boys.
in a healthy state,
Want me to
physically
help you
and
wind
mentally.
that thing up so you can drive it home?
Wow, Hank, that was a solid burn. Kind of shocking coming from you.
Because I'll do it.
And you ruined it.
Okay, Hank, you went past the joke.
Why is lottery illegal in the U.S. even though in some countries like Brazil where I live, lottery is not illegal in the U.S. It's illegal in some states.
Not shutting up.
Actually, no, I don't even think it's some states. Gambling is illegal in some
In a
states.
while, I felt genuine friendship among the boys. None of them are really annoying each other. They're just messing around and having a good time.
Lottery is a
It's really
huge
refreshing.
thing in the
Buck
U.S.
shows up, and at first he's having trouble getting women.
Most
to
car
notice his
shows
car,
aren't there to
but
wash
after
cars,
probably
but I can see how a car wash would have a
he scores some dates
Spanish
pretty quickly.
event
Suddenly,
for
Con arrives,
it
cutting
on
everyone
the
in line.
nice
Hank,
weekends.
of course, gives Con an earful about his actions, but Con reveals he can do whatever he wants because he took Dr. Money's advice and is now the owner of Scrubbies.
Are you saying I act like I own the place? I do.
Yeah, funny turn of phrase, Con, but that's an awful way to start your business. You're gonna drive customers away.
Hey, you guys, no loitering. This not a coffee shop.
Well, we're only a third into the episode, and I already know what the lesson's gonna be.
And once I found out you dumb rednecks pay someone else so you can wash your own car,
Like, why would
I
you
knew
talk
I'd
to your
found my
customers like that?
turnkey
It's
gold mine.
No, Con. They pay someone who has the environment and tools that would allow them to properly wash their own cars in a relaxing and convenient manner to keep up said environment. It's important to know why your customers are your customers, or you're gonna lose them fast. After hearing Con's plan to breeze with a turnkey, Hank tries to warn him.
There are no shortcuts. Trust me, Con.
Yeah, I don't really like how that's worded. Hank, it is possible to work smarter rather than harder. Con buying a profitable company that runs itself, giving him a more relaxing life, as well as a bigger profit, shouldn't be looked at as a bad thing. Though yes, he should be aware he can't just do what he wants and expect things to keep chugging. So far, at least, Con's plan seems to be working and he is raking in the dough.
You ever make love to a future millionaire on pile of quarters?
No, but ask me again tomorrow morning.
Next continued joke.
Admit it. Half of you wish you were Con right now. With money now pouring in, Min and Con start planning out their lives as millionaires.
And then buy Super Bowl ad to tell my old boss to go to hell.
Wait, Con, did you quit your job? No! With a turnkey and a 9-to-5, you can save up a ton of money until you've got enough in the bank to comfortably live off of just the turnkey.
I have seen this mistake so many times where people are like, I need to quit the job I don't like because now I have a job that I'm good with. Or I'm about to get a job I'm good with.
What they want are just
like,
the
no,
benefits of
you
owning
keep
a
going
turnkey.
until you're
They don't care
secure
about making
enough
sure
to
Scrubbies is
to
a
live
good
without that
business
first
provides
job.
good service. They just want the money that comes from it. Sort of like what Google wanted when it bought YouTube. While Con and Min are happy that their plan is working, their Icarus wings want to fly higher, so they decide to get more advice.
I say, take a shortcut.
Shortcut? Yes. I knew Hank Hill a moron.
Again, really don't like the diction being used. Finding a quicker way to one's destination is being made to look bad when it's not. That's a part of seizing opportunities that I was talking about. Trying to earn even more money, the couple start making changes to the car wash.
We got spray time cut in half.
Half the time, twice the money.
It's gonna cost $5 to vacuum that seat.
Yes, smart ones, and because of that, vacuuming one's car will no longer be worth spending money on. Your customers are paying for conveniency. If you're making it inconvenient for them, you're taking away the product they value. There's only so much one.
Conveniency is one of the best ways to get business. It might be the best way to get business. People will do things that are convenient. This is why Steam was such a big game changer in people getting games illegally, because Steam made it more convenient to buy games than they did to illegally download them. So people started buying games more thanks to Steam than they were illegally downloading them. Conveniency is such a key factor in business. It's absolutely necessary to understand that if like you're trying to start one yourself.
Is willing to spend their disposable income on. Is supply and demand a foreign concept to you? Con sees that Gribble is using a bucket to clean his van.
I know it's a cartoon, but seriously, where did Con get the money to purchase the car wash? It can at least be 10K or more.
Holy
Con
crap,
always
Con,
has debt,
customer
just his
relations.
materialistic
It's a thing.
nature.
Even if
He
someone breaking the rules, you can't just...
he leased it. He he did the thing to his house. I can't think of the right word.
Decisions. Everyone leaves. For a second, Con
Mortgage. That's the word. He mortgaged his house.
He lost the war. He and men start to panic when they see their fortune draining, especially since they mortgaged their house on this risk. Yeah, that's why you don't immediately quit your job. You wait to see how things play out. Everyone is upset at Con's new changes to Scrubbies, including Buck, who's no longer getting dates. Seeing as how this problem is being caused by an incompetent businessman, Buck thinks he can fix it given that he knows business.
They're shaking hands. Kiss him. Kiss him.
I'm very terrified at how well that joke aged. Hank, still thinking hard work is the key, is pretty sure Buck's speech to Con will involve that. It kind of does, but what Hank doesn't realize is that when it comes to hard work, he's the one Buck points to.
A reaction to a reaction, a Xerox of a Xerox. I see what you did there, Shady.
I talked some sense into Con's head, and now
Yeah.
I'm majority
On
owner.
purpose.
My new employee.
Whatever I did.
Better punch in early.
Despite his reluctance, however, Hank has unshakable faith in Buck, so he sucks it up and reports in.
When you're done emptying garbage, you go get me mango smoothie.
That is not part of the job.
That's how you do, Hank. Good response.
See what slow and steady get you, Hank Hill? Working for me.
I mean, he's not wrong. Dedicate yourself long enough to any job and you can easily wind up working with or for someone awful. You can't just perpetuate that someone keep working no matter what. There needs to be a line.
Now clean up my gold
It's the Bobby Hill capitalism.
Well, that would have been it for me. Buck would have gotten a phone call about my insubordination because there is no way I would have done anything after being called that.
That something like that actually happened to me at my past job, where somebody was treating us employees like they were constantly talking down to us, and constantly making things difficult, even though like we would not be hostile. Like I'm one of the biggest yes mans to a job ever, and we would not be hostile. But whenever like they would find a mistake, they would blame it on us, and then they would yell at us for making the mistake. And I told my boss, I went to her, I said, I am not going to speak to this person anymore. All right, if you make her talk to me, I'm just gonna ignore her. And they went and tried to make this lady talk to me, and I walked out of the room. I said, no, that woman is rude. I am not talking to her. And they made it so that I wouldn't have to do that again. Because yeah, there's only so much I can take. Like I can take criticism. What I can't take is somebody talking down to me. I get like there are situations where people like the person being talked down to like kind of initiated it, but I know for a fact that when I go to a job, I'm like one of the biggest yes men you'll ever see, and I will do things as hard as I can when I'm working at a job. So to be talked down to like that, I'm just like no, absolutely not.
Now, some people might be tempted to call Hank a hypocrite considering how he made Bobby work for a bad boss without question, while in this episode, he's very defiant of Con. But I don't think that's the case. For one, this is season 10, and that episode happened in season 2. Hank's had a lot of time to build character. Second, Bobby's situation wasn't that Hank didn't
Here's a
believe
funny
in bad
idea.
bosses.
Imagine plot
It was that he
convenience,
didn't
Deus Ex
think Bobby
Machina, and
could
other tropes
properly
like these,
identify a bad
where
boss,
the
since Bobby was
assumption
known
of the
for having
episode,
an
like for
unreliable
example, a
work
character
perspective.
abuses
Hank's
plot
negative
armor.
attitude towards Con comes from the fact that he knows him, and thus he knows he would not make a good boss. Hank does what Hank does and works his butt off to get Scrubbies back in the top shape. Thanks to that, Con and Min are once again living the good life.
This martini is good, but maybe it would taste better if stirred by Hank Hill.
And I can make that happen.
You see what I mean about Con's character? Min too, actually. What happened to y'all that y'all just feel the need to be evil? Do neither of y'all remember all the times Hank helped y'all out? The Mexico incident, aisle 8A? Shoot, Redneck on Rainy Street was only 2 seasons ago. After Con makes up his own motto that sounds a lot like Dr. Money, Min gets an idea.
Why don't we sell how-to videos? We are Asian. We own a camera.
Oh man, it's what everyone says right before they
Oh, that laugh was so uncanny.
Con and Min begin filming a commercial with Con now being Dr. Quarters. Bruh, you are gonna get sued so hard. This new venture makes Hank's already difficult job even more difficult as Con decides to shoot and advertise at Scrubbies. Hank's frustration continues to build, not only from
I
Con's
honestly really
actions,
want to
but
invest
from
in
also being
Turnkey
ignored
as
by Buck.
The place looks great.
As
man.
it bad
Con
in
really
the episode
seems to be
inspired me
getting
to
the
do
best out
so.
of you.
Like This
Shut up,
going
Dale.
to the laundromat
And
when
we
I was
lost the
always younger
non-annoying
inspired me to
camaraderie
do.
I was loving.
And get,
Thanks, Con. With all these
get
frustrations
one with a
happening to
job.
Hank, and Con continued to make things even more difficult by selling his video on the
Oh,
property.
is it
Hank
bad? This
reaching his
episode
wits'
inspired
end.
me to do
Con,
so.
I have
Like
worked
this plus
real
going to the
hard to get
laundromat when I was
customers back
younger
here.
always
Don't
inspired me to
drive
try
them
and get
away.
one with
Just
a job.
go look at your
I mean,
catalogs or
there's nothing
whatever you do in
wrong
that
with getting a
office and Let
turkey.
me do my job.
Not how I want to do stuff, but as far as I know, there's nothing wrong with it. Like the whole point of a turnkey is it's very convenient.
Is telling you to
and
go
it
relax
pretty much runs
while
itself.
He does all the work. Please, I'm begging you, just chill out, man.
Empty your pockets.
I'm not gonna empty my pockets.
Something too high.
A lot of people have told me that it's revealed that Khan has
You deserve what's coming. Hank, despite lasting
some kind
longer than most
of mental
people,
disorder.
has
I forget which
finally
one.
had enough.
And that's why he acts like this in certain episodes.
I think the show forgot Khan actually.
I
knows
guess
how
that's
to
a good
fight. Maybe that's
explanation
soothing in a
because
way.
goodness gracious, he is just unreasonable in this
Customers and
episode.
stop calling me your dang monkey.
Leave him alone.
I'm sorry, sir, but I just can't take it anymore.
If I don't know what I'm doing, how come you working for me?
This is somewhat of a good point. A lot of people think Hank would be a great business owner, but I actually disagree. Yes, he does have the skill and customer service to start many different companies, but he doesn't really have business gumption. Hank's more of a family man than he is an opportunist.
And
In
I
the
stand
end,
by
Hank puts
that.
his foot down. He simply
Hank would not
cannot
be good at
work
running
for
a
Khan.
business.
And while he can't do anything about Buck or Khan's business decisions, he can do something about himself.
Bipolar? Is that what
You
it
know
is?
This car wash is part of the Strickland family. You quit it, you're quitting Strickland.
If you say so, sir.
All right, Hank, way to bring home my point in the capitalism video about quitting. As we all know, I'm always right about everything.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Finally, someone who actually knows how to run a business gives a legit view on success.
Con, a business thrives on customer relations and back-breaking hard work. And that's the guy who gives
Do you have a
you
P.O.
the
box?
hand
I've been
and
looking
the
into
golden
getting
ticket.
one.
I don't know if I call all labor that goes into a business
But I do not
backbreaking,
have one
but
as of
yeah,
yet.
Buck is right. Businesses require work and keeping the customers happy. And if you have employees, that means keeping them happy as well. And shoot, if you can get an employee as efficient and as dedicated as Hank, you better do everything in your power to keep them smiling. Buck recognizes what he's about to lose, so before Hank can leave, Buck offers to send him back to selling propane, along with the approval of the patio he had been asking for.
But what about Scrubbies?
I sell my share. You are now majority owner.
Looks like you work for me. Move it.
For a while, my brain remembered this guy as Jimmy Witcher, like that Buck sold his half to Jimmy Witcher. Mandela effect, I guess.
So now Khan's doing labor under a boss who doesn't like him. This is symbolic as Hank, who is the hard worker, got what he wanted in the end, while Khan, who took shortcuts, is back to where he started. And that was the year of washing dangerously. It's an alright episode. It's got decent comedy and the overall plot is fine. My biggest problem is that it's another episode where Khan is evil, and those tend to throw me off. Again, he doesn't feel out of character. It's just difficult for me to believe that this Khan is the same one who went through the redneck on Rainy Street. Also, I think the lesson about hard work slightly missed the mark. Khan's problem wasn't that he didn't want to work hard. It was that he had no idea how important relations are in a business. At the very least, however, the final lesson that's taught is a good one. Yes, there are ways to become successful fast and live an easier life. But once that
Jimmy
happens,
Witcher
you
would run
can't just
Scrubby to
expect
the
to do
ground.
whatever
Yeah.
you want and have things
Jimmy
keep
Witcher
going your
would
way.
destroy
You have to understand
pretty
what
much any
keeps you in
business.
the successful sphere and capitalize on that.
I mean, he
Khan
almost
had
got
no
Bobby
idea
killed
what was
running a
on top.
business.
He just knew he wanted to be there and look down on those who weren't. Thus, he frustrated his customers, his employees, until finally he frustrated his business partner, which caused his downfall. All in all, this episode was a fun watch with some nitpicky problems to it, and a decent way to end off this trilogy of capitalism. But Shady, what about, let me guess, you really want me to talk about the entrepreneurship episode? Why exactly should I, huh? What's my motivation to go even near an episode about dog poop and vomit? Green paper? This has been Shady Doorags.
And then I didn't do it. I was planning on covering that episode, but I really wanted to do the Wakefield one for Thanksgiving.
You think this is funny?
In a cosmic sort of way, yes.
Well, Mr. Funny Man, is this how you get your sick kicks?
What? It's just an ordinary crabby. Oh my goodness!
Squidward!
It's foreshadowing of what's to come. All right, so that was an obvious winner. So we're just gonna move you up here. Let's see here. 2, 4. We've only got 6 episodes left. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna be that bad. And then afterwards, we got to do the voting between them. Woo! Okay. Oh, wait. Did I not have this up? I meant to have that up. Yeah. All right. So. Again, this is something I should be talking to these, like explaining stuff, but the In a Nutshell videos, I just want to shut up because I want to listen to the jokes. Oh, man. Oh no. No, these two versus each other. No. Too many characters. I'll just say Teen Titans Integrity. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I feel so bad that I'm putting these two up against each other in the first round. All right, guys, which video is better? You intellectuals decide, and we will play. Yes. Where's the thing I was about to do? Get away.
So there's this place called the MCU where random people get random superpowers for random reasons. In enters Jennifer Walters, who's with, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing. Bruce is like, you like my power inhibitor? Don't care. So Steve Rogers had no girlfriend, became Captain America, and immediately went to war, right? No, actually, Steve spent some time touring in a show that had many attractive women. Oh, well, they forget what I was about to say. Suddenly they get attacked by aliens who don't kill them, but also don't help them. Jen realizes she's secretly been a Hulk this
I actually
whole time.
think these next two are like two of the best
Then she's at a
videos.
bar. Meow, 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 meow. Bruce takes Jen to a private spot to tell her about her powers. You're a She-Hulk now. I don't want to be She-Hulk. Make me a power inhibitor. Power inhibitors don't exist. You were wearing one earlier.
That one was different.
Listen, you got powers like mine, but they're different. So better? No, different. Better. Different. Definitely better. Okay, fine, better. But you gotta learn to control your anger. Bruce, I got catcalled one time. Holy crap, your life is so much harder than mine. Sorry I doubted you. So Jen tries to leave because she doesn't want to be a superhero, but Bruce gets...
So just FYI with this video, because I'm supposed to be talking about it while we watch it, what happened with this video was I had no plans on watching She-Hulk because, like I said, I don't like watching things that I know are going to be bad. I have watched almost none of Marvel Phase 4 because I knew in Phase 3, Phase 4 was going to be awful. So I did not plan on watching this, but I watched all the reviews of it, and all the reviews were, you know, my predictions came true. It was bad. But when I saw the plot in those reviews, I was like, that would make a perfect plot for an In a Nutshell. And so I was like, but in order to do an In a Nutshell, I have to watch the show in its entirety because I think you shouldn't parody something unless you know what that something is about. So I went and watched it. Oh my goodness, do I detest that show. It is so bad. Oh my goodness. Is the writing in that show is so bad. My goodness gracious. But at the very least, I was able to get this pretty much what I consider a hilarious video out. Okay, back to this.
in her way. Jen is like, move or you will be moved. Ha! I'm the Incredible Hulk. Just try to move me. Crap. How does she know that Jeeps are my one weakness? So Jen goes back home to start lawyering when Titania suddenly realizes how much she hates walls. Jen tells everyone that she's She-Hulk and they all love her. Jen's boss is like, "You're fired for being the She-Hulk." Oh no. Consequences for my actions. Then Jen tries to get another job, but finds out it ain't easy being green. So Jen goes home and everyone makes fun of her for getting fired, except her dad, who was the
Did you go to school for character study and media, or was it just your observations that make you so popular?
I instantly accept.
I did not go to school for that. No, I did take some basic literature classes.
I got hired because I'm She-Hulk. What do you mean?
I went to school for computer science, but in grade school, I was always good at writing.
You said you accept the job.
Yeah, but I didn't think there'd be consequences for my actions. So Jen goes to meet with her new client, who is, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing. Abomination says he's a good guy now, but everyone says he's a filthy liar. Jennifer, I have changed. Then explain this video.
I am the Abomination, and I have not changed.
I was forced to do
love that joke.
So Jen gets in contact with, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing.
Hello, I am Wong. Yes, I forced Abomination to do that, and I do it again.
The judge is like, he can be free, but he has to wear a power inhibitor. But Bruce said power inhibitors don't exist. This was different. Then Jen gets attacked by imposters claiming to be the Wrecking Crew. I know they're imposters because they lose. She goes back to work and Megan Thee Stallion hires her.
Just remember that I don't like being catcalled.
Later, Jen decides to make a dating profile, but she's interrupted by, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing again. Wong is like, a magician took one of my sling rings and is using magic and I don't like it. Can I make it so you have to be licensed to practice magic? That's gonna be difficult, Wong. If he's a cut-rate magician and you're the Sorcerer Supreme, why don't you just steal the ring back from him?
The Sorcerer Supreme does not break laws.
You already broke a man out of prison.
Do my case or I'm not making any more cameos.
So Jen's dating life sucks and she's like, I bet the She-Hulk would get hits, and she does. Hello, I'm an attractive guy who likes child-friendly activities. She-Hulk smash. But before she can do that, Wong needs her help again.
That magician opened a portal and now demons are everywhere.
Wong, you know literally every sorcerer on the planet as well as the Avengers. Why did you call me here? I'm not a superhero.
Because this is your show.
So She-Hulk and Wong defeat the
demons. I meant you love the scene with Megan Thee Stallion. No.
We realize we got powers in our bubble.
No, I don't love it, and if I did, you would never get me to admit that.
Child-friendly activity with the hot doctor. The next day, he's like,
whoa, you didn't tell me you also look like that. I feel deceived and I'm leaving.
Wait, no, I don't like consequences for my actions. Titania tries to trademark She-Hulk's name, but She-Hulk has a girl boss lawyer. You don't even want that name.
Take care, Eric.
That I want it, it's that I don't want you to have it. So they go to court and the judge is like, if you want me to believe you, show me all the men who only dated you because you were She-Hulk. She-Hulk is like, that would be embarrassing and sounds an awful lot like consequences for my actions. Yeah, I dated her. She-Hulk was hot, but Jen was ugly, so I left because I'm a jerk. She-Hulk wins the case and is now best friends with a girl boss lawyer. Also, she got clothes from Black in the Mode. So Jen goes to a friend's wedding and ruins it by transforming when her friend asks her not to. You're not gonna give me consequences for my actions, are you? Are you kidding me? This is a safe space. Hello, I'm another attractive guy who likes child-friendly activities. She-Hulk definitely smash. But like all men, the dude turns out to be evil. Jen gets ghosted by her boyfriend and goes to therapy. Nothing else happens there. Then a frogman shows up. I want you to sue your own tailor.
Okay.
Hey, Black Namone, I'm suing you. Then I'm not your friend anymore. That's not fair. You know I hate consequences for my actions. They go to court and, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing. Daredevil is like, Your Honor, I'm a better lawyer and I'm also very sexy. I would like to request that I win this case. Granted. So he and Jen go to a bar. Hello, I'm another attractive guy who likes child-friendly activities. Must resist urge to smash. Then they try to kill each other. Does every girl have to go through this to find out your name? Try asking for my number. Daredevil explains that he's a superhero and that he's here to fight crime. She-Hulk explains that she's not a superhero at all, but she's still gonna help and upstage him while fighting crime. The two become superhero best buddies and decide to engage in a child-friendly activity, but Daredevil regrets it because he wore uncomfortable shoes. She-Hulk goes to a celebration. Then everything changed when the internet trolls attacked.
We don't like She-Hulk. Look at this video of her engaging in child-friendly activity.
The fact that I could do like an exact replica of that voice is just with the tech that I have and Marvel spending millions of dollars on this. I don't know. Maybe it was supposed to sound cheap looking. Maybe it was supposed to sound cheap, but that doesn't make any sense because the person who founded the intelligentsia was super rich. So it makes absolutely no sense for that I could replicate that voice.
It's okay, everyone. Jen's not like other Hulks. She can control her anger. Jen, I thought you could control your anger. To be fair, no one told me I'd have to face consequences for my actions. Then the judges are like, She-Hulk, you are sentenced to having a sucky life and have to wear this power inhibitor. Wait, but Bruce said this was different. So Jen gets fired and has to move out of her house because she's broke, even though she got fired earlier and didn't have to move out. But then She-Hulk and her amazing friends find out where the Hulk haters be lurking. Also, the Abomination is there. Also, Titania is there. Also, the Hulk is there. Also, hey writers, I decided I don't like the climax. Get rid of it.
What?
But the story needs a climax if it wants to make sense. That sounds like a whole lot of not my problem. Just make it so that all the the bad guys are defeated, I'm no longer in trouble, and Daredevil and I can keep doing child-friendly activities.
Jennifer, you can't just skip over the most important part of the story. You need to face consequences for your actions.
So all the bad guys get defeated, Jen is no longer in trouble, and Daredevil comes back to do more child-friendly activities. Also, Hulk returns and, hey, it's that one guy from the other Marvel thing.
Oh my goodness!
So basically, the Man-Baby Trolls got served.
My goodness gracious, that show is so bad. I never got the walk of shame. What's shameful about hooking up with a giant Amazon? This is the thing. The comedy in this show is awful. The walk of shame is supposed to be shameful because it's a shameful way to live life. Like you got the man to do the deed, but you don't want to wear the heels anymore when you go home. So you take off the heels so you can walk home. It's shameful. It doesn't work with Daredevil because his shoes are not uncomfortable. But somebody in the writing room was like, wouldn't it be funny if Daredevil, this really hot superhero guy, did the walk of shame? Like if Jennifer humbled him like that. Like the comedy is so bad. The writing in this show is so bad. It's only relatable to them, to the people who wrote it. It's not relatable to any kind of general audience. Like I have so much pent up ranting about this show because I never really did a proper video on it. I just did this because I just wanted to make fun of it because everybody else did proper videos on it. But there will probably be a review of this show because it's astounding how bad this show is. Like, my goodness gracious. It's Disney. Disney is very family campy, even in their covert R-rated material. Just watch any old Touchstone movie or movies from... there is a way to go about doing a show like this. Like, the comics did this show exactly, but the plot was much better. They did a show, the comics did a story where Jennifer got fired because she was the She-Hulk. There were different reasons behind it. She got hired by a law firm that was specifically going after superhero clients. And they did a much different storyline with it. The story was about Jen and how she took being the She-Hulk for granted and how she used to abuse her powers. That's why all that stuff was happening to her. Oh, man. Okay. If you're Marvel, you don't have responsibilities for your actions. Tony created Ultron. The government just asked nicely with paperwork to please be less horrible. Well, Tony has massive influence. You cannot just seize Tony's assets, lock him up, whatever. Because even if you did that, even if you took Tony's assets away, you have taken away the lead of the most powerful business in the world who's trying to do good things for the world. Like he's not trying to be a supervillain. He's trying to do good things for the world and just makes mistakes sometimes. It's not as simple as take away Tony's stuff. You cripple yourself when you cripple Tony like that. When you cripple a figure like Tony. He's also, the head of the Avengers. So, first of all, his friends need to be okay with you threatening to take all of Tony's stuff from him, which a lot of them won't be. Do you think the series is better than Phoenix Wright? I don't know anything about Phoenix Wright. Yo, Shady, you should consider dissecting and evaluating the story, lore, and plots of various games. I think that would garner you lots of views. My eyes saw that as gamer. If you want to hear me talk about games, you can go to my second channel, Shady Doorags. I'm going to start doing that soon. I'm going to start playing games back on that channel soon. I just got some new streaming equipment and I really want to use it. Plots and stuff. There is a video I really want to make about a video game character. There have been 2 that have been stuck in my head. The thing about video game stuff is capturing footage for them is a lot. It's slightly different because I have to be very interactive with the footage capturing process. And also unlike for what I do with this stuff, I get it from, I don't want to go into it too much more, but yeah. Anyway, next video, I really don't like She-Hulk. Yeah, I've had a second channel for a while now, but it's been dead for a couple months. And here it is.
Way up this hill and a right way. Which do you choose?
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Richard, Corey, Victor, Rachel, Garfield.
Okay, let me stop. First of all, Richard, a lot of people were upset about that. So the thing is, I've always called Grayson Richard because I wasn't allowed to say that word in my house. And, you know, I grew up with it, so you can hear me now. I still don't say that word, even if it's somebody's name. So I've always called Grayson Richard. I always also thought that was his name. If you look up some sources do say his name is Richard. Some sources say no, his name is just straight up the other word. So it's very confusing. I'm not sure. But in this specific show, I don't think they ever called him Richard. They did call him the other name well, not him specifically, but his other dimensional counterpart. Yeah, D. Grayson. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, D. Grayson. I always did think his name was Richard. Like, before I made this video, I had even saw Lego Batman, and in Lego Batman, they called him Richard. And Richard, D was always a nickname for Richard, so I that's what I always assumed. But a lot of people say, no, his name is straight up D. Grayson. It's not Richard. So I'm not 100% sure. I haven't picked up a comic book in a hot minute. It's been like maybe slightly less than a decade maybe half a decade. Yeah, probably like half a decade because comics went to places that I really just didn't like. But a lot of people got on my case for calling him Richard. Some people thought it. I knew it could all. Some people said it worked as a joke because everybody knows that I don't like swearing. So a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, that's why you're calling him Richard because you don't like swearing." It's like, yeah, but I wasn't doing it as a joke in this video necessarily. And another thing is, a lot of people didn't know that Raven's name was Rachel. Honestly, neither did I. I thought her name was Raven, and I looked it up before making this video. Which I think her real name is Raven. Rachel's just her civilian name. It's just a cover name. But yeah, Rachel Roth is what she goes by in her civilian form. I got a lot of comments that were like, wait, her name is Rachel? What?
If you don't recognize these names, to get your fake fan self out of my video. One great thing about millennial childhood is that if you were a superhero fanatic, like I was and still am, it was a wonderful time to be alive. From Batman the Animated Series in the early 90s to Earth's Mightiest Heroes in the early 2010s, we had some amazingly good Cape Crusader.
Everyone tried to do a Kamehameha. I don't want to do anime because of copyright. So this would be one of my greatest videos I ever made if this stupid copyright nonsense didn't happen right here, because this was a great montage. And the thing is, I uploaded this video early to make sure that it wouldn't, like, this wouldn't happen. And it waited till the video went live for a couple hours, and then it happened. And I was like, well, I could fight it, but this video was doing really well during a time where the channel wasn't doing well. So I was like, I need those numbers to boost the channel. So I had to settle for silencing it this way, and it sounds really awkward. Like, a lot of people, I still get people commenting like, oh, it's quiet on this part, even though I put in the top comment like, hey, it was copyright that made this part go quiet.
Teen Titans, Not You, was a show about 5 extraordinary teenage crime fighters based off the comic book series with the same name. There's Robin, a martial artist acrobat, Starfire, a laser shooting alien, Raven, a half-demon witch, Beast Boy, a kid who could transform into animals, and Cyborg, a cyborg. Each character had unique powers and a unique personality, allowing all kinds of
This was also a passion project, and I was very happy with how well it did.
They just hang out with each other. Despite Spider-Man being my
But
favorite,
I was debating for a while to
Justice
cover
League
this
being
episode
objectively the best
because I
of the
didn't think
lot,
anybody
Teen
would care
Titans
for
is
it.
the superhero
And
show
also,
that's
I
closest
mainly
to
just
my
wanted to talk
heart.
about
My
that
best
one
guess as
part
to
at the
why is
end.
because of the time and style. The 2000s were my teenage years, and my love for superheroes.
Well, maybe
was
y'all should take net neutrality
I was
more
also
seriously.
starting to
I
look
always
into
took
anime.
net
So a show
neutrality
about
seriously.
Superhero teenagers that use anime tropes
That
for their
really doesn't
comedy
have anything
was
to do with it.
Perfect for someone like me. That's enough context. Let's start looking at the episode we came here for, The Quest. The episode starts with our villain of the week stealing from a store.
Finally, it is mine.
Boston Brand, what are you doing here? And why are you Asian and alive? You're not Boston Brand, are you?
10 points if you got that joke. But when I saw him, I immediately was like, that's Boston Brand's outfit. Like, that's the only thing he wears.
The thief, later revealed to be Kitaro, gets interrupted by Robin. Notice how Robin isn't just letting the vase get broken, even though it would make things easier for him.
Can someone explain to me how Teen Titans turned into the Cartoon Network show? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but here's something interesting about Teen Titans. I first saw Teen Titans on Kids WB. I always associated it as a Kids WB show, but everyone I know says it's a Cartoon Network show. And I remember it shifted to Cartoon Network. Like, it came to Cartoon Network afterwards. But everyone says, no, Shady, you remember wrong. It started on Cartoon Network. And I'm like, that's not how I remember it at all. It's Warner Brothers. They own this stuff.
To protect the shop's property. It used to be a common thing that superheroes were good guys because their ultimate goal was to help people. Thus, their enemies could exploit that as a weakness. I love a great character as much as the next guy, but we get so many of them nowadays. I just miss these types of stories where good people wanted to do good things. Robin chases down Kitaro in what I think is the Chinatown of Jump City, and it's at this point I start to notice things I never did before. This cartoon was obviously not meant to be watched in HD. Look at these lanterns, Mike.
Seriously, look at these lanterns. Look at them. Why are the edges like this? Because you would never have noticed it on a low def television. Like, I'm pretty sure they widened this screen. Like, there's one point where Beast Boy is supposed to reach off screen, but he doesn't. He just reaches to his right and pulls things out of nowhere.
My goodness gracious. I never realized just how much the cartoon was getting away with. But hey, it's a product of its time, so it's only natural for it to be rough around the edges.
That's not a pun. It's literally rough around the edges. What is this joke? Why are you smiling? You didn't make a funny joke. It's literally rough around the edges.
Eventually, Robin forces Kitaro to stand and fight.
It is only fair to warn you that I have trained with the best.
It's only fair to warn you. So have I.
Because I'm Batman.
Kitaro makes a deal with Robin that if he can't defeat him within 3 moves, then he'll surrender. Robin holds his own on the first 2 moves, but then...
That's 3.
Wait, but no, Kitaro cheated. I mean, they never said he couldn't use weapons, but they both put away their pole arms and bowed to each other.
Also, apparently those aren't pole arms. I think they're bow staffs? I don't know. Somebody called me out and they're like, yeah, those aren't pole arms. You got the name wrong.
I thought it was a non-spoken thing that they would both fight hand to hand. Robin shows no concern of Kitaro blatantly cheating, but simply wants to know how he has such skills. Kitaro tells Robin that if he wants to get better, he'll have to train
He
with
made
the
a funny
true
joke,
master,
don't
to
hate
which
Past
Robin
Shady.
responds with
Oh,
a
me and Past
scowl.
Shady have a history.
For those of you new to this show, Robin is the leader of the Titans for a reason, as he is canonically the best, not only of these 5, but of all crime fighters of his caliber. Throughout the show, there are episodes demonstrating Robin's obsession with being the best, including this one.
May the best man win. I intend to.
Despite all the other members of his team being more powerful than him physically, Robin has, on multiple occasions, single-handedly defeated all of them. This is partially because Robin is very competitive, but also because he takes being a hero more seriously than the others and trains the hardest. I say all this because someone coming along and wrecking Robin, telling him he has more to learn, is a huge blow to his pride and will explain the journey he'll take on.
Pop quiz. What 2 superhero characters are in both the Teen Titans and the Justice League universe? See if anybody knows this. There are 2 very specific characters that are in both the Teen Titans universe and the Justice League animated series universe. The first one should be easy. Cyborg? No, Cyborg's not in the Justice League animated universe. I'm talking about the animated series. Justice League, the animated series. Batman does not appear in Teen Titans. He exists. Somebody got the first one. Wally West. Wally West is in both of them. Jack Manson, thank you very much. As a Hema fighter who's big into dueling, he absolutely cheated. Historic European martial arts. Thank you for validating me. Okay, you guys are saying it, but you're not saying his full name. Robin, yes. Grayson. Grayson and Wally are both in Teen Titans and Justice League, the animated series. Wally just is the regular Flash, where he's Kid Flash in Teen Titans. Or actually, Kid Flash in this one might not be Wally. He might be what was it? Impulse? I think that was his name. Because they never actually call him Wally in Teen Titans, so he might have been Impulse rather than Kid Flash. I might be wrong about that. Speedy, was Speedy in Justice League? I don't remember Speedy in Justice League. I don't remember Speedy. Who is Wally West? Wally West is he's the Flash. He was Kid Flash, then he became the Flash for a very long time in comic books. Robin exists in the Justice League animated series universe. He's not actually in Justice League. He exists in Batman. He made an appearance in Batman the animated series, so he exists in the Justice League universe. Did Static ever show up in the JLU? Yes. Static was a sister series to Justice League, and then he shows up in Justice League Unlimited
on this episode. But before we get into that, we got to talk about the opener.
I don't remember Speedy in Justice League, but
and they'll tell you that
probably there's a lot of heroes in Justice League Unlimited.
Puffy Yumi's song, and I too have nostalgic love for it. However, I gotta admit, no longer being a starry-eyed teen and now a grumpy 30-something-year-old man, I'm finding I don't enjoy it as much as I used to. Before I step on toes, let's start with the good stuff. It does do its job, hyping up the audience for what's to come in the show. Every hero gives a slight hint of what they're capable of with the song singing about them. Also, it was pretty neat that we sometimes.
All right, well, that's 3 characters then. I taught y'all something, y'all taught me something. Let's just say I was right all along and call it even.
There's some lackluster parts of it though. All of the animation feels minimal, especially Beast Boys. Also, while I used to love this song, hearing it now, it seems more like an acquired taste. Puffy and Yumi sound like they're yelling into their mic more than singing. Not to mention, their song lies.
Yeah. Sean H. Batman does specifically say that Static's with the Titans, and he says maybe you'll meet them someday. I remember I was talking with my dad about this, and he said the writers were planning to do that, but they already revealed that the Robin in Teen Titans was Grayson. But the Robin in Batman the Animated Series, which was tied in with Static Shock, had already turned into Nightwing at that point. So they couldn't link the series together. Also, if you look at it, Teen Titans has a completely different animation style, so that would kind of be very difficult to do, to link those 2 universes together. But yeah, Batman did specifically say, Robin's with the Titans, maybe you'll meet them one day. A lot of people got on my case about this because they were like, well, Tara, once they found out Tara was a villain, they didn't like her. There was a lot of caveats to never met a villain that they like. It's like, well, this person wasn't a villain when they met them, or this Silky doesn't count as a villain, he's a pet.
Back to the episode, we see Robin preparing himself for a journey. At first, his friends think he's quitting the team just because he lost, but Robin reveals he's only leaving temporarily so he can be trained by the true master.
According to legend, the true master lives in the mountains on the other side of the world.
Oh, is that all? Just gonna instantly book a ticket to the other side of the world. Oh wait, your dad has several private jets, doesn't he?
Oh my goodness.
Wayne
A lot of people got on my case about this too. I said, oh, your dad has several private jets. That Wayne inheritance must be nice. A lot of people like, actually, Shady, that's not Damien. That's Grayson. And you call yourself a superhero fan? And I'm like, guys, Grayson was adopted by Bruce Wayne. He's Bruce Wayne's adopted son. I'm like, what? Did I miss? Like, I went and looked up stuff. I'm like, did I forget that didn't happen or something? Like, and again, I had just seen like Lego Batman, and Lego Batman makes fun of all the stuff in Batman. So he gets adopted by Batman in that movie as well. And I was like, did I just confuse a parody for the real thing? Like, what happened?
Must be real nice.
Oh man, when do we leave? I have to go alone.
That guy takes himself way too seriously.
So Robin makes his way to the quote-unquote other side of the world. Somehow he manages to find the exact village the true master lives in, but the only person willing to talk to him is an old woman.
Sorry to bother you, but I have come to train with the true master.
If you want to find the true master, you must get to the top of the mountain before night falls.
Thanks.
The true master will only see you if you leave everything from your world behind.
How'd you get those? Where is she keeping them?
I've been waiting forever to use a Road to El Dorado
farming. What, do you keep those on you just in case someone
reference.
wants to find the true master?
That
Robin
movie is not memed enough. It has such good meme
I
material.
always thought she was preparing food for Robin, but watching it this time, I realized that Robin doesn't have his bag with him on his journey. The woman just steals Robin's bag to carry her crops in.
The mask stays.
Very well.
Why did you come as Robin anyway? Would have been much easier to come as Grayson. I know the meta reason why. Revealing Robin's eyes in this show was like taking off Double D's hat. Doesn't matter what happens. The viewers can never know the truth. Once Robin's ready, the old lady shows him where the path begins. Little do they know, someone steals Robin's gear. We don't get to see the face of the thief. All we know is that the mysterious figure has a red and black. So that's Kataro.
A lot of people told me Kataro was not meant to be a surprise. He was just meant to build tension.
Following the path, Robin gets to a river where he meets someone unexpected.
I am the guardian of the river. If you wish to get to the mountaintop, you must first get past me.
Hey, Kevin Michael Richardson. I totally forgot he was in this episode. I mean, I shouldn't really be surprised. He's done a lot of voices for superhero shows, including other characters in this show.
He does a lot of voices in general.
Gantu, Rosie, the Mahler twins, etc. Apparently, he's also playing Kamek in the Super Mario.
That I cannot believe. Okay, Kevin Michael Richardson has an insane range. Excuse me. Apparently, he's playing Kamek. If that was him in the trailer playing Kamek, that does not sound like him at all. Also, he plays the snake in this episode. I thought the snake was Mark Hamill. He sounds exactly like Mark Hamill when he plays the snake. But no, that's him playing the snake, which, ironically enough, he also played the Joker in the Batman. Not Batman the Animated Series, the one that followed. He played Joker in the Batman. But he does a dead-on Mark Hamill impression.
Robin proceeds to fight the River Guardian, but is immediately hit by some fun facts. And the bear. He was also hit by the bear.
I am quite large.
I've beaten guys much bigger than you.
Seriously, Bear, Killer Croc and Bane are much more terrifying. As Robin deals with this challenge, the episode transitions to Starfire, who is noticeably upset.
So one thing about Starfire that I want to point out is that I haven't read many comics with Starfire in them. A lot of people point out that while this is a fun version of Starfire, it does not represent her comic counterpart. There are very noticeable differences between her and her comic counterpart, not just in the design, because Corey looks very different in the comics, but also in like personality. So I wasn't really too much aware of that. This is really the only Starfire that I know. This one and brief ones that have made cameos in like other animated stuff.
Set that Robin has left. Yeah, the shipping with these two hit hard, and we millennials ate it up like Lunchables.
Also, I'm constantly saying millennials. This was a Zoomer show, too. I watched a lot of 90s and 2000 shows, but I forget that like the 2000s is also the Zoomer time. So they grew up with this stuff as well. But I take ownership of it because I'm 1991. That's specifically millennial. So I'm like, no, this is mine. It's my show. You can't have it.
While sulking, Starfire sees someone in Robin's uniform and thinks he's returned. But in actuality...
You are not Robin. Call me Beast Boy Wonder.
This was another thing I knew I was going to have to make a joke because it's like, I love reading comics. A lot of people know that I love reading comics, so I knew I was gonna have to make some kind of joke here. And then this is what my brain came up with.
Starfire warns Beast Boy that if Robin returns, he'll be angry to see someone else messing with his stuff and that Beast Boy should take it off. Beast Boy, however, has a counteroffer.
If you're gonna talk like Robin, then maybe you should dress like him too.
And this is basically the rest of the B story. The Titans, one by one, don Robin's uniform and start pretending to be Robin. Even Raven gets into it, which might not seem strange if you've only watched Teen Titans Go, but in this show, it's hilarious because it's normally something she wouldn't do. What Robin is doing is the meat of any superhero show. The action, the drama, the life lessons. It's why people tune in the first place. But what the rest of the Titans are doing is what makes the heart of a superhero show.
I stand by this.
Getting to know the person behind the powers. People may come for the superhero stuff.
I mean, nobody disagrees with me. I don't know why I said that.
It's great to see someone saving the day, but it's even better knowing that underneath it all, these are just people. Kids even. They play video games, they read books, they eat pizza, and they sometimes pretend to be the coolest person on the team. Not only do we get to see more down-to-earth interactions, but the Titans are interacting with each other, making their personalities
here's
all
a
the
question.
more enjoyable.
Can the Teen
Notice the little
Titan
touches
Robin
to each
beat
outfit as well.
Canon
Beast
Sam?
Boys is too big, Cyborgs is too small, and Starfire cut out her midriff while her belt hangs around her thighs. By the way, I still don't know why Tamaranians dress the way they do.
A lot of people told me it's because they have, they're like Superman. They absorb radiation. So dressing very, showing a lot of skin just helps them feel more alive. It helps them gain more power. You would think the men wouldn't wear shirts, but whatever.
This is one of the major things Miraculous got wrong by putting...
Yes, this right here. This, I'm about to go on a huge tangent about this because this is what ticks me off. This is one of the things that ticks me off about Miraculous. I want these 5 right here. I call them the Sailor Scouts. I wanted to see more interaction with them. But Miraculous was like, oh no, the secret identities, they can't know who each other are. So they almost get no interactions with each other. The only 2 that do are Marinette and Cat Noir, and freaking, Carapace and Rita Rouge also do as well, but they're barely on screen anyway. But Ladybug and Cat Noir are the only 2 get interactions with each other, but they don't interact with each other as friends. They interact with each other as superheroes. So everything they do feels fake, and it's so annoying. I've had that rant in for a while now. Because this show annoys me so much. It has the potential to be so great. And then they make really basic mistakes with superhero shows. Like, they are a superhero team. Let them interact with each other. They don't need to interact with each other. They just need to fight with each other. It's just about the fights. It needs to be all about Marinette. No! They're a team. We want to get to know them as a team. They need to work together as a team. Stop introducing new heroes. We need to get to know the main 5. Okay, I'm done.
Putting so much emphasis on the secret identities. This is also what Teen Titans Go does, but to a much less funny degree. Sure, all those characters would definitely dress up and pretend to be Robin, but because their personalities are also interchangeable and childish, the jokes feel less personal. Also, little side note, this is me. This is totally me. Give me a Robin uniform and I will be doing all of this and more. In case you guys couldn't tell, Richard Grayson is my favorite DC character. Back at the A-plot, Robin is having difficulties defeating the bear. The crap was that? Was this bear trained by Guile?
Everybody called me out on that. Everybody was like, that is not a Sonic Boom. That is a different attack from a different game. What are you talking about? I don't know. I only play Tekken and I haven't even touched that in a hot minute.
Despite his disadvantages, however, Robin eventually gets the upper hand and manages to pull out a victory. As he crosses the bridge, the mysterious figure from before appears and, guys, come on, that is obviously Kataro. Robin continues along the trail and eventually runs into the old woman from earlier.
How did you get past the bear?
The same way you did. I walked.
Freaking sexist bear.
You are very rude, you know. You do not have time to help an old woman with a heavy burden.
That's a Rapukin from Geese Howard. Yeah.
Very well.
See, I've never
Again,
even heard
showing
of
that
Geese
Robin is
other
a
than
good kid.
all the
He
people who
didn't
told
have
me
to help the
about him.
woman. There was nothing to gain from this. He just felt bad after he realized he was indeed being rude to her. Robin eventually reaches
There
the
are
next
two
checkpoint on the
things
path and
I
finds
am
himself
extremely
inside a cave.
afraid of. Snakes and wasps.
First get past.
Nope, absolutely not. The true master ain't worth it. You have a nice life, giant evil demon snake. I'm gonna go home with the humbling lesson that I don't need to be the best. Robin, trying to pretend like he didn't just crap his pants, comes up with an excuse not to fight.
You're blind. I won't fight you.
But Kabuto's a step ahead of him and just puts out the only light source, making it so they're both fighing without sight.
What's your favorite
How is he
movie?
controlling those
Last
sleeves? He doesn't
I
have any
asked myself
arms.
that question, it was Wreck-It Ralph. I might have to re-examine myself.
If you want to find
Tekken, are you hyped for Tekken 8? I'm just getting back into video games. I never even played Tekken 7. I played Tekken Tag Tournament 2 and Tekken 6. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was definitely the best. Andrew Layson, or is it Lasson?
What happens here?
Thank you very much. Starfire and Blackfire specifically needed being tested on to obtain their Star Bolt. Their skin is also hot enough to melt Red Hood's pistols. Plus, she's a speed fighter over tank fighter.
With Evil McEvil's
Short is now
Robin
important to
proceeds
her
with the
like
mysterious figure once again
Wonder
following.
Woman.
You are literally showing him to us. I can see his full character. Why is he still in shadow? We know who that is. Stop acting
What
like
about
it's gonna be a
wasp snakes? That's
surprise
an
when he finally
abomination.
strikes.
Why
Robin
would you
looking
even
around and
think
thinking,
of something like that?
You get up there. Same as you. I climbed.
Freaking sexist snake. Going by the rule of threes, the boy wonder makes his way up to the final challenge.
I am the guardian of the tree.
Yes, the sequel to Wreck-It Ralph does suck.
Just like with the other
It gave me what I
Robin
wanted,
initially
but
struggles
yeah,
as
it
his
definitely
opponent has a
sucks.
clear advantage over him.
But no matter what, I will love that princess scene because I love universe crossovers.
Bet you regret not bringing Beast Boy now. But also like the other challenges, Robin eventually finds the trick to the solution.
So one interesting thing about this episode is that it was specifically meant for Robin because the other Titans, like he says it's only for the most serious of students, which is Robin. But then he says, Beast Boy wants to come with him, and he's like, no, if any of the other Titans had came, this would have been easy. Because 3 of them can fly. I think Cyborg is even still, Cyborg is stronger than the bear, and he has technology that would allow him to sense the snake. The monkey is the only one he would have struggled with. So any of the other Titans, this would have been super easy. What happened to the snake? He doesn't appear in the end.
All 3 Guardians, Robin is
He doesn't have
moments away from
arms, so
getting
he
to the
couldn't
true
grab the bad
master.
guy.
Your journey to find the true master ends now.
Oh no, it was Kataro following
Ham and
him the
pineapple is
whole
the best
time.
combo on
Who could have
pizza. I might
possibly
actually
seen
like
that coming?
pineapple on pizza
Kataro
now.
monologues about his evil
I should
master
probably
plan.
try it someday.
He used Robin to cheat.
Because I've tried a lot of sweet and salty stuff, and I've liked it.
And all I had to do was follow you up the mountain.
Cyborg could have
Spell it
easily
out.
beaten
This
the
kinda
bear.
seems like a low
The
stakes
only
problem for a
advantage the bear
superhero,
had
but
on Robin was that
watching
he was
it so you
bigger.
don't feel that way at all and
Cyborg,
get
that
really
is
sucked
not a
into
factor
it.
for
Robin
him.
is moments away from a well-earned victory, and it's being taken away from him by this dead man cosplayer. So Robin and Kataro begin round 2. Kataro, who already proved he was better than Robin, now has even more advantages. He has Robin's weapons, and Robin himself is tired from facing the challenges. Despite being confident throughout the entire episode, for once, Robin's determination fades. That's when the old lady shows up and
Here it is.
reminds him of a few things.
This part. So I was debating on making a video on this whole episode or just this part. Because this was the main part I wanted to talk about. This is, I kid you not when I say like these words have been engraved into my brain. I've thought of these words for so long throughout my life, from both a teenager and as an adult. These words just cause it's specifically the one about there always being someone who's going to do things the easy way. That's genuinely how I live my life.
You began your journey. You were determined.
It was easier at the beginning.
Beginnings are often easier.
This whole speech though is really good. Like it was easier at the beginning. Beginnings are often easier. Like that's such good advice. That's such good advice to people who are like looking for easy shortcuts and stuff. Like, and I don't like I said in the other video, I don't like thinking that doing something easy inherently means it's bad. But people are looking for excuses to do things the wrong way because they're easier. And it's like, no, that's not the mentality you should have.
All that you have accomplished along your journey.
What's the point of fighting my way up the mountain when someone else is just going to come up the easy way?
There is always going to be someone who does things the easy way. But that should not stop you from doing things the right way.
And so, Robin takes all the lessons he's learned along the way and uses them to fight Kotaro. Because Kotaro didn't do the challenges himself, he has no idea how to counter Robin's new techniques. After seeing Robin's skills, the True Master finally reveals himself. Or herself.
You did not make it up the mountain.
Shady, do you
on
play
your
Magic
own
the
skills.
Gathering? No.
The True Master will not train you. Take him off my
I do not
mountain.
have real life friends to play Magic the Gathering with.
A gift for showing me the way.
Robin, that's not yours to give.
My
Kotaro
real life
stole
friends don't
that,
live
remember?
anywhere near
Also,
me.
you might
We're
wanna make sure
scattered
he doesn't
across
get
the
away.
country.
He's still wanted for the crimes he committed.
You're the True Master, but why didn't you tell me?
You never asked.
No, you deliberately misled him. When he assumed the Master was a man, you played along.
So why was it so important that I get to the top before sunset?
It is much easier to see the path when it's not dark.
Then why did you slow him down and make him help you carry water?
I give this part grief because I'm a reviewer, I'm a critic, but I honestly don't care that much about this part.
No, lady. Whenever he asked you for direct advice, you gave him
What is your
rules.
opinion on the Teen
This-
Titans movie trilogy? The original Teen Titans Special, Teen Titans Go, the movie Teen Titans versus
And
Teen Titans
this-
Go.
Such a journey cannot be measured in steps taken, young warrior.
Did have deep meaning to it.
I never
You
saw a
can't
Teen
expect
Titans
to
Go
take
movie. I should
everything
watch
straightforward
that.
when
I
half
did
the
see
things
Teen
you say
Titans
are
Go
not meant
versus
to be
Teen
taken
Titans, and
straightforward.
Starfire
Robin
felt
finally
really
gets
out of
to
character
train
in
with
that
the True
movie.
Master, once again cementing himself as the best of the best. And that was the quest. It's got some noticeable problems that a reviewer like me
The
can
original
easily
Teen Titans
spot, but it's still one of
special.
my favorite
Oh, I'm
episodes of
guessing
this
you mean
show.
the Return to
action is
Tokyo.
great, the comedy is fantastic. The
Yeah, I
character
like that
moments hit the
movie
nail on the
because I
head,
like
and
Teen
the morals
Titans.
have stuck
And that
with me
movie was a
for
Teen
years.
Titans movie.
I'm guessing this whole thing was supposed to be based off of some Asian folklore, but I'm too ignorant to know which one. Still, why did I choose to review this episode in
Thoughts on a
particular?
cosplay
You're
video.
going to
I would
ask
need
at
to
this
get
point.
into cosplay.
Obviously, I have a
which
life lesson.
I love
wanna
cosplay.
teach
I just don't
people,
do
and
it.
This cartoon will help me demonstrate my point. The episode teaches many great lessons about life, how to adapt when you're at a disadvantage, how the trials of a journey can change you, as well as the importance of perseverance when things get tough.
See,
but the
all
lesson
of
I'm
this
most
is what I
interested
really
in
wanted to
talking
talk about.
Is this one.
There is always going to be someone who does things the easy way. But that should not stop you from doing things the right way.
Integrity is a lesson I learned when I was very young, that no matter what, I have to always do my best to be my best, even when I can get away with doing wrong deeds and even when others are setting a bad example. And while I've always believed this lesson, the way the journey presents it through the True Master's advice was so perfectly worded that this specific diction has been engraved into my brain. However, I see all the time that not a ton of people share this belief. Whenever I get on my high horse and tell you intellectuals about morals and junk, the
I
most
was in
common
a
response
box,
I get is, come on, Shady, why should I be expected to do
Yeah,
the right thing when
DM
other
me the
people
video.
don't? If they're using corrupt tactics to get what they
On
want,
Twitter.
then so should I.
Give me
Sometimes
the
you gotta
video
do a
on
little
Twitter.
evil so that good may come. Look, I understand morality is not always the simplest thing
Or
in the
tweet it
world.
at me,
There
either
are
way.
some situations where how another person acts turns a wrong deed into a right one. Punching someone in the face is wrong, but if they attack you first, then that's no longer the case, as it's become a
You
matter
might
of
have
defending
answered this
yourself.
question,
the
but
majority of
what
the time
makes
when
you
I
want
hear
to
this
make
excuse,
videos?
it's
Is it
just
like an
another
impulse
version
or a
of the
hobby?
victim mentality. People look for reasons
Growing
to take
up,
the easier
I was
and
attracted
often
to editing.
moral route to their goal. And someone
I was attracted
else's
to doing a lot of
actions
things
is
on the
just the
computer.
excuse they need.
Editing
When
was one of
others
them.
do wrong and get away with it, or worse, get rewarded
putting all those
for it,
components
people
together
see
in a
themselves
video
as
coming
victims
out
and use that to
gave
justify
me a lot of
themselves
dopamine.
also doing wrong. Of course, we all know how I feel about victimization being
What
used
specifically
to
wanted
justify
me
wrongdoing.
made me want to
The
do
message of this
YouTube
video
videos
is
that I just don't like the 9 to 5
regardless of
system.
others'
I like
actions,
my
you should
time being my
always do
time.
what you
Like
believe
I don't
is
mind
right.
work.
Don't get me wrong. I'm well aware that this way
but
of
I
living
want
has
to decide what the work
consequences.
is.
Unlike Robin, who got what he wanted wanted in the end. Sometimes doing the right
What
thing
inspires
while
me to
others
make
don't means
like a very
failing and
specific
watching
video
them
is I
succeed
watch
where
something
you
and I
deserve
really
But you'll
want to
never
talk
be able
about
to control
something
all
that
the
I've
corruption
watched.
in the world. Only the corruption within
Or
yourself and your personal
incorporated.
environment.
Like right
Be
now,
the
it's
change
just
you want to
cartoons
see.
because that's what
Honestly, I've
attracts
never
people
been
to
a
this channel.
means justify
It's
the
cartoons,
means kinda
but I would
guy.
love to like
How
branch
you
out and
achieve
talk about
something
other
is just
stuff.
as important, if not more, than actually achieving it. Is it worth reaching your goal if you're not worthy of it, or worse, become something horrible just to get it? Being flighty about what you're willing to compromise on easily leads to a path of justifying horrible or even downright evil acts. Like the old saying goes, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. There will always be someone who lies, who cheats, who manipulates the system, who abuses their power, who does things that they know are wrong. But that should not stop you from doing what you know is right and being the best version of yourself that is most worthy of your goals. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Happy to say.
Oh, the video's
goodbye.
That was probably the best ending speech I've ever given in a video. Okay, so clearly the Teen Titans videos won that one. Sorry, She-Hulk. You got put up. It's just unfortunate that you got put up against the Robin video. All right, so that OBS, wake up. Do that. All right, so She-Hulk is out. Robin has won. The Teen Titans video has won. All right, and I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break, go to the bathroom, get some water and stuff. I will be right back, you guys. righty. Okay. So next. Ooh. Oh, I'm not sure who's going to win this one. This is a good one. Ooh, this is, oh my goodness. I'm not sure who's going to win this one. All right, here you guys go.
Yeah, you dozed off for a bit, and it's getting kind of late. I'm sure you're ready to head on home.
Yes, I am. I am ready.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Remember when I hinted that the next King of the Hill video was going to be about the entrepreneurship episode?
I've changed my mind.
But don't you intellectuals worry, because I'm going to make up for it. We are finally taking a look at the long-requested, ever-dreaded, terrible, horrible, no good, very bad episode that is Miss Wakefield. For those of you who don't know, Miss Wakefield is one of, if not the most infamous episodes of King of the Hill. I don't want to review it because it's bad and I'm going to suffer. But you guys want me to review it because it's bad and I'm going to suffer. Come on, Shady, this is a Christmas episode and yet you're reviewing it in November? First you do a Thanksgiving episode in December, then a Halloween episode in May, and now this? What is your deal? Why do you always review holiday episodes at the wrong time? Ah, yes. The answer to that question is quite complicated. For you see, the episode starts with Hank and the boys discussing their Christmas plans. Dale's trying to figure out what gift to
Who
give
did that
Nancy, while
voiceover
Hank is
for you?
informing the
What,
others
of the
his new
celery?
rules for this year's Christmas party.
Due to last year's unfortunate kissing incident,
Uh,
mistletoe is banned.
All
from
the
this
voices
year's
are.
Christmas
Oh, are you talking about the
Makes me sloppy.
Just gonna ignore that. The boys get a surprise visitor when a taxi
Skyrim
pulls up
thing?
behind Hank's house.
That was a clip from Four Dudes Conquer Skyrim by
that's raw music playing. Hold on.
What's his name? Killian Experience. Jeez.
That's better. This is Ruby Wakefield, perhaps the most hated side character in all of King of the Hill. But what could possibly be so grating about a sweet old lady? I hear you asking, as if I could respond to your question in the moment. Well, you psychopath, just wait until you see what this old lady can and will do. Hank and Ruby introduce themselves to each other.
I'm Ruby Wakefield, and I used to live here many years ago with my twin sister.
Ruby begins complimenting Hank's house as well as his gardening.
One
This, of course,
joke
flatters
I
Hank and leads
thought
him to inviting Ruby to
for
come
some
back the
reason
next
that people
day so
would
they can
find
talk some
hilarious,
more.
but
Later,
nobody
the Hills go to
mentioned it,
harvest a Christmas
was
tree.
that I
Can't help
constantly
but notice
call
the lack of
Ruby
cotton and
Ruby.
shotgun in this scene.
Like
As
everyone
Bobby
calls
gets
her
to
Miss
work, Peggy
Wakefield, but I
expresses
just
her
constantly call her
disapproval of Hank's
Ruby.
actions.
I still cannot believe you.
I thought people would
invited
find that
old woman over
hilarious,
for
but like
dinner.
nobody said anything about it.
Why? I mean, I know what devastation this creature will wrought, but what would Peggy have against her?
That's like putting out a saucer of milk for a stray cat. One lap, you'll never get rid of her.
Ladies
I
and
keep forgetting
gentlemen,
to flip the
ever-loving
screen on the
character
camera.
that is Peggy Hill.
I like old people as much as anybody should, but you've got to be careful.
What the writers are trying to do is use comedy as a form of foreshadowing. Doesn't really work though, since all Hank did was invite Ruby over for dinner, which isn't out of the ordinary for him, or most people for that matter. The next evening, Hank delivers on his promise and begins showing off the house to Ruby. Ruby tells the Hills some of her memories.
Justice
and in
League
exchange,
started
they tell her
strong,
some
but
of
King of the
theirs.
Hill's catching
That
up.
is a memory that you'll cherish someday, Bobby.
Her name is Ruby, but nobody calls her Ruby. The episode itself is called Miss Wakefield. Everyone calls her Miss
That's
Wakefield.
actually a real nice sentiment, and one I agree with. Doesn't matter what point in my life I'm in, I'll always
So I thought it
enjoy
would be
my
funny if I
nostalgic memories.
never called her
Unless
Miss
I get
Wakefield. I just called her
I
Ruby.
cannot believe we're out of coffee. It's getting close to bedtime anyway, huh?
Uh-oh, Peggy is determined to be annoying this episode. Quick, Ruby, stroke her ego to calm her down.
It amazes me how much you remind me of my sister. So smart and pretty.
Do you watch Bob's Burgers? I try. Everyone tells me.
We cut back to
But
the boys who are
the
still discussing
kids
what
are
Dale should
so
do next.
annoying.
Bill suggests taking her to a bed and breakfast, but Dale thinks he can
Not
talk.
I think Tina is the one who sounds like a boy. Not her. She's not annoying. The other two though are so annoying.
Gift that keeps on giving.
Okay, but why would you give that to Nancy as a gift? Will having a bed and breakfast make her happy in some way? Like, I get that Dale has dumb ideas, that's kind of his whole character, but said ideas usually start with his flawed logic. This one just kind of comes out of nowhere. Back in the Hills house, Ruby continues on the tour.
Can you imagine if Superman would have tried to handle Miss Wakefield
I dressed our dog
ethically?
Ladybird in my underwear and pretended that we were Calvin Klein models.
I mean, Superman would just given a speech about how she doesn't have to end things to be happy. She can experience more things.
This is where my sister died.
Good Lord.
For the record, I'm not laughing at the fact that Ruby's sister died, but at the execution of
Uh-oh.
shock humor. Ruby
Miss
tells the
Wakefield
story
is
of her
caught up.
sister's death in unnecessary detail. Naturally, it makes all the Hills uncomfortable knowing someone died in their house. Recalling the story exhausts Ruby, and she winds up taking a nap. An hour later, Hank wakes her up so he can send her on her way.
Ms. Wake?
Hey! What's going on? Oh, I'm still here.
Clever wordplay and foreshadowing of
Ms.
what's
Wakefield
about
is
to
past
happen.
Justice
Bravo,
League.
show. Ruby can see
Well,
that her
I
attempts to
guess
stealthily
people
execute her plan
spoken.
aren't working, so she comes
More
forward
King
to
of the
Hills with
Hill.
what she's trying to do.
The happiest times of my
As
life
always.
were spent here in this house. There's no place else.
No
in
point
the
in doing
world
Justice
that I
League
would rather
videos.
End my days. Yes, I want to die.
Whoa, hold up. You need to be careful, Ruby. Some of us can get in trouble if you just spit out sentences like that.
A lot of people were confused there. They're like, wait, can you not say die on YouTube? And yes, you can say die on YouTube. The problem is she specifically said, I want to, which a bot could pick up as trying to give yourself a premature game over. You want to avoid those or else you're going to have to wait for a review of your content.
So Ruby wants to end her days inside the Hills house, but the Hills are already uncomfortable knowing someone died in their house decades ago. There's no way they're going to agree to letting it happen today.
But it's important to me to die where I was happiest. Don't you want me to be happy?
Not that way.
Ruby pretends that she accepts the Hills' decision, but every time they turn their back, she tries to find a place to hide.
I promise not to drag this out. I bet it won't take me more than 2 days.
Eventually, Hank puts his foot down and just carries the woman out. Unfortunately, Ruby causes a scene, which causes all of Hank's nosy neighbors to come take a peek.
Why are you picking on that old lady, Shug?
I'm not picking on her.
And it starts. Hank's neighbors, despite hearing him explain himself and knowing Hank is a good man, shame him for his actions. This is the part that ticks people off. Don't worry, I'm gonna rant about it, but we gotta get a little further into the episode first. The next day, Hank tells the boys in detail what happened. When Dale hears everything, he gets the idea that Ruby should come to his house instead. That way his bed and breakfast can be haunted house.
Justice League is passing.
Got it. The theme is
Just
a haunted
barely
bed and
leading.
breakfast. If I can get that
I
crone
guess
to
people
agree
have
to die
spoken.
in my house and haunt
No
the
more
place,
King of the Hill
we'd be booked
reviews.
year-round.
It's all about that
And this
Justice
is basically
League.
the rest of the B plot. It's stupid and has no resolution, though I have been told that some King of the Hill episodes are missing B plot resolutions because they were once credit scenes that no longer come with the episodes. Later, we see the Hills getting ready for their Christmas party.
I can't believe that I'm feeling guilty about denying Ms. Wakefield's request.
You can't just have your characters announce how they feel. That makes me feel angry.
Ruby shows up once again, but to apologize this time. Hank almost falls for the apology, but at the last second manages to see through it.
I drank a lot of iced tea earlier. Could I use your bathroom?
You don't need to use the bathroom. You just want to die.
Yo, Hank, not you too. Like, you can say
Again,
those
him
words,
saying,
just not
"You
in that
just
order."
want
Later,
to,"
Hank and
is
Peggy
what
go out
made me
Christmas
make
shopping,
that
leaving
joke.
Bobby alone. This results in...
Unfortunately, I had to cut out a scene that I kind of wanted to leave in, and that's Bobby saying, "Whoa, you're gonna pants Santa? Wish I could be there." And then it cuts to Hank and Peggy, and the kid he was talking to is getting in trouble for pantsing Santa.
Bobby.
Yeah, at this point, the episode goes for a sort of ironic horror vibe. Ruby plays the role of the monster that everyone is afraid of. It's supposed to be funny because she's not really scary, but given everything else that's happening in the episode, I'm just not feeling the joke. When Hank finds
If
out
you're
what
talking
happened, he
about
and Peggy are
Jean,
home.
Jean is
Messing with
spelled
him
with an
one thing, but
apostrophe.
messing with his child crosses a line.
I'm sorry. You've left me no choice. There's the trespasser I called about. You want us to arrest that poor old woman?
Hank had to call Johnny Law on big bad old lady.
This
with
part
Walker.
If she were
boils
trying to
my
break into
skin
your
so
homes and
much.
die, you'd do the same thing. I tell you what.
Well, maybe you could compromise with her.
Compromise? How do I do that?
I'm just saying.
You're not saying anything.
Still.
And they all agree with him.
Wrong.
Absolutely nothing.
All right, rant time. Ruby insisting she pass on in Hank's house can easily just be seen as absurd and laughed at. But it's Hank's neighbors that make the episode flat out unenjoyable. All of them chastise Hank for what he's been doing, yet none of them, not a single one, can offer a solution of their own to the problem. And it's grating because, with the exception of Dale and possibly Bill, none of them would let Ruby have her way if they were in Hank's position. But even for argument's sake, let's say I'm wrong, far-fetched I know, and that all of Hank's neighbors would be fine with it if it were their house. None of that matters anyway, because when you get down to it, Hank has every right to deny Ruby
my
the
nose
request
was a
for
little stuffy
whatever
here
reason
or something
he
like that,
wants.
because I
It's
could
his
not
house,
scream as loud
and
as I
people should
wanted to on this
respect
part.
that. The man is doing nothing
That
wrong.
none of that matters anyway should have been
Meanwhile,
louder.
Ruby isn't taking no for an answer, insists Hank let her have her way with his property, and has gone so far as to harass him and his family. Every way you slice it, Ruby is the one in the wrong here. But because she's an old woman, everyone is treating the situation as though she's the victim. Anyway, the episode continues and it's reported in the newspaper that Ruby died at a bus stop. However, the next evening when the Hills come home, they find that her death was greatly exaggerated. And the topical joke for today's video is Twitter. Once again, we get an atmosphere of horror as the Hills look for Ruby inside their own house.
Miss Wakefield, if you're under here, please don't grab me by the throat and drag me into the gates of hell.
Okay, as much as I hate this episode,
That's
there are
still
still
a
some
funny
funny jokes.
joke.
Hank eventually finds Ruby, who desperately pleads with him.
Give me peace. Why can't you just let me be?
Because you are in his house. It doesn't matter if his house makes you happy. You being in it until the end of your days is not your decision to make. While Hank deals with Ruby, the rest of the Hills attend to their party guests.
He pronounces it Jean Jones.
But I found out that Bill is my secret Santa, and he always gives cool gifts.
John Redcorn,
His
not
human
sticking to his
name,
principles because
which
doing
is
so
the
would
disguise
cause him
name,
to lose
is
out on
John
something.
Jones. That's how you pronounce it.
shocker.
But his
The party is
actual
interrupted
Martian
by
name
Hank
is
trying to
Jean
drag Ruby through the
Jones.
living room.
She falsified her obituary and broke in here.
Let her be, Hank.
Yeah, man, I like that damn Christmas, man.
Did none of y'all hear what he just said? The woman
First time I seen a Shady stream. Thanks for all the
into
content
his
you've done,
house
dude.
against
Always
his
excited
wishes.
when I see new
Good
upload from you.
gravy,
Thank you very
Georgia,
much.
test these people. Hank and Peggy, both feeling the peer pressure, give in and allow Ruby her wishes. Ruby, finally getting what she wants, starts to
So
attempt
Manhunter
to
is
eat,
also
but
a
notices how
Jojo?
uncomfortable she's making everyone. She decides that maybe she could come back another time. Hank, however, has a counteroffer.
But you know, Ms. Wakefield, you don't have to come back to die. You could come back just to visit. Maybe join us for a cookout or sit under the tree you planted.
That would be nice.
Did she not realize this was an option? The episode tries to end on a heartwarming moment with everyone getting their Secret Santa gifts, but don't fall for it. They do not deserve
See, I
the Christmas
had an
spirit they're trying to
alternative
shove into
story
this.
I was
And
going
that
to tell
was
here,
Miss
but
Wakefield.
I
think
really
deserves
felt
all
like
the
I
hate it
was
gets. Not sure if I
adding
call it my least
unnecessary
favorite King of
fluff
the
to the
Hill episode,
video
but I
and
definitely
cut the whole
always
thing
get
out.
angry while watching it. Not everything about it.
So I
is
think
bad.
there
I can
was a
see
good
what they
story
were
for
trying to
Miss
do with
Wakefield
the
here.
ironic humor, and some of the jokes are indeed funny. But man, is all that overshadowed by all the frustration that comes with it. Not to mention, this episode completely ignores the fact that Ruby wants to give herself a premature game over. Yeah, she's not deathly ill or anything. That means Ruby herself was planning on cutting everything short.
I
It's not
literally
like King of
rewatched the
Hill
Miss
can't
Wakefield
make fun
review
of something
vid
like
a
that.
lot.
Like I always say,
Taking the time to say
nothing is
thanks
safe
for
from
making
comedy.
your
But it's
vids.
just
They
weird
help
that absolutely no one
out a lot
acknowledges
with
it.
designing
I genuinely
characters and
think
plot
it's a
work when
concept the
I
writers
get
weren't
stuck
aware
writing.
that they
Oh,
added.
that's
Now let's
that's
talk about
cool.
Ruby's entitlement for a bit. I didn't think I was going to use this today, but I guess Destiny had different plans.
Ah, somebody called me out on this. I thought it would just be a funny sight gag, and somebody was like, "You can't stand on that box, Shady." I'm like, I know, it's just supposed to be a joke.
A lot of people chastise this episode because of Ruby's entitlement and Hank's friends encouraging her behavior. The thing is, I see real life Ruby situations all the time, aka real people believing they are entitled to something someone else has and outsiders looking in supporting said people. Don't get me wrong, I think the world would be a better place if everyone helped each other out more, but I don't think that's a mentality that should be forced. No one owes you anything, and if you think you can force them to give it to you, then that's just you being a spoiled brat or a tyrant. Same thing, but one has more power.
What was the alternative story? My alternative story for this episode was Ruby comes to the house and she's upfront about what she wants to do. She's like, hey, I've come here and I want to end my days here. And Hank has to think on it because he's like, I don't want to deny her a request, but it really makes me uncomfortable. And she respects him. She's like, okay, I understand you need time to think, but would you mind if I hung out around here because this place makes me happy? And he would allow her to hang out until he could make a decision. While she's at the Hills house, she becomes friends with someone. I would say Bobby would probably have the biggest impact, but it could be Bobby, it could be Luann, it could be Bill, it could be Connie, anyone. It could be anyone. She becomes really good friends. She tells stories to this person. Maybe she reads while this person is like around, like maybe Connie's doing her homework and then Wakefield is reading out loud and Connie's like, yeah, it really helps me study. They get to know each other. And then towards the end of the episode, Hank comes and he says, while this person is near, he says, okay, I've decided that I will allow this. And then he says, yep, Miss Wakefield's going to die. And the person who she's been spending time with overhears that part. Miss Wakefield is going to die here. And they get really sad and they're like, no, I want to do more stuff with you. I can't believe you're going to die. Are you sick? And they like plead with her like, oh, I can't believe this is happening. I'm so sad. I can't. And they say something like, I want to make more memories with you or something like that. I want us to spend more time together. And Ruby says, don't worry, I'm not going anytime soon. We'll spend more memories. Kind of affirming that she's not going to end things herself. Like she's found a reason to keep going. And it's with this new person who she's become friends with. That's what I would have done with a setup like that. And of course, you throw in some jokes here and there. It's King of the Hill. Yeah, she will still eventually die, but like the point was like Hank was saying it was gonna happen like tonight or soon or something like that. He would say she's going to die right now or something like that. And the person, whoever she's gotten attached to, would be like, no, I can't believe you're going to die so soon. And she'd say, and she will respond to them like, I don't plan on dying anytime soon or something like that. Power. But here's the thing. Just say the thing. Because society gives people so much, many don't recognize what they take for granted and naturally believe they are old things. It can be very easy to become entitled and not even realize you're doing it. If you're concerned you might fall into this mindset, there's a very simple way to make sure you don't. You know what that is? Be thankful. Remember this scene?
But it's important to me to die where I was happiest. Don't you want me to be happy?
Not that way.
Now pair that up with this scene.
But you know, Ms. Wakefield, you don't have to come back to die. You could come back just
for the record.
Maybe join
there
us
are
for
no
a cookout or
ties.
sit under
If
the
this thing
trees
ends in a
plant.
tie, I'm making the decision.
Nice.
Ruby was so insistent on the things she wanted, she was missing out on the other opportunities she had. It wasn't until she stopped pouting about not getting her way that she was willing to accept other solutions that could make her happy just as much, if not more so, than her original plan. Seeking out something is fine, but always be appreciative of what you already have, including opportunities. When you stop demanding that life be exactly as you want it, you start to understand the good that life has already given you. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Have you to say.
I will say, if this was a Bill episode, it may have hit really hard. Yeah, Bill would have dealt with this in a much more heavy way. Oh, for once, these recommended videos make sense.
Clark tells us you're on your own this year. We don't allow anyone to visit for the holidays without taking a present home with them.
But I brought no gift for you.
Nonsense. Your company is the only present we need.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it's the
Yeah,
season
I
of
was
giving,
very
I'm
stuffed
gonna
up when I
give
recorded
you
this.
intellectuals
And I
a
don't know
special
why.
treat.
My
Why did I
sinuses
stress that
just
word?
like to
That wasn't
interfere
fun.
with
Who
when I'm
writes
recording.
These freaking scripts? Don't think your response to the Teen Titans video didn't go unnoticed. It's been a hot minute since something matched King of the Hill in views, let alone beat it. This tells me exactly what I need to know. You guys want more superhero shows.
Actually, we specifically want more Teen Titans.
Yes, more superhero shows. Your cries have been heard loud and clear. Today we're looking at Comfort and Joy, the Christmas episode of what I consider to be the absolute best superhero cartoon ever made, Justice League the Animated Series. To be clear, I consider Justice League and Justice League Unlimited to be the same show, so I'm not arguing one is better than the other. What I am arguing is that both of them are better than everything else.
And that's a fact.
Now, technically, I have talked about this show on the channel before, but that was way back before I even had my first 100 subscribers, so I highly doubt any of you even know those videos exist. Thus, I'm going to give the needed context as if
those old videos, those old Justice League videos, I did those like, I had one semester of college left, and I only had one class, but I was taking a semester off to build up for it. And I was like, while I'm taking this semester off, I will take YouTube a bit more seriously, and I'll try to do like videos all the time. And those were the videos I was doing, those Justice League videos. But I also had a part-time job, and at this part-time job, I had to walk to this part-time job. And I pretty much killed myself by, wow, I just said the words I was trying to avoid them from saying. I pretty much just destroyed myself. Like walking to work, walking back to work. I think it was like a 3-mile walk, working and then trying to do YouTube at the same time. And that's when I decided back then, like, hey, until you're like making money off of this thing, this is just a hobby. Like, don't do this.
none of you have ever heard of this show. Justice League, based on the comic book
series of the same name,
is a continuation of Batman the Animated Series and Superman the Animated Series. After realizing they could do more good together than separate, a group of superheroes form a team to unite their abilities against threats too big for any one of them individually.
Sound familiar?
That could truly work for the ideals of peace and justice. What? Like a bunch of super friends? More like a Justice League.
The team
I would love to see the reaction of those people that say animation is for kids when they discover adult animation. Who was it recently that said that? I think it was Matt Walsh, who recently was like, adults should not be watching cartoons, like even adult cartoons. And I'm like,
an intergalactic police officer who can create constructs. The Flash,
animation is just an art medium. It's just a way of communicating an idea. Like, what are you talking about?
A bird humanoid from another planet where war is basically a daily occurrence. Woo, talk about diversity. We got your woman. We got your person of color.
Shady, have you seen Justice League versus Teen Titans and or Teen Titans is just Judas Contract? No.
Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne,
I stopped
Diana Prince, John
engaging in a lot of
John
superhero
Jones,
stuff mid-2010s.
Unlike Teen Titans, where the characters went by their hero names
other than the movies.
and ignored their
the movies was the only thing I
99%
was
of the time,
into,
Justice
specifically
League jumped back
MCU.
and
And then I
so
stopped
will
with
in
the
this review.
MCU
John is
after
the
Endgame.
exception. The show only calls him John because Martian Manhunter is the biggest mouthful in the universe. If you read comics, you might think this is a slightly unorthodox selection of characters. No Hal Jordan, no Barry Allen, and Hawkgirl of all people?
Hawkgirl? What's she doing here?
Well, remember what I said about...
Ooh, a lot of people called me out on this. A lot of people, oh man, okay, I'm acting like I'm angry. I would have done the same thing if I were them. A lot of people were like, actually, Shady, the reason why Jon Stewart and Wally West are in the show is because they were the canon Green Lantern and Flash in the comics. And I knew about like Jon Stewart. I knew Hal was the Spectre at the time. Barry I didn't know about. Barry, I did not know that he was dead at the time. But that wasn't my point. My point was they weren't original members of the league. Like, you would want the original iconic members when starting the league. Also, I remember watching the commentary on why they picked who they picked. And they said John, and I think Hawkgirl as well, specifically were diversity picks. Which, back then, I was like, oh, that makes sense. They want different characters. If they had said that now, I'd have been like, oh, why? You seriously left out Hal Jordan because Jon Stewart is black? Oh. I think diversity in characters is, like, good when you're, depending on the story you're telling. And I don't think, honestly, looking at the show, Hal would have been a good choice. I think his personality is a bit too similar to Wally's. I think Kyle would have been fine. though I think Guy probably would have been a better pick. Though if you watch my original video, I actually say I think Guy wasn't as good of a pick as John. But I think Guy, because he's like very chaotic, would actually have been like the better pick. Because there's a lot of very by the books characters in the league. I think Guy would have clashed with. But yeah, a lot of people actually'd me about this. And again, I would have done the same thing if I were them.
About Teen Titans. One of the most important aspects of a superhero teen show is watching their personalities.
I don't think Hal Jordan was in the... Was he in the Superman show? Was Hal Jordan in the Superman show? I know Kyle was. Kyle was definitely in the Superman show. I don't remember Hal Jordan, though. He might have been, and I just forgot. I haven't seen that many episodes of Superman the Animated Series. And the episodes of Batman the Animated Series, I don't really remember that well. It was a long time ago.
Clash. Hal and Barry would have been more faithful to the comics, but John and Wally's personalities make for a more interesting dynamic. Also, this is a continuation, so I'm a little uncertain of how many characters...
Somebody also said Flash specifically wears Wally's belt, not Barry's. And in case you guys don't know, Wally West is the fastest Flash in the comics. I kind of think it should be Barry, because Barry literally is the Speed Force, but they specifically said Wally is the fastest Flash.
Characters already existed in Batman and Superman. Flash certainly did, but I don't think he was revealed to be Wally at the time. Still, with his constant joking nature, he kind of had to be.
Sorry I'm late. Just woke up 2 minutes ago.
All right, that's all you need to know. Let us proceed. The episode starts with the Justice League doing what they do. Two planets are on a collision course with each other, and the natives on one planet have asked for help to prevent it.
You gave us the knowledge to construct the gravitation device and trusted the League to be your hands. We will not fail you. Status report, Flash.
Just keep beaming those instructions into my head, John.
It's a lot of exposition you got going on there. The League finished their machine, which stabilizes the ice planet's orbit, and you'll probably notice immediately that 2 members are missing. Well, with a show that has 7 main characters, you need to know when to sideline some. While it's fun to have everyone there, constantly trying to force them into situations they don't belong in would be bothersome. Also, it makes sense lore-wise, as superheroes each would be too busy to respond to every Justice League call.
I wish I had the clip of Jean specifically saying that like 3 of the superheroes they knew were busy, but I couldn't remember what episode it was from.
This time around, the ones who drew the short straw were Diana and Bruce, so this Christmas will be without Wonder Woman and This Christmas will be without Batman.
I wanted to pay some kind of homage to, oh my goodness, why can I not remember his name? Guys, Batman, what's his name? Oh my goodness. I'm so bad with remembering names lately. I need to do crossword puzzles, get my memory back up. I keep wanting to call him Bruce. Who is Bruce Timm? That name keeps coming into my head every time I try to think of Batman. I want to call him Tim, but his name's not Tim. No, not freaking Adam West. You know who I'm talking about. Kevin Conroy, thank you. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. My brain's been having issues with freaking remembering stuff today. Kevin Conroy, yeah, I wanted to do some kind of tribute to Kevin Conroy, but I was like, this episode isn't at all about Batman, and I am trying to stick to it. So this was the best I could do. And a lot of people was like, wow, right in the feels. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I was aiming for, because that's how it felt when I found out the news. Bruce Timm, character designer for the animated series. Okay, that makes sense. Because every time I'm like, oh, I want to talk about Batman from the animated series, my brain immediately says, oh, you mean Bruce Timm? I'm like, no, that's not his name.
As the League gets ready to head out, Flash and Superman express their eagerness to celebrate Christmas. Jean, being an alien who only recently made Earth his home, doesn't really have any Christmas spirit. Superman, being Superman, decides that that's not the American way and proceeds to scheme. Meanwhile, Green Lantern decides to stay on the ice planet for mysterious reasons, and Shira indulges him. And then we get the intro.
So if you haven't seen, on my Twitter, on this part right here, this part got flagged for copyright. And I was really ticked off because it was another one where I waited a couple days and it said it was fine. And then once I released it, it's like, nope, I hate you. So I had to cut out a joke that was here. No. This one, I didn't wait a couple days. I released it into the system like 3 times. And then it flagged me for copyright anyway for something else. But yeah, a joke was cut out here where I sing the lyrics that I made up as a kid. They're on my Twitter if you want to hear what those are.
Now, it is a bit cheesy, but talk about hype. The music and cinematography really make you feel like you're about to see legends in action. As a kid, this always got me excited for the show. I even made up lyrics to sing along with the theme. Admittedly, the animation does have a bit of an uncanny valley feel to it in some parts, but that's easily forgivable. What really sells it are the silhouettes. When you can't fully see the detail of something,
Silhouettes was a
an aura
brilliant
mystique
move.
that perfectly fits this intro. Anyway, the episode continues and we see John snowboarding down a hill.
You fly through space all the time, but sliding down a snowy hill makes you shriek like a child?
Shira, it's not necessarily that it's exciting now, it's just that it reminds him of a time when his life was full of excitement. I love nostalgia.
Each winter, my grandmother would take me sledding in the park. It was the best part of Christmas.
Excuse me for a second.
Holy crap, it's Phil Lamar!
Okay, I'm back. Yep, that's our boy Phil Lamar voicing Green Lantern. If you don't recognize how he sounds here, his voice might sound familiar when he's trying to get back to the past, or when he's putting a shock to your system, or when he's living for the weekend. John continues to demonstrate to Shira what exactly makes the snow so enjoyable to him, going through all the Christmas cliches.
It's a snow angel. See my wings?
Right.
Give whoever wrote that joke a medal. Eventually, John is able to find an activity Shira can get into. She's from a war planet after all, so fighting is natural to her.
Bring it on, snowman!
Ha, I get it. The episode transitions back to Earth where we see the Flash
I knew a lot of people were going to want to hear those lyrics, and I was like, that's going to be a funny joke, so I threw it in there. But YouTube was like, is that music that I recognize? No.
Central City more than any other superhero is from their hometown. The reason for this is because rather than acting like a god who looks down on the people, like most DC heroes, Flash acts like a good neighbor who just happens to have superpowers. He'll ask you how your day is going and will stop to help you with the most mundane of problems. The people of Central City feel like the Flash is their friend. Now, Superman does this too, but it's slightly different for reasons we'll get into later. I said this in the Teen Titans video, and I'll say it here. Good gravy do I miss when superheroes were simply good people. Getting back, every year the Flash promises to get the orphans one Christmas present of their choice. This year, the kids want a DJ Rubber Ducky. I want to be upset, but I've seen so many poop and fart-based toys, I can't even call this unrealistic.
And I was never into them as a kid. Like poop and fart-based jokes, yes, but toys,
we then
no.
transition to the last story. Superman invites John to stay at his parents' farm to celebrate Christmas.
Clark.
Hi, Ma. Pa. Merry Christmas.
It's the Kents.
They do melt my heart every time I see the Kents.
Oh, we're no strangers to aliens in this house. You just make yourself at home.
Before Nolan and Snyder got their grubby little hands on them, Jonathan and Martha Kent were the most wholesome characters in all of comic books.
This right here, this is the only episode you need to watch to understand why Man of Steel was such an insult to the Superman franchise. Where freaking Jonathan Kent is like, what, should I just let those kids die? Maybe. You have the wrong person there. Jonathan Kent would never even utter the word maybe to letting kids die. No. That's why I was like, Man of Steel, that's not this. That person in Man of Steel is not Superman. That is someone wearing the Superman costume who has Superman's power. That is not him. All right. And I don't know what y'all did with Jonathan Kent. He is awful. That is a completely different character.
Books. They were warm, loving, and cared about people on a small level. They are Superman's anchor to his sense of right and wrong, and it makes sense that as simple farm folk, they are what helped define him.
I've never seen this side of you, Clark.
That's why I like coming home for the holidays. I can just relax and be myself.
This is what I meant when I said Superman had a slight difference to the Flash. Clark Kent is also one of the nicest guys on the planet, but he plays the secret identity game very close to the chest, and thus can only be nice in certain ways as Superman and nice in other ways as Clark. It's only when he's in a place where he doesn't have to worry about all of that, like his parents' farm, can he let it all out.
Yeah, see, Clark doesn't normally call people by name unless they're like official people. Like, he'll call Lois Lane by name, but freaking Jimmy Olsen, this very famous story both in the comics and in the show, got in a heap of trouble for being considered Superman's friend.
And just be himself.
Whereas
All
Flash
now that
treats
we've gotten all three
everyone
stories
like
introduced,
he's
I'll stop
legit
jumping
their
around and
friend.
go through them one by one. Shira and John continue their snowball war, but take it to the next level. I absolutely love the concept of superheroes using their superpowers to just mess around and have fun. When you have an ability for a long enough time, it just becomes a part of you. Eventually, John overwhelms Shira and is declared the victor.
Feeling more festive?
I still don't get this whole obsession with the holidays. Back on Thanagar, we would celebrate after a successful battle. I have found one planet where the people celebrated the same.
Golly, 76 votes. I think this is the most votes anyone has got.
Fully charged power ring. Try me.
So Hawkgirl and Green Lantern head to a strange part of space, and excuse me, that's clearly a Thanagarian. John, are you?
People have told me that's not. First of all, I didn't really think that was a Thanagarian. I kind of a joke. People have told me that's not a Thanagarian. That's an homage to something. Flash, I think, maybe.
Are you not seeing this? Shira is supposed to be lost from her home race.
I just wanted to reference that in the next episode.
Nothing. You might want to ask her some questions.
John's gonna get
You said
betrayed.
This is where you go to relax?
No, I said this is where I go to celebrate.
Not the question I meant, John. It's fine. You'll find out the truth in literally the next episode. So John experiences Shira's place of choice and finds it to be more exotic than he was expecting. Actually, a Green Lantern's ring automatically translates any language directed at him that he doesn't understand.
Try this. It's great.
Get it? Because she's part bird? Since Shira was having so much fun with a snowball fight, naturally the night could only be made better with a real fight.
What?
Not gonna lie, while it does fit Shira's character to randomly start a fight, part of me thinks this was put here to help meet the action quota.
One of the most painful things to watch in Justice League the Animated Series is if you're a Green Lantern fan and you see all the crap he gets into. It's like, this person would not stand a chance against a freaking Green Lantern.
A lot of superhero shows will find random reasons to add a fight scene because, you know, that's what
Like
most people are
Superman, you
here
can
for.
suspend your
At the end of
disbelief,
the
but
call,
Green Lantern
Shira,
seems to
John,
have
and their
about
new
the same
best friend
powers.
Snuggle up for a good night's rest.
Merry Christmas, John.
Oh, yeah, did I neglect to mention that these two were an item at this point? Yeah, in case you didn't catch on, this whole debacle was supposed to be a superhero Christmas date. John shares some of his customs, and Shira shares some of hers. While I can appreciate the sentiment of it all, I think it would have hit home better if there was just one moment where John was on the alien moon and was actually having fun.
Seriously, I just wanted him to smile like once throughout the thing. He smirks a little when he thinks Shira's about to kiss him. But, like, he doesn't smile once when doing the activities that she likes. When she said, you wouldn't like it, she was right. He didn't like it. I feel like he'd get into a bar fight. Like,
The entire time, he just looks uncomfortable and or frustrated. I would have liked it more if he had gotten into the bar fight just like Shira got into the snowball fight. Anyway, back to the Flash's story. Wally attempts to fulfill his promise to get the kids their DJ Rub-a-Ducky. He finds out the hard way, though, that the caretaker wasn't kidding when she said they were sold out everywhere. Being the fastest man alive, Wally figures he'll go straight to the source and is able to get his hands on the very last one made from the Japanese factory itself. Something tells me that a superhero getting a toy from an Asian factory would not go over well in today's age.
okay, so that joke didn't hit that well because, like, I wasn't sure if the factory was in China or Japan. Then I saw Mount Fuji in the background. I was like, oh, that's Japan. But I had the joke written down, and I was like, will it still land? Because I was mainly thinking of China. Because a lot of people have issues with the work that's going on in China. So I still left the joke in and said Asian. I didn't say Japanese or Chinese. I just said Asian. But joke doesn't really land that well.
As the Flash heads back to the orphanage, he hears an explosion, and being a superhero, he prioritizes.
Do you believe the horrendous amount of public funding spent on this so-called art? It's garbage, an affront to any decent human aesthetic.
Wait, Flash, hold on. Let him finish what he's doing. This is Ultra Humanite, by the way. You don't need to know much about him except that he's a super genius, a reoccurring supervillain, and his whole shtick is acting superior. The Flash manages to beat Humanite, of course, but in doing so, his DJ Rub-a-Ducky gets destroyed. Wally laments out loud that the toy was for some kid's Christmas. Human Knight scoffs and gives a lecture of how he hates Christmas because all the supposed good that comes out of it is manufactured.
Forced jollity on every lip, insincere goodwill in every heart, tidings of comfort and joy indeed.
Flash, however, explains that Human Knight is missing the point.
For a creep that claims to personify human advancement, I think you'd know what it means to pass along goodwill, especially to kids who need some. I'd like to think they'd grow up to pass that goodwill on to others.
Such a good quote. That is such a good quote. I mean, it's not something that you could just roll off the tongue, but it's like it sticks in you with just how well it's executed.
It never ceases to amaze me how well this show made sure the comic relief character was the heart of the team. Human Knight admits that while Flash's sentiments are childish, there is some value to be found in them. He calls a truce with Wally for the sake of the children, and not only fixes the toy, but gives it an upgrade.
Hello, children. Come close and I'll tell you a story.
Is that DJ Rubber Ducky?
Well, an improvement, wouldn't you say?
I kind of liked it when he made the poopy noise.
Her beloved toy came alive to lead her
But this is good, too.
Adventure.
Before heading out, the Flash decides to pay Human Knight a visit and say thanks.
An aluminum Christmas tree.
I know, it's kind of cheesy, but...
No, we had one just like it when I was... It's very nice.
This freaking show, my goodness.
I genuinely feel like I don't do this episode, quote unquote, justice. Pun unintended. That scene genuinely does make me tear up like every time. Like just seeing the niceness of Flash. Like I myself am not really that nice to people. Like I try to be polite, but goodwill towards other people, like genuine goodwill, is such a beautiful thing to me. It's a Wonderful Life leaves me in tears every single time I watch it. So it's like when I see genuine goodwill, I mean, even in a fictional form, this is fiction, but when I see it, it genuinely leaves me like in tears.
Gracious. I've got tears in my eyes. Oh, wait, the meme. Time to throw steaks on the grill. Nah, screw the meme. Guys, I cry every time. Honestly,
Joby Ray,
Flash's
I end
story
the
is my favorite of the trio. I just love seeing how
the
he's
video
able to
with
give
that
even
scene.
Human Knight some minor joy in his life. All right, let's finish this up. Back at the farm, the Kents are sharing stories of Christmas past with Jean.
We used to wrap his presents in lead foil so he couldn't peek.
You mean Santa wrapped them?
Oh.
Hold on.
So he couldn't peek.
Whoever decided that this would be Superman's face when he heard that, give that guy a super raise. I mean, I know it's way in years into the future, but this facial expression has stuck with me for so long. It's so perfect. He looks so distraught that they said that.
You mean Santa wrapped them?
Oh, of course, dear.
Okay, so one of the things this episode wants to do is show that Superman behaves differently when he's at home because he's...
Now, I get called out on this part in two different ways. One, a lot of people say, no, Superman doesn't actually believe in Santa. He just insists that they hold up the charade of it all because it helps put him in the Christmas spirit. And I can see that argument because when you look at his eyes, they get into an unenthusiastic pose that I didn't notice before, so I can see that argument. The other argument that a lot of people throw out at me is that Santa exists in DC Comics. And a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, okay, get my thoughts together. Oh, jeez. Riyadzilla, thank you so much. So sorry if I've said too much here, but seriously, my dad loved this episode and it meant the world to me how you presented it. Thank you, Shady. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, oh man, you make me think of my dad. My dad was a huge superhero person. Talking about superheroes and watching superhero stuff a lot of times reminds me of him. But what I was saying is the second thing that people say is that, Santa actually exists in the DC comics. And people are like, oh, you should maybe pick up a comic book or two and read it. And then you would know that Santa exists and he gives he gives Darkseid a piece of coal every single year. And I'm like, I'm sorry I don't have every fact of DC Comics memorized. Like, I get the actually spirit, because I actually people all the time. But when people are like, oh, if you actually read comics, you would know. I'm sorry, I would know that. I've got a lot of comics in the shelf over there that I have read. A good chunk of them are DC. I read a lot of comics when I was a teenager. And I'm sorry I didn't come across the comic that talked about Santa giving a lump of coal to Darkseid. Which I'm guessing most people know because like some YouTuber who reviews comics has told them about it. Like, oh man, I'm a little salty with that because like I don't mind like actually I do it all the time. But when people are like, you don't actually participate in this because you don't know this very obscure detail. I'm like, I've sat down and I've read plenty of comics for years, and I'm sorry I never came across the very specific one about Santa giving a lump of coal to Darkseid. But it doesn't even like hit my point, because my point is in this show, Santa is not a thing, but Superman still believes in him. But the first point people do have a valid thing. It's like, it's not that Superman believes in Santa, it's that he just insists on keeping up the charade so that he can feel the Christmas spirit. Oh man, I'm not really that bad about it. I want to get that off my chest. There was that one comic though, that one comment that was like, you don't read comics because of that kind of upset me. It's like, oh, that one obscure thing means you don't read comics. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
He's being his true self. It does this by making Clark super naive. Objectively, it doesn't really make any sense. Superman, whose Fortress of Solitude is in the North Pole, still believes in Santa Claus. Yeah, that is a ludicrous thing to ask your audience to accept. Subjectively, however, I don't care. And everyone I know who has seen this episode doesn't care either. It is funny and charming that Superman, the most powerful being on Earth, is so innocent he still thinks Santa is a thing. This is a perfect example of writers doing something objectively bad, but doing so makes the experience better. This is why art isn't an exact science. Anyway, the kids have a gift for Jean.
Our group at the community center always knits a few extra gifts.
Again, because I have to edit stuff, like, I really hope people go back and watch this episode, because I don't do it justice, because I have to edit around stuff and avoid copyright and stuff. This scene is so beautifully done, where Jean gets his Christmas gift. It's so wholesome.
I wasn't sure about the size.
I can grow into it.
If we could somehow harness the wholesomeness of this scene, we could generate enough power for world domination! And then we won't go through with it because it's Christmas. To further understand the Christmas spirit, Jean decides to take a stroll through Smallville. He sees people enjoying each other's company, reinforces a child's belief in Santa, and listens to a choir singing.
The world in solemn stillness lay to hear the angels sing.
The next day, which I presume is Christmas, the Kents wake up to a surprise. Jean, in his natural form, is holding the family cat and singing.
Again, another extremely wholesome scene that I can't really do justice.
Angels singing, but what is clear is this. Jean now gets the spirit of Christmas and is expressing his joy. Because they are the nicest people in existence, the Kents seeing Jean happy is greater than any present he could have given them.
And he said he didn't bring a gift.
They changed something about Superman. Maybe that's just because this is the second season. But his, when they want to make someone look old, they just draw a couple lines on their face. Superman had those at the beginning of the series, but they might have taken them away since this is season 2.
There's a lot to love about this story, but there are two things I want to draw attention to specifically. For one, other than insisting Jean stay with him on the farm,
didn't Jean also help find a missing girl? Not in this episode, no.
Clark constantly making Jean do things with Jean protesting. But
I know what episode you're talking about. You're talking about the Amazo episode. Jean he was dealing with a massive. Basically, he was reading everyone's mind at once. and he had to get himself together, but he stopped in order to help find a missing girl. That wasn't this episode, but it did happen in this show.
This story decides that the best way to get Jean into Christmas is to just show it to him and let him decide whether he likes it or not. The other thing is, it's never overtly said what Jean discovers. Maybe the writers felt they didn't need to do that because they already said what Christmas was about in the Flash section of the story, but still, I enjoy that there's no dialogue about it in this one. You know Jean now gets Christmas and that he enjoys it, even if he never says exactly what it is he gets. And that was Justice League's Comfort and Joy. Good gravy, do I absolutely love this episode. Admittedly, the Hot Girl Green Lantern part could have been slightly better, but the other two stories
Hold on. I just noticed something. Go back. The way John walks here. He walks just like Lydia does in Skyrim.
The Hot Girl Green Lantern part could have been slightly better.
Like he's holding a sword and a shield all the time.
Knock it out of the park for me. All three are exactly what I want to see during Christmas. A Christmas date, a Christmas truce, and a Christmas welcoming. It's all people just enjoying each other's company and being kind to one another. Like I said before, the Flash's adventure is definitely my favorite. Watching Humanite receive simple joy breaks me every time. Also, Humanite's point about Christmas being manufactured and therefore pointless is one I see quite often. A lot of people tell me the same thing when it comes to fictional characters. They're not real, so there's no point in getting so invested in them. I actually did a video on this subject some years ago. The TLDR of the video is that while yes, fictional characters aren't real, they tend to represent something that is. The same can be said about Christmas. Just like superheroes, Christmas is a reminder of the potential good man has to offer, and it inspires people to be better versions of themselves.
Hold on, go back. What did I say?
And it inspires people.
No,
Christmas is a reminder of the potential good
yeah,
man has to offer, and it inspires people to be better versions of themselves. Also, there's the whole Jesus thing. What? I'm a Christian. I'm obligated to mention it. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Advi to say.
Have you done the one episode where Batman speaks with the little girl who's afraid in her head and they are on the swing set? I've seen that clip so many times. I have not. This is the only Justice League episode I've reviewed. But we've reached the end, guys. And it looks like we have a wiener. Unless once I look back, it'll suddenly change. Nope. All right. Justice League did it. It beat... I think it's the only one to beat King of the Hill. I think everything else, King of the Hill won. Justice League Christmas. All right. And that leaves one more. All right. There we go.
So there's this town called Whoville on a snowflake, which is filled with a who's who of who's. In enters a child who's confused about Christmas. Dad, why do we celebrate Christmas? Because we like stuff, duh. Isn't that bad? Oh, now that you're old enough to help do the shopping, Christmas is suddenly bad. Meanwhile, on a mountain, teenagers are trying to be in a horror story. That's Mr. Grinch's door. Touch it. Guys who touch doors are so hot. I don't know, man. Rumor has it that Mr. Grinch is a mean one. Please get off my property. The rumor rumors were true. Run! Dad, Mr. Grinch was mean to us and he beat us up. And then the mayor shows up and he's like,
hello, everyone. I am actually the villain of this movie. I want to remind you all to hate Mr. Grinch extra hard this Christmas. Yay.
Then the child is like, Dad, why do people hate Mr. Grinch? Because he's ugly and antisocial. And that's a bad thing? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Now go back to where we keep the mega death machine and don't fall in and die.
Oh, the
I fell
camera
in and
died.
I'm about to die, help! But then Mr. Grinch pulls her out. You saved me.
Give me back my mask.
Wow, you really are a heel. The dad who goes home to the mom who, and the sexy who is like, Mom who, look at me, I'm sexy. Oh my goodness, girl, put some pants on, you're gonna freeze. Also, there's kids in this neighborhood. I have 2 teenage sons and they do not need to see you like that. Then Mr. Grinch goes home and he's like, I'm disgusting and I hate everyone who's not my dog. Time for sleep. Then the child starts doing research on Mr. Grinch. We used to raise him.
I used to bully him.
I used to stare at him longingly while licking things. Wait, are you attracted to Mr. Grinch? Yes, absolutely, 100%. If you can't,
Will you ever consider making these short reviews of regular series? I love them. I'm trying to.
You'll never get my girl. You're as cuddly as a cactus and as charming as an eel. What?
The numbers make it hard, but I am trying to because I love making them.
Nope, can't think of a reason.
Later, all the Who's down in Whoville come together to celebrate.
Who should we vote for to be our most favoriteest person ever?
I vote Mr. Grinch.
But child, we hate Mr. Grinch.
We shouldn't hate someone just because they're ugly and antisocial.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
But I'll allow it so I don't look evil. Hooray, we love Mr. Grinch now. Then the child climbs a mountain. Come to our Christmas party. Okay, so Mr. Grinch goes down to the Christmas party and everyone loves him, but the mayor doesn't like that.
Remember when you threw a temper tantrum?
You should do it again.
Why would I?
Because you're a bad banana with a
crazy black peel.
I want your Soldier Cold phrase, no!
When I was editing this, that Winter Soldier code phrase killed me. Like, I could not continue editing. I was laughing so freaking hard.
The mayor's like, see everyone, I told you we can't trust ugly and antisocial people. Let's make sure we always hate Mr. Grinch.
Seems legit.
Are all y'all gonna hate me too?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Then Mr. Grinch goes home and he's like,
the Who's don't know the true meaning of Christmas. I'll have to teach them by stealing everything.
So he goes to do that. What the crap?
Ho, 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 it's me, Santa.
You think I'm 2 years old or something? You're green and hairy. I know you're not Santa. Take the tree. Take everything. I don't care. I hate Christmas now.
Your family's probably gonna be sad.
That sounds like a whole lot of not my problem. Anything you leave, I'm burning tomorrow morning. So the Who's wake up to see all their stuff gone and they're like, well, crap. But then they stop caring. So Child goes back up the mountain and she's like, you did it, Mr. Grinch. You stole Christmas and ruined it.
You idiot, I didn't ruin anything. Christmas doesn't come from a store.
Then Mr. Grinch has a heart attack and it gives him super strength. So the two go back down to the town and Mr. Grinch is like,
I brought all your stuff back after stealing it. Do you guys like me now?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Then everybody sings and eats a turkey. So basically, property damage isn't a crime in Whoville.
Okay, well, that's the end of that one. And that's the end of the list. Those are all the videos that I did this year. So, I'll bring this up. Are you guys sure? Seems like we still got some votes coming in for the thing. It's real close. Do you want to say a live stream was better than the Grinch in a nutshell? Oh, it's 50-50. You know what? To be fair, let's give it like an extra 5 minutes because we've had a lot longer time for other stuff with votes coming in. So, let me get my timer out. Okay. right, and then with that, we are done with that. And we are going to do this. All right, so I think we're done with the camera for tonight because I don't want to keep giving back up. What should I clean? Should I clean the Ferris wheel? I think the Ferris wheel might be a good one. We did the subway last time. Thank you for letting us find you in this corner of the web. Many, our phones, etc., always be by our side. Let us watch you. Like the skate park tends to be a good one. Yeah, let's do the skate park just because it's a nice and easy one. I don't know how long these polls will take. Well, actually, I kind of do because now it's just up to me to do like a 10-minute poll. Now I don't want to do the skate park. Go back. Go back. I'm sticking to my original plan. We're doing the Ferris wheel. Yeah. Let's go. Confirm. All right. I did not check the bit rate before I did this. Who's your favorite superhero? Spider-Man. He's my favorite fictional character of all time. Hi, hello. We're just voting on what is the best Shady Doorags video. Where is the button? Stop it. Yeah, okay, I got the most powerful one out. I mean, did I miss the vote on Darkwing Duck video from a couple months ago? Yes, you did. Did Darkwing... I think Darkwing Duck won that one. Let me check. Yeah, Darkwing Duck won. But you'll get a chance to vote for it again. Because we is not done. We've only completed round 1. Well, actually, I'm still waiting for the votes to finish on round 1. You guys have got about a minute left. Why didn't you ping entry, Matt? Oh, because there's gunk on the side here. There we go. Uh-oh. It's that time. That says 50-50. If it's 50-50 when I click end poll, I'm the final vote. Does anybody want to cast a vote before I click it? Brody Lister, thank you very much. Thanks for the content. You are welcome. Did you know the vote for this game is that all the dirt is actually volcanic ash and that the whole city is going to die? Yes, I have seen Matt Pat. Uh-oh. Live stream has gotten ahead again. Are you guys sure? 50-50. All right, I'm going to close my eyes. Because it keeps teetering. I'm ending it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Well, you guys will see it before I finish counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1, end. Ah, the Grinch won. The Grinch won. I'm going to turn the audio up for the... is the audio for the game good for you guys? I mean, not much is going on. It's just birds chirping. The Grinch won. Good. Because I feel like y'all were going to meme. That live stream is supposed to be there. I only did 31 videos. All right, so now we start back over. Start a poll. Which video is better? And I'll give you guys 10 minutes to vote when we do this. Art. The Spirit World. Or why is Isabella 1L? No. It's called My Gripe with Encanto. All right. And I'll give you guys 10 minutes to vote for each of these. There you go. Stop clicking on that. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. All right. Is it good? Is it too loud? I remember last time it was too loud. Like, is the audio good and everything? You guys can still hear me fine? Cool, a nutshell one. Yeah. To be honest, I still think well, I think the Grinch nutshell is like the worst of the three. I'm really fond of the Little Mermaid in a nutshell. I'm really fond of that one. She-Hulk in a nutshell was good too, but I'm really fond of the Little Mermaid one. Unfortunately, they both got put up against just more popular videos. Shady, did you notice that the losers for the right side form a pattern? What? In, out, out, in. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. Is there a pattern for the other side? There was almost a pattern for the other side. Seems okay, maybe lower it a bit. Okay, I will lower the audio. Like there's not much audio going on in this game. It's just aesthetic, so. I mainly just want to be able to, the chat's gone. Get back here, chat. There it is. Your apostrophe in the wrong place. No. Shit, no, it's not. My name is Shady Doorags. When's the Hercules in a Nutshell video coming? That was the first one I did. The Hercules in a Nutshell video I did years ago. So in the vid when I said, I'm sorry, your time will come, like I was talking to an old video. I was talking to a playlist. I wanted the In the Nutshell series to be like the new main series of the channel because I love making those videos so much. I'm gonna be eating some leftover turkey. I made it so good, even the leftovers are moist. Good job. I am envious. I don't remember this sign being so tedious. There we go. You guys got about 4.5 minutes left. The Moist Maker sandwich from Friends, that's what's up. I never watched Friends. It was an adult show when I was a child, and I'm not very fond of sitcoms, so I never went back to try and find it. My freaking ladder. Get back here. Oh wait, this whole side is one thing? Oh, this will be easy. Ah! I did that on purpose. What are you reflecting in that screen? The sky is blue. Oh, you're yellow though, so blue, yellow, make green. I knew that. I went to kindergarten. Alright, sign's done. I feel like this is not a safe thing to do. Especially when I know that thing is powered on. You're gonna get hair today, gone tomorrow. Get to see angry Shady. We'll see. I'm not sure if I'm still angry at that episode like I used to be. Because that definitely was like my most hated episode before. But I rewatched it like sometime within the last year or two. And I don't recall getting as angry as I used to at that episode. Hey, hello, how do you do? I love this game. Small world. I've got these freaking wrist pouches, or wrist pillows, or whatever they're called. I'm not even using them. My wrist is starting to hurt because I'm not using them. Yay. All right, time's up. Ending the poll. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I'm not looking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Art 1. Okay. Art 1. All right, now we got 2 big boys. 2 King of the Hill videos. Oh, boy. I gotta say it like DuckTales. Oh, boy. Okay. That is the Buck Strickland video. Oh, time to find out which one of these did better. Which video was better? All right, another 10 minutes. Have at thee. I just want the wire. Just let me clean the wire. Just give me the wire. Come on. You don't need it. What you need it for? There we go. And you're clean too, right? Okay, yeah. Same wire. Alright. So that's everything outside. Let's do the outer scopes. Okay, is this base the same as this base? No. Okay. I cannot see chat. Like how in both Buck is a horrible person. Well, yeah, that was the point of both of those videos. The murder mystery, I wanted to talk about how horrible a person Buck was. But, it didn't have enough to do with Buck. So I ran and grabbed another episode where he was horrible. Okay, is this trim the same as this trim? This is what I'm missing. There we go. Nice and clean. Finish what you're doing before you start something new. Shady loves capitalism so much he doesn't swear in his videos to get more ad revenue. No, I don't swear because my household did not allow that, and and it is instilled in me that it is bad to say naughty words. Wet your whistle. Wet it. Take the wettening. Can you just not be dirty? Probably the top of that post. See you, Marcio. Have a happy new year. What time is it? Oh, it's not that late. My throat is feeling it, though. But I can't stop. Not until I found out which was the best. Who's your favorite MCU character, and why is it the character Megan Thee Stallion portray? I'm actually not sure who my favorite MCU character is. I'm almost off work. I was not expecting you to still be streaming. Neither was I. This has been an 8.5 hour stream, and it's still going. I thought it would be like 5 hours and I would be tired, but I'd be like, yeah, it was worth it. Now I'm gonna go eat some chicken wings. Okay, that part's done. Favorite Spider-Man actor, Toby, Andrew, or Tom? Okay, so all three of them, I think, are decent actors. I think they, like, when it comes to who's a better Spider-Man, I think it more so boils down to the script than the actor. But if I had to choose, I'm going to choose Andrew. Because he just emotes better. Toby Spider-Man wasn't funny. Andrew Spider-Man wasn't an outcast. Well, neither was Tom Spider-Man either. Tom Spider-Man also was. Well, Tom Spider-Man wasn't Spider-Man. Tom Spider-Man was Iron Man Jr. or Iron Boy until the third movie, where they tried to kind of cram Spider-Man in there using other two established Spider-Man characters. I got the trim and I got the base. That's the main thing I need. The fences will be fine because I can do them on the other side. I don't think any of the three of them were a like spot-on Spider-Man. You want a spot-on Spider-Man? Go watch Into the Spider-Verse. I say this all the time. Like, if you want a cartoon version of him that's really good, watch the Spectacular Spider-Man. Spectacular Spider-Man is the best animated Peter Parker. Might be the best Peter Parker, period. Nah, I would say Spectacular Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man show. But the animated series probably nails Peter Parker down a bit better. That's it. 10. I'm not even gonna look. 9, 8, 7. I looked 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, who is winning? King of the Hill Murder Mystery. That is the winner. This has, oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Not that. This one. You have won. All right, so is it gonna be King of the Hill or Controversy? can't spell. Chris Rock versus Will Smith or Pygmalion. And you. Ah, no wonder. Can't see it. There you go. They definitely were, but I'm a weird exception in that it never scared me, but all my friends said it was. Courage Cowardly. Wait, what are y'all talking about? Darkest episodes of King of the Hill. Like, King of the Hill, from what I've seen so far, King of the Hill isn't really that dark. Like, Pygmalion... Even Pygmalion doesn't really feel dark. It's just the ending, which is unnecessarily cruel. But that is a dark ending. I mean, yeah, but like compared to like just a general dark show like I don't know, Invader Zim or Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like it doesn't really measure up compared to stuff like that. I just completely skipped the poll. I completely skipped these fences too, shoot. Even the cult episode of King of the Hill was more weird with funny moments than dark. Yeah. Like I've seen lighthearted shows suddenly get dark and it's just like, wow. But King of the Hill never really feels that way. It always seems to maintain like some of its funniness, some of its lightheartedness. My favorite episode of Invader Zim is still the Organ Harvest episode. Mine is probably the Christmas special. Return the Slab will forever be stuck in my head because of Courage. Yeah, mine too. I mean, I look at Return the Slab now, and it's really not that scary. But back then, it was just so... It was so uncanny and unsettling. Like, that's why it's stuck in a lot of kids' heads. See, I didn't see You're Not Perfect until like well until I was an adult. I'm trying to think of something like that recently that like legitimately unnerved me. Shady, I love your videos and I'm always looking forward to the next one. Thank you very much, Lonnie. See, Courage was a dark show, but like after Return the Slab, most of the episodes were more funny to me than they were like creepy. Like, yeah, all of them were dark, but they felt more funny to me. But one that did creep me out though was the Fusili episode with the Jim Cummings alligator. Like, that legitimately disturbed me with how it ended. Gotta love how long sunset lasts in this game. Until you're done. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end. All right, and you guys chose. Wait. Wait. Wait, I didn't. Oh, there it is. Oh, you chose the Chris Rock one. Oh. Did not see that coming. I was scared it wasn't about to show me the results. I was like, I didn't get to look at the results before that happened. Okay, Chris Rock moves forward. Ooh, tough battle. Kim Possible versus the Capitalism video. Okay. Got 10 minutes. Go. I always forget to put the chat back up. I find it interesting how in Cartoon Network's anniversary video on HBO Max, they showed all their ironic, creepy moments from Courage, just like they were trying to trigger PTSD. All right, steps are done. Then I do this floor, and then I'll do the posts. The annoying part about the Ferris wheel is the Ferris wheel itself. There's so much to clean, and you gotta rotate the whole thing. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you enjoy making the Chris versus Will video? I know that it was a bit different from the other ones. I was a little nervous about it. Whenever I know I'm jumping into like controversial topics, I always get a little nervous, but that rarely ever stops me from actually making the video. Like it felt like something I had to speak up against because I'm a comedian. And when you say, hey, we should be able to attack comedians for the things they say, I'm like, threat detected. Let's stop that now. At the very least, if society progresses down that way, you can't say Shady Doorags didn't warn you and didn't do anything about it. Alright, so let's do these posts now. I can't believe Shady's video introducing us to Terra Cross was outvoted. I'm so glad I found that show. Yeah, I mean, you gotta account also for, like, there's people who genuinely think which video is better, then there's people who are like, I didn't see either, so I'm just gonna vote for this one, because it sounds familiar. And then there are also troll votes. Like, I feel like too many of them were 50-50s. Like, my goodness. I have a suspicion of which video I think is going to win. And if that video wins, then I have to say I agree. But we'll see what happens. Actually, there are two videos I think that have like a huge shot of winning. I think those two videos will get to the finals, and we'll see what happens if either of them actually win. Something about Terra Cross, I still need to watch it, but that video was awesome and I wish it won. Yeah, well, gonna be difficult for any video to defeat the king of the hill. Whew, I'm feeling it. Y'all keep asking me questions. Let me ask y'all some questions. Who is your favorite character in the Mario Brothers universe? First answer I get is Mario. Birdo. Andrew, you're so vanilla. Marfin, that's the least vanilla answer you could have given. Luigi for Anthony. Waluigi. Those are like the answers I'd expect. Luigi and Waluigi. Vivian. I've never heard of Vivian. I'm not sure I know who that is. Daisy. That is mine. Daisy is my favorite character. Maybe a meme response, but I like Waluigi. Luigi. I think Luigi's like the most popular. Like Luigi grew in insane popularity over the past like 5 years. Longer than that. I don't know why I said 5, but the past like decade. Yoshi, always been there to give you a boost. It's always been Luigi. Oh, you liked Luigi before it was cool. Okay, I don't remember the best way to get to the back of this. Daisy is definitely best princess, we'll agree there. So Mario was always my go-to character in anything Mario related. Mario Party, Mario Kart, I always chose Mario. Then my friend was like, oh, I hate Daisy. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because when you play as her in Double Dash, she says that annoying phrase, hi, I'm Daisy. So just to annoy him, I picked Daisy in Double Dash. And ever since, she's been my, like, I just fell in love with the character. She's been my go-to character, like, everything ever since then. Like, I initially picked her just to annoy him, and then after that, I was like, you know, this character's actually got a lot of spirit behind her. My sister loved Daisy before I did. So she's definitely allowed to claim that. She liked her before I did. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh wow, I wasn't even close. Oh, that was not even close. All right. Sorry, Ron Factor. I really liked you. All right. Thy next foe is... what do you think of Vegan Gains? From what I've seen of Vegan Gains, I don't really like him, but I haven't seen much of him, especially lately. Like, all the stuff I've seen from Vegan Gains is like years ago. All right, the late Philip J. Fry or Bobby steals Hank's credit card. Let us go. Fight it out. Daisy herself is spunky and just fun. Yes, this is true. All right. I don't remember to get the best way to get the stuff on the back, so I'm just going to try using an extension. Hope that works. I'm too biased for King of the Hill for this fighting tree. Well, if I didn't want King of the Hill to win, maybe I shouldn't have made so many King of the Hill videos, huh? I don't know. I grew up playing Mario on NES, and Game Boy Peach was my first princess. She's always got a space in my heart. Peach... I started out really not liking Peach because, like, my memories of games go back to, like, the NES, but really with the Mario franchise, it goes back to, like, the 64. And Peach was so annoying in Mario Party. We would constantly play Peach's birthday cake in Mario Party, and Peach would constantly win because I had 4 siblings, but my 4th sibling didn't live with us, so we, you know, that's a 4-player game. So it was me, my 2 siblings, and then a computer, and we would constantly choose Peach, and she would constantly win. We'd be like, she's cheating! She's cheating! Did you hear the woman who suggested that we referred? I honestly don't want to even get into stuff like that. Not really relevant to the channel. I got the center. Need the A-frame support. I probably have to get it from the top, don't I? First time I've switched nozzles. What is your favorite thing to dip fries in? Chat, that goes out to you. What is your favorite thing to dip fries in? Oh, the whole thing is clean. Okay, so the whole A-frame is one A-frame. Okay. So let's do it on this side now. Ranch. Yep, that's my selection. Got it first try. Ketchup. Fry sauce. Tartar sauce or hot sauce? A1. Oh, that's what you were trying to say. Mustard. My family always does a ketchup mayo mix, but I only do ketchup. I used to love dipping my fries in mayonnaise, but ranch has taken over for me. Barbecue sauce is a real close second. Chocolate recipe. Yeah? Oh, man. Ice cream is a delicacy for that, for me. Fries and dip them in ice cream. I think dipping stuff in chocolate is fondue, isn't it? Can't go wrong with honey mustard. Well, yes you can. I don't like honey mustard. There's only one particular type of honey mustard I like, and I think that's because it's not really honey mustard, and that's the McDonald's type. But honestly, I haven't even had that honey mustard in a long time because I don't eat McDonald's a lot. I eat McDonald's like once every 2 years to see if I can still stomach it. How tired? Scale 1 to 10. I'm doing pretty good. If we're saying 10 is the most tired, I'm somewhat feeling tired, so maybe a 5. But I'm doing pretty good. I'm more hungry than I am tired. I tend to go to bed pretty late anyway, and it's not that late where I am. Well, I don't consider it to be that late. Some people would. I'm doing pretty well on the tiredness factor. Like I said, I'm more hungry. And the bigger issue for me is my throat is starting to hurt because I've been talking for a long time, streaming for 9 hours. and I don't normally talk a lot as it is. So I probably won't be recording videos within the next couple of days. You cook yourself for the most part, Shady? I'm slowly integrating to cooking for myself. I eat out a lot, but I've been cooking for myself a lot more recently. I went and I got these boneless ribs. They're boneless pork ribs, and I bought them, and I'm thinking I'm going to slow cook them. But suddenly I decided, you know what? I want them on the grill. And for some reason in my head, I'm thinking I'm buying ingredients for steak, for beef steak. Like I have pork ribs and I'm thinking I'm buying ingredients for beef steak. So I start cooking them and I'm like, oh yeah, these were pork ribs. Well, no turning back now. And I just cooked them with steak seasoning and I cooked them on the grill. Get some oil to make sure that they're moist. And I eat them, and my goodness gracious. I was like, okay, steak seasoning from now on my pork ribs. Man, those things were so good. I got more in there, too. I'm probably going to cook those up tomorrow. Because they didn't really take that long to cook. They took like 20 minutes. I don't really like cooking. That's the thing. Like cooking is fun. You know, you blast your music, you have a good time. Especially where you're like me, where you're a YouTuber, so you don't really have to worry about like cooking when you're tired. You cook when you decide it's best time to cook. So cooking can be fun, but I just don't like doing it. Have you heard of the 2003 film, The Core, or the 2013 film, The Call? No, I have not. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End. The late Philip J. Fry beat King of the Hill. I feel like people are voting for the underdogs now. Well, King of the Hill won last round. And I'm kind of shocked that the late Philip J. Fry just won that one. Okay, next up. That's not it. Start the poll. Start it! Start it! Art. The Great Divide. Oh, wait. That's the wrong spot. Which video is better? Art. The Great Divide. Or the reboot of Darkwing Duck. I don't find rats to be really cute at all. Okay. Go away, and we are back here. Okay. Oh, well, that might be why it's still dirty. I didn't finish cleaning the front. Chat, don't leave me. You enjoy Fallout? Yes, I do. I highly enjoy Fallout. I might play some Fallout on the second channel. Might. We'll see about it. I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. But I've played Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4. All the big ones. Never touched 76, though I did watch a lot of playthrough. I watched one guy play through it. Alright, I'm too far away. Closer, please. And because I know people are going to ask, I prefer Fallout New Vegas. I think Fallout New Vegas is objectively the best game of a lot of them, but I still like Fallout 3. I don't know why, if you like Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, you're not allowed to like Fallout 3. I think that's ridiculous. I think Fallout 3 does some good things, even some things better than New Vegas. Even though overall I think New Vegas is the better game. But of all three of them, I think 4 might have the most replayability, just because of the random generation of enemies. Yeah, I really don't understand why people are like, "What? You like Fallout 3? But you say you like New Vegas. That means you can't like Fallout 3." Like, why? Fallout 3, better than any of the other two, did atmosphere like so well. All right, rotate this, please, and move it closer. Fallout 3 has the best atmosphere in Fallout. Would you rather swim in a piranha-infested river or a shark-infested ocean? Why would I swim in either of them? A shark-infested ocean, sharks aren't necessarily going to mess with you. A piranha-filled river, what I know about piranhas is they will mess with you. It's a drama from behind the scenes, basically, but that's the kind of screwed the New Vegas team and still came out better. I just like that Fallout 4 made it so you... I mean, it's fine if you want to criticize the company. It's just that when somebody says, hey, Fallout 3 did some good stuff, you can't be like, no, they didn't do anything good ever. Okay, just need this A-frame support. And you two are connected, right? Wait, what? But that one was one A-frame support. These are two separate ones? What? Out of all the radio hosts, 3Dog was the best. Yes, he was. Like, Mr. New Vegas, I never even bothered listening to Mr. New Vegas. And the guy from, I forget his name, but the guy from, Fallout 4, like, when you do his mission and you make him become brave, he sounds so fake and phony. Like, he sounds like he's acting, and it's really, really bad. Okay, now the actual Ferris wheel. I think everything outside the Ferris wheel is done. Oh, that center shaft. Let me get that. I mean, Fallout 4, I'll tell you right now, I own Fallout 4 on multiple different platforms, and I never finished it. Because what I always do with Fallout 4 is I get to the part where the Brotherhood of Steel show up, and then I don't care anymore. Like, I just start building settlements and not caring about the main plot. Like, I really don't care about the main plot in Fallout 4. I've seen other people play it, and I'm just like, whatever. That is one of the big complaints about Fallout 4 is that there's a disconnect between what you want and what the character wants. The character is supposed to want to find their son, but you've barely known Sean. So it's like, why should you care? You want to spend your time building settlements. Clean. Oh, I didn't start the timer. Time's up. Yeah, I did not start the timer. Oh, it's okay. There's a timer up there, so I can... It says 7 minutes, so I'll do 3 minutes, and we'll end it. Yeah. Alright, got that one. Alright, so let me just move you out of the way. Might need you later, not sure. Don't push me off. Screw you. Finding this year, so this stream is relevant. LOL. so let's move to this side. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And pull. All right, so the Darkwing Duck gets to move on. We'll leave behind Atla. There's still one more Atla. All right, so, how's this one gonna fare? Cons, turnkey, business, or Teen Titans integrity. Which video is better? Go! I'm experimenting with high charisma and intelligence builds. Can't carry a lot or swing heavy weapons, but I'm having more fun now. Those, like that kind of build in any RPG is generally what I go with. High charisma, high intelligence, usually high dex as well. Of course, in Fallout 3 New Vegas, and no, not 4. Fallout 3 New Vegas, intelligence is like the must. The guns in Fallout 4 is like nut luster. 90% of the enemies you fight mostly use pipe guns. Well, Fallout 4 did a good thing with its survival mode, but the issue with survival mode is that in the late game, like, everything is easy pickings. I guess you could say that about regular Fallout 4 in general. Like, as long as you have good armor, like, everything dies in 1 or 2 hits, because you'll probably get all the crit stuff that you need. Both videos are great, and you pull a great lesson out of both. I expect to go King of the Hill on most of the principle, but it's honestly hard call. Wait, no, don't leave me! No! Any games you're looking forward to? No, because I do not know anything about games at the moment. So I have no knowledge on anything. I'm trying to get back into games. Oh, actually, I am looking forward to Poppy Playtime Chapter 3. I will be playing that for the channel. Yay. Oh, wait, come back. I gotta ask, can you die from fall damage in this game? No. I think if you fall high enough, your player feels like a little woozy, but there's no fall damage. If you were woefully convicted of a crime that you didn't do and spent 10 years in prison for that crime, would you be justified in... to get back into society? I mean, an innocent? If it's an innocent, then no. You might have an argument if it was the guy who put you in jail, but if it's an innocent, no. Doesn't matter what crime's been done to you. If you punish an innocent for it, you are now a criminal of it. You are now a criminal of a separate charge. Yeah, somebody vomited cotton candy in here. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, and Teen Titans with a huge lead on that versus that King of the Hill video. Here we go. Okay, so this one I have a feeling I know who's gonna win, but we must go through these procedures. Go! There's this game, Atomic Heart. I've been following it for years, and it's been compared to Fallout and Bioshock Infinite. It looks very promising. I'm just hoping it isn't as buggy as Cyberpunk was. Wait for me. Justice League video got me back into watching it. Watching pressure wash this, what's your favorite part here? Just relaxing? Some level of satisfaction? Could potentially see myself playing this. It just fascinates me as an FPS concept. It gives you a similar satisfaction to coloring in something. When you hit that ding, you know, you get a little shot of dopamine. And they choose their colors well, because when everything is bright and shiny, like the colors really pop, and it's a really satisfying feeling. It makes people feel like they're really doing something, even when it's just like a bit of a waste of time. I generally, like, I love this game, but I generally choose it to stream just because I don't have to think when I'm playing it. I can easily read chat. Come on. Come on. No, I need the frame to be done. There we go. You. Like, I've already beaten this game. I could do the time trials, but I don't, because to me this is a very relaxing game, and the time trials will just add stress to it, and I don't want that from this game. I just like to sit and get the dirt off stuff. There's also, like, if you play the story mode, which is how you unlock all the levels. Like, I actually really enjoy the story mode, the story in this game. The story mode doesn't really add much. It's just flair, but it's really nice flair. Like, you just get people talking to you while you're washing stuff, and they tell you what's going on in the world and stuff. Alright, can we get these frames, please? Why will you not wash? Is it because I'm not washing from the outside? What's going on? Yeah, I played the story mode a lot on my own. Once you complete the story mode, you can do the like, I beat the story mode, then I beat the extra levels. Once I did that, I kind of like make myself stop playing, because it's like, I was like, yeah, it's a waste of time game, you know, when you just want to relax, and I got stuff I'm supposed to be doing. I shouldn't be wasting time like this. But I don't mind playing it on stream. Oh, that was a failure. Shooting for that red one. What kind of clique were you a part of in high school? Nerds. You could also say I was part of the, like... No, I wouldn't say that, no. I didn't. I knew a lot of people in high school, but I don't feel like I had many friends in high school. So I was not a people person. Yeah, really feeling the hunger. I might have to go grab like a bowl of cereal or something again. I do not want to end this stream until we finish these votes. That's all the pods, it looks like. Did you get in trouble a lot in school? No. I was actually the opposite. I was a goody two-shoes. I was very good at getting teachers to appreciate my behavior. Okay, no more countdowns. Over. Justice League is victorious. Yay. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's so quiet in here and then that noise pops up. Son of a pirate, have you been to LA? I have not been to LA. Thank you, by the way. All right, so let's start the next poll. Which video is better? Art, Spirit World, King of the Hill, Murder Mystery, and go. Just restarted Fallout 4, got caught up in Donkey Kong Clone. That's another thing. They added all those games to Fallout 4, those mini games. Nobody ever plays them. I mean, I say as you just tell me you got caught up in the Donkey Kong Clone. Like, most people I know, like, never, that I see play the game, they never touch those things. Shady makes cleaning entertaining Shady ASMR channel soon? No. ASMR channels make me very uncomfortable. Will you ever review games? It's a possibility. Well, I would probably more so like talk about games from a literature perspective rather than review them. Reviews are a possibility, but I'm more likely to like be like, hey, you know this character from this game. Well, let's dive deep into their personality. So I used to do that before I had the Shady Doorags channel. I used to talk about literature in video games. Like I started with The Legend of Zelda, and then I moved on to like attempt to do other games. I wasn't very good at it. I mean, I was good at talking about Legend of Zelda because I knew Zelda, but when I attempted other games, like I made very flawed analyses. Yeah, I just let go of the mouse here. Oh, no, that didn't work. My favorite anime is Detective Conan, followed closely by Digimon. Alright, that's everything on that side. Does YouTube take a large margin of super chats? I was gonna send one, but I'm not sure if you get most of it. Also, does the channel with Zelda still exist? I'm pretty sure there are plenty of channels. YouTube does take a cut. I don't know if it's a large cut of super chats. If you're scared of them taking a cut, you can donate to my PayPal directly. The email of which should be in the About section of the channel. Like if you type in my business email in the PayPal, you can donate to me directly that way. What do you think of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? I need to see it. It actually, when I saw the trailer for it, it looked good, and not everybody say, "Oh yeah, it's actually really, really good." And I'm like, "Yeah, I knew it was gonna be." I want to see. I thought it was coming out on Netflix though. I didn't know it was coming out in theaters. Okay, so now I gotta get the tops of this. Best thing I can think to do is go up. I could get that thing up there. That's probably make it easier. What's your favorite game? The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. No contest. Did you take any toys with you on trips? I'm not sure what trips you mean. Like when I was a kid? Because the answer would be yes. Usually like Game Boy or something like that. When we did car trips, the thing I remember most is playing car bingo. Which, when I was a kid, I lived in Florida, which didn't have hills. But our car bingo had hill signs. And it was like, well, I guess you lost if you had that card. And the winner is King of the Hill. Who would have thunk? All right. So I think that's all the avatars. So we've eliminated internet shells and the avatars. None of those will be the best Shady Doorags video of 2022. Next up is Chris Rock versus Will Smith. And Bobby and Capitalism. There you go. Did you grow up in one house? No. Moved around when I was a kid. Hello. Let me answer this question. Moved around when I was a kid to... I guess technically we did grow up in one house, but we moved around from apartment to apartment until I was about 7 or 8-ish, and then we stayed in that one house until I grew up. Still withstanding. Thank you very much. My PayPal does not let me connect my my bank account. They had no idea why it wouldn't, so I'll just send it here. Thank you for everything you've done. Hopefully YouTube will be nice about its demonetization this this next year. Thank you very much, still withstanding. I greatly appreciate it. Whew. I think you can knock that sleepiness up to a 6. Said I was a 5 before. Uh-oh. I feel a yawn coming on. Huh. Yeah, that sleepiness is kicking in. Which the thing is, once I'm done with this, I'm not even going to sleep because I'm so hungry. But yeah, so that's that. So let's get rid of that. And let me finish washing this Ferris wheel. Wait, the chat. I need to see the chat. There we go. Squirtle, Charmander, or Bulbasaur? Charmander. Thoughts on Anakin versus Dooku in Clone Wars? The movie? Somewhat anticlimactic. The Clone Wars, the movie, wasn't really like that good with the action. You're talking about the series. I haven't finished Clone Wars, the series. Clean, you clean. The chat has gone quiet. Listen to that peaceful side. There's a giant city over there. I thought we were in a small town. The second the stream ends, I'm watching Sonic Boom and hopefully make it a bit farther into season 2. The second the stream ends, you just gotta make sure that your video wins the poll. No, I want it to fall inside. Can we make the timer 5 minutes long? I think a lot of people fell asleep. I'm getting sleepy. I didn't grow up on the mean streets of Florida. The streets I grew up on were actually very nice. All right, after this one, you guys will have 5 minutes for the voting. What's your favorite King of the Hill episode? Somebody asked me that earlier and I wasn't sure. Revenge of the Lutefisk is a good one. Born in Texas, moved to Oklahoma. 4 months there, I was 6 and 7. Moved back to Texas with my mom and my parents split. Was raised very southern. I think we might have gotten all the back. Nope, there's one up there. Okay, now is that all the back? I think so. Okay, so now I can focus on this. Okay. Bobby and capitalism. Chris Rock versus Will Smith. You are out of the running. All right, we're doing 5 minutes now, guys. So you best be paying attention if you want your video to win. Oh, let me end the poll. Time doesn't pass in the game, so no, it did not become morning. The birds just never stop chirping, ever. All right. The late Philip J. Fry. The reboot of Darkwing Duck. Oops, I capitalized video. Go. I did not mean to step on that. All right, take me out. This is the first one I'm stuck on. The late Phil J. Fry was the video that got me back to your channel. And DuckTales 2017 is one of my favorite animated shows of all time. Well, I know it's when I would pick if I were you. Well, I know which one I would pick if I were voting, not if I were you. I think your John Redcorn was the video that introduced me to your channel, and so far I've been enjoying mainly your King of the Hill videos, but liking the superhero shows a lot more so far. Thank you. I should have read that with more enthusiasm. Whew. Oh no! Oh, I think given the time of day, enthusiasm is gone. Oh, I was rooting for the Darkwing Duck one. Ah, yeah, that was one of my passion projects. Late Philip J. Fry is out. It's been over 10 hours actually. It's been over 10 hours of streaming. Okay, next one. So about how you were liking superheroes ones. You say you were liking the superhero video lately. So, exactly which superhero videos were you enjoying? You got 5 minutes. Hold on. I forgot to lower the thing. There you go. Which will come up on top. The Wholesome Justice League video? Or the lesson teaching Teen Titans one? Do I have to wait for that one to come back around? No, I don't. Oh, geez. The list appeared. I did not expect the list to appear. Front. When that list appears, it means you're almost done. Remember, if it ends in a tie, I'm the tiebreaker. And time. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well. Looks like somebody gets to decide which superhero video moves on. Eeny, meeny, miny. I'm sorry, but the Teen Titans video is just a better video. Like, I like talking about the Justice League Christmas, but my jokes were better in the Teen Titans video. The clips were edited together in the Teen Titans video. Like, it was just a much a much better video. I love the Justice League Christmas episode, but the Teen Titans video is a better video. All right. So, next up for the King of the Hill showdown. Next up is the King of the Hill showdown. You got 5 minutes. Vote. This is the semifinals we're in right now. Did I land in this? How did I land in? Does this not have a roof? Star support poles. I forgot those last time too. What on earth are the star support poles? All right, what's a star support pole? because this soup scarred me. Time's up, pencils down, and the winner is Bobby. Oh, wow, by a hair. Bobby and capitalism. 29 votes. Somebody who voted last time didn't vote this time. All right, Bobby and capitalism, you have made it to the finals. And that leaves your opponent. Who will it be? The late Philip J. Fry? Or Teen Titans Integrity? You got 5 minutes on the clock. Go. Okay, that pauses the game, but this doesn't. Okay. Okay, now what are the star support poles? Really try to figure that out. That looks like a star. Okay, find the star. Up, up. I saw it. I saw it. Oh, the things in between them. Okay. These things. I'm gonna have to get on top of this thing. I usually watch your videos in the background of playing games. Listen to a video makes me enjoy games more. I'm not sure why, so I connect. Same. I do the same thing. Well, not with my videos necessarily, but I watch videos while playing games. So I connect to video games I'd be playing at this time, and that might be affecting my choices. This stupid thing, get out the way! Why can I not? Oh yeah, I can crouch, I forgot. This is the last thing. Yay! I like it when they freeze frame when I jump in the air. I try to look like Spider-Man though. That's it. The pole. Oh, wow. So close. What is going on? Oh, so close. So let's go ahead and do this. So close. Teen Titans prevailed. Okay. We've reached the final showdown. So, remember how I said there are two videos that I think will make it to the to the finals. And one of them will be the king. These were the two videos. These were my predictions. I was like, I think these are going to be... one of these is going to be the video of the year. So which will it be? The video where I sing the praises of capitalism and use Bobby to prove my point? Or the video where I sing the praises of integrity and use Robin to prove my point? All right, let's start a poll. For the final time, which video is the best of 2022? Bobby and capitalism, or Teen Titans integrity? The final one. And just for this final one, we're going back to 10 minutes. And we'll just sit here and wait it out. Ready? You got 10 minutes. Go. Oh man, so intense. Yeah, let me turn this off for a sec. I wanna get some stuff going. So tense. Jeez, I just sounded like the Happy Mask salesman. Okay, bring it back up now. Which will be the victor? This one or this one? Okay, why is this one not centered? Center it. So overall, Shady, how would you rate your 2022 experience? The first half of the year was frustrating because I was trying to release as many videos as possible and it wasn't working. And I was trying to figure out how to stay into the zone. Once I went on vacation in late June, early July, and spent some time with my friends, like it really got better after that point because I figured out what was missing from my life. And I started doing a lot. I started branching out, like getting away from YouTube because I love being on YouTube, but I spend too much time on it. And I started doing other things that wasn't either YouTube or playing video games. I started hanging out with family more. Started a movie night with my family, and we just started hanging out with each other more. I started exercising more, and that caused my videos to be better. Let me get that off the screen because that's biased. And yeah, so I'm hoping I can take what I've learned in 2022 and properly apply it in 2023. 2022 I was supposed to experiment more with my videos, but just with that funk, it was hard to do. But once the second half of the year came, I started doing the In a Nutshells. I started doing teen superhero stuff. So yeah, I'm hoping I can take that and really sprint through 2023 with these videos and get a lot more stuff done. So yeah, I had a good time overall in 2022. There were definitely setbacks, but still had a good time. I mean, that COVID incident wasn't fun. But looking back, I got over 1,000 followers on Twitter. That's interesting. Although I think I might be lacking in the Twitter department because other people who have like similar subscribers to me, they have way more than 1,000 followers. We've got 5 minutes left, and Bobby and Capitalism has the lead. Will he take it? And remember, if it's a tie, remember what happens. Can you swear at COVID? I mean, I'm not going to like swearing either way, but I don't censor y'all when it comes to swearing. Shady, will you cover Green Eggs and Ham the second season? I'm thinking about it. Because I tried to write a script for it, and it was during the time where my scripts just weren't coming out right. Well, I'm not getting a Twitter account to follow you. That's fine. That's fine. Because I don't like Twitter. Well, since Musk has taken over, Musk has had ups and downs, but overall, I think he's done a better job with Twitter than what was happening beforehand. But yeah, I'm one of those people who constantly just doesn't like Twitter. I try to just stay goofy and fun on Twitter. I try not to engage in like ridiculous politics and back and forth and stuff like that on Twitter, because it's obviously an echo chamber. You know, it's obviously biased towards one specific path, and I just try to keep fun. You know, if you see me on Twitter, I'm usually saying something stupid, or I'm giving some life advice, but not trying to like push anyone else against the wayside. Though maybe you'll catch that rare instance where I'm just like, you know what, I can't take it anymore. I will sometimes like talk to people and disagree with people, but it's usually in like a very respectable manner. You got 3 minutes left. Teen Titans is catching up, but it's not quite there yet. Oh, will this do it? It has been an interesting bout. I'm pretty surprised that an art got so far. This art up here. Like, can you guys see my mouse? Yeah, I think you can. And this art beat The Black Little Mermaid. That was genuinely shocking. Like, this video got so many more views than art. Well, we did learn this year that you hate capitalism. I came in late. What happens with the tie? If it's tied, I get to decide who wins. We've only had one tie so far, and it was Teen Titans versus Justice League. Teen Titans Integrity and a Justice League Christmas. Also, I'm shocked Philip J. Fry made it so far. Like, geez, that video did not really do that well. Like, Philip J. Fry beat Bobby steals Hank's credit card. That's impressive. 1 minute left on the clock. Bobby Capitalism still has a lead. Will it maintain it? "30 seconds. 20. 15. Well, it looks like that might be it, folks. And there it is. That is time. The people have spoken and they have decided. I don't know which one that is. Shoot. Let me see if I can find it. Nope, I can't find it. I'm just going to do this. Bobby, capitalism is Shady Doorags' best video. It is the best video of 2022 that I have made, according to you guys. Oh my goodness gracious. What about? Just gonna move this shine up because it's more picturesque there. I'm an artist, don't mind me. Oh, look at what we did, guys. Look at what we did. Zoom in the middle, please. Thank you. Man. Man, oh man, oh man. Well, that's it, guys. After 10 hours and 46 minutes, we have decided the best Shady Doorags video of 2022. And I will see you guys later, for I am tired and I am hungry. And this was fun. It was fun going back, going down through the year, seeing how everything progressed, seeing what you guys thought overall. All right, but I'm going to end it. I know a lot of people are tired. I'm very tired. I'm still probably not going to go to sleep for another like 2 hours, though, because I'm really hungry. So, but I will see you guys next year. Yep, I will see you guys next year. And I forgot about the magician. What magician? I will see you guys next year, and because I'm definitely not coming out with a video tomorrow for the last time of 2022. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.